Good morning and welcome to the jewel of West Sussex, that is the Goodwood estate, and specifically this weekend, the Goodwood Motor Circuit. There really is no better landscape to spend your time in when it's the British springtime, is there?
There certainly isn't. Everywhere you look, there's this incredible craftsmanship, from the pit lanes to the buildings to the finely tuned machines that are going to take to the track. It truly is a work of art.
Welcome to the 82nd members meeting here at Goodwood Motor Circuit. We have a full schedule for you today that will be kicking off at 9 a.m. with the first parade for the Governor's cars and another one at 9:15 for the Alpine cars. We'll then see the first official practice get underway on the track, and that will be for the motorbikes at 9:30 for the Halewood and Sheen Trophy, followed by the Edge Trophy at 9:55. Our first demonstration lap kicks off with Gordon Murray Automotive at 10:20, and practice continues into the late morning for the Gordon Spice Trophy at 10:40 and the Gurney Cup at 11:10. We then have another incredible demonstration lap for those GT3 cars that will be taking to the course at 10:12.
And then taking us into the afternoon, we have the GT3 Shoot-Out free practice at 12:10, followed by the Arundel Cup, and then into the Whitmore Cup, before we have the new Win Percy Trophy at 1:20, and then the Earl Howe Trophy at 2 o'clock. Then we've got the demonstration, the IWC demonstration, featuring the cars from F1 the movie, before we move on to the Moss Trophy at 2:45, and then that glorious Lotus 97T at 3:10.
Taking us into the afternoon will be the very first race of the 82nd members meeting. It will be the motorbikes once again for the Halewood Trophy, featuring the Sheen Trophy. Part 1 today, Part 2 tomorrow. Then another demonstration lap by JOTA Cadillac. That fantastic hypercar will be taking to the track at 4:15. Our second race of the day is at 4:45 for the Gordon Spice Trophy. Then those GT3 cars will be doing their qualifying for the shootout race at 5:20. Race 3 is the Edge Trophy Part 1 at 6:05. And to conclude our day at 6:45 is the Gurney Cup. Well, that certainly is a jammed-packed schedule to look forward to this weekend. I'm Grace Webb, and with me is David Green, and along with our commentary team, we'll be taking you through all the racing action, news and demonstration laps that are going to be happening this weekend. Now, David, this isn't your first rodeo, is it? How many members' meetings have you been to before now?
I've actually been to all of them since it came back in 2014, so just a few.
Just a few, whereas me, on the other hand, I'm a complete newbie. I've been to Festival of Speed and Revival, but this is my very first members meeting, and you can tell that there's such an electrifying atmosphere in the air. What is it that makes this event special? What have we got to look forward to?
Well, you're really going to enjoy it. This event is all about people getting back together after the winter. It, traditionally kicks off that Goodwood Motorsports season. And I think it's fair to say we've had some cold and wet members meetings over the years, but fingers crossed, I think it's going to be a hot and sunny one, and so much to look forward to. Of course, we're going to have some fantastic racing. We always get that here at members meeting. And for me, we've got a new race, the Win Percy Trophy, which I'm looking out for. For those of us who love the Gordon Spice Trophy with those Group 1 saloon cars and the small cars battling out against those thunderous Boss Mustangs and Camaros, they're going to get their back in the Golden Spice, but the little cars are going to get their own race this time. And I think it's fair, especially in this sunshine. So we'll see the Golfs and the Minis, and that's going to be in that Win Percy Trophy. We've actually got some new cars this weekend. As you mentioned before, we've got that Cadillac World Endurance Championship car. That's going to be fantastic. Brand new car for the Le Mans car. And then we've got Gordon Murray's T33 and T50. You'll hear them before you see them. Fantastic cars. But lots and lots to do.
Yeah, there is so much variety that is going to be taken to the course this weekend. And one element to this event that makes it truly unique are the house shields. So let's take a look at this explainer to tell us more.
Part of the competition aspect at the Goodwood Members Meeting is to split the drivers and attendees into 4 separate groups to battle for the honour of what is known as the House Shield. Just like Hogwarts in Harry Potter's youth, there are 4 houses, and it's even more random as to who ends up where. Each house is named after titles belonging to His Grace the Duke of Richmond, and there are house captains from famous racing backgrounds. 3-time World Touring Car Champion Andy Priaulx is captain of House Aubigny, which is represented on the shield by the Fleur de Lis. 9 times Le Mans winner Tom Christensen is the frontman for House Darnley, for which the crest is the Boar's Head. Triple British Touring Car Champion Gordon Shedden is captain of House Methuen, represented by the Lion's Head. And 4 times winner of the IndyCar Series Championship, Dario Franchitti, is head of House Torbolton, which is celebrated by the harp. Every driver at the event can score points by finishing races in the top 10. 250 points are awarded for a win, 180 for a second place, 150 for third, all the way down to 10 points for a 10th place finish. In 2 driver races, each driver scores full points, which are split equally if competing for different houses. 50 points are awarded for pole position and for fastest lap, whilst house captains do score double points. But it's not just about track action. Anybody who attends the event can dive into some fantastic challenges and also score points. Fancy some laser clay shooting? Or what about axe throwing? Perhaps croquet is more suitable, or even duck herding, amongst plenty of options. There's also the important house group tug-of-war, where the house captains take a grip. As usual, there's no I in team. The House Shield is about everyone at Goodwood.
I love that element of this event that gives it a real sense of community and friendly competition. Although, having said that, I imagine it gets quite fierce between the house captains, doesn't it?
It certainly does. I mean, these guys are racing drivers, let's be honest, and they love to win. And you'll see some pretty serious action out there, not least when it comes to things like the duck wrangling and the tug of war. That can get pretty nasty.
Yeah, it's not just the drivers and riders. There's something for the guests of Goodwood to get involved in as well. But no magic wands here, only incredible machines. And one person that's going to be getting stuck in with the thick of it is our reporter, Ed Foster, for the weekend. Where are you now, Ed? What's happening?
Well, thanks very much, Grace. I'm stood up on the roof overlooking the circuit to my right, and then on the left we have the assembly area, which is my home for the weekend. All the drivers, all the riders come through here before they go out on circuit, and I get to chat to them, find out what's going through their minds, and sometimes just get in the way, but you get some fantastic chats down there because the adrenaline's running high just before they go out on circuit. And then I'm going to be running down the pits the wrong way and going to Parc Fermé, which you'll be able to see just beyond the special pits that are filled with GT3 cars, and the 3 podium finishers from each race will come in there and I'll get to chat to them. And for the first time this year, we're going to have footage of their battles and dices and any moments, and we'll get to see their reactions live as they see that for the first time, which is going to be brilliant. So as always, I can't wait. Fantastic weekend. I don't care what David says. The sun always shines here at Goodwood, and I'll see you over the weekend.
Thanks, Ed. Well, we look forward to hearing from you. We can see the motorbikes are just getting lined up now for their first practice. That's something that I'm looking forward to. But David, I know the GT3s have a soft spot for you.
Yeah, it's a new thing for Members Meeting. We're going to see some fairly modern cars for Members Meeting standards. We've got GT3 cars from 2006 to 2012 in a shootout, and these fabulous cars, these Audi R8s, Mercedes, are going to be shooting out with some pretty hot drivers. Rob Huff, Andre Lotterer, and they're going to be really going for it. So I'm looking forward to that over the weekend.
Yeah, well, before we see any GT3s or any motorbikes even, we've got a few parade laps to kick us off. So let's get to our commentary team with Ben and Bruce.
Thank you very much. We are looking forward to the first actions taking place in this members meeting, the 12th running of the members meeting since recreated in 2014. It's lovely to have you with us if you're here at Goodwood in this beautiful morning or if you're watching us online. It's lovely to have your company and so much to look forward to. You're looking at some of the bikes that are getting ready for the first qualifying that will take place, the Hailwood and Sheen Trophy, which will be coming up in just a little while. And of course, they'll be qualifying in a mixture of 250 and 350cc bikes in the one category and the 750cc bikes in the other category. But they do race against each other very well, don't they, Bruce?
They really do, and diversity is very much the essence of the game. And motorbikes have always been a small element of Goodwood, but they seem to have blossomed since the members meeting really found its legs. But you know what, Ben? Walking through the gates any time at the motor circuit gets me excited. Yesterday afternoon, we were both charging around the paddock, getting up close to all the machinery and talking to the people that are going to ride, drive and even build them. And that's one of the beauties of the members meeting. And so do get in and among the paddock. It's very much a great thing to do. But it is just something everywhere you look, and it's the relaxed nature of the members meeting that makes it super special. So we've got such an array today. David Green there talking about the anticipation of the GT3 Shoot-Out. We had the sidecar Shoot-Out a few years ago. It was a massive success, and I think this is going to take it to a new level. But very shortly, these fabulous bikes, these were the ones that were racing when I was just a nipper. But you know, sometimes they stay etched on your memory, so I'm really looking forward to seeing but also hearing those 350s in particular. Ear-splitting sounds.
Yeah, they are going to be great fun, but there is so much to look forward to, as you say. Of course, we've got the SF Edge trophy for the historic cars, Edwardian cars from they've actually done it for pre-World War I now, haven't they, for this year?
Yeah, all 100 years old and more. And get this, one of the drivers in that, he is a mere 84 years old. His car is 111, so his combination is 195 years, and that is not a record, and I'm not making it up. And I think someone worked out the combined ages of the cars in the SF Edge trophy is something like 3,400 years. That's history for you.
That's really lovely. Then we're going into Gordon Murray demo a bit later on. Some beautiful Gordon Murray cars here this weekend. And then the Gordon Spice Trophy for touring cars that are going to be over 2.8 litres. What we are about to see out on track in just a moment is the Governor's Parade. And the Governors are key people involved in supporting Goodwood with some lovely cars. So we will see a mixture of cars coming out on track in just a moment. But they're not racing, unlike the competitions that I'm talking about now, like the Gordon Spice Trophy, the Gurney Cups, so sports prototypes from the early 1960s. But let's get down to... Oh, well, we won't. We will just carry on looking at what we've got to play with. So, yeah, the sports prototype 63 to 67, and then the GT3 demo and shootout that you were talking about, Bruce, because the demo is a whole batch of beautiful GT3 cars, but then later on the shootout is between a smaller group when you, as you said, some of these amazing drivers will be just putting in some of the fastest laps we've probably seen around here.
How much grain. I think the lap from that is going to be quite spicy between Alex Lynn and Will Stevens. And, you know, you put two drivers out on the track at different times, there's competition.
There is. That is going to, you're absolutely right. That's going to be mega fast around here. And for us to be able to see a current, up-to-date sports car that's going to be racing at Le Mans later on this year, it's a wonderful opportunity. Fantastic that JOTA are doing this display today.
Well, it really is, and the World Endurance Championship is going from strength to strength. The news came through this week that McLaren are going to enter a car in the future as well. Everyone is coming to play, and I would reckon this is becoming almost the greatest era ever of sports car racing, and GT3 is the support category in the World Endurance Championship. It's grown since the Stefan Rattel organisation created it as an idea, and it's just grown like Topsy, and the cars are brilliant. They're drawing a lot of attention in the paddock this morning, yesterday, everyone getting up close. So it is a mixture of ancient from the SF Edge Trophy. They'll be the second batch of vehicles going out on the circuit to qualify, but there is something for everyone, and there's so much aside. We heard David Green's probably heading off for the axe throwing, even now, get his eye in. So how's competition too?
Yeah, absolutely right. It's lovely to see so many visitors, the crowd building up already in the early hours here at Goodwood. It doesn't take long for people to come in and start to walk around seeing some of the most amazing machinery that is here.
And sun cream being applied, because you forget, it's early, your base tan isn't there for the year, but you'll be outside for a good 8 hours here today, being entertained royally. Deck chairs there, pace yourself. That's definitely an important element. And people can go out around the outside of the circuit to the great corners out the back of the circuit. St Mary's in particular, you can get towed around there behind a tractor, and Lavant, one of the key overtaking points. But so any trip around the circuit is a reward, and we know people are watching all around the world. This is the Goodwood advertisement. And so people, gosh, he's even got, look, a little viewing deck with artificial grass. See, it's all in the planning, Ben. You can't just come here empty-handed.
No, that's so impressive. What a great way to watch. That's been very well organised. Well done, sir. And some other great sitting positions. Just catching up after some very early starts for people to get here on time this morning. I can quite understand that.
Right. And right now the governor's cars are coming out onto the circuit, and what array. They're coming out onto start-finish straight. And, of course, each of the races has a governor putting their name to it. So they all have interest in different periods of cars. But, I mean, we've really got stuff from the 1930s through some of those gorgeous early 1960s models. The silver Ferrari on the right-hand side, et al. It's a Bizzarini on the outside of the front row, a 275 long-nose Ferrari on the left, and an Aston Martin DB5 in the middle. Of course, you can't have an event like this without a Bentley. We've got all of those going racing later in the day.
It's lovely to have this mixture. There's a lovely Ford Escort Mark 1 as well there, more Bentleys coming in, and then a very recent Bentley. So you're getting modern machinery as well as older machinery, and this is all part of the Governor's group, which is lovely, the Governor's Parade, and opening up an event which is only for members and Fellowship of Goodwood, of course, and it really is lovely that they've got all of these different cars. We've got the different house systems as well that we'll be looking forward to throughout the course of the weekend, when points will be scored in the various different categories, the Torbolton group, the Darnley group, the Aubigny group as well, and Methuen. And with our team captains, they'll be racing against each other quite a few times.
But it's just the joy, seeing people who are in anticipation of going out around this circuit on a beautiful sunny spring morning. The smiles are mile wide, and if anybody has not been around the circuit at Goodwood, it has such an amazing flow. Even if you're going around in road vehicles like this, like that, early Range Rover, etc., etc. It is just such a fabulous place, and we could easily at this time of year be having grey, miserable weather, but we've had an amazing spell. The circuit is looking as it was on the relaunch, the 72nd members meeting, when the daffodils planted by the tens of thousands were all out. The sky was as blue as it is today. So we will take these moments, and for the governors, it's great to have their involvement. There are the DAFs. In fact, they've already peaked a little early, one would say, with this warm spring, but it's a wonderful way for the lucky people with the governors to just get their first taste of the circuit.
Yeah, it is lovely, and it will give us a chance to have a little look around the circuit. This is a very classic circuit, of course, a track that was introduced after the Second World War, raced here very competitively between 1948 and 1966, and then was closed down, still used for testing and sprints and all sorts, but it's so lovely that nowadays we have some major events back to racing, and this is, of course, the first major event of 2025 with the members meeting, and we will be seeing them taking us around the track. So here we go, they're getting the green flag, they're not racing, they're not trying to set the fastest laps, but it will give us a nice opportunity to see this mixture of machinery and have a look at the track conditions, which will be absolutely superb today.
They really are. I mean, just look at the state of the grass down at the entrance to Madrid, the first corner. This circuit is more pristine than it ever was in period between 48 and 66. And don't forget, when it evolved from this, which was a World War II fighter base, RAF West Hampton, the attention to detail, with every year it becomes more finessed. But what has not changed is the racing circuit itself. It's still got this amazing flow to it. The first corner, of course, is not just one corner, it's two, just to make it complicated. And when you look at the circuit, that's the rear shot as the cars go through to the second part of Magic. Then you've got a bit of a chance to breathe, the run down to Ford Water, and it keeps flowing. And Ford Water is not what we call a slow corner. It's an open-ended, wonderful corner that you'd think Goodwood is flat. It is not. It starts to fall away, and those gradient changes, Ben, make a huge difference.
Yep, you're just seeing them going through into Ford Water now. So it's mostly flat out in most cars, although there are some very super fast big V8s that we will be enjoying later on that might have to just give a little lift. But normally it is flat out through the right-hander at Ford Water. And then they'll be heading down towards St Mary's, where it is a right and left. And always a little bit of a tricky one on the exit. You've got to use all the road on the exit, but it goes slightly off camber too. And you can just see this on our shot at the moment. As you go right out to the outside, it's easy to run onto the grass if you get it a bit wrong.
And the last thing you need to do there is panic. If you're on the grass, try and keep it in a straight line. Do not bring it back onto the circuit or you'll loop around. Then you come up a very slight rise to one of the best overtaking points on the circuit. Right here, right now. That's Lavant Corner. Fabulous Bentley going through there. But of course, like Madgwick, the first corner, it's two corners. Now, the second part of Lavant, if you haven't got the overtaking right at the first part, you might have a chance in the second. And then we move on to the Lavant straight. That is one thing it isn't. It's not straight. There's a kink in the middle.
Absolutely right. But as you say, overtaking into Lavant is quite common, but then also overtaking down this straight, even though there is a curve, they're just going through that curve, very flat out curve, but then they're coming down to the Woodcote corner, which is again a double apex effectively. It's funny how we have these three double apex corners at Goodwood.
It is, and also when you've got multi-class competition here, you have some cars that can brake so much later, so a car with more power can blast away from Lavant down the straight, and of course that then funnels down, it becomes narrow just at the point you're turning in. Brilliant points to watch around the circuit. There's a spectator banking. In the background is Woodcote. And here's the chicane, and daffodils may be beautiful, but if you're getting it wrong into the chicane, suddenly that wall in front of you becomes very large indeed.
It does, that's right. And you do not want to clip that wall at all. Hopefully it wouldn't do too much damage, but you could get into trouble. There are penalties if you clip that wall too much. So, yeah, it's important to get that right. So the Governor's Parade, they've done a lap. Are they going to get a second lap around? They may well do by the looks of things. And it is such a gorgeous morning for this mixture of cars and governors to come out on circuit. And you can see it's a real kind of family thing. We've got some real family groups in some of these cars, some beautiful machinery, the Ferraris, Aston Martins. It's just sort of giving us a little taste of some of the glorious machinery we are going to see throughout the whole weekend.
Yes, and the circuit, of course, you don't have to be a racing driver to come here. You can come and do days on the circuit with some exquisite machinery. So if you're interested, if this is whetting your appetite, if you want to tick off another circuit, but I would suggest of almost all the circuits in Britain, this does not have modern motor racing, but it still has a beating heart, and it is a fantastic place. You really benefit from a lap around Goodwood. So do take a look at the Goodwood website. You may find things that entice you in, but right here, right now, the Governor's taking friends, family, and very lucky individuals out around in this spring sunshine.
Yeah, it is glorious. They're going back round the Madgwick corner once again. As we mentioned, a corner where you need to take both apexes, the second one particularly a little bit more tightly, but as you can see, those track conditions are just about perfect, and we're going to be seeing plenty of action and some proper qualifying coming up relatively soon, although we'll be seeing a display coming up in just a few moments time of the Alpine cars. Alpine involved in supporting Goodwood, and it will be lovely to see a lot of Alpines out there from customers who bought Alpines over the years. So that's what we're going to be seeing next out on track, and then we will see that first motorbike qualifying session coming up soon after that. Later on today, by the way, Bruce, one of the things that we are also very much looking forward to is celebrating the first ever Grand Prix win that Ayrton Senna made, and it'll be his nephew Bruno Senna who's going to be driving the actual car that he won at Portugal in, so that's going to be a special time as well.
It's gone by in an absolute flash, 1985 to wherever we are now. But the Lotus 97T still looks unbelievably evocative. But I honestly say, these days, the Grand Prix would not have been run in the conditions. It was streaming wet at Estoril. Ayrton Senna had one point, he said he might as well have taken his hands off the wheel. He was not in control of the car, but it came back to the black stuff. He lapped almost the entire field. People knew he was outstanding, but that was the one that he really, really put his marker down. His first win, of course, the world titles followed, but very, very special. And having Bruno, who's so dignified, eloquent, elegant, with that same helmet design, it's just going to look perfect.
It is going to look perfect, yeah. It's going to look absolutely great. Of course, very many famous drivers will be here this weekend, competing in various different categories, and it's lovely to have that sort of mixture of top quality drivers who've got such history of racing around this track, but also have come from maybe many winners of Le Mans, for example, winners of British Touring Car Championships. It really is lovely to see some top level drivers.
We do, and some people come here just for a try and they get the bug. Andre Lotter I'll pick out, reigning World Endurance Champion, and great things, a decade and more ago. But as soon as he came here to Goodwood, he started buying cars to come and enter in his own right. He was sitting in the paddock yesterday, and I just saw him, he's looking at other cars and just going, I like that, I want to experience that. And some people really get this element of the toy box being opened and dipping in and finding something from an earlier period, before when they were little, and learning to love it. Andre, a shining example, and Frank Stippler as well. He comes here, the contemporary racer in GT3s, probably the king of the Nürburgring Nordschleife in a GT3 car. He's here, he's won outstanding series of races here. So the
Tom
governor,
Christensen as well, of course.
9 times Le Mans winner,
Yeah.
Mr. Le Mans, and he famously, when he comes to Goodwood, doesn't like to sit in the car until he goes out for the first session. Doesn't want any practice, he'll get there, and over the years he's delivered time and time again. Cream rises to the top.
Yeah, and we'll see a lot of the stars in the Gordon Spice Race 1, and we'll see them out in qualifying today, relatively early on. So that's going to be a lot to look forward to, and that was the Governor's Parade. So just seeing some of those gorgeous cars that are owned or run by people who have been very involved in setting Goodwood up from the early days of getting it back to competition, and it's so wonderful that it has been achieved. Of course, it was the early 1990s when the Festival of Speed got going, 1993, but it took a little bit longer for this to get underway as racing around the Goodwood circuit. But now we have these remarkable weekends, both the members meeting at this time of year, and then in September, the revival.
Yeah, and what a way to launch it, though, looking at the sheer array of cars out. The Governor's cars out there, from the Rolls-Royce Corniche looking as elegant today, and the DB5 Aston Martin. Well, of course, that is a design that stands the test of time. The ISO out there, the Bizzarini, and a chance for the Governors, very, very involved with the meeting, to take their favourite cars around the circuit and their favourite people, family members or otherwise. And the fact it's spring sunshine, the deck chairs already occupied, the banks all around this fabulous circuit, packed with people absolutely keyed up for 2 days of amazing racing action. So we'll take the sunshine, we'll take the spring, and most certainly we'll take these amazing machines.
We certainly will. Yeah, it's going to be great fun to enjoy. So that's our first little session of the day, but there's plenty more to come on this first day of the members meeting.
Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing, and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Morris is right up into the lead again. Can he find a way through? It's going to be over the line, side by side.
So here we are with one of our first demos going out right now on track. And these are the Alpines, the Alpine cars out on track. And many of these are customers who have bought Alpines and thoroughly enjoying them. Of course, the Alpine launched by Jean Redel in the mid-1950s and then in the late 1960s, early 1970s, having all sorts of success, both in rallying and on racetracks as well. And then in modern times, of course, the Alpine has become an incredibly supported and a popular road car. Beautiful to have. Let me tell you, I've been joined by two key people from Alpine, the managing director, Nick Birdman. Nick, it's lovely to have you with us.
Thank you.
And really great. And Jim Holder, who's PR for Renault and Alpine, so you can tell me all sorts of stories about what's going on. Nick, this it's a lovely collection of cars that we're about to see going around the track, from the modern, right up on the front end here, to some of the older ones just behind.
Yeah, it's fantastic to be here with Alpine again for the second year, and this is our 70th anniversary, so we're pleased to be able to show the range of cars that we've produced since 1955. Leading the pack, we've got the A290s, our first electric hot hatch, and then behind them you can see a range of A110 and the Berlinettes from the 70s and everything in between. So it really is a fantastic demonstration and should be great for everyone to see.
Yeah, now, and you know Goodwood well, don't you? Because you've raced here in the past.
I have to say, I feel a lot more comfortable in the car on the track than I do commentating. So this is a first, and yeah, I love the Goodwood circuit. It is fantastic to drive, and the experience here is unbelievable.
No, it is remarkable. And Jim, great to have you with us as well. It is a beautiful day here that we've got at Goodwood. So for all these Alpine drivers who are about to go and do a few laps, it couldn't be better, really, could it?
This is the dream scenario, isn't it, to own one of these incredible cars and be invited to an incredible event like this and be able to take it round for those laps and really showcase the DNA that makes Alpine that bit different. Alpine is a brand that's born out of racing and rallying. It has always put lightweight philosophy above all else and agility of its vehicles, so it's very, very different to many of its competitors. And those philosophies remain true to this day. You'll see the A290 at the front and the A110, the vehicles that are on sale at the moment. And they are famed for those incredible dynamics. And of course, it's great to see the new era coming through and the awards starting to come for the A290 now, just crowned recently the Autocar Hot Hatch champion. So we're thrilled to be able to showcase it.
It is lovely, but let's look at one of the early ones that had so much success in the early years. I mean, this was what kind of got things going for Alpine, wasn't it, with the success they had with these?
Yeah, so what you can see on the screen are the A110 Berlinettes. So they really started our motorsport success. They were successful in multiple rallies, including the Monte Carlo, and really set the standard for Alpine moving forwards. They've been driven by some amazing drivers, including the world-famous Michel Mouton, and really have inspired everything since. So yeah, they are really special vehicles.
Absolutely. Multiple Monte Carlo wins, winning the World Rally Championship in 1973, European Sports Car Championship in 1974. So the mixture for Alpine was remarkable in that late 60s, early 70s time, and amazingly created as well by the man who put it all together originally. But of course, very, very much a part of Renault. And I noticed that Renault were actually backing Alpine before they came together in the mid-70s, because there was all a bit a difficult financial time with the fuel systems and all that. But they were already sponsored by Renault, weren't they?
Yeah, the brands have been linked right since the very beginning. So Jean Redel learnt to rally in a Renault 4 CV. We have one on display by the Goodwood shop. And that started the sort of intertwining of the two brands. It's always been a relationship that's carried on to this day. Renault did come in and take over Alpine in the 70s, and then has reinvested in the brand, bringing it back in 2017 with the A110, and now with the future products that we've got coming. So it is a very entwined relationship between Renault and Alpine.
Yeah, and the cars are on their way now for the beginning of this parade, all the different Alpines going out there. And I should imagine that for some of these drivers, Jim, it must be a lovely opportunity for them, because for them to drive around Goodwood in their ongoing road car must be a lovely experience.
Yeah, I think one of the real beauties of the Alpine brand is that you buy into it and you're part of it. So for us to be able to give people the opportunity to get on track in their own cars and enjoy them in such an incredible atmosphere and at such an incredible venue really is a super opportunity. And of course, as the brand grows, it's important that we bring all of these owners along with us. They are absolutely part of the company history and part of the enthusiasm that carries us forward. You know, ultimately, Alpine as a brand, it started in that sort of garagiste ethos, and Jean Redelet built it up. You know, he took on the big manufacturer teams. He proved he could beat them at their own game. He partnered with Renault and kept growing that brand. That sort of one man's vision really has kept going till this day, and of course is now under the Renault umbrella and building its own brand and turning into its own mark. It's an incredible story that's still growing.
Absolutely, and of course the name we know well in Formula One as well, don't we? And ups and downs, of course, all the time in Formula One. But it's lovely to see the Alpine name out as part of it.
Yeah, I mean, Formula One is such an amazing sport to be involved in. It's the newest, I guess, addition to Alpine in terms of motorsport, even though we've been in it for a few years now. Every race is different. The two drivers that we have are really learning to get to drive together, and I'm looking forward very much to seeing how the year progresses for Alpine in F1, and I'm sure we will see a lot of excitement in the future.
Oh yes, no, it's definitely going to be an interesting time with this brand. We've also got a new car coming fairly soon, haven't we? The A390. Tell us a bit more about that.
Yeah, it seems with Alpine, we've only just launched the A290, which is at the front of the parade in front of us, and we're already starting to talk about the A390, which is going to be revealed in Dieppe in May, which is the heartland of Alpine. The 390 is, we're calling it a sport fastback. It's a racing car in a suit. And of course, we've already tested it on a track, and it performs at the same level as an A110. So it's going to be something really quite surprising, I think, for people to see from us, and different from what we've done in the past.
And Jim, presumably with that new car being launched in May, we'll see more of it at some of the Goodwood events later on this year, will we?
Well, I'm not sure how much I can say, but absolutely, you would expect to see any new car coming to all the marquee events. So absolutely, Alpine will be at the Festival of Speed and the Revival.
Great.
And we will be bringing stories to every single Goodwood, because we do feel that absolute synergy between the brand and the Goodwood brand, that racing DNA.
Yes, there seems to be quite a connection between Alpine and Goodwood these days, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think really Alpine belongs at this type of event and on this type of circuit. It really suits the circuit, the car with its lightness and its dynamic abilities on this type of track. It really feels at home. So yeah, you'll see a lot of Alpine at all of the Goodwood events this year and hopefully in many future years.
The Alpine was recreated in 2017 when it all came together with the A110, and so many of them out on the track now. The 110 is so many of them on the circuit with their customers at the wheel, and they're all taking it nice and steady, and you can see that quite often the passengers are taking some beautiful photographs. They're going to remember this for many years, aren't they?
I think it's putting a smile on everybody's faces, actually. Certainly from me sitting here seeing all of these Alpines together, it's really giving me a good feeling, and I'm pleased that all of the owners have supported us to bring this together and are driving the cars on track and experiencing some of the magic of Goodwood.
Yeah, it is a very, very special day, there's no doubt about it. So much to look forward to, with more competition coming up later, but the demonstrations also giving us a lovely chance. Over the years, Jim, this car has been reviewed so well, hasn't it? By journalists. I've read quite a few of the reports that have been written, and they've always come across very, very well.
Yeah, it's a very rare car that, from the entry-level model through to the really fast.
Yeah, they've got
versions.
more and more powerful, haven't they?
Yeah, so today I think out on track you'll see some A110Rs, A110R Le Mans editions, and then out the front, as Nick said earlier, we've got the Ultime, which is the truly ultimate version of the A110 that's going to be sold later this year on display. But these cars, whichever one you look at, whichever one takes your fancy, and there's many different ingredients in there, these are cars that land 5-star reviews over and over again, and have a real place in the history of the car, because they are a sort of peak version of that light, agile sports car that will soon, change with the changing of the times.
Indeed, going a lot more electric, of course. But that, as you say, that our Ultime, which is on display here, pretty impressive. 345 brake horsepower. I was looking at, and 0 to 60 in around 3.8 seconds. So very, very rapid.
Yeah, the Ultime is a pretty special car. There's only 110 of them being made, and very, very few right-hand drive. So if you do get the chance, pop over to the Aerodrome Hospitality and take a look at the car on display outside, and see really what we can bring into the A110. We're also not just focusing on the A110 and electric. We're working on hydrogen combustion car in the future. So have a look online at the Alpenglow to see some of the future cars we're bringing, and that really is something a bit different from everything we're seeing here today. That's
a very good point, actually, that Alpine are getting involved in the hydrogen combustion, because that is something that is being talked about a little bit more and more. And so looking at running the 3.5-litre V6 bi-turbo engine developed by Alpine, but for hydrogen combustion, and they'll be looking at a power of 740 horsepower from it. That's remarkable. I mean, and to have it hydrogen powered, I think there's a lot of interest in hydrogen power for many of the fans here at Goodwood, actually, as well, because at the end of the day, the noise of engines does matter to a lot of people.
Yeah, absolutely. There's two sort of lines with hydrogen. One is battery hydrogen, but we're pursuing combustion hydrogen.
Yes.
And of course, the beauty of that is that it comes with sound. And for a lot of people, that sort of excitement that comes with the sound of a racing car would be something that would undermine their love of motorsport if it wasn't there. And Alpine very much is about loving motorsport. So absolutely, we're looking at that technology, and we want to see if it's possible for future road cars as well. So there is a real link between this concept car that we displayed here last year. We will be displaying it at other times throughout this year, and it's now a moving prototype, and we'll see where it takes us into the future.
Yeah, no, that will be a fascinating time, won't it?
It is. It's going to be very exciting, and I certainly think the opportunities with the hydrogen car in our motorsport experiences with Le Mans and the endurance racing is definitely a future avenue for us. So one to watch out for sure.
Great stuff. Well, the cars are heading around on their second and final lap before we get into the next session, when we'll see the bikes coming out on track for qualifying. But this is really very enjoyable, seeing such a beautiful collection of Alpines, so many of them just customers who bought these cars and got this opportunity. What a chance, what an opportunity they got to actually drive around Goodwood at the beginning of the members meeting on a beautiful day like this. A very, very special day, and in between some of the real classic cars that are also extremely successful in historic racing, as they were in period as well in those late 1960s and early 1970s. So it's lovely to enjoy seeing them out on track and being led around by some of the latest electric powered machinery as well. The Alpine in the UK, of course, supported by Renault in France, but it has grown a lot, hasn't it? Nick, you've been managing director now for what, nearly 2 years, and it seems to be developing more and more.
Yeah, I've been luckily involved in the brand for 2 years, and long may that continue. And the brand is definitely growing. The owners in the UK are really passionate. We have a really strong community on social media, and everybody wants to see the brand grow and develop. The A290 is our next opportunity to do that, and then we have the 390 after that one. And then beyond that, we've got more cars coming. So it's going to be a really exciting time for Alpine, continually developing, continually evolving the cars, continually pushing the boundaries, looking at new technologies, like we've talked about hydrogen, we're looking at electric, and let's see where it takes us. But it's an exciting time to be involved in the brand.
Absolutely, and it's lovely how the way that cars have been created with that memory of how they were in the 1960s and 70s as well, and it's worked very, very effectively, and it's lovely to enjoy the mix of machinery out here on the Goodwood circuit this morning. So much to look forward to over the course of the rest of the weekend, though. What about you, Nick? What are you looking forward to, apart from just enjoying, of course, the Alpines, very much your thing, but what else are you looking forward to this weekend?
Well, of course, the racing. And I have to say, I've picked out some of the races I'm going to watch.
Good.
The Gordon, the Spicer Trophy. Gordon Shedden is driving a car. He's one of our Alpine ambassadors, so I will be cheering him on. And the Edwardian cars. I mean, how often do you see cars of that era going around a circuit like Goodwood and really pushing the boundaries? It is going to be a spectacle.
They get an amazing entry of cars here. It really is very impressive, and the fact that they're basically going to all the cars from pre-1918 is impressive. Looks like we might have a little bit of a problem for somebody. One of the older, that's one of the 1970s Alpines that's not running quite as well as it would like to be, maybe. Hazard lights flashing. Let's hope they can get it running. But of course, if it needs recovery, it can be done. The marshals here at Goodwood are always doing a fantastic job, and if it just needs a little tow back, then it will be done very, very efficiently, I'm sure. The car's all being sent back to the parking area now, and if you do want to have a wander around and have a look at them, there will be a good opportunity to do that, won't there?
Yes, take a look at the car park. There's 70 cars on track. There's more in the car park. And outside the Goodwood shop, we have 6 cars from all of the eras, all in Alpine blue, that you can take a look at with some information about them and how the brand started. So take a look at everything that we have around the track.
Lovely, good stuff. Well, let's just take a little look back at some of those cars heading around the circuit. And this was our first Alpine demo of the day. So there we are, just seeing some lovely views as passengers also getting some great shots. Some of the older cars and plenty of the recent cars as well. A little wave from the marshals. So yeah, really good to see that. So we're getting ready now for the first of the qualifying systems that's going to be coming out, the Halewood Trophy. And let's go and join Grace and James as they get ready to see the bikes going out.
The motorcycle fixture at Goodwood Members Meeting is the Halewood Trophy, named after 9 times world champion and 14-time TT winner Mike Halewood. Now, I'm joined by one of our commentary team, James Hayden. You'll be commentating on the bike racing. You looking forward to this members meeting?
Yeah, very much. I mean, firstly, we've got the weather, which is always brilliant, and actually this track in these conditions, superb.
Yeah.
So we've got 2 classes in one here in this race. Obviously, we've got the Halewood Trophy. Now, these are Grand Prix motorcycles, 250s and 350s. We've got one behind us, Glenn English's bike, and they're from 73 to 83. Now, the pick of the bunch is this model here, the TZ350G.
Yeah,
now,
got a good example here, so tell us a bit about it.
Yeah, well, it's a parallel twin, 350cc, and this will do the winning. Last year, they won both races, and they were a couple of seconds quicker than the other class, and they're really lightweight, really nimble, wonderful things to ride. You've got to watch, they've got a bit of a power band, so sort of below 7, 7.5, they don't go. You've got to keep it singing between 8 and 11. That's the real sort of sweet zone. But they're lovely, they're little scalpel sharp things and beautiful to ride.
And you're going to hear these before you see them,
yeah,
aren't
that's
you?
it, being those 2 strokes, you've got that real sort of zippy bark to them.
Yeah.
But lovely, lovely things. As I say, this G is the model that will do the winning. 9 out of the 16 bikes are TZ350Gs, so, and this will be one of the leaders. And then if we go next door...
So we've got the larger capacity machines that will be in the Sheen Trophy, is
that's
that right?
Right, yeah. So this is one of the Sheen Trophy bikes. So these are Formula 750 bikes, which were basically the precursor to the super bikes that we know today. This is an RPS Trident, so it's got the triple engine from Triumph, 750cc. You'll also see the Rob North Tridents. There's a bigger range and some really big names in it, and these are obviously that bit heavier. They've got more power, but they're heavier to get about, and they're normally about a second and a half slower than the lighter Grand Prix motorcycles. But again, they're sort of lovely things. And interestingly, we should maybe see a really good battle. So we shall see.
It'll be interesting seeing both of these types of machines out on the track together, and plus with a Le Mans style start, it just makes for an incredible race, doesn't it?
It does indeed. I actually can't wait.
Well, practice will soon be getting underway, so we'll let James get back to the commentary box and we'll see you out there on track.
Trophy, all three fighting. Atkinson up the inside, number one, but watch out!
So we're getting all set for the qualifying for the Hailwood Trophy featuring the Sheen Trophy. The bikes are all set to come out onto the circuit, and this is lovely to see. 7th time at Goodwood, 4th time with in 2 parts with the 250 and 350 GP bikes from pre-1984 versus the F750 bikes from pre-1973. So really, really good to look forward to this. James Hayden is alongside me now, having been having a good wander around and talking to some of the riders as well. James, it's perfect morning. We could be seeing some fun in the practice going out in just a moment.
Yeah, very much. I mean, the conditions are ideal. It's beautiful conditions to be racing a motorcycle around this wonderful circuit. And like you say, we've got a really nice sort of mix of motorcycles. You've got these Grand Prix, these light 250, 350cc 2-strokes mixed with the bigger 750 4-strokes. And we've got some great names out there. Many people know, Michael Rutter, 29 times BSB winner, multiple TT winner. We've got some couple of other lads from British Superbikes, Luke Hedger, Levi Day, and then we've got some of the real classic, top classic riders, your likes of Michael Russell, Graham Higlett, etc. Just to name a few. But we've got a really nice selection out there, and looking forward to seeing them out on track. We're just having a look at the Spondon Yamaha TZ350. He's a little last moment, hopefully not panic, but something seems to be going on there with it. You often see, yeah, it is sod's law right at the start, but it looks like he's still got a bit of time. As we look down, we can also see some of the Honda 33, the Honda CB750.
It always amazes me that the balance between 250s and 350s, and then, as you say, the F750s. They're very quick down the straights, but we get actually good races between them. It is usually the 350s that tend to win, but often you do get the F750s right in the mix there. Andy Hornby's done very well, although he had a bit of bad luck last year.
Yeah.
So we've got this mix, haven't we?
We have indeed, yeah. I mean, the 350s and the 250s, obviously, they're a bit lighter. They keep them singing, so they're just that bit more manoeuvrability. They're easier to place on the track, and they've got a really nice balance of kind of power and weight, so they're kind of quite easy to grab by the scruff of the neck when you know how to ride them. And the F750s, which eventually became super bikes, they are bigger, they're heavier, they take a bit more riding, but again, they're really sort of really nice things. There isn't a lot in it, because as you say, they're a little bit quicker, a little bit faster, but then they're a bit heavier, so it is one of those ones. But a good rider, we just have a look at Levi Day there, but a good rider, really, getting his irons, should be able to compete on both.
Well, there's a chance for us to catch up with one or two. Let's go down and hear from Michael Rutter with Ed.
Michael, I'm reliably informed that a 750 should not be as fast as a 350, but with you on it, it may well be.
Probably not. No, this. Hadley on it. I rode it last year, and I think I had a 4th or 5th position on it. So it's good, but it's when you get with the 350 Yamahas, they just clear off. They're just good riders on good bikes, and you got no answer for them. But this bike's dead original, and that's why we come and do it and have a bit of fun. And sun's out, so yeah, looking forward to it.
And they're very short races, aren't they? So I guess kind of one mistake and you lose a lot of places.
Yeah, exactly. You need to have a good start here and get away with the pack, especially slipstreaming down the back straight. It's very important just to get on them in those first few laps, because that's it. Then otherwise you're tailing off.
So find someone like Dan Jackson's frame and tuck in behind him.
That's it. Someone big.
Enjoy it.
Thank you. Cheers. Bye.
Lovely to hear from Michael Rutter. As you said, 29 British Superbike wins over his years, and also most wins at Macau on 2 wheels. He's had a remarkable success. 9 wins on Hondas and Ducatis at Macau over his career.
Yeah, no, he's an absolute roadmeister and short circuit meister. We're looking at Dan Jackson there, 55. Now he could be one of the men absolutely competing for the overall honours here today. He was on the podium twice last year and looks really good. He is a big rider, but he tucks in super well on that lovely TZ350. Again, that's a G 1918 model. Looking around the track, and as you say, what marvellous conditions.
Yeah, as you say, Dan was second last year, wasn't he? Phil Atkinson was actually the winner last year. He's not competing, but Michael Rutter did win. He took pole in 2023, but it was Scott Carson who took the outright victory. So we'll be keeping an eye on some of these riders who are incredibly talented. You're a very talented rider too. I know sometimes you want to go back to racing here at Goodwood, but it's lovely to have you with us in the combox this time, so you can tell us all about it.
Yeah, well, it's not often, these days, sort of doing the comms on BSB and stuff, you don't feel like it. When you come to Goodwood, it is sort of slightly different. It's
slightly more relaxed, isn't it?
Exactly, that's it. And
even though you're up against some big rivals, but you're a great rival, so you can have fun out there.
Absolutely, very much. But it's it's really good. And I think Ed's going to have a word with Dan Jackson now.
Yeah, let's go back down and hear from Dan.
Dan Jackson, it's a fantastic morning for motorcycles. Now, during COVID, most people baked bread, but you rebuilt this. What a machine.
Fantastic. Yeah, no, COVID was 5 years ago already. Dad and I spent the time in the garage building it together, father and son, a bit like when I first started racing all them years ago. And we rebuilt this lovely 1980 TZ350 with a Harris frame. And yeah, we brought it to Goodwood a few times. We've had some success, and hopefully in this sunshine today we can have a repeat of that.
You've had a lot of success on historic bikes, especially here at Goodwood. What's the secret to a good lap here on a bike?
Normally corner speed, which, given my height, I'm too big for a bike. I've always been one for corner speed, and with some of the fast turns we've got here, turn 1, and especially out the back through the S's as well, it's where I tend to find some advantage, but let's see.
And just finally, there's a bump halfway through Madrick. I guess you're cranked over on that bump. Is that a bit of a nightmare? Because it the suspension's not going to be working if you're cranked over.
Yeah, we have to be a bit careful because it can lift the back up a little bit. And of course, we're trying to get on the throttle and feed it in to get a run onto that straight. And it can light the rear wheel up like Levi's had a couple of times a few years ago when we were having a good old race. But yeah, fingers crossed, we should be all right. It's lovely and warm today. Let's hope this sunshine continues and off we go.
Enjoy.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Great to hear from Dan Jackson. So he's had good success, but he's very honest about how it is to be out there. But keep an eye on that number 55 because he will definitely be one of the front runners, won't he?
Yeah, 100%. You know, he's probably my tip if you were going for it right now. Lovely motorcycle as well, as you can see, rebuilt. And a lot of those 350s, they did suffer from a little bit of headstock cracking. So you see, like his has a Harris frame. Some guys have got Spondon frames, Manxton frames. So that's why you see some of them sort of relabeled with a different name in front. They're still 350s, but they've just got a slightly different chassis.
Okay, well that's a good point. Getting ready to come out is Levi Day, number 37, so definitely another one of the front runners. He won in 2021, he's had several podiums here, and we will see how it all goes. He's a drummer as well. When he's not riding his bike, he loves drumming. So, but he's going to be giving a good go on the bike today.
Yeah, very much. I mean, all these guys loving it. You know, there's no pressure as there is in there's sort of their day job at BSB or whatever, so they can come, they can have a really good go. And don't get me wrong, they all want to win.
Yeah.
They're racers, but to come out and ride on this track like this today is lovely.
Here we go then. So out onto the circuit for our first qualifying of this members meeting event at Goodwood on a beautiful Saturday, and the motorbikes that are competing in the Halewood Trophy and the Sheen Trophy. So the Halewood Trophy means the 250 and 350cc bikes, and then the Sheen Trophy is for the F750 motorbikes that were made pre-73, the 250s and 350s up to 1984, so slightly younger machinery. And you're just looking at, that's one of the Sheen bikes we were just looking at, the number 12. That's the Rob North BSA Rocket 3 with Dominic Vessi behind the wheel, and but it's a real mixture. You're seeing the Triumph T150, number 50. That's Graham Higlett, and Graham's done very well here in the past.
Yeah, Graham is in the F750 class, definitely one of the men to watch. You know, he'll be really up there along with sort of Russell, and beautifully prepared motorcycles as well. When you're looking around, some of those really just jump out as being super smart.
Now, James, you've competed here at Goodwood. Talk us around the track a little bit in terms of what it's like on two wheels rather than four wheels. What is this track like to compete on?
It's absolutely fantastic. It's old school, as in it's open, it's fast, but that's half the fun. These things are, especially these Grand Prix bikes, they're a little bit quicker, so you've got to be very precise with it, but it's about running corner speed. And so much of it, it's much more important to get your exit. So you've just got to counterbalance that, not rushing in too much, but carrying enough speed, but getting your line, because it's all about keeping that speed, keeping the bike flowing and firing it out the next straight.
The chicane is virtually the slowest corner, isn't it? You've really got to, and that change of direction, you've got to work on that, but you've got to get the speed out of it.
It is, again, that's the whole point. So you don't want to go in too quick, you've just got to discipline yourself to get it turned so you can get it up on the tyre and fire it out.
So at the moment, just keeping a little eye on the RBS Triumph Trident T150, Michael Russell, that is the number 68, and chasing after one of the Yamaha 350s, Jamie O'Brien, just up ahead of him. We've got a bit of a signal showing that there could be a bit of a problem there for Mark Taylor on the 750cc Norton. Wonder what's going on.
Yeah, I don't know. He's obviously got...
Or is he just getting a space?
Maybe he was. Obviously, the guy's no tyre warmer, so you've just got to take a couple of laps just to get your tyres up to temperature. No, he's coming in, so nothing obvious, thankfully. He doesn't seem to be dropping or anything, so...
At least
he's got some problem. He's got an amazing sort of fleckily full retro 70s paint job when you look at it closely as well, this motorcycle. It's got one of the Steve Manning engine in it, which is one of only 3 Works Norton engines that were put in, and it's actually a Titmarsh Mark II, which is basically a copy of a C chassis. They bought the jigs.
Okay, well, let's hope that there isn't a major problem. And it is running. I mean, sometimes the poor guys have to pull off on track if something goes wrong, but he has managed to bring it back into the pits. A couple more, or one more coming in there. That's the number 15.
Yeah, and you saw just behind him was Glenn English. English is fastest at the moment. We'll see what he does when he got held up a little bit there with the man coming off 1:37.3. He's the first man to set a time on his TZ350G. A very, very well-known classic racer. He's always been thereabouts, whether it be at the revival, whether it be here at the members meeting. Behind him is Jackson again, then Levi Day, and then Bain, then English. So all the names you'd expect, and so far all the 350s.
Yeah.
It always takes a little while to get your head back into Goodwood though as you get going. It's not a circuit you can kind of just leap at. You know, it's just letting those brakes off a little bit earlier, running it through. We're having a look here at Michael Russell. Again, he's going to be a man that's absolutely competing. Fantastic. It's a beautiful, this Richard Peckett special Triumph Trident 750cc triple, and Michael riding it in that lovely style of his.
Yeah, and he's on another quick lap actually at the moment. In sector 1, he's just gone even quicker, so he's already set a pace right now, which is nearly 2.5 seconds faster than anybody else. He's obviously on it straight away. Some of the others will be building it up a bit more gradually, but he's on it straight away, and he's fastest in the second sector as well. So it's going very well these couple of laps.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we looked at last year, qualifying was the quickest lap in qualifying was a 1:28.1. Set by Graham Higlett on the Rob North Tridents, and this is certainly going to be, this is going to be pushing it to see. Well, we'll have a little look. Is he going to get into probably the 31 maybe 29.0? So he's taken 4 seconds off on that lap, and we're expecting fast lap times because conditions are lovely. But that's really, he is getting going. He's 4 seconds quicker than Glenn English, the man we're looking at there on the 350. So. And actually, he's chasing him. I didn't actually realise that. So Russell has got the perfect toe. Glenn English is in front of him there on the 315. If you look in the behind, you can just see Russell there. So he's able to gauge him and use him, and look at him just taking a bit of time out as we come through here. And again, just rolling it through, and actually might have got the inside. Look, it's a lot quicker. Yeah.
That is amazing, and you have to say the F750 is certainly looking to be the quickest machine right now. Michael Russell on this Triumph Trident with its 3-cylinder 750 is working so well. He's getting such speed, and it's not just in a straight line with the power. He's going quick through the corners as well.
He is. He's absolutely flying. He's certainly got out of his bed on the right side today. It's unusual that we're seeing the F750s with this sort of advantage.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it'll be nice to see. I mean, Glenn English has got the perfect position now himself, so he's got something to aim at in Russell. But Russell gliding it through, lovely, using all the road and then coming back down. He's got a bit of traffic ahead, but what's he going to do on this lap? As he crosses the line of 1:27.4, so that is faster than last year's. That's 0.7 of a second quicker than last year's qualifying time. So Russell is absolutely flying.
Absolutely. We have seen some poles from the F750s before. Andy Hornby had it in 2022, and actually Michael Rutter on the Hadley Honda had it in 2023. But sometimes it can be more an advantage in qualifying than it can be in the race for some reason. But we shall see how that goes, because his pace at the moment is just dramatically quicker than anybody else. Levi Day, now he's currently 4th, actually just been pushed down to 4th fastest. So we've just seen that heading up a little bit now is Dan Jackson in 2nd place.
Yeah,
and we've also got a decent run as well from Jeffrey Vermeulen, haven't we?
Yeah, again, he's on one of the other F750s, and you're just starting to see the other guys come in, as you say. Jackson, he's taken off a few seconds on that last lap, and as we just have a look at Levi Day, who's just going up the inside, and for a lot of these guys, just feeling that probably no one knows this circuit. With the Rutter, Russell, they come here for all the races, where some of these guys, they only come here once a year, and so it is a circuit that you build into. As we see one of the Harley Davidson XR 750 TT bikes just having a little problem there. They can be a little bit temperamental. This is Jackson, so we'll keep an eye on him as he comes in. This is on the Harris TZ350G, so he is 2nd at the moment. He did a 1:30.9 on the last lap, And let's have a little look as he comes across the line. 129.2, so he's getting there now. That is the Harley Davidson, unfortunately, it's come to stop. But there's Duncan Fitchett as well, who's...
It's O'Brien who's stopped, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, no, sorry, yes, you're right, yes, yeah. Sinclair, actually, it is, who's come to a stop, so that's a bit of a shame. Whether, can he get it running? No, I think he's just going to pull it out of the way, isn't he?
Get it off the line.
Oh, it's a shame. The gap has come down a little bit, as you say, 1.7 seconds between the top two at the moment.
Yeah, Higlett as well. Now we're looking at Michael Rutter. This is the Hadley Honda CB750, made famous by Julian Soper. And Michael will be absolutely getting that best out of it. He really enjoys riding this bike.
Well, we'll see, yes, how he's going to gain some time here. Currently in 11th place, but certainly putting together some quicker laps now. So Michael Rutter, who's had so much success in the past, this is the one and only Hadley Honda, raced up until 1972. Julian Soper, the original rider of it, and it competed also in British events in the early 1970s. Let's see what this lap is like.
126.5 for Russell there, so that's another really good chunk. Rutter jumped up 131.7, so you know that is he's improved a lot. Rutter jumping up to 6th. Higlett's up there in 3rd, Vermeulen in 4th as well. So the two strokes not having it all their way today.
No, not yet, but it is all getting quite close up at the top end, no doubt about it. But as you say, Rutter making that good improvement on the lap that we were watching, up into 6th place, and just down in 9th place at the moment, Andy Hornby, who's usually very quick around this track and has taken lots of victories in the Sheen class. But Andy in the RPS Triumph Trident is currently down there a little bit in 9th position, so he'll be hoping to gain a little bit more pace, some 7 seconds off at this stage. Let's have a little look at a replay here.
This is Levi Day on the TZ350. Oh,
that was close.
Whew.
Wow.
Just wasn't expecting the rider in front to stay quite as long on that line and rides the grass, but he gets away with it.
Yeah, this is while the grass is dry at the moment, probably, isn't it? It does help when it's when something like that occurs.
Yeah, very much.
So there we are. There we're looking still at number 68, going the fastest of all. Michael Russell doing a fantastic job. 26.505 was his previous lap. He's got a few bikes he's going past now, so he's lost a bit on that last lap. Did a 128.5. Still a good time, but he is 2.7 seconds ahead of everybody else.
Yeah, which is unbelievable, really. He's got a bit of clear track on himself now, though. But Michael Russell, obviously his father's in the race as well, and his mother Sally, you know, big organisers and helpers in this, Gordon and Sally, and getting these races out here with the right bikes and the right people on the back. It's a real family effort, and Michael just making it looking so good as well on that. Just looking really neat, precise. Looks like he'll probably just slip up the inside here. He's had a nice clean lap on this again. Be interesting to see the first split.
Absolutely. Yeah. Graham Higlett, by the way, currently running in 3rd place with the number 50, another of the F750s. He's having a little look. He checked down.
He did have a little look down, didn't he?
Yeah. I don't know what he was checking out there, but yeah, just 3 minutes to go. So it does look as though Russell is certainly dominating this qualifying session at the moment. And it's Dan Jackson who is fastest of the Halewood bikes, because Dan is the fastest of the 350cc bikes, his Harris Yamaha TZ350. That bike that we were hearing from Dan earlier on that got rebuilt a few years ago, and he's had some great success here in the past, winning the members meeting events a couple of times with consistent podiums as well. And right now he is currently 2nd quickest. So let's have a look here. Number 42, keeping an eye on Andy Hornby, who I mentioned. So Andy, who has done so well in the past here, but he's moved up a little bit from where he was. He's now 7th fastest.
Oh, a little bit of smoke.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of smoke coming out there. We'll keep an eye on that.
It's a 4-stroke, not a 2-stroke, isn't it?
It is indeed. So it's one of the former 750s. It is a Rob North Trident there, but just smoking a little bit excessively. You expect a little bit of smoke from the 2 strokes, but 4 strokes you don't really want to see smoke that much. But it could be you know, he could have rebuilt the engine and maybe he's still kind of clearing himself, but it's never looks ideal as we look at
Ian Bain, isn't it?
Yeah, Ian Bain again, sort of coming in. We're down to the last 1 minute 40 seconds, and at the moment Russell 2.5 seconds clear. Higlett's moved up to second, Jackson in third of the first of the Grand Prix bikes. Fourth is Day, who's also moved up, but again these bikes are over 2 seconds behind, so they're going to want to be really sticking it in. And then as we have a look at number 50, that is Graham Higlett. You know, he's been really happy. He's in second spot at the moment, and he looks like he's on a good lap on this lap. Just see the bike moving a fraction coming into there. Lovely wide line, cutting it back to that apex to drive it down, get all tucked in. He might have had a little rider ahead. He might be able to use him in the slipstream. But we'll have a little look on this one. Graham, he's on a good lap. 25.9 for Russell, by the way, on that last lap. So wow. Russell in the 25s. That really is a fantastic time. But look at Higlett here. He's got to try and get up the inside here so he doesn't get held up. Oh, he just does it. He squeezes up the inside of Stuart Tongue, number 17 there. What's he going to do as he crosses the line? His best lap was a 1:28.6. Is he going to beat that? Let's have a look, 1:28.0. So he does. He takes off another 0.6 of a second. 25 seconds left, so he'll get one more lap in. Yeah. Again, you see his knee down, crossing all those bumps. Got to get it tucked in and drive it. So he's getting a good lap from him.
It's lovely to watch, isn't it? And just see the skills involved and just how through the flat-out right-hander, then into the more tricky right-left. You've got to get the balancing right here, haven't you?
You have, but it's beautiful. It's so fast. You've really got to run it through this right. Don't want to use too much of the track. So you want to get it back from this left. There's a bit of a bump. Track drops away, so you've got to watch the rear tyre. And then you're back down into second at the start of these. And again, he's on a good lap. We'll have a little look. He hopefully was going to catch them just as he comes out the next right, and he can use them in his slipstream rather than he get held up. And there he is, and that looks like Maria Costello on the CB750 Honda. He's just passing there, OBE, and he comes up. I can't quite see who that is in front of him. There you can see a really good idea of the speed difference as well, and that bike is absolutely flying.
It is flying, absolutely. Graham Higlett's doing a great job, but is he going to get any closer? He is currently second fastest.
I think he might get in the 27s with this. It looks like a neat, quick lap to me. He's just got to watch it here. I know he's going to get held up at all, as he drives out and he comes underneath Daniel Pritchard, comes to the line. What's he going to be? 28.0 to beat for himself.
Yeah, you're right.
1:27.2. That takes a big chunk off, so he'll be really pleased with that.
That was a great lap, and we were lucky to watch that lap because that was his quickest lap of this session, and he's got within just over a second of Michael Russell, who has set the pace all the way through that session. I mean, right from the beginning, very, very rapid indeed. But Higlett just getting a little closer towards the end. A little change at the end there. Jackson's gone back up into third place. So Dan Jackson is the fastest of the 250s and 350 bikes because the top two on there are in the F750 class, the Barry Sheen class, the first and second. But Jackson up into third place. And then in fourth position, another of the F750s, Jeffrey Vermeulen in the Norwich Westlake. So he's done a good job. Levi Day in fifth position in the 250, 350 class. So the Australian who has done well here at Goodwood in the past has taken that. And we can see that Michael Rutter has ended up sixth fastest, Andy Hornby in seventh. So we really do have what we love to see, that mixture between the two-stroke bikes and the four-stroke machines.
Yeah, very much. It's always game on in the race, but that is such an amazing time by Michael Russell. That's 2.2 seconds quicker than pole position for the F750s last year. The 350s were identical. 1:27.2 was the quickest, 1:27.4, 1:27.2 last time, so just a fraction of a second slower. But also with the 350s and 250s, they do take a little bit of jetting, so they'll come back in, they'll have done a plug chop, and they'll be able to just change the jetting a little bit because they are very particular on getting them to run super sweet.
Absolutely. We just saw Dan Jackson coming in as well on the number 55 bike. He ended up third fastest. So let's take a look then. Michael Russell, fastest by 1.3 seconds, but Graham Higlett did that superb lap just at the end there to get even closer. Dan Jackson in third, Jeffrey Vermeulen in fourth ahead of Levi Day, Michael Rutter in sixth, then Andy Hornby in seventh, Mark Linton in eighth place ahead of Glenn English in ninth, and Tony Perkin with the Maxton Yamaha TZ350 in 10th. In 11th, Jamie O'Brien ahead of Richard Parker. Grant Goodings in 13th place and Cormac Conroy in 14th ahead of Patrick Banfield, Ian Bain. Luke Hedger, a bit further down than we might have expected, down in 17th place. Maria Costello, she's in 18th ahead of Jimmy May and Sebastian Perez. And then plenty more bikes still. Nick Bedford, Robin Lamb, Derek Cripps, Stuart Tong, Simon Woodward, Daniel Pritchard in 26th place, Alex Williams ahead of Gordon Russell, Dominic Veazey and Mike Farrell down at the back. Mike didn't get that many laps in, so I think maybe he had a little bit of a problem with the bike. So let's have a look at some of the highlights of this, James. And on this gorgeous morning, we saw some pretty impressive performances from an early stage, but particularly from Michael Russell.
Yeah, Michael Russell was just in awesome form. Was to see Glenn English there on the 350, but it was all about number 68, Michael Russell, who came through beautifully. This is Levi Day, again on a TZ350, running really nicely here. We saw him have that little moment on the grass, but nothing too major. And this is Dan Jackson, number 55, and again I expect him. He was top of the Grand Prix motorcycle, so we'll keep a close eye on him. That's Michael Rutter on the Hadley Honda, really giving it some. He ended up sixth and looks very, very comfortable. Well, and that was that moment for Levi Day.
Yeah, it was, but that really was a fantastic performance by Michael Russell to take pole position for the Halewood Trophy.
Down the inside, late on the brakes for Wilson in the Maserati. He gets the move, dumping it again on the grass. He does, the rear end steps out.
Now, not to give too much away, but we do get commentators' notes, and invariably it's the history of the car and everything like that. But on yours, it says that you use this for the school run.
Correct. As you can see, in fact, my wife tends to use it for the school run, to be honest with you. So we've actually got some seatbelts on the back. We've just popped out. You can just see the tags from the edge of it. So we've got 3 children. They're now 13, 11, and nearly 10. And they're not always, but often in the summer taken to school in Peugeot, Edwardian Peugeot. So not bad, eh?
They must be the coolest kids in school.
I think that would depend on who you ask, but I think they could be up there. I think they could be up there, absolutely.
And is this happiest on the circuit or on the road?
It's a touring car, and Goodwood have been trying to persuade me for a little while to bring it. So we won't be doing anything silly or setting any records, just having a nice time going out enjoying the sunshine. So, yeah.
Well, you've lost a bit of weight by not having the children in the back.
Absolutely.
The best of luck.
Thank you very much indeed. Cheers.
We are set for a massive treat, SF Edge Trophy. This is part 1. This is for Edwardian cars. No car under a century old is allowed to come out and play. My name's Bruce Jones, joined by Charles Goddard, up to talk us through this. It is the weird, the wonderful, but also surprisingly fast, these cars.
Hi, Bruce. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, this grid is, this probably gets said quite often in the commentary box, but this is the best SF grid that we've seen at the members meeting. And the speed of these cars now is surprising, but the speed of these cars when they were built in, before 1910, the Cadillac 1905 was clocked at 110 miles an hour. It was the fastest thing on the planet.
Do you think what people actually saw on the road, there was precious little on the road. They mainly had hooves and mains, but at this stage, obviously early days cars, but every single one of these cars was built in a different way for one purpose: speed.
Yeah, absolutely. And built in a different way because quite a lot of them, they didn't really know the best way to build a car. Whether the pedals was the throttle pedal was to go on the right, was it chain drive, was it shaft drive? So everybody was trying different things. Everybody was trying anything just to get another 10 or 50 miles an hour, and the speed with which horsepower was increased. Went from 1896 when they started, it was 5 or 6 horsepower. Within less than 10 years, it was 200 horsepower.
And you had engines of certain size. This is a mere 28.6 litre engine in the Fiat S76. Duncan Pittaway, he'll be climbing up and onto the car rather than into shortly. This is known as the Beast of Turin. It's a real favourite at Goodwood. It spits flames. Just think about those pistons going up and down. They're like buckets in size. 28 litres spread between them. And there is our fearsome and never scared pilot, Duncan Pittaway. He drives some extraordinary cars, but the S76 Fiat is something just from another planet. Let's pop down because Ed is with Francois van der Straten-Pontos with the Theophile Schneider.
Francois, I'm going to start by saying I'm very disappointed because I thought you had driven this from Belgium, but before anyone thinks you've had it easy, you've driven this from Spa to Prescott.
Yeah, so I've done, basically, when I bought the car, I did a quick reliability run around the Cotswolds, then drove it to Belgium, then back to Prescott for Prescott, then back to Belgium for Spa Classic, and then I had to put it back in the UK, so I just drove that back. And only caused a little trouble in the Eurotunnel along the way, but it's fine. It's fine.
I mean, the looks from other road users must be amazing.
1 in 2 cars that I pass on the highway has an iPhone just stuck on the screen, just right in the window trying to see what the hell's going on. So you've got people, you pass them, they pass you right back, and you kind of do that for a few hundred miles, and that's the experience. I mean, what's amazing with this is it's super happy on the highway. It wants to do 80, 85 the whole time, which I don't really want it to do, but just the way the engine works, it's happy at specific RPMs. So it's a bit juddery and unhappy at 65. And it really wants me to push it. And then it smooths out and it's beautiful. But that does make it quite an experience.
And just to finish, am I right in thinking you did Spa to Prescott in 13 hours?
Yeah, so I had planned to do that in 3 days. And day 1 I got rained out. Now this thing has no diff, only rear brakes. It's pretty terrifying in the rain. I mean, we're working with, 125 section tires, basically. So, yeah, just ran out of time day 1, ran out of time day 2, got rained out, and then I thought, well, I kind of have to do it in 1 day. And I made it. It worked out. I did have a little victory beer with fish and chips when I made it to the UK, but yeah, it all worked out. I thought at one point, that's when I got rained out at the Eurotunnel, and I kind of caused a little blockage. Of course, I came up with a nice excuse about safety and something or other, and they kind of bought it. But adventures, these cars. That's the only way to do it.
Brilliant. Well, look, best of luck today.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Quite excited.
Wow, every car comes with a story. If you were looking at Francois's overall there, you'd have seen a badge. I just want to touch on the house point system here. We've got 4 houses, and he's representing one of the 4. That's Aubigny, team captain Andy Priaulx. We have Tom Christensen, head of Darnley. All the spectators get a chance to be aligned to one of the houses. Gordon Shedden is head of Methuen, and Dario Franchitti, really enthusiastic head boy captain of Tor Bolton. But Charles, just there, I'm going to blow your trumpet here. You curated you got the SF Edge Trophy off and running when you were part of the content team here at Goodwood. You must be proud. Your baby's grown. It's got legs now.
Well, I was certainly involved, but it's always been a team effort. And those early days, we used to have lots of specials and all sorts of. We went all the way up to 1923, but in recent years, they've tried to really kind of purify the race and bring it back to a pure Edwardian grid. So this grid is fantastic. Ben Collins has helped to put it together. And Ben Collins obviously lives and breathes this stuff. So he's absolutely best placed to create this grid. And what he's done is he has managed to create a grid of almost 30 cars, all of which have only rear brakes. There are no front brake cars in here. And this is Ben Collins himself in his 120 horsepower Mercedes that he finished building a couple of years ago. And yeah, so I mean, it really is a purist's grid now, and more cars are coming out of the woodwork, if you like. And we must have 3 or 4 cars that we've never seen before. And yeah, it's an incredible grid.
Well, it really truly is, and his son Archie Collins is really finding his feet now, not only just on the circuit. He was out testing the Mercedes he's driving, apparently only arrived from Germany last week, so it was out on the Chichester bypass doing its stuff, but getting up to speed. Duncan Pittaway in the giant S76 Fit, he knows this car, he drives it up from Bristol. We joke about how often he has to stop and top up the fuel. You imagine 28.6 litres on a main road. That's an awful lot of Mars bars to be buying at the checkout.
He did, yeah, he said he did 1,000 miles in it in France, and he stopped every 40 minutes for fuel. But each piston is 7 litres. It's extraordinary. I visited his workshop once, and he showed me the valve springs. They're like the same size as a Coke can. They're enormous.
Well, just think of the heat coming back from that as well. So this is official practice. You can call it qualifying if you wish in your more modern parlance. We'll wait to see what sort of times come through, but certainly cars to look for. Mark Walker, number 200. It's the Darracq 200 horsepower, which is just the most remarkable machine. If you want to check what colour the bodywork is, don't. There isn't any. He sits upon it, and over the years we've been looking forward through his 25.4 litre engine up front, an aero-engine yet again, set for land speed records. That's what these cars are built for. The engine was everything, and other mechanicals wrapped around it. But right now, early on, drivers just getting a feel for the circuit. We had a slight delay at the start of play when some oil was put down, unfortunately, putting us back about 15 minutes, but track conditions otherwise perfect. You can't be sure what you're going to get in spring, but it's been a wonderful past month in the UK. And so for these drivers, the slippery track is not an excuse. It isn't that slippery. It was dealt with very quickly.
And you certainly get the sense, with the cars this age, they don't get used all that much, certainly on circuits. They get driven a lot on the road. But it just looks like the drivers are just coming out and getting familiar again with the controls, except for Julian, of course, who's always flat out.
Yeah, Julian Majoub, he knows his cars forwards, backward. He's won this race in the past. He's the most recent winner. He won Part 1 in his Sunbeam Indianapolis. This car with that pointed tail, early rudimentary aerodynamics, of course. And they were experimenting the whole time. No computer modelling for them. It was all later on they started putting ribbons on the side of the car. That was far later on. It was also an aesthetic as well, but if it worked, it worked.
It worked, and this car is painfully original. It is one of 2 cars that was sent to the States to compete in the Indianapolis 500. And this is actually the car. In fact, I understand it still has the same engine block that ran in that race.
That makes it extraordinarily unusual, but
really
a lot
does.
of cars have been sort of recreated, produced so they can come out and play. And we're the beneficiaries because the number has grown all the time. But just look how dynamic. The high up shot shows Julian working very hard into the first part of Woodcote, out of the second part, now into the chicane. Not the sort of thing you'd have been finding when you're on the banking at Indianapolis, but nonetheless great to see. And Julian really knows how to drive in not just spectacular fashion, but unbelievably quick. I mean, his record is phenomenal. 2 wins in this event alone, 2024, as I mentioned, and back in 2019 in those pre-COVID days.
Yep, and straight away he's gone to the top of the list.
Yeah, only 2 drivers have set a fastest lap, and he's nearly 9 seconds clear. Others will get closer as they go round, but at the moment it's now car number 15 goes into second place, which is the great-looking red Hudson Super 6 of James Collins.
Yes, I mean, in terms of this grid, that's quite a late car. Sort of 1916. Quite a developed. They had the advantage of all the experience that had come before in the few years. So yeah, it's a slightly different car.
But what's so beautiful is the diversity of cars. So we've got a racing circuit here with cars that were made like this one, the Sunbeam Indianapolis, to go around a banked oval. The Hudson Super 6, I mentioned that, held the record on the Pikes Peak hill climb in Colorado for a mere decade. So they had to be, king of all that they tried. But certainly the diversity was enormous. And also in terms of track surface as well. They raced on everything.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, if we were doing this race properly, we should probably be running it around the Perimeter gravel track for 2 days. And it should be strewn with chickens and dogs and all sorts of farmyard animals.
Yes, indeed. We still have the animals, but they then come out to play. Right, this is Mark Walker. I talked about his Darrow, which I mentioned was extraordinary. 25.4 litre V8. Chassis, all in. It only weighs 990 kilos, so it's light. It's incredibly nimble. But famously, this car is dreadful off the line because it was all about top speed rather than grunt low down. So Mark will normally fall down the order in the opening lap, sometimes down almost to the bottom of the top 10. And the course of each of the races, because it's combined, it's an aggregate result across 2 races, you see him working his way ever closer towards the front. He's had victories before. 2023 he took the title, but it's all arms and elbows, and he leans as though he's on a motorbike behind that enormous wheel, turning into the second part of St Mary's, into the little drop, popping and banging, revving so low.
Yes, so much torque. I mean, his first gear, his lowest gear, is higher than most people's top gear. So it's so difficult for him to get it off the line, and the way that the cone clutch engages makes it really difficult just to drop the clutch. You can't just drop the clutch, you've got to feed it in really slowly.
There's a technique, but he's very much a master of that. It's the first car to cover 2 miles in a minute. That was back in 1906, and it's been spectacular since. And Mark is only the 3rd owner of that car. Bear in mind it was built in 1905, a mere 120 years ago.
And a dream realised for him, because he's dreamt about owning the Darrow for his entire life, really.
Okay, let's look at a bit of diversity. This car number 28 we're focusing on now is the Bianchi, 1906, similar age. Luke Roberts on board, and you really are on top. Lovely leather seats there, but of course, he's not really contained other than the slight back edge of the seat holding him in, but again, plenty of power. Actually, this was a company that lives on, not to make cars, it's now a bicycle manufacturer. Look at the spare wheels sitting on the back. It's just because, of course, you talked about these were city-to-city racing cars. You get punctures. Of course, the second seat is for a riding mechanic. They'd be the one that did the dirty work.
Absolutely. Punctures all the time. Tyres was the biggest problem they had in those years, because they were driving on dirt tracks full of holes, nails from horses. So they're constantly changing tyres, and it took 15-20 minutes to change a tyre. It was exhausting. Lautenschlager in 1908 changed his tyres 30 times in a 600-mile race. It was exhausting. So yeah, tyres was such a huge issue.
One has to realise, of course, in these city-to-city races, and some of them were doing so, that Paris to Madrid, etc. A lot of people on the roads that went over hadn't probably seen a car before, and certainly not one that travelled at the pace these were doing. So it was known for people to walk out in the road and not quite pay attention as the next one was coming along. But let's face it, that was what got motor racing underway, city to city, and then, of course, the first permanent circuits were built in fairly quick order. After that, some remain, others, of course, still gathering dust.
That's a lovely shot of the S76.
Yeah, again, that just focuses the fact that when you go to the second part of St Mary's, you've got the crest and then it drops into the dip, and of course your car's trying to go one way, the track's going another, Then you rise up into Lavender, the two-part corner, second part just coming up now with Duncan turning into that. But you can see these are physical cars to drive. And again, back to Mark Walker, who's second fastest now, 5 seconds down. Julien Majoub with that initial lap, he's improved on that. And he's set a number of laps very close to it, so he's super consistent in his Sunbeam Indianapolis. Mark Walker, will he improve on this lap? Well, it's coming up, that's for sure. Into the chicane to complete the lap. The right, the left, hunkers down, trying to sort of get his body out of the air. Impossible, you're sitting on the car. Will he improve on that lap? I sense he probably will. He set improvement. Yes, he has. He suddenly found a mere 3 seconds, but the clock is counting down. Only 5 minutes and a few seconds to go. But again, he knows this car. He's looking for space on the track as well, because he's carrying a great deal more speed than anyone outside the top half dozen cars.
Absolutely. And I mean, Mark's a veteran of this sport. You know, he's probably turned a spanner on virtually all of these cars. I was speaking to him yesterday though, and he was just bubbling over with excitement. So excited just to get back into that car and just experience it.
He is just a dream interview, because you need to just bottle the enthusiasm that Mark has. And again, but he knows his car. Now Ben Collins being a bit blocked. He's caught on the school run. He's caught behind that Peugeot 148 we heard from Neil Dyer before the start. But what a car to be dropped off at school in. But Ben Collins again chooses his moment when you're in a field with a big diversity of speed, and it would have been drummed into the drivers at the drivers briefing. Hold your line. I tell you, he's about to just move past. You might know him for owning a Formula 1 team in the past. Vijay Mallya, who's really got his teeth into vintage racing. He's in one of the little engine cars, the Voiturettes. But Ben Collins, if it's got the star of Mercedes-Benz on the nose, he knows about it. He's probably prepared it, and he's certainly raced it. And again, Ben at the moment, third fastest, just needs to try and get under 2 minutes. He's 2 minutes and 0.7 of a second, but now he's got through the traffic. He's still got nearly 4 minutes to play. You'll expect his pace to pick up.
A bit of clean air. Yeah, absolutely. I fully expect Ben to be up at the front. There he is, at 5th place at the moment. I'm sure he will reduce that time, 2 minutes 0.842. We'll have a look as he comes through the chicane. He looks quite relaxed though, doesn't he?
He always looks relaxed. He's one of the coolest men in the paddock, and passing his knowledge down to Archie, and of course in turn it was passed down to him from his father. But making that work, does he improve? No, he doesn't. We saw him caught in so much traffic. Stays in 3rd place, but he's got the clear air in front of him. Also looking for other people making the moves. Julien Majoub is just consistently out front making it happen. But he hasn't improved for quite some while, but he knows that Sunbeam Indianapolis so well. Now, SF Edge Trophy, it's all about dynamics. How do they come? Now, St Mary's, if you don't get the first part right, the second part, we're just seeing now, and then looks like the back of the seat disappeared out of the back of that. Won't be a comfortable ride, but it was a marginal error, but back off the power, and that was a rodeo ride. It's rough.
Marcus Black.
Well, there we go.
Marcus Black in his Sunbeam. It just shows how stiff the suspension is.
Yeah, it's an amazing car, that one. Actually, 2 3-litre blocks, far too small for this. They mated them together to make a 6-litre engine. Race at Indianapolis. Marcus knows this circuit well. He has an array of cars to come and play, but that would have been a rough ride. Coming out of the very corner, we're looking at Ben Collins going through now, but Ben was on the tarmac, Marcus was on the grass.
Yeah, last year, Marcus was jumping out of his Sunbeam into a Lola T160, a sort of 600 brake horsepower Can-Am car.
Yeah, no, really was quite something. Right, looking for improvements. Who's going to make it? Well, it's just been provided by the man that was plateaued at 1 minute 56, 1 minute 55.4 now. Julien Majoub ekes his advantage over Mark Walker's number 200 Darac. It's 1.6 seconds between them. Ben Collins going faster on this lap. Again, he had the traffic last time around. Looking down through the field, car number 51. Haven't seen too much.
Andrew Howard Davis and the Straker Squire TT. Again, he also owns a Scat that he's driven here many times. This is a relatively new car that he finished a couple of years ago.
You know, I love the story of this one. The drivetrain was bombed during the war at Brooklands. Parts of the car went to Australia, and then it came back. You know, the sourcing of the bits you need to get these cars, and the SF Edge, and all the VSCC, all the time cars are coming out. And some have been interned effectively, 40, 50 years, but it takes someone with the passion, the money, the time, and we're the beneficiaries seeing them out on the track, because they all do everything differently, don't they?
Absolutely. I mean, it's not incorrect to say there is nowhere else in the world that you will see a grid of these cars like this racing. It's unique.
It is, and also when you see the cars that the drivers know a bit better, they can have more confidence. In the background there, you can see Julian Majoub sweeping through. Of course, he's wholly at one with his Sabine Indianapolis, but there is quite a spread of speed. You go down to the car that's 10th at the moment, which is John Paulson, car number 13, which is a Talbot 25 horsepower mod. 10th place, but 10 seconds down on Julian Majoub's race pace. Now, some great-looking cars in the background. The Oakland Romero there. It's a goldy yellow, pale yellow, not number 10. The car tucked in behind. And again, just so much diversity in this field.
That's a recreation of the car that won the very first Pikes Peak hill climb in 1960. I think it was.
And if you don't know what Pikes Peak is, it's a mountain and it goes up in an awful long way. It has changed now. They had the effrontery to put a bit of tarmac down, but certainly the upper reaches, and it's not just the altitude that affects how the engines work and how the drivers breathe, but it's also many a time the top part of the mountain disappears into clouds, so they can't run the whole thing. It's an extraordinary event, and I always remember the driver Martin Schanker, rallycross star who came to sports car racing. He described it once as that silly hill. I think it's rather more than that.
So that's Les Searle, a newcomer to the SF Edge, driving the car that Duncan Pittaway used to own, that Mark Walker built, which is the Monarch. Les is a steam engineer, and Les and Duncan met on the London to Brighton run.
It's also the friendliness of the paddock. All these drivers want to help other drivers, and let's face it, it's not like there's a spares department for any of these cars, so a lot of ingenuity gets put into them because they want to have other people out on track who are close enough to have a good scrap with, but it's the diversity of the machinery that just adds to the mix here. Now we have a change at the top because suddenly into the 1 minute 54s goes Mark Walker. The checkered flag has fallen. Our frolics out on the track are coming to the end. Can Julian Majoub react? Well, he can't because his lap around at the moment is not quick enough to do so. He hasn't improved at any points. So it looks as though by half a second, Mark Walker has got to the front. Remember, that's the car that really, really struggles to get off the line. So he may be starting the first part of the two races here from pole position, unless Julian has got a most remarkable attack on this lap. I fear he won't have done. No, he's not on the pace right there, but two very quick cars are going to qualify on the front row of the grid. The Darroch in pole position for Mark Walker, and Julian Majoub alongside in his Sunbeam Indianapolis. Car number 30, which is Rob Hubbard driving a Vauxhall 33098, will fill that front row. So three entirely different cars, but there, car number 200 is the Darroch of pole starter Mark Walker. For Albany, by the way, the AUB in the brackets, one of the four houses here, so he's going to potentially get some points in the bag for them. But two parts of the race, one today, Saturday here at Goodwood, and the second of the SF Edge Trophy races tomorrow on Sunday. Well, that was a neat and tidy official practice session, Charles. It didn't seem to be, apart from Marcus Black's bouncing around on the grass, which he contained incredibly well. All was smooth and clean, and that's, again, testament to how these cars are, because they're raced more and more, they're more and more efficient and more reliable, so really are making progress 100 years after the crime.
Yeah, it was all very civilised, which is as it should be. I mean, this open-wheel racing and with no brakes. I mean, literally. And apparently it's even harder in the dry because they're going so quick that the brakes are even less effective in the dry, which seems to make even less sense. But yeah, very civilised.
So second on the grid, having led the practice almost throughout, is Julian Majoub, a two-time winner of the SF Edge Trophy, always a factor, and he knows his tyres because he is a tyre manufacturer, and many a historic racer has to thank him for the tyres that he produces that enables to go and race their cars, because as I mentioned earlier, nothing is stock anymore for cars that were built as early as the very start of the 20th century. But the Sunbeam Indianapolis, it's tried, it's tested, it's a double winner here, and Julian Majoub, he comes out in an array of cars, but he never gives anything in less than 100%. He's a maximum attack sort of driver, as is Mark Walker. Very spectacular. And again, Charles, the beauty of this, you can see Julian's face, you can see almost the G-force on his cheeks, you can see arms, shoulders moving around. Very visual cars.
Oh, it's absolutely the whole experience, seeing the drivers, hearing the cars, watching the cars move around as they navigate the corners. It's a visceral experience. It must have been incredible when they were driving on those dust roads through France. It's such an exciting sport.
Well, a very nice, tidy practice session there. The qualifying is over for the first part of the SF Edge Trophy race. And here's the final standings. Mark Walker and Julian Majoub on the front row with Rob Hubbard. 3 entirely different cars, from the Darrick to the Sunbeam to the Vauxhall. Then Ben Collins, always on the pace in his Mercedes, is 4th. James Collins alongside the Hudson Super 6, fast from the very get-go. And we heard from Francois van der Straten before the start, did well. 6th on the grid in his Theophile Schneider, which has been a winner here before. Duncan Pittaway in the Giant Fiat in 7th. Neil Goff in the Crit, and then it's not Ivan Dutton. I understand it's Lewis Fox in that Peugeot Indianapolis. And then John Paulson completing the top 10. Sheer diversity in machinery, driving standards. Second of the Collins is Archie, young Archie, who's new to this Mercedes Simplex, driving it very well indeed. A whisker ahead of Ian Barnforth in the Hudson Super 6. So Hudson well represented. The Bianchi, we saw that on track. Luke Roberts in 13th place. Then Les Searle, new to the Monarch, going well. And Julian Grimwade in that great-looking Oakland Romano Special in 15th place. Nicholas Pellet, Philippe Dressel, Marcus Black, who had the off-track moment, coming down to complete the top 20. So we had 27 cars come out to play, and they'll all pick up the pace tomorrow, but that was a really good start for the SF Edge Trophy. Nice dry conditions, cars behaving, and drivers putting on a show, and certainly enjoyed the whole way around the Goodwood circuit. So that has been a really good start. Let's take a look at the highlights. So the track was in perfect conditions. The cars were spitting flames as they fired up and out onto the track. Immediately setting the pace was Julien Majoub in the Sunbeam Indianapolis. He's won here twice before. Duncan Pittaway, he doesn't ever not put on a show. Flames spitting from the Fiat S76. Going well in the Hudson Super 6 with James Collins. He was up in second early on. Julien Majoub continued to chip away, a 10th here, a 10th there. It looked as though he had pole position in the bag. Aha! And then came Mark Walker in the Darrick, building up pace. Duncan Pittaway trying to get a bit more speed, a bit more flame out of his car. But Mark Walker suddenly went to the top of the charts. Also going well. You could see the moving parts in some of the cars, but Mark Walker hunkering down. Ben Collins in the Mercedes getting a little bit caught up in traffic. And then Marcus Black running a whisker wide at St Mary's. Looked for the jump, and he nearly went into orbit there, but he held it. But at the end, it was Mark Walker taking pole position in this Darrick, a land speed record car built eons ago. He took pole position, you could see him do it, and he delivered yet again. So while that was happening on track, Ed caught up with Dario Franchitti down in the collection area.
Dario, another year of the Gordon Murray Automotive partnership with Goodwood, and every year there's something new, there's something exciting. Behind you is the track focus car. To tell us about it.
Yeah, T50S. We had it here last year for a demo, but unfortunately it was a small problem. So I was stuck in 6th gear the whole lap, and that was a bit embarrassing actually. But we've done a lot of testing now. We're near the end. The car's about to go into production, and so we thought we'd bring it back and give the crowd a full demonstration of its capabilities. Along with that, we've got T50 PS4. That's the car that did the comparison against the F1, the car that Top Gear took and said it was the greatest supercar ever, which was quite good. And then we've got T33, we've got the Mule here, and we've got the first of the prototype cars on the stand as well. So a busy event for us, and then Festival of Speed is going to be even busier.
So just give us an idea, what kind of lap time do you think this would do around here?
Sub 110. So yeah, it is. It depends. It can go a good bit quicker than that, but I'm not sure I really want to risk that much, shall we say? But yeah, definitely the right tyres. I think approach 105.
So what can customers do with these?
So track days, whether that's a GMA organised track day, whether they're doing their own thing, whether they've got membership to a country club, just get out and enjoy it on circuit. Today it's on straight pipes, but we ran it here a couple of weeks ago with the silencer, and it gets under the 105 dB with the silencer. It's quite remarkable. But yeah, it's just fun to drive. Ultimately it's not about chasing lap time. It's about, like any of the cars we build at Gordon Murray, it's about the fun behind the wheel. I ran it at Dunsole the other day, and we pulled out of the pits and accelerated up through about 4 gears, and it was the feeling of acceleration, the noise of that V12 was something special. And ultimately, yeah, it's about the feeling and the enjoyment of driving.
Well, straight pipes, I can't wait. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
day, the weekend has been sensational.
Well, everybody said it's so exciting. I really, really wanted to come.
Goodwood Revival is like going to an art gallery, but the gallery comes past you at 150 miles an hour.
It's the way Goodwood should be, you know, turn up, put on a show, slide around.
It's the biggest event of its kind in the world, with the finest collection of cars who are actually racing.
You arrive here, get into your 1960s lightweight E-Type and head out onto the track, and it's just wonderful.
Jenson Button is in second position.
They drive them like they've stolen, and I love that.
Okay, burn it, burn it, burn it! Everyone's in vintage clothes. There's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The Duke and his team put on a great show. I think the fans enjoy it. That's the main thing, you know, we're just the entertainment act.
The champagne booth is always a favorite spot for me.
Just really an immersive experience.
It's just like being in a movie set. It's absolute fun.
You just couldn't help but feel happy today, could you? I mean, it's just being with the crowd and being a part of it. I love Goodwood.
We don't actually come for the racing. There's so much to see, there's so much to enjoy, there's something for everybody.
Everyone's got big smiles on their face and, you know, it looks incredible. And just what an amazing event.
Goodwood Revival is all about make, do, and mend, vintage style, not vintage values. We had some incredible conversations at the Revive and Drive Village. People coming together and celebrating the past in the present.
Look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
These cars wouldn't be lasting this long if they weren't taken care of.
The whole atmosphere is amazing and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
There is that around the outside. That is magnificent. What a super move.
I love vintage shops. For me, the best bit is seeing all the clothes, because I love clothes.
People really, really turn it out. I am deeply impressed by how everyone has really committed to the style here.
You know, if you haven't got the thing to finish off your outfit, it's absolutely 100% guaranteed that you'll find it here.
Makes my heart sing. I can't stop smiling.
Here at Goodwood Revival Radio.
You know, I'm getting high on my own supply of everything that's going on here.
You know, you can be sitting, having a cup of tea, and a barbershop quartet come up and sing.
There's the Earl's Raceway, which is 50s American rock and roll.
They're jiving, the whole place is rocking.
My favourite place is over the road.
Love the vintage fairground.
Just a unique atmosphere, everybody making an effort. The whole combination of the racing, it's of its own kind. I can't think of anything else that even comes close to this.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
Walking around here, it is a vision. Goodwood Revival is the place to be.
Not only is there the show in terms of the entertainment of motor racing, but it's everything else, the shopping, it's the funfair, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Well, the stage is set. We have a change of scene. We have a change in the commentary box. Alice Powell has joined me, and we're going to the world of Gordon Murray Automotive, and we have Director of Mechanical Design Nick Hoyle alongside. We've got some very, very special cars. They may not be new to you, but they are to a lot of people here. And we're going to talk through as they go out around the track. And the whole point about Gordon Murray Automotive, Nick, is that it's the brainchild of the man who really revolutionised elements of Formula One. But he has this tenet with his cars: light, nimble, not going the bloated way. Talk us through as the cars go out on the circuit. Already I can hear them, which is important because sound is something very, very visceral. And GMA supply that in bucket loads.
Yeah, good morning, and thank you for having me. So we've got some T50s customer cars going out on track at the minute, and absolutely right. This is all about driving perfection for us. It's how the driver feels in the car. So we don't really mind about top speed, we don't really mind about 0 to 60. It's just about putting the hairs on the back of your neck and the enjoyment of the driving experience.
And I guess the sound is included in that as well.
Absolutely, yes, 100%. And you can hear the engine scream, can't you? What a fantastic engine note it is.
Okay, it's a 3.9 litre V12. Good sort of elements within that, but it's also, they don't go on low revs particularly, do they? You can go up to, is it just around 12,000 revs?
Just over 12,000 revs with a T50. Yeah, pretty amazing. But it's really drivable. And actually the lightweight of the car, combined with the responsiveness of that engine, means that actually you don't really notice the 12,000 revs as being an impediment, and quite the opposite. You want opportunities then to go through the rev range and really experience it in all its glory.
And if people are looking on from the outside, they may be wise enough to notice there's a driver sitting in the middle, central driving position.
Best place for him, yes.
Exactly so.
Absolutely, in the centre of the action. So the driver is really in the middle. He's the centre of the action. It's all about putting him right there in the right place, like almost like a Grand Prix car.
Now, Alice, you've probably looked in your garage and found there is no T50 lurking. You
No,
haven't
certainly
built that
not.
many. How many have been built?
Just over 60 have handed over to their customers so far, and the remaining number, so we're making 100 of these in total, they'll all be handed over to their customers in August, September this year. And that's all built out of our factory in Windlesham, just up the road.
Now, one of the elements that I've heard told is that the production process is something that Gordon's really sort of focused on. Can you explain that? Because he's trying to sort of revolutionise that as well.
Yeah, so T33, you'll see in a little bit, uses an aluminium and carbon fibre primary structure to create a monocoque. So we have cast and machined aluminium nodes, some aluminium extrusions welded together, and then we bond on some composite panels to create the stiffness and that torsional rigidity, and that creates that aluminium and composite monocoque. So it's the first production car, T33, using that technology. We're very proud of that.
It's just one of the extreme elements about GMA, but the essence is what you see, the shape of the car. There aren't enormous aerodynamic addenda. It's clean, and it sort of goes back to the cars that Gordon imagined when he was living in South Africa growing up. And there's a fabulous display of small 60s sports cars that all are the essence of that. The Di Tommaso Vallelunga, the little Matra Jet from 1964, the first sports car with a mid-rear engine format, long before the Lamborghini Miura, that was always credited with that. But again, you can see it in these cars. You might even say it reminds you of the shape of cars of almost 30 years ago, before they got larger, heavier, and could do 230 miles an hour.
We're trying very hard not to follow that trend. You want to make a car light, you want to make it nimble, so it needs to be small. So T50 here is no wider than a Golf. It has a footprint smaller than a Porsche Boxster.
That's quite.
That really helps as you have a smaller car, you have less stuff to put in it. It makes it smaller and lighter. And the aesthetic is form follows function very much with T50. But Gordon is inspired by those 1960 sports cars that you've mentioned. And you'll notice on the boards in the paddock, they've got the weight on them in red, of course, just as a little reminder to all of us to try and do better each time. Yes, I can imagine. You look at one at 500 kilos, and the car he built in South Africa is a little orange number, the IGM. IGM T1,
yeah, 280 kilos. That's the sort of car you should be driving, Alice.
Oh, yes, definitely. Well, there's also the paddock display that's celebrating 60 years since Gordon designed his first race car. What sort of cars can the fans and us, when we get a chance to go out of the commentary box, go down and have a look at?
So in our stand just down there, we've got a T50S, resplendent in bright green. That's our track version of T50. That's going around the track in a moment with Dario driving. And also we've got T33, the first production intent vehicle that we'll have released out into the public. And so that's production intent, body, structure, interior, powertrain and suspension. And so that's really worth a look in bright Bahama blue. Very good looking car.
Well, I absolutely concur with that. But when the car, I tell you what, when Dario goes out, we may fall quiet just to listen to his engine note, because he'll be making it.
He's not going to be going around slowly. That's safe to say, isn't it?
Dario,
really not know.
Yeah, you don't do slow. No, he's.
No. We were testing here a few weeks ago with 50S, and we can't say exactly how fast it went. We went bloody fast.
Yeah. Suitably ample. So the T50 is about to peel off the circuit, and of course the super fast version, the track version, the T50S will be coming out. There was a Niki Lauda tribute car down in the paddock as well. Great race livery, obviously eking back to when he raced with Gordon.
That's right,
at Brabham in the late 70s.
Yeah, so Niki was a great friend of Gordon, and of course, as you said, drove for him in Brabham. So T50S is called the Niki Lauda. I'm very proud of that. And that's what's coming out in a moment.
So the lucky owners, the lucky early owners for GMA's T50s peeling off. We just had a little hint of the sound that 3.9 litre V12 can supply, but a lot more is coming. And of course, a very famous event, 1978 Swedish Grand Prix that Brabham won with the fan on the back of the car.
That's right.
It foxed the other teams as much as anything else, and then never appeared again.
Well and done.
But Gordon's kept that concept on board for some of his cars as well. So that's to look for. So now out on the track, what do we have,
Nick? One of our experimental prototypes of T33. Steve Hayes is driving it, sideways Steve we say. So this and the two other cars have done nearly half of our development work for T33 so far. So this is the car you mentioned earlier that has our aluminium and carbon fibre monocoque ice stream Superlight. And it's got a version of the V12 engine still. we've a slightly more relaxed, more drivable proposition perhaps than a T50. T50, you put a lot in, but you get a lot of reward back. This is slightly easier car to drive. So we've got hydraulic power steering with this car, two-seater side-by-side configuration, and the coupe you can see here. We're also selling a Spider version, a roofless version. And listen to that engine, fantastic.
I tell you what we're going to do, when it gets to the end of the lap, we will start listening when it crosses the start-finish line. But again, small, nimble, unbelievably quick.
And very light as well. So
exactly. So all those elements that Gordon dreamt of when he was a young engineer before he got into Formula One and, built some iconic cars. But here we come, down through the second part of Woodcote, through the chicane, and we will fall silent so you can listen to one of the noises of the weekend as a car comes onto the start-finish straight. Looks right, it goes right, it handles right, but by golly, it sounds right. We've had the debate, Alice, about V10 engines coming back to Formula One. Of course, it's a whimsy, it's not going to happen, but sound, particularly for people who love historic events, is so visceral, it's so important.
It's so important. That's what makes Goodwood special as well. We have some of the noisiest cars around and some of the most beautifully sounding ones, and that includes getting to treat with these fantastic Gordon Murray cars.
I don't know, Nick, about you, but when I started going to races, once I thought I knew a little bit, I'd go somewhere like Le Mans and I'd close my eyes and I'd try and guess which car was coming. It wasn't very difficult if it was a Mazda with a rotary engine or whatever, but you begin to pick them out.
Very much so, and that's for a Le Mans enthusiast like myself to do the same sort of thing. The variety is amazing, isn't it? So you get all sorts of different things. For us, the noise, as you say, is super important. It's a really key aspect of enjoying the vehicle. And I don't think there's many people out there doing cars other than us that do it quite like us, actually.
No, indeed, and the V12 always has a special place. Obviously, Ferrari for many, many years had V12s, and the World Endurance Championship, which is just exploding with manufacturers coming in. The car that's just joined this year, the V12 Aston Martin, I know it's another company, but it's making the best sound. It'll take maybe a year to get up to the pace, but again, it provides another colour on the palette, if you will, of for sports car fans.
Yeah, as a car enthusiast, I can't wait to hear that later on in June myself.
It's pretty epic.
Absolutely, a screaming V12 is something to behold, isn't it?
It really is, but it's wonderful to see that. So as one car withdraws, another is about to come on the track, and a certain Scot by the name of Dario Franchitti, a man who's just got calibre and performance oozing out of him. Here we go. This is a little bit special. Nick, what's he driving?
He's driving T50S, so that's our track version of T50. So we're aiming here to give the most exciting, most involving track car experience. So you can see it looks a little bit like a T50, similar bodywork, actually quite different underneath. So designed with proper race car principles, keeping that V12. But because it's a track car, it doesn't need any of the certification emissions or noise impediments, if you like. So over 770 horsepower, still keeping the 12,000 RPM. It retains the fan on the back of the car, which is running all the time to help with the downforce.
Which is glued to the floor.
It is glued to the floor.
So glued.
1,200 kilos at 150 miles an hour. But really nicely balanced. So because we're selling this to, it's not a race car. This is sold to anybody. who wants to be able to drive it, it needs to be balanced properly. So originally we had 1,500 kilos, but it was a little bit peaky. And so it's really important that the drivers can get the right balance.
And how much can Bruce buy one for?
Yes, 3.2 million.
Oh, he'll have two.
Yeah, it's a two for the price of one. I'm sure we can strike a deal. But let's attacking from the outset. Here is Aero Franchitti. Open your ears. Well, I don't know about you, I can't stop smiling. I've been going to circuits for about, more than half a century, but when you hear that engine note, and also see Dario going to parts of the track that nobody else has ventured to this morning, and the factor of 1,200 kilos of horsepower, any quick-dried cement dust that was put down to mop up the oil, he's blown it away, he's sucked it off the circuit. That is a driver right on the money.
He's enjoying himself there, isn't he?
He's enjoying it, we're enjoying it. And Alice, he's not leaving much spare, is he?
I was wincing a couple of times on the exit here through St Mary's on the previous lap, thinking, oh no, you're quite close to the grass. But yeah, he's getting his practice in before his numerous races later on today. But as you mentioned, the dust that's being sucked up, this is the first thing that's going around this weekend that's sucking up all the dust from the circuit. So wonderful to hear, and it almost...
So, it started with a bang. V12s all around the circuit, the T50s out and running. We kept on working through the cars. Nick Hoyle, Director of Mechanical Design, talked us through small, exquisite, light, beautifully handling and making amazing sounds.
Amazing sounds, that's really important.
Good to see so many. The cars are being snapped up. And then we had the T33 coming out sideways just to show off. This is smaller, lighter, nimbler, same engine, plenty of power and oodles of handling.
That's right, it's our new production car, which we're doing final development at the minute, yes.
And then we ended with the noise. Dario Franchitti, the T50S. This is the track car, and he really made the very, very most of the track. It made the greatest sound of the day so far, handled beautifully, and was drilling in style.
That was the most exceptional collection of proving automobiles I've ever seen.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars. You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the funfair, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
you
In the nicest possible way, you've become part of the furniture at Members Meeting.
We have. I like to think of myself as a comfy sofa, you know. We've been partnering with Goodwood and Goodwood Members Meeting now for 4 years, 5 years, whatever it is. And there is no better place in the world, quite truthfully. It's my second home. I feel very happy here. But
and the sun's shining.
We brought the sunshine over from Newport. The Audrain is just one of those incredible organisations that touch all sorts of different areas in motorsport and cars in general, whether it's concours events or coming on tours that we've just done here. We've just done a week of driving all around the countryside.
And for those of us here who aren't familiar with Audrain, I mean, it's a multifaceted operation.
It really is. 10 years ago, we started the Audrain Motorsport Club, and we now have hundreds of members. We bring members over for tours and rallies all around the world, but specifically our gem, if you like, is the Goodwood Members Meeting.
And of course, you're not just a standard sponsor, right, with your name above the door. It's a lot more than that. You've been busy all week.
Oh, we've got a great week. We've had 25 people over. We've been driving. We've been to Blenheim Palace, we've been to Braemont Watches, we've been to RS Williams, a great Aston Martin restorer, and we've just literally today come back from McLaren. We had a wonderful tour there.
Seems like a very calm week.
Yeah, but everybody's been fantastic. I try and do these routes that come away from the motorway and the dual carriageway and take them around the nice villages. And no, we haven't lost anybody yet, so it's fabulous. It really
well,
is.
you've done the hard bit now. You can just relax and enjoy the weekend.
Well,
so what are you looking forward to?
Do you know, there are two races that are special to me because I grew up with Bentleys. So the Earl Howe Trophy is just, in my heart, wonderful noise, the smell, the Bentleys, the Talbots, fabulous race. But then there's the Moss Trophy as well, so I'm very torn. I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be hugely competitive, very noisy, Cobras and E-Types, fabulous cars, you know, just wonderful. And that's what you get with Goodwood. It's the variety of the members meeting, of course, which is so good because it spans many more decades than the revival, which, you know, I grew up with, if you like. I went to the first ever revival. I think I've only missed 3. It's in my blood. But the members meeting to me is special. It is about the members. And Audrain is about members. GRRC is about the members, and it's so special.
And you could just about have time to have a look around and see all these wonderful
I will
cars,
be, yeah. To see it sort of taking shape and people arriving, it's the buzz. It's great to see old friends and to catch up. No better place. No better place.
Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thank you so much.
Great to have you back.
Good to see you.
Thanks a lot.
Well, here we are, and getting ready for the next qualifying session that will be going out on circuit in just a moment. And this is for the Gordon Spice Trophy. And this will be part 1 with some superstar drivers that will be contesting these cars. And then the entrants will be racing it in the second part. They'll do a separate qualifying and a separate race. But it means that we are going to be enjoying seeing some fantastic saloon cars, touring cars, racing between the 1970s and 1980s, and this group is for those that are powered by engines over 2.8 litres. So as you can see, Ford Capris and Rover 3500 SD1s. So we've got plenty of different machinery, Chevrolet Camaros as well. So lots to look forward to, and some superstar drivers, including the British Touring Car Champion from last year, and Ed caught up with Jake Hill just a few moments ago.
Jake, the problem with success in this is that you now have a target on your back because you're always quick in this Capri. Who are you looking out for?
Yeah, it's going to be some stiff competition as always, but to be honest, it's always the big cars, the Camaros, the Mustangs that we've got to look out for. I mean, my arch nemesis in British touring cars, Tom Ingram, is in the Tetley Camaro, which is a fantastic car, and Andy Prio's in a Camaro as well. So yeah, there's some big hitters in some good cars, but obviously we're in the almighty Gitan Rickwood Capri. So yeah, we're not in a bad car ourselves.
And what a year last year was for you.
It wasn't bad, was it? You know, yeah, 2024 British Touring Car Champion. Finally achieved my all-time goal of becoming British champion. which was a phenomenal year, you know. And we had a fantastic year at Goodwood as well last year. You know, we had some great success at the Revival, great success at the members meeting again, and great fun at the Festival of Speed as always. So hopefully we can have another great year at Goodwood, just as much as I can in my professional career.
And last year at the Revival, you had that battle with Tom that you just lost out in the TT. But I guess you had the last laugh, didn't you?
I did, didn't I? Yeah, exactly. I thought, you can have this one, I'll have the big one. So, yeah, it was good, you know. But, I mean, that battle at the TT there that me and Tom had, you know, it went down in history as one of the best TT battles we've seen in recent times, you know. And I'm glad that as two touring car drivers, we could provide that for Goodwood and for the fans. It was a big achievement for both of us, and I'm sure our fight will continue today.
Well, no, best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, lovely to hear there from Jake Hill, and we will see how it all goes in British Touring Cars later in the year. But right now, how he gets on at Goodwood, as he said, he always gets on so well here at Goodwood. Often he's taken pole position in this form in the Rickwood Capri. He's been competing it since 2021, and he took the pole and win that year. Before he'd actually driven it. Now he's driven it plenty of times. Alice Powler's with me. Alice, the collection of cars that we've got in this, and the drivers, it's a wonderful mix, isn't it?
It's a beautiful mix, and it's certainly going to be a fan favourite from the weekend. It's going to be so close, and as you said, not just the mix of cars from Ford Capris to the Chevys, but don't forget the Ford Mustang, which was the race winner last year at the hands of Ash Sutton and Craig Davies. Just a fantastic amount of cars and brilliant drivers as well, which is what makes it so close. So this first part, the Gordon Spice Trophy Part 1, as Ben mentioned, is the pro drivers, the professional drivers, and then Part 2 later on in the weekend is where we see the owner, the entrants that get behind the wheel.
Now look at this Volvo. This is the only Volvo that we've got entered into this. It's a Volvo 242, and the Volvos started getting successful in the 80s particularly. This is actually a very, very early version when they first put a turbocharged engine into the Volvo to go racing. And so it's lovely to see this, and it's being driven by a touring car superstar in Gordon Shedden, 3-time British Touring Car Champion and back into British Touring Cars this year. So it's lovely to see this Volvo competing over the course of this race weekend, but it's going to have plenty of opposition and lots of Capris to race against. And there you are, looking at Jake Hill
on his outlap
already. Yeah.
On his outlap, and he's already getting it sideways as he heads up the hill into St Mary's. But this will be one to watch. Misses the apex slightly there, kicking up the dust through the first part of St Mary's. Through the second part, it's often a workout driving these old touring cars, Ben. You'll often see the drivers seesawing at the wheel. Jake's got his driver window down. I can guarantee maybe later on in the run when he's got the tyres a little bit more up to temperature and he's pushing for those final stages of this qualifying practice, he'll probably close that window, get a bit warm and sweaty inside, just to help with the aerodynamics there as he heads up Lavant Straight down to Woodcote.
Lovely slide, beautiful control, and as you say, picking up a bit of slipstream as well. So he's immediately on the case. As you can see, there's a little bit of oversteer. He's the back end of the car sliding around, but he's holding it together beautifully well at this stage. Up against another of the Capris as he comes out of the chicane, and we'll get some early laps as we see him across the line. Of course, it's that's a 129.6. So, but Andy Prio behind has just gone a fraction faster. Andy is in one of the Camaros, Chevy Camaro, very quick in a straight line, of course, with a bit more V8 power. And there you can see in the background the white and red number 31. So that's Andy Prio, the multiple European touring car champion, and a brilliant success here, of course, over the years, and one of the captains as well. So we will be keeping a close eye on Andy Prio, and he's just done a very good first lap, hasn't he?
He has, and actually, I wouldn't be surprised if we beat the qualifying time from last year, which was a 127.15, and you can see the outside left wheel on Jake Hill's Ford flexing slightly. We've got a spinner already. That's the number 8. I think that's Jade Edwards that's gone around in one of the Ford Capris.
Yeah, that's Jade Edwards, as you say. Onto the grass there. Now, this looks like a separate thing, though. So what's gone on here?
I think there's an issue possibly with that car, potentially locking up at the rears and spinning across. Lucky there was nothing coming round that first part of the lap there. But Jade hasn't done much historic racing at all, and she's raced in British touring cars, but due to funding's not been able to race in it for a couple of seasons. But so nice to see her back out again. The 28, Alex Buncombe there in another Camaro. This car's raced over Goodwood over the last few years, with Jack Tetley taking some wins, heading down into the chicane. So already we're seeing a number of laps popping up, some personal bests. Jake Hill did fastest of anybody in the first sector, but he's bled and hopped into the pits, potentially waiting to see if the track's got to improve and let down of the tyre pressures maybe.
Absolutely, and just seen David Brabham go the line. Tom Ingram actually also has done a decent job, as we're just looking there at the 29 Guy Smith, but also we're looking at one of the Rovers, and it's lovely to see the Rovers out there having as one of the background going right almost out onto the grass. So much action going on. But Guy Smith, yes, currently in 10th position. But look at some of the names on the list. So Andy Prio is top. Alex Brundle currently second. Rob Huff. Oh, Rob's just gone quicker. So Rob Huff in the number 11 car. That is one of the Capris. He has just gone fastest. He was doing all the touring cars last year. We've got a car going a bit slower. That's the Mustang, Romain Dumas Mustang, going a little slowly at this stage. I wonder if there's any problem with that car. Prio's gone back up to second. Alex Brundle back down to third. Matt Neal in fourth. Jake Hill in fifth. Feels like a lot of touring car stars. Andrew Jordan up there as well. Gordon Shedden, Tom Ingram.
It's like we're going back to British touring cars, isn't it?
It is. But then also Tom Christensen, the star of Le Mans, the 9-time winner of Le Mans. He's in ninth. David Brabham, who has done so much Formula 1 and GT racing over his life. Such great history in motorsport as well. So right now, just keeping an eye on the number 11 Capri. This is Rob Huff, fastest now by 0.013 of a second for Rob. And Rob's still a very regular racer in the modern world, but also doing fantastic jobs here at Goodwood. He won the Gordon Spice Final at the 80th Members Meeting in 2023. But he's in a Capri this time. He was in a Camaro at that time, but he's driven just about everything, hasn't he?
Yeah, he can drive anything and everything as fast as it can possibly go. Andy Prio's just set the fastest of anybody in the first sector, so we'll keep an eye out for him. Rob Huff improves now. He is the first driver to dive into the 127s. We can see Jake Hill there, and it looks like the team are having a look at the rear suspension there, Ben. So hopefully not early signs of problems for Jake Hill. He's still sat in the car, but the team, you can see, working away at the rear left there.
Do you think they're... I wonder if it has a rear anti-roll bar they can adjust, because it's almost like it's got a bit too much oversteer at the moment.
Yeah, Jake's probably going to say, come on, guys. This I enjoy getting a car sideways, but this is a little bit too much. So there's Andy Prio in the Camaro. Let's have a look where he pops up. He's not done a great middle sector, but it is good enough to send him to the top of the times. 127.3, 4/10 quicker than Rob Huff, but he's again set a personal best in the first sector. Christensen, he's popped up, the number 19 in the Rover, all the way up into third place. The times are just going to keep tumbling, aren't they, Ben?
They are indeed. So this is a 1978 Camaro, but the Camaro, of course, was a key car in the 1970s racing in British Saloon Car Championships. And Brian Muir, for example, was one of the front runners in those days. In the early 70s, they were still allowed to run. At one point, though, they sort of limited them out of British saloon car racing, where they limited it to 3 litres. That was the limit, but they still were competing, and one of the Camaros won the Spa 24-hour race in 1981. Now you're looking once again at Rob Huff, as he's going on to another lap right now. Andy Prio just 0.3 seconds faster than Rob Huff at this point. Let's see if this is going to be a good one, Alice.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of traffic ahead of him as he's going to bleed into the first part shortly of St Mary. So hope that he'll be able to clear that. But I think Prio in the number 31 Chevrolet is going to go even faster. I thought there was a spinner possibly as the camera switched there, but yeah, he's caught some traffic. But Prio is about to go even faster there. We've got the number 25, that's Emanuele Pirro in another Camaro, just fighting his way through the traffic. Another car we often see at the members meeting, and on the 80th members meeting back in 2023, this car was at the front, sharp end. Rob Huff victorious in this car, so Emanuele Pirro will hope to have the same success.
Yeah, well, let's see. It's so competitive out there, isn't it? Alex Buncombe, we're just going through there as well. Actually, you need to check that because yes, that's not him at the moment. So Andy Prio is still fastest. The gap is 0.692 from Rob Huff. Matt Neal up there in third place. And Tom Christensen, as you say, having put that good lap together, up into fourth position. Just going a little bit slow there, Emanuele Pirro. I wonder if he's feeling not quite so confident with the car. But Andy Prio is doing a good lap again, isn't he?
He is, and we've already gone faster than last year's qualifying time. So that was 1:27.1 last year. We're already in the 1:26s. So Matt Neal, his just being told in my ear, his transponder's not working, but hopefully TSL will be able to adjust and keep up with that. So we'll keep you up to date with the times. He's currently sat in third place at the moment in the number 130 Chevy Camaro. Got quite a few of them out here, but we've got 15 Ford Capris racing over this weekend, so a fan favourite, that is for sure. There's Matt Neal, just maybe on a little bit of a cool down lap, trying to make his way through some traffic.
It's lovely to see Matt so far up, though. The three-time British Touring Car champion, raced with Honda and competed so successfully. He was a six-time independent champion in the British Touring Cars and a race winner in European Touring Cars as well. And of course now doing a lot more historic racing. So just taking a look there at the Rover of Tom Christensen, and you look at the slide that Tom Christensen can do around here, Goodwood, is always very, very impressive, and he's currently in fourth position. Look at that, out to the grass.
Tickles the edge of the grass on the exit of St Mary's, but this is again why I love coming to Goodwood and seeing all these fantastic old pieces of machinery being pushed by drivers who are so comfortable. And Tom, look, just casually going on the grass ever so slightly on the outskirts of Lavant, but he'll be, let's have a look at the time. He's done a personal best, not a pretty decent first sector from him, and not such great middle sector compared to at least Andy Prio, who's occupying a P1 spot at the moment. But the Rover, the V8 engine, 300 brake horsepower. You can get some serious drift angles in these Rovers, as we've had a perfect demonstration by Tom.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see, across the line he comes, and Tom remains in fourth place at this stage. Tom is the captain of the Darnley team, the captain of the house team Darnley, and of course they'll be battling. Look at this, how he gets right out to the grass but controls it beautifully.
So relaxed, so chill. Did he go any quicker?
He's lost a place to Jake Hill, actually.
So Jake Hill's back out, so that's good news. I'm right on cue. There he is. So he'll be working frantically. Only 2 minutes to go for Jake, so not much time for him to try and move his way further up the order. A driver that we, of course, expect to be challenging for the front. He's set a decent first sector, though, Ben.
Yeah, it's not his not the fastest of all, but it is his best. So we'll see whether he can keep it going like this. It looks nice and smooth, actually. It does look a little bit more, so it's a little more balanced, but of course the tyres will have cooled down briefly. They get up to temperature very quickly around there. There's still a bit of oversteer on the exit of Lavant.
And this car has competed in every members meeting since the start. And of course Jake Hill, a regular to racing this car and winning, and they hope to have it again, a win again this year, with Jake fighting up the sharp end, which you'd expect. He comes through Woodcote Corner, rear tyre smoking its way round. A decent middle sector. Has he got any traffic? I'm just looking out the commentary box window. He has, but he should be all right for before going across the line, he will start. So this next lap will be his final lap. Let's see where he pops up to. Up into second place. He needs to find 3/10. This is the lap, but he's got a little bit of traffic. I think that's one of our Mustangs that's been having some issues in front of him, but he'll try and duck in behind, get a bit of the toe. Is that the number 17? I think it might be. That might be the 17 in front of him, of Roman Dumas, which actually the Mustang had that shock win on Fred's Shepherd's debut back in 2020.
Yeah, well, this is great to watch Jake really going for it, isn't he? Look at that little clip on the curb into some Marys. As you say, car in front could be at a tricky period, and whether that's going to cost him a little bit of time, I'm not sure. That was slightly interesting, different line there, and I'm not sure. Well, he's done a good first sector, but I think he's had to back off a little bit on the second sector.
Some oil was being dropped.
Yeah.
Like you said, do a really good first sector. We're riding on board now with Tom Ingram, who has had a great battle, as Jake was talking about in the TT Revival last year. And what an onboard shot, whacking the lock-on of his Chevrolet through the final part of St Mary's. You go up the hill slightly on the brakes, using the classic heel and toe technique to swing the car in to Lavant and drifting it round. It continues quite a way round, and then you'll see slightly uphill, there's a car just pulling out the way. He has a think of ducking in the toe through the kink at the Lavant Straight and all the way up to Woodcote Corner. So great onboard view from aboard Tom Ingram's Chevrolet.
Yeah, lovely to watch. And as you say, watching his feet as well as the steering is a lovely exercise to see some top driving. Let's just watch him up to the chicane, then brakes, heel and toe, down a gear, into the chicane, and then pick up the throttle on the exit, flat out, all the way across the line. But the checkered flag is out now. So only a few could possibly change the order. It is Andy Prio who is on top at the moment, from Jake Hill, Rob Huff in third, Matt Neal is in fourth, Roman Dumas is up there well, and Tom Christensen, as we know, in seventh place. Is anybody on a quicker lap right now? I'm not seeing anything particularly tempting that we're going to see any big changes up front, but it has been good, and it looks as though we're going to have Andy Prio and Jake Hill on the front row of the grid with Tom Ingram and Rob Huff behind. So we're still going to have the Jake Hill-Tom Ingram battle, aren't we?
Oh, this is just fantastic, isn't it? What a lineup of drivers that we've got fighting at the front of the field for the race that will take place later on today. So make sure that you tune in. It's going to be around about 4:45 later on today.
Yeah, that's going to be a fantastic race. And there is Jake Hill giving a little wave to fans and to marshals as well. And Jake, second fastest in the end. So whatever they did around the back end of the car seemed to help a little bit. And he was 2/10 slower than Andy Prio. But it's Tom Ingram, the man he was competing with so much here at Goodwood and for the British Touring Car title last year, who is third. They're going to be so close to each other. And Rob Huff in fourth place. And Rob, of course, was doing the full season of British Touring Cars last year. Great to see him back in British Touring Cars last season. Matt Neal fifth, Roman Dumas in sixth place, and Tom Ingram, of course, another star of, as we say, of British Touring Cars in that battle with Jake Hill, setting that great pace. We were riding on board with him. It was lovely to see, and he has set that third fastest time. So well done to Tom. And Gordon Shedden's in that top 10, as is Alex Brundle and Emanuele Pirro. Andre Lotterer just outside the top 10, and some other superstar drivers a bit further down. They never quite know which cars they're going to be in until quite soon before, and they just have to get the feel of it and see if it's a competitive car on the day. And some just react so quickly to that. But I think Tom's looking pretty happy, isn't he?
He looks nice and relaxed, nice and chilled, as he does most of the time, giving a wave to the fans as it cues to go into the pit lane. Like I said, you can see these cars out again later on, but it's going to be an exciting race, isn't it, Ben? As we've got a whole host of incredible drivers and wonderful cars as well.
It is, and we are going to have Camaro on the pole position, Chevy Camaro on pole position, but then the Ford Capri of Jake Hill. Then it's Tom Ingram in third place, Rob Huff in fourth position, Matt Neal with fifth position, and then Roman Dumas with the fastest Ford Mustang. He will start from sixth place. Tom Christensen in the Rover, doing a great job, seventh fastest. Had a Gordon Shedden in that one-off Volvo, eighth place. Alex Brundle, another of the Rovers, in ninth, and Emanuele Pirro ended up in 10th position. And then just outside the top 10, we've got Andre Lotterer, Guy Smith and Andrew Jordan in more of the Capris, David Brabham in the Rover, and then Charlie March, Frank Stipler and Jade Edwards, Tiffany Dell, Max Chilton and Tom Chilton. Look, they're almost together, 19th and 20th. Steve Soper's down in 21st place in the BMW, which is a bit of a one-off in this race as well. Anthony Reid, another Capri, he's 22nd ahead of Neil Yarni and Julien Draper in 24th. So let's have a look. I mean, it was absolutely gorgeous to see the cars out there, the Volvo doing a good job, actually. Gordon Shedden getting some good performance, but Jake Hill was so exciting to watch from the beginning, wasn't he?
He was getting it all out of shape going through St Mary's, but it was Andy Prio that set the fastest, the fastest time for the first part of the session, as a few drivers finding the limits of their car, and some fantastic shots for Capris, Chevy Camaros, the Mustang. We didn't see too much of those going out there, but some incredible drift angles being shown around this circuit.
Yeah, Rob Huff in the 11 car, and also Andy Prio, of course, who actually ended up setting the outright pace. And it was very entertaining, keeping an eye on Tom Christensen in the Rover too, the way that he was just right out to the grass.
Cutting as well.
Yeah, managing to control it. But it was Tom Ingram, and we were riding on board with, who ended up with a very rapid pace. Jake Hill second, a little faster, but pole position has gone to Andy Prio, who will be looking to try and take victory in the Gordon Spice Trophy Part 1 a little bit later on this afternoon.
I'm joined by Charles Boniface, who's one of the stunt instructors here at the Stunt Driving Challenge at Members Meeting. Now, Charles, like I said, you're one of the instructors here, so tell us a bit more about this activation that's going on.
So essentially you've got a skid pad, so sort of simulates ice driving, very, very low grip surface on these with rear-wheel drive BMWs, 22Is. And essentially we'll be getting you to do J-turns and a figure of 8 and scoring you out of 30 for those points to go towards your house. As long as you've got yourself a driving licence or a photograph of it, you can come down and have a go.
So anyone can take part, you don't need any previous experience in this kind of thing?
Yeah, not at all. As long as, like I say, as long as you've got your licence or a photograph of it with you, you can come down, no experience necessary.
Okay, so what are some of the tips then, Charles, to doing these J-turns and figures of 8s?
The biggest thing I would say is probably less is more. So okay. Slower sort of speeds than you sometimes think, just because of how less grip there is, don't be too aggressive with everything, and obviously listen to your instructor.
Yes, so you'll be alongside people helping them out with these stunts. So what's your experience?
So I've been doing spin and slide here for Goodwood as one of their instructors for about 3 or 4 years now. I'm an ARDS B grade motorsport instructor as well. I've been instructing for 5 years or so, something like that. So a fair amount, and obviously a fair bit of racing myself.
Amazing.
In the past.
So people are in good hands as well, and I imagine it gets a bit competitive as well, as points for this can go towards houses.
Yes, it gets pretty competitive, particularly between couples and things as well. Bragging rights for the drives home is always something that people always look for.
Yeah, so. I love this variety. Definitely something that people can get involved with. So head on down to the stunt area and you can give it a go for yourself.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
This was the first Easter handicap for sports cars, and Duke, driving car number 70, soon showed he was as much at home in the seat as in the saddle.
And we are back with track action straight away now here at Goodwood at the members meeting, as we're now seeing qualifying for the Gurney Cup for the sports racing prototypes, a type that were raced between 1963 and 1967. And there is the number 63 car of John Davison and Dan Eagling. This is the Chevron BMW V6. And it's lovely to see the pretty little Chevron that will be one of the competitors in this, but it's up against some big, powerful machinery as well. So it's going to be fascinating to see how this all does go on. But this one, John Davidson, son of Barry and Margaret, who saw this car win a race at Brands Hatch in a 1,000-kilometre race, and they bought it as a family back in 2015. And John is an experienced racer himself, John Davison, in Lotus Elan, TBRs and Mustangs, and he loves driving this, of course, and he's sharing it with Dan Eagling, also a very good driver and driver coach, race engineer. So it's a good mix, and it's a beautiful little car, isn't it, this Chevron V6.
It is, and what a story. Purchasing the car when you go out to watch, and it's still in the family today. So we've got a lovely mix of cars, like you said, Ben. AC Cobras, Ford GT40s, Chevrons, the Elvas, the Lotus 23B. So a whole mix of different cars. It's a 45-minute race, two-driver of sports prototypes that race between 1963 and 1967. We've got some thundering V8s. It's always action-packed, this race, and last time we saw this Gurney Cup was back in 2023, and it was Dario Franchitti and Sean Lynn that took the honours in a Ford GT40.
We're looking at the Elva here, which is number 4. This is an Elva BMW Mark 7S, and it's owned by Andrew Owen, but it's Mark Owen and Nicholas Padmore who are racing it over the course of the weekend. Elva, the company, created post-war by Frank Nichols in Sussex and Bexhill-on-Sea, so not far away. Created their first car in 1955, and Mark II became one of the fastest small-capacity sports cars, and then it actually moved up the order, of course. We're looking at a slightly later version here in the Mark VII, the 1963. Bill Moss was a winner in those days with the works car, and it is lovely to see. We've got a few different Elvas, not many, but we've got a little collection of them racing in this Gurney Cup. which is really lovely to see, and just saw another one go through actually. That was the Max Bartel lost driver. But of course, for many fans, what they love to see is the Ford GT40, a very, very rapid machine, of course. You're looking at the Andrew Smith, Ollie Bryant GT40 here, and actually it's being passed, isn't it, at this point by the Christian Albrecht Seb Perez car. But the GT40s for so many people are the most popular cars.
Oh, they are, and actually the number 21 is raced here at members meeting before in the Alan Mann Trophy. That was an all GT40 race at Goodwood Members Meeting back in 2016. It's been winner of the Spa 3 hours in 2016, winner of the Spa 6 hours in 2021, and it's got a great driver lineup as well of Ollie Bryant and Andrew Smith. So I expect that one to watch out. They must have been on some kind of cool down lap there. We've got the 66 that's just in our shop, Alex Brundle. This is built by the Pearson Engineering for Alex Brundle, who owns the car, and driven on this occasion as well, not just by Alex, but the CEO, Ford CEO of Jim Farley as well.
Absolutely, yeah. No, it's going to be fascinating to see how that goes. Could be very, very competitive, I think. The number 66 car, the GT40, as you say, of Alex Brundle, shared with Jim Farley. Right, now having a look now at another of the Chevrons, the number 95 was Sam and Ben Mitchell. And this one is apparently the only left-hand drive B8, Chevron B8, to leave the factory. And it was the first B8 chassis produced, so took part in many World Sports Car events between 68 and 72, and it was actually competed by the head of BMW competitions department, and then it was stored for many, many years, but then it came back just a few years ago here at Goodwood. And I think in many ways, Alice, this Goodwood members meeting, it's lovely that some of the cars that have been sitting in garages not doing anything, they're inspired, people are inspired to bring them here.
They are, and word gets out, and this is such a big event. Not just this Festival of Speed, but Revival as well. One of my most favourite events of the year, along with this members meeting as well. It's just fantastic to see a variety of old cars. We just saw one of the Ford GT40s. That was the Jeremy Cottingham and James Cottingham car. And back to the 95 there of the Ben and Sam Mitchell, who did get a nice little slipstream from the number 6, the Lynn and Lotterer car. Hoping, will Ben, I think that's Ben behind the wheel, that he's not going to get boxed too much going into the final chicane, maybe ever so slightly, but I enjoy getting a nice toe up the main straight to set another lap. So the drivers you will see come in at some point during this session to of course take that driver change, and Ben jumps to the very top of the times, a 1:21.3, nearly 7/10 clear of the number 6 that's in front of him, the Lynn and Lotterer.
Well, we stopped with that well, didn't we? Because that was a very quick lap, but as you said, getting a toe probably was a helpful thing from the GT40, the Maxwell Lynn Andre Lotterer car, but there seems to be so little difference between them. They look quite different looking machines, of course. Well, they've got to be a bit careful now because they're catching up on the Lotus Ford 30, the Katsu Kubota car. So this could slow them down a fraction.
Yeah, they're nice and respectful to Kubota, who's I think that's him driving it just in front. Ben slides down the inside.
Wow. Good exit, wasn't
it? The Lynn Lotterer car probably thinks, nah, I see what you're trying to do here. You're trying to get the toe. Of course, the Chevron is much more lightweight, more nimble than the Ford GT40. And, of course, the GT40 was designed to sort of challenge Ferrari in endurance racing. Mid-engine V8, iconic sports car, and got that famous 1-2-3 finish at Le Mans back in 1966.
Yeah, it took a few years to get the win at Le Mans, but once they managed to sort it out, it then went on to take several wins over the years at Le Mans. And yeah, it's a tremendous story, of course, the GT40. It's lovely that we get to see them race here this weekend. As you mentioned, this race is going to be a fun one this evening. It's going to be, so it's the last event of the day here today when we have this race between the two drivers, 45 minutes. The sun will be beginning to settle down, but I think looking at what we're seeing right now, pretty close times. Okay, pole position at the moment by just over half a second, but this is normally a very, very good race. can be difficult to make a break, and we shall see how it goes. It's going to be one to enjoy.
It is. We've got the Seb, trying to see if that was Seb Perez in the wheel there, a young, experienced racer who we've seen come up through the ranks, through the Ginetta Juniors, had a go at rallying. Off to see on his social media, gets up to lots of interesting rallies in historics as well, to a little bit of track racing, so quite a few of them peeling into the pits. It's going to be very busy down there, so trying to time your driver swap for the right time so you don't lose too much time. With the number 3 coming into shot there, that is the Phil Keane and Nicholas Ditting car, and that car's actually a members meeting veteran.
Yeah, lovely to see, and seeing some more now, trying to improve a little bit. And of course, as we swap drivers, we see drivers being swapped in this qualifying session. You'll see some of the very rapid drivers jumping in perhaps, and others jumping out to hand over to their teammates, and then we've got some very good combined teams as well. So it's going to be interesting. The Cottinghams here are sharing James and Jeremy. They are potentially going to do a very good job. Of course, James Cottingham, runner-up in the British GT in 2023, multiple race winner in GT3s, and he's done some good races here as well. He was actually second in the solo Gordon Spice race here last year in a Camaro, so always one to watch. We're into the pits now, so you may just be seeing some driver changes. It makes sense because we're not quite halfway through the session, but sometimes it makes sense to come in a bit early and get the other driver in the car, depending on how much time they've had in it before now.
And number 95, Chevron, is racking up fast laps. It's just gone fastest of anybody in the first sector, but that's actually just been snatched away by the Cottingham 23 car, so keep a close eye. A decent first sector, but by the 95, Ben Mitchell, I believe, behind the wheel of that, tucking in, getting a toe down the main straight. Is that a faster lap? No, not quite an improvement, so lost a little bit of time, but there on your screen, the Cottingham 23 car has set a very decent first sector, but actually is not so much in that middle one, possibly some traffic. So traffic can play a big part, and we've seen it through numerous races, through Goodwood Members Meeting, through Revival, number 18, peeling into the pits there. That's one of our Alvas, the British sports car manufacturer. We often saw quite a few Alvas racing back in Goodwood in its time. Does Cottingham make an improvement? No, stays in third place for now.
Yeah, but I think you're right, he backed off, didn't he, I think, at the end of that lap, so maybe he's going to push again. So it might be worth just keeping an eye on this. Possibly that could be another good lap, but you're also keeping a little bit of an eye on the number 22 Katsukabota Lotus Ford.
It's Richard Bradley, I think, behind the
Richard Bradley
at the moment, looking at his helmet, a racer that's experienced in endurance racing, and also here at Goodwood as well. You can see dancing the Lotus Ford through Lavant, and a very, very impressive first sector, Ben. It's 0.6 quicker than we've seen so far in this session, and a really stellar middle sector as well. So I think this is going to obliterate the Mitchell time that's currently stands at the moment for 1:21.3. Might get a little bit stuck with the couple of the Fords in front through the chicane, but I don't think that's hampered him too much. So Richard Bradley's going to dive into the pits. He teased us with some brilliant purple sectors, and then made way into the pits. So maybe he feels like there's a slight issue. But they've already had a driver swap, but I can see the mechanics just putting their head into the cockpit there, having a look. But that was going to be a very impressive lap from Richard Bradley.
Yeah, it was. There's a bit of a conversation going on, so I don't quite know what that is about at this stage, but he is heading back out, so it doesn't look as though they've got a major problem. And that was such a good, as you say, sector times. That car could well be the fastest. We will see in a little while. He's heading back out onto the circuit. Richard, as you mentioned, has done some great stuff here at Goodwood in recent years as well. Won the 2023 Freddie March, and we shall see whether he's going to be able to set fastest lap. At the moment, it is still the number 95 Chevron B8 that is fastest by 0.6 of a second over the Cottingham family, and they have done a good job in second place. James and Jeremy Cottingham in the Ford GT40, second fastest at this stage. Third fastest is another Ford GT40 of Max Lynn and Andre Lotterer. And then in fourth position currently is another Ford GT40, the Ollie Bryant Andrew Smith version. You're looking at the Rob Huff Richard Mines GT40 at the moment. And if Rob is in the car now, we will definitely want to be keeping an eye on that because he could be very rapid.
I think he lost a little bit of time in the traffic there, but not a bad first sector, and actually not as much time as I thought. Still a decent mid-sector, so I think this will be a fast time. I couldn't quite catch the helmet on there, and we're catching a replay, and getting squeezed on the grass was the Ferrari of Frank Stippler and David Franklin, and was that one of the Fords through there, and there's quite a disparity of lap time and experience on the grid, so drivers of course are told to give plenty of respect, but the number 20 Ferrari is back. He survived the trip across the grass, being drifted around the first part of Goodwood now as it will head into the chicane. A little bit of traffic that's going to hamper the lap. Just have a look there, down in 9th place at the moment. Not a personal best in the first sector, but a personal best in the middle sector.
Yeah, it's the only Ferrari in this race, by the way, that 206S. It's lovely to see that it is the only Ferrari up against all these other GT40s and the Elvas and some of the Chevrons as well. And of course that Lotus, we've got a couple of Lotus Fords as well, a couple of 23Bs as well as the Lotus Ford 30 we were looking at just a little moment ago. It's currently down in 8th place, but Bradley is still on a very good lap, by the way, in that car. So it's going to be interesting to see whether Bradley's going to jump up or is...
I think they're still in the pits.
It's funny because
possibly.
We saw it come out, but it's showing,
Yeah, I think I just led over to look out, and I think they pulled away and then pulled back in.
Okay.
So clearly something not... ideal for them, but the Huff and Mines car to the top of the times, 300ths of a second separating our top two drivers. Not a personal best in the first sector, but it was purple in the second. That's fastest out of anybody. So this little Ford being put through its paces, you can see it's dancing as it goes through the flat out kink. Ford water up the hill, hard on the brakes then into St Mary's, choosing not to use all the road on the way in, but making sure it gets perfectly to the apex, and we'll see it appear from shot on the exit slightly sideways as they go up to the top of the hill at Levant. Heavy on the brakes, and that's a long sweeping corner, and we often get some perfect shots of the entry there, but a very decent first sector, Ben, personal best for the number 9.
Yeah, Rob Huff's always on it, isn't he? And fascinating to see how he gets on. He and Richard Mines often work together, and they're running this 1965 Ford GT40 this weekend. And we shall see whether Rob can get a little bit more sliding under control. A little bit of smoke almost coming from the tyres as he came out of Woodcote. One of the other GT40s coming in. But let's have a look at the lap here, because this is a quick one for Rob. Is he going to go a little quicker? Yes, a 120.6 he's done, and that's given him a 6/10 advantage over everybody else.
Yeah, so nice comfortable margin, still 11 minutes remaining of the session. Puffs of smoke coming out of the back. There actually was only 105 of these GT40s made between 1964 and 1969, and we've got quite a few. I haven't done the counts. Maybe you have, Ben, of how many are on the grid this weekend, but we're very lucky to have quite a few racing and being shown how to put through their paces as Rob gets so close to the grass on the exit of St Mary's.
I think we've got 9 entered. It's 9 or 10 that were entered into this for this weekend. So yeah, still a good collection of them. But Rob Huff is the fastest. I hope that motor's all right. But it's a little bit smoky in a couple of places. But of course, it is running to full revs. The V8 sitting in the back of that machine and providing all the amazing horsepower. Now, second place at the moment, we have got currently it is the other GT40 of Andre Lotterer and Maxwell Lynn. That is in second place. So dropping now down to third position has gone the Chevron V8 that did those brilliant laps early on in the session. Actually now down to fourth because...
Lynn Lotterer, number 6, has just popped up into third place. So 3/10 is the gap between the Huff Mines car. There you go, you can see on the screen, fighting at the wheel. It is Lotta as they go through the first corner, Madgwicks. So a host of front row start potentially we're looking at for later on today for this Gurney Cup of GT40s.
Andre Lotter is such an experienced racer, 3-time Le Mans winner, but very much a regular here at Goodwood as well over the years. He's raced in all sorts of forms of motorsport. Formula E, he was racing for quite a while, and then getting back into sort of GT racing as well. So Andre Lotter, huge experience and loving this Goodwood circuit.
And it's nice to actually see this Ford GT40 out, because it was destroyed in a fire. It was destroyed. It was being stored, had a fire. The car was later built using destroyed cars identity. So really nice to see it back out here, completely restored and with the complete original livery. So nice to see that out. And from 1, 4, 2, another. This time the number 3 down in 10th place at the moment. Not a personal best in the first sector, but still fairly decent. So they'll be hoping to move up the order. Just under 9 minutes of the session remaining.
Alex Brundle's just moved up the order to 6th place on that last lap. But as you mentioned, unfortunately, Richard Bradley's still in the pits with that car that was going so well earlier on, the Lotus Ford 30, which is a challenging machine in some ways, but I think they've developed it extremely well nowadays. When it was original, it didn't quite perform as they had expected, but it certainly is working very well. But there is some issue, as you said, because it is still down in the pit lane. So we've still got just under 8.5 minutes to go in this qualifying session for the Gurney Cup, the race that will take place this evening as a 45-minute two-driver race, due to start at around 6:45 tonight and take us into the later part of the evening. And right now we're keeping an eye on Alex Brundle, because that last lap was very good and it looks like he's on a pretty good one again.
He is a good first sector from Alex Brundle, the 2016 European Le Mans Series champion in LMP3. Drifts it round, a squeeze of the brakes to get the front end in. You can see eager on the gas as he swings it in to the final part of the chicane. Comes across the line. We'll have a little look if there's any improvement for him. It's an improvement of time, but not quite an improvement of position.
Okay, well, let's see whether he can try and get together a little bit more of a lap. Alex is out in various different cars this weekend. And this is one that, as you mentioned earlier, is that he actually is owner of. It's been rebuilt by Pearson's, and it's lovely to see that he is getting some fun with it, and joined by Jim Farley, the CEO of Ford, who's competing with him this weekend.
He's in a sandwich of chevrons at the moment. He's trying to navigate through St Mary's.
Yes, that doesn't help him to go for another fastest lap. Now, who else? Anybody else on a quick lap? I'm not seeing any big improvements. There's a little bit of an improvement there for the number 3 of Nicholas Ditting and Phil Keane. So I think Phil Keane maybe has just improved a little bit.
And there was our answer for the Bradley Kubota car, still in the pits. The engine cover is off. The mechanics are looking deep into the rear compartment of that car. So clearly something not firing correctly for them, which, as we spoke about, is a big shame, because Richard Bradley still holds the fastest first sector of anybody in this session. So they're dropping down the order down into 13th place.
Frank Stippler in the Ferrari's just done a good lap. So the Ferrari's popped up into 4th place suddenly with a 1:21.496. So less than a second away from the potential pole position, but the beautiful Ferrari has nipped up. There it is, number 20, up into 4th place. And Frank Stippler, I'm sure behind the wheel right now, has just done a very, very good lap indeed. Looks as though he's still on a quick one. Lights on, a little bit sideways into 11th, and on the exit as well. Just look at the car control going on, but he's putting together some very good performances.
Yeah, he is, like you said, the only sole Ferrari that's out there at the moment. Full throttle, flat chat. Just hear it screaming as it heads down the straight. And looks like actually decided to back off The drivers will know. I can see the pit balls being swung out over the side of the pit wall. We've got a little bit of damage to the chicane back there. Oh, and a late move from the number 80. That's one of the chevrons firing down the inside. Now, I hope I've not jinxed it and the Ferrari hasn't got a problem.
Yeah,
on the brakes. I actually... Oh, is it going to be stopping into Woodcote? I can see them looking... him looking in the mirror.
I think he's just trying to keep out of the way, isn't he?
Yeah, maybe trying to get a little bit of space to try and make improvements. He's not looking down at all, making any dials. As I said that, a little look down. Let's have a look at it bleeds into the pits. Looks like it was maybe having a little cool off, letting the tyres have a dip in temperature before trying to make an improvement from their fourth place, 8/10 off at the moment.
The trouble is, because that chicane, there's that little bit of barrier down. Let's see what actually happened. We can find out here, Alice, who managed to clip it.
So there's the 95 Chevron. Is that going to make contact? Yes, so that's the Sam Mitchell car that's in third place, just making contact with it, the number 42 in the background.
It's
Our
not
camera
a huge
just
contact.
about survived,
yes, the
so
camera
thank you
survived.
for that.
But it's not a huge contact, but it has made it a bit tricky for it. Oh, we've got a spinner as well. That's the number 96. That's the Carl Collins, Max Minchell, Lotus 423. Thankfully, no damage done, able to rejoin the track. So that's good news. But is the Ferrari going any quicker at the moment? What are you thinking?
No, not at the moment. Not a personal best in the first sector. Let's have a look if he's going to come across some traffic in front. Good job with traffic management, because it doesn't look like there's any. Look at him moving the rear of that car, snaking all the way into Woodcote. And I'd like to see if he's actually managed to stay on track.
Yeah.
He did. Great driving there. Managed to stay on track. That's not necessarily the fastest way around, but let's see if he's going to make any improvements at all as he comes up across the line. You can see everyone eagerly watching over the pit wall, hanging out the pit boards. Any improvement, Ben? I don't think so.
Not on that lap, not on that lap. And it was a big slide. I was thinking the same as you. I thought, oh, he's going to end up on the grass. But he managed to sort it out extremely well. Just going across the line now is the Chevron B6 of Chris Ward and Andy Newell. And
first ever B6 as well, this car. So very nice to see it out here racing, down in 8th place at the moment.
Yeah, still a pretty good performance. But still no laps at all from that Kubota Bradley Lotus. As you mentioned, you saw it in the pit lane with having a look at it. It's a great shame that, having set such a good lap earlier. And we shall see what happens. So, number 16 still doing a good job at the moment. 8th fastest, as you mentioned. 10th place at this point. We've got the number 63 car, and that one has been going pretty well throughout the course of this session. That's John Davidson and Dan Eagling.
Oh, I was just about to say he's on such a good lap. Is the Stifler Franklin Ferrari went fastest of anybody in the middle sector, but just went wide on the exit of Woodcote and very close to that final barrier at the chicane. So this could have been a good lap. Let's see if there's any improvement at all with the use of the grass there. And it was an improvement, but I think that could have been even more, Ben, if there wasn't that small mistake at the final part of the lap.
Yeah, that's right. But it's a fascinating car to watch, because it's very difficult to get it absolutely right. That back end of the look, even through the floor is a flat right-hander normally. He's having to actually correct it slightly, so that is surprising through that one. But it must be a real challenge to drive. And now he's got a bit of traffic up ahead as he comes out of St Mary's down towards Lavant. Good lap so far.
Yeah, good improvement. Was that the number 11 that he's going to come up behind? Just about. No, it was the 29. Just about gets out the way, which is very good. So let's have a look. He's got purple in the speed trap. That's always nice to see. Heads down now. We'll have a little look, but we're actually seeing quite a few improvements out there now, Ben. The Lynn Lotterer car has just set a personal best in the first sector too.
Okay, let's see how he gets on with this corner, because this one will be a bit of a struggle. It's still a bit sideways through there, although it wasn't quite as wide as last time. And the correction required under braking into the chicane as well. I don't think this is going to be any quicker for Stifler this time over the line. And stays in 4th place at the moment, and actually it was nearly as quick as previous best. A little touch against the barriers there as well for the GT40 of Max Lynn and Andre Lotterer. I think Lotterer in the car at the moment. That's currently 2nd fastest. So this car is likely to be on the front row of the grid, but it does look as though it's going to be Rob Huff and Richard Mines who are going to be on pole position in their Ford GT40. Let's just have a little look back again. Sliding and correction.
That's a workout in itself.
Lovely to see though. Beautiful control. And it's going to still be up there in the top 4 on the grid by the looks of things. Checker flag is just out now. Of course, if you're on a quick lap right now, you can still potentially improve, but we're not seeing a lot of personal bests at this point. So we shall see if there are any changes. The number 24 of Seb Perez and Christian Albrecht, another GT40, potentially might improve a little bit on this lap. But the checker flag is out, and qualifying is coming to an end in the Gurney Cup with this beautiful range of cars that we will see racing this evening to complete the Saturday running of the members meeting. And it looks as though Rob Huff is going to be able to hold on to that pole, not by very much, the gap just 0.064 of a second. That implies we could have a very good front row.
I think we're going to have a very good battle. It's always an interesting fight, the Gurney Cup, close racing, as you said, Ben, with a nice mixture of cars. And just as we say that, with a change at the top of the times.
Yeah, so that is fantastic. The Andre Lotterer GT40 has just snatched pole position. Andre Lotterer with the number 6, there it is, has just done it by 0.043 of a second. Wow. And that means the Rob Huff Richard Mines car is going to be back in 2nd place, but it'll be the 2 Ford GT40s up there on the front row of the grid. On the 2nd row, you'll have that Chevron B8, which I think is a brilliant effort. Ben Mitchell, I think, who set the time, 21.307. That'll be 3rd, and then the Ferrari, or Frank Stippler, will be on that 2nd row. So you have 2 GT40s, then a Chevron and a Ferrari on the 2nd row. So it's a lovely mix of machinery. Then a GT40 on the 3rd row. In fact, 2 GT40s together on that 3rd row. So the GT40s are sort of getting split in between on that lead group on the grid.
It is, but still a close battle we're going to have with the race later on today. So make sure you stay around, tune in. It's the final race that we will see later on at 6:45 this evening. The 2-driver race, so it'll include a pit stop as well, 45 minutes. So plenty of things to go right for the drivers, but also, as we've seen over the years, whether it's here at Goodwood or other places, when you throw in a pit stop, there's plenty of things that can also go wrong.
I do hope that they can get the Lotus of Kuberta and Bradley sorted out, because it was showing some very, very good times. Unfortunately, it didn't manage to carry on, and I just hope that they can get that all sorted out a little bit later on. So, fantastic to look forward to, as you say, this race coming up this evening, and we shall be seeing some exciting battles, I am sure, particularly with it being a 2-driver race. So, the Lynn Lotterer Ford GT40 has taken pole from Huff and Mines in their GT40, but then we've got the Mitchells in their Chevron B8 ahead of Stippler and Franklin in the Ferrari 206. Then a couple more GT40s on the 3rd row, one on the 4th row. Alex Brundle actually got it up onto the 4th row. Another of the Chevron B6s up there as well. And then the Little John Twyman Elva and another Ford GT40, the number 21 car of Ollie Bryant and Andrew Smith, who are 10th fastest. Looking further down the list, Eagling and Davison in the Chevron ahead of Dissing and Keane, O'Brien and Fennell in the Lotus Ford 23B. Hugenholtz and Pirro down in 14th place. I think they would have hoped for a little bit more ahead of Bradley and Kubota in that Lotus. That's the one that obviously had some problems. Ahead of Balfour and Draper, Dryber and Bartel, Padmore and Owen in their Elva, and then the Chevron and Lotus completing the top 20. And then further down the list, some of the cars a little bit further back. One of the rare Brabhams actually down in 26th place, but the Brabham BT5, lovely to see it out there. One of the GT40s a bit further down in 21st place. And at the back of the grid, surprisingly actually, is Chris Goodwin and his Lotus Ford 23B. That was not surprising, he didn't set a time, so they have obviously had a problem with that car, and that's why it is likely to be starting from the very back. So we're just looking back at some of the highlights of this qualifying session for the Gurney Cup, and we saw some really great performances all the way through. The Chevron was flying in the early stages, and so was the Lotus 30. Some big slides, some big corrections required. The battles between the GT40s, of course, always significant, and for many people they are their favourite cars and they're enjoying seeing them going very, very quickly. In the end, it is GT40s that are up on the front row together, but that Ferrari, which was slipping and sliding and just managed to avoid a bit of contact, thankfully, made life very exciting as Frank Stittler was trying to go just that little bit quicker at the end with some remarkable car control. But in the end, the Rob Huff has ended up second on the grid. Pole position has gone to Lynn and Lotterer in the number 6 GT40. So now we're heading over to the GT3 feature. So I'm going to hand over the microphones to Bruce Jones and to John Watson as well, because these two guys are experts on the GTs, but they'll take over in just a moment. Let's first of all enjoy our GT feature.
2006 saw the birth of GT3, a brand new category of GT racing that was about to breathe new life into a withering sports car landscape. GT1 and GT2 had become too expensive, so the SRO put together a new set of regulations that would make homologation both more affordable and more accessible. GT3 cars would be based on existing production models with minimal restrictions on things like engine capacity. A new concept called balance of performance would adjust each car's power-to-weight ratio to ensure close racing. The goal was to entice new manufacturers to get involved in GT racing, and within 2 years, 11 marques had developed a car to compete in GT3, a list that included Ferrari, Audi, Aston Martin, Porsche, Lamborghini and Chevrolet. That list gradually expanded, with the likes of Mercedes, BMW and McLaren also getting in on the action, as a spectacular field of V8s, V10s and V12s fought against each other at many of the world's greatest endurance races.
Christopher, we're surrounded by gleaming, shiny cars, but this one's a little bit special because it hasn't been touched since you won the 24 hours at the Nürburgring in 2014. I mean, it must be special to be reunited with it.
Yeah, it is. I'm really blessed to be here. First of all, this event is absolutely phenomenal. I'm really blessed how the atmosphere is here. And this car exactly is from 2014, the winner car of Nürburgring. And also it's the last time I have raced the car. And now to be back and have the chance and the possibility to drive this car again is an incredible feeling.
It must be an amazing thing around the Nürburgring, this.
It is. Nürburgring is always special. It's a really tough race. But, you know, Nürburgring is that race of the year which you really don't want to miss as a driver. This is something like Le Mans or Daytona, for example. And, yeah, that's why it's an iconic.
And when you sat in this weekend, does everything suddenly come back to you? Do you remember everything?
I remember everything because this event, it has been a tough race. We also had an issue at the end of the race, which the mechanics fixed quickly. And all this stuff, it's coming up actually every day. You know, I feel like I have something new which I remember. And this is a great feeling.
Well, look, enjoy the demonstration.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, bated breath in the commentary box because John Watson has joined me, Bruce Jones, and we've covered a lot of GT3 races over the years. Kicked off in 2006 and it's just grown like topsy ever since. There's a massive weekend down at Paul Ricard for the opening round of the GT World Challenge this year, but here we've got the cars from the early days of GT3. It's going to be quite a show. First the demo, and then of course we're going to go for a shootout. It's going to be fireworks.
Well, we're going to see a lot of the cars that would have been competing in the late sort of noughties into the early teens. And the growth of GT3 globally is just unbelievable. And the cars that the manufacturers that have supported it and particularly in SRO, which has got the event this weekend at Paul Ricard, there are no direct manufacturer involvements. That was a deliberate ploy by SRO. In some of the other events, WEC or maybe in North America, then there is more direct factory involvement. But these are the cars, just looking at the Lamborghini going through shot into Madrid, that would have been the sort of the beginning of the journey of GT3 to where it is today. And the current GT3 car is nearer to what I would call a silhouette GT3 car than a production car brought up to a GT3 spec.
Entirely so. They really have moved on. But these early ones, as we can now call them, now have their own historic racing series. I was talking to Ollie Bryant down in the paddock. He's in the background. He's just out of the shot in his BMW Z4. He said, I raced this. I won the Silverstone 500 in 2013. It's now historic. Where does that put me? I said, in the sunshine at Goodwood.
Bruce, what do you do if you've got a GT3 car that is no longer homologated, or it's no longer competitive with the front of the field? And they all just sort of gather dust. They all were going to be future barn finds, one might say. But this race series, which has been Sean Lynn and his father, Sean Lynn has created the series for cars that were effectively retired GT3 cars. And some of them are going to be here. You can see coming through the Lamborghini, the tail of the field, the Audi. And of course, Audi were one of the major manufacturers that embraced GT3 racing. They made 130 or plus GT3 of the Audi R8 LMS and various versions of that. So it has been a phenomenal success on a global platform, and for many drivers the instincts that people would have had for GT3 racing was maybe it's something that people that were maybe more senior in terms of age and wanted to go motor racing, or drivers who had a competitive career want to sort of taper down, and that's how it all began. But now you're finding lots of young drivers who are not able to make progress in the single-seater world gravitating into GT3 racing. So you've now got single-seater racing with a GT3 car.
Now, looking on screen at one of the McLarens down there, MP412C, and Chris Goodwin is on board. You can see the orange helmet. Of course, he did a lot of development work for McLaren. He's involved with the Garage 59 team and just can't stay away from racing. So great to have him here. He'll also be out in a Formula Junior, which will follow straight on after this. But what we're having, John, is the demonstration of the cars. There are another half dozen static displays in the paddock, certainly drawing the eye, but then we're going to have the shootout. Some of the top GT3 drivers who've made a career out of it, going to put one at a time laps down. It's going to be super special, but it's just great to see these early days GT3 cars.
Yes, the cars look, I would say, truer to the basic GT3 or the basic GT car on which they're based. But as time has progressed, the cars have grown, they've gotten larger, they've certainly gotten wider. I mean, just looking at the back of the BMW there going into picture, that is what I call a mid-engine, front-engine GT3 car. Great success. They won at Spa 24 Hours years ago. That car's now been superseded by the M4, which is a true silhouette GT3 car. And looking at the tail there of Aston Martins and Audis and others, Corvettes somewhere in that, I'm just looking to see where it is.
And it's when you think you know all the cars, you've seen them in the European Championships, but because GT3 is global, there are some cars that are coming in from all around the world. The scene is burgeoning. In fact, there's the opening round of GT World Challenge Asia this weekend at Sepang, 30 plus cars, 57 down at Paul Ricard. Then you have some competing on the long distance races at Nürburgring, etc, etc. And of course, the secondary class in the World Endurance Championship is GT3. So there are many places you can go and race. There is a uniformity and slight differences here and there. But the beauty of these cars, they were developed so that a less experienced driver could be brought on. It wasn't about the pros, it was about the AMs, and that has been the essence of GT3 racing ever since. Stefan Rattel came up with the formula and it's worked ever since.
Yeah, so certainly in the SRO series, the AM drivers, or the private entrants, are very much cared for by the series, and while you've got now more and more pro drivers coming into the championship, and those are the drivers that will be the race winners by and large, there still is a place for the gentleman driver or the talented amateur driver to go out and compete in a 1 hour sprint or a 3 hour endurance. This weekend, Paul Ricard, 6 hour endurance, and of course 24 hours of Spa at the end of June. I mean, one of the most demanding, toughest 24 hour races in the motorsport calendar.
Yeah, guess what? This year, the 3 24-hour races for GT3 cars come in consecutive weekends. So some of the drivers race the Le Mans 24 hours, then the Nürburgring 24 hours, not easy races, and then the Spa 24. I'm covering all three. I have a feeling I'm going to be quite weary at the end.
Bruce, what you're doing is nuts. some of these drivers are doing. I mean, Nürburgring, 24 hours, you've got to contend with all sorts of weather. Very often the race has to be stopped in the middle of the event simply because the track conditions are so diabolical, rain or fog or one at the same time. And at Nürburgring, the length of the circuit, you get different weather patterns anywhere around that long circuit.
One of the beauties, we talked fleetingly about balanced performance. The whole idea is you draw cars that look entirely different, they look identifiable, and for years we had the BMW M6 and the Bentley Continental, fast cars in comparison to, say, a Ferrari 458 Italia or something, but the brain boxes worked out how they could and should have their performance set to achieve an identical lap time. Of course, they can deliver it in different ways at different points on the lap. Black magic was involved, but it has been a formula that works, and it means you can have these different shapes. You love a particular manufacturer, that car will be competitive.
Well, one of the reasons why we've got this balance of performance in part of the fundamentals of GT3 racing is to stop a single manufacturer from coming in and the kind of one brand domination that you see certainly in Formula One, that is not a part of GT3 racing. So this balance of performance essentially equals out the big advantages one GT3 car may have over the rest of the field. I mean, Mercedes, you see, this is the SLS, not the current GT3 Mercedes AMG. That would be down at Paul Ricard this weekend. That was the pathfinder for the GT3 AMG.
It was, and they really learned lessons. Two things came out of this. Don't do a car with gull-wing doors. That often was a problem when they'd pop when a driver had left the pits. You try negotiating with Warner when you're trying to reach up, grab a tiny door handle and pull it down. But also when they moved on from the SLS to the AMG, the current model, they designed it even more towards the gentleman drivers so they could get their maximum out of it and then start advancing. You don't want it set up for the pros. It will scare the atoms, and the success has been with each subsequent evolution or new model coming in, they make it more driver friendly.
Well, certainly the current AMG GT3 would be, I would call, maybe one of the most benign of all the GT3 brands out there. The SLS, the car we're looking at right now, and again with the gull-wing doors, I mean, a lovely design feature. I mean, this is a road car that was then modified for racing, but there were shortcomings coming into the pits, and your door had to go up rather than out, so it did cause problems. So there's another unique brand. We don't see very much of Morgan Racing, but big mistakes. That is a very quick little car all the way from, is it Worcestershire? Malvern Hills and Worcestershire.
Yeah, absolutely so. There have been changes of ownership management, but still there is a bloodline that's absolutely crystal clear where that came from. It came into the championship in 1997, and it was the FIA GT Championship. They sort of came back to modern racing, and then as GT3 came, a far more streamlined version came. We're looking at it now. Sturzer was involved, and Dimitri Engelbert, Johan Boris Shire, the names are on the. I love it when the drivers appear, still have their name above the door, but something different, balance of performance, put them on an even playing field.
Well, you might say that Morgan is the essence of GT3 racing because it is the road car. I mean, I think there's still, in fact, some of the construction of the current going Morgan has an ash frame on which the body is then attached.
Right, what we haven't talked about is really what's under the hood of most of these cars, under the bonnet. Their engines are around 600 horsepower. In the case of the Morgan, it was a BMW unit. And they all had their individual engine notes. The V10's in the back of the Audi R8. It's been such a staple. And, you know, Aston Martin would do things differently as well. But it's the identifiable body shape that really stands out, because you have your favourites, and then again you have different teams that you like more than others, different drivers. But some of the drivers who cracked the GT3 whip very early on are still making a fantastic career out of it. And of course, as I said, it's now the secondary class in the World Endurance Championship as well. They've got places to go racing, go playing, and the likes of, say, Jules Gounon and others, that they'll have their passport in the pocket all year round. They're travelling the world to go racing now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a global race series, and there's championships throughout the Far East, through Europe, North America, Australia, and I mean, any nation that's got a motor racing championship will have a GT3 category at some place in that calendar. And the Audis here looking, I mean, they're talking to Christopher Haase earlier this morning, who's driving one of these Audis right now. Christopher Haase has never been to Goodwood, and he just wanted to come here so badly that he decided to drive here, not on his road car, but he brought his own personal motorhome. He's actually sleeping off-site in the caravan park. Christopher Haase, I don't know what his motorhome is, it'll be in a German registration, and he had never driven the circuit until now.
That's how we like it, but you know full well his ear would have been bent by the other contemporary drivers who've come and experienced. Now here's a car from period 2013. Ollie Bryan, who's on board at the moment, won the Silverstone 500. And he's out reunited with the car. He was the one who said, oh my gosh, I'm now a car I race as contemporary is now in the historic world, but he's getting over it. He's absolutely loving it.
I mean, what does it say about the car? What does it say about Ollie Bryan? I mean, we have always looked at Ollie Bryan as being one of the young up-and-coming drivers, not just in GT3 racing, across the board in historic racing. Ollie's put on the same number of years as that BMW's done.
It does, and again, I miss the sound of that BMW engine note, that V8 rumble. It's absolutely fantastic. The Mercedes SLS and then the AMG also have an exquisite low thumping sound. Quite visceral, of course. Yet Aston Martins to do things differently. V12 was their chosen format. Again, pushing out similar power, but great. And it's just quite strange when a car you think of as almost contemporary is now in historic racing. But I can absolutely see why Sean Lynn has decided it's a good idea. These cars have been reborn.
Yes, I mean, they were sitting in people's workshops, garages, redundant. And these are perfectly raceable cars. Both are capable of being very competitive and having a great racing platform. Again, possibly more for those drivers who are feeling maybe uncomfortable going into the very high end of WEC, GT3 or the SRO Championship, where you're getting, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of young drivers coming out of single-seaters and bringing with them the kind of sort of single-seater driving habits which are not always going to be appropriate in an endurance kind of category, which is what GT3 racing is essentially about.
Yes, and you can race them in the European Le Mans Series, the Michelin Le Mans Cup, the GT3 Championships, pure and simple ones as well. And ADAC GT, you know, is there for them. The DTM in Germany is now GT3 as well. It has grown and grown. So every now and again, the manufacturer brings out a more modern model. I remember when this was launched, the 458 Italia, the Ferrari, and it was suddenly snapped up. Chevrolet, particularly in Germany with the Callaway competition team, did great things. You know, again, a dozen years ago, and the Corvette, you know, a lot of Corvette fans, normally raced in bright yellow in period, but a lot of success.
Well, you had Corvettes racing, and remember, don't forget the Vipers with that V10 Dodge engine, 7.2 litres, and between the Corvette and the Dodge Viper, just the rumble from their respective engines was, I mean, it was magic, and particularly at night time at Spa 24.
Yeah, very, very sweet sound, that mellifluous rumble, and it really was a rumble, a roar. But great to see these cars. And again, I still think of them as relatively contemporary, but they're a dozen years old and more, some getting on to 18 years old already. But Callaway Corvette and the Corvette just had great success. With teams like Reiter Engineering running them, they also ran Camaro, but really it was Callaway competition that scored the bullseye so many times.
Well, they were great race cars. Again, the factory race themselves at Le Mans, and they won that GT category on a number of occasions. A very, very sort of almost rigidly run team. There was one rule, and that was the rule that the team principals laid down. But it was a rule, they said, we want you to run to a mandated time. Don't go slower, don't go faster, and let the race come to you rather than trying to win it. As so often happens in an endurance event, which might be 24 hours long, win it in that first hour.
Yeah, and it must be said, one of the very greatest features of GT3, apart from the diversity of manufacturers involved, was the cars became more and more rock solid. You know, it was a formula in which you could not have to push everything right to the nth degree in terms of trying to find that final sector. They built the cars solidly because they weren't just for sprint races. Very soon after the outset, they were for longer races, and then they had to 24 hours, and it's not a good advertisement to have your car pulling up way short of the finish.
No, I mean, again, you've got to maybe retrain your brain if you've come from a single-seater background and realising that you're doing an endurance event, and you've got to look after the car. You've got to look after your tyres. You've got to look after your brakes, and there's so many different aspects to an endurance event than you would find if you're doing a 20-lap sprint race in a Formula 3 or even a Formula 2 car.
Yeah, so the demonstration will be coming towards its conclusion, and then we have the shootout to look forward to. We're going to have an array of cars, one at a time. We're going to see their performance and see who's going to be on top. But I'll just run you down some of the drivers. Phil Keane, Tom Christensen, Andy Priaulx, Frank Stippler, Andrew Jordan, Jake Hill, Andre Lotterer. Not a shabby one among them.
No, and believe me, every one of those drivers will want to be the quickest. So those cars will go out, they'll do an out lap, a flying lap and an in lap. So it's going to be very short, sweet, get the job done. And I don't know how many of the drivers will have actually sat in these cars prior to going into the shootout. So it'll be an interesting experience to see how they adapt to their particular brand.
And one thing they'll have to adapt to is maybe to keep their performance in check, they're going to go out on rain tyres in the shootout. Yes, it's out of control.
The reason I believe behind using a rain tyre was that the cars are going to be sitting in the sort of assembly area, so there are no tyre warmers. They will then go out on an outlap, and because the tyre that is used on these GT3 cars normally would be a slightly more durable tyre than you would use in a sprint event, so there was a concern about getting tyre temperature on that outlap, and then you're going on to your flying lap and you're going to nail the car, and maybe to help drivers not push themselves to the extreme limits, the rain tyre will make the car a little bit more fluid. It'll move around a lot more. It'll probably be a lot more spectacular to watch. It will trim certainly about 4 or 5 seconds off a potential time that would be attained on a slick tyre.
You'd certainly think so. Now, the SLS Mercedes, this is one I'd have seen competing in the Dubai 24 Hours, a race for many years now, nearly 20 plus years. At the end of January in the Black Falcon livery, looks fantastic. And again, John, a livery on one car, same body shape on another one, and they can look almost like different makes, can't they?
Yeah, I mean, thank goodness for vinyl wraps. I mean, these cars are not all painted, they've got a vinyl wrap on them. And it's just a very quick and easy way to change the graphics on a car. But just the difference in this, the visuals of this particular Mercedes, the Black Falcon team, and just H&R is a preparation company in Germany that specialises in Mercedes. So the cars look as if they're coming to the completion of this demonstration. There is the Mercedes, the SLS.
Still rumbling away at low speed. Now a car, actually, John, this Porsche we'd have seen racing the Carl Army 9 hours. Andre Bezidenhout entered it, and as a boy he said his face was pressed to the fence. Look at the badge on the door, perfect circle. That was on David Piper's car when he was racing there in the late 60s. And Andre, as a young boy, grew up dreaming of that car, idolised it, made a business career, got the success, and has echoed that livery on the side of his Porsche.
And David Piper is present this weekend. He was at the house, at Goodwood House last night for a governor's dinner, and David, I think, is 93 years of age. What a legacy of history of motor racing, primarily in Ferraris, but of course he did race also a Porsche 917 and I think a Lola T70 Coupe. I think what a collection of race cars David Piper accumulated over a racing career, was just coming up to nearly 70 years.
It's extraordinary, and this car, as I said, the tribute livery for when Andre Bezidenhout watched David Piper and Richard Atwood win the RAN 9 hours in their 917 in 1969. So it lives on. There it is, perfect circle. It's turned a perfect circle, one would say.
And that's the kind of car that would be absolutely perfect for this sort of new retrospective GT3 series that's coming on stream this year.
Yeah, you choose your manufacturer, you choose what you like. There are cars, I don't know actually how many cars have ever been homologated for GT3, but it's an enormous number, and quite a few manufacturers like Ferrari, of course, they've moved on from the 458. We've got the 296 GT3. In time, the cycle keeps turning.
Yeah, the one thing about Ferrari, particularly with the 458, then the 488, and now the 296, Ferrari have made a decision when they designed the car to incorporate certain elements that would be very racing orientated, where other manufacturers made their cars, designed their cars very much more as a road car, then adapted it to racing. And that, I think, gave Ferrari certainly an advantage. And again, another brand that did very similar things was McLaren. McLaren's the only brand out there with a full carbon fibre tub.
GT3 time, and Chris Goodwin was one of the first drivers out on the track. He's McLaren through and through, but it was great to see the cars that set the GT3 ball rolling with, in among their Ferrari, they've been absolutely the backbone of the category. The BMW Z4 made a great sound, won a great number of races, also to the SLS AMG Mercedes, and those cars have looked great. But let's go down to Ed Foster, because he will be with us very shortly in the collection area. The Audi R8 LMS, quick then, quick now, constant evolution. But GT3 is still existing, but it's also already a historic series. So great are these cars. People want to race them, they want to chase them, and we're looking forward to those kicking off this year. But let's go down now to Ed.
Right, well, I'm down in the pit lane. The cars are getting ready to go, and there has been furious activity here because everyone's been jumping on the tyre pressures. These cars have just been going out round and round. Tyre pressures are built up. So I've just noticed, follow me, so some are on wet tyres, And you think, well, it's bone dry. Why they're on wet tyres? It's because they get warmer quicker. So if you have slicks on and they're not warm, you leave the pits and you've got no grip at all. But one of the cars I did notice is on slicks. Yes, got the Aston here. We've got Phil being strapped in. Probably not the best time to actually have a chat to him, but why not? Let's try and. Actually, I'll tell you what. Maybe you can help. Stop running away. So you're on you're on slicks here. Hang on. Well, here's Nick Padmore. This car's on slicks. Everyone else is on wet. So do you guys know something?
Yeah, it's not going to rain.
Well, I know that, but they're not going to cool off.
No, I think they're just doing this session for... Phil Keane wanted these tyres on.
Right, you know nothing as always, Nicholas.
Go and put wets on, I'm sure.
Right, well, look, that's the whistle go. Look, follow me. Let's just check the rest of the cars. We've got the Camaro here. Frank Stipler in that, I think 650 horsepower. Some amazing drivers. But the thing with this is they've got to be on it from the first corner. So I would say look out for Andy Prio, whose background is in hill climbing, where you need to be on it from the start.
Well, there's not much of a hill here, but there's a bit of a slope, and I know exactly what you mean. But let's explain how this format is going to work. The shootout, we had it with the sidecars. It was a roaring success. And the GT3, let's understand how the format works for them. So the stage is set. The Camaro, one of the first car out onto the track. This is their sight. This is their chance to get a feel of the cars. A lot of these cars have been already driven, but by another driver. We just heard Phil Keane's been passing on messages to Nick Padmore, and Nick will be going out to see what he can learn, he can glean. It's very, very busy. Sorry, it's the other way around. It's Phil's in the car now, Nick first off in the Aston Martin V12 Vantage. But we're building towards a shootout, the first of two shootouts. We'll get an aggregate victory, I suppose, 17:20 this afternoon or thereabouts. You've had a good long day, but definitely you want to be trackside to see them come through, delivered one at a time, and see where those times go. They're going to get faster and faster. And the Ferrari out on the track as Jake Hill at the wheel, the reigning British Touring Car Champion. He's starting to do quite a lot of GT3 racing already, and he's hit the ground running, as you'd expect.
Well, very much a change of direction possibly for Jake Hill, who won the British Touring Car Championship last year. Saw him race here in the revival in an AC Cobra. Fantastic race. And was just pipped at the post by the TBR Grandeur, but both touring car drivers coming first and second, and Jake Hill now getting a flavour of GT3 racing. And I can imagine that Jake, given an opportunity, will grab it, because it, for me, would be the next natural progression for an extremely talented race driver.
Well, in fact, I've already seen him compete in 6 hours in Abu Dhabi at the start of February. He was a couple of weekends ago at Mugello for 12 hours, so he's got track time, and he's, he just absolutely nailed it from the outset. But also, he's such a competitive beast. He'll be just dialing in, getting a feel. His last experience here, as you said, was in something entirely different. But the BMW Z4 being muscled around by Andy Prio. There it is, white with those two shades of blue and red flashes on the flanks, BMW racing colours. And Andy is a driver, of course. He is almost BMW the whole way through. But then again, he has been racing for Ford in recent years. But he's delivered big time for them in touring cars, most notably.
And I mean, just watching Andy Prio in the way that he just places the BMW, the way the car isn't moving around as maybe some of the other GT3 cars will do, and that's just an illustration of his ability and his skill, and that sort of intuitiveness and feel that he has for the car under him.
Different engine notes, V12, it's an Aston Martin, and it's Phil Keane on board, and a livery that I haven't seen before, the Spider-Man livery. You can see the spider eyes on the front. And again, these race all around the world. This has been racing in the States, so it's great to have these different shapes and colours coming out to play. 7 drivers are going around the track at the moment. Andrew Jordan top of the pile at the moment. He's driving the Chevrolet Corvette, one of Matthew Holmes' cars. Jake Hill's in the other one, which is the black Ferrari. But at the moment, Andrew Jordan's 1 minute 17.079 seconds. But some quicker and quicker times are coming in. Tom Christensen is out there as well. We'll look for him.
Well, I think we're going to be almost spoiled for choice out of the drivers on course. Andrew Jordan has gone quickest 1:17.09. Andre Lotterer just behind him by about 0.8 of a second. Andrew Pio drawn to 3rd place, but literally by the lap and almost by the sector. Greer State Curtin sectors on her timing and scoring, popping up almost for each driver as they go on to the next lap.
Starting to really push the limit. The Corvette getting very, very wide there indeed. The Writer Engineering car with Frank Slipper on board. Some moments ago we saw him going sideways, very sideways in that exquisite little Ferrari sports car, but Frank just so adaptable. He's probably done almost as many GT4 or GT3 races as pretty much anyone else. Master of the Nürburgring.
Absolutely, he's won 3 Nürburgring 24 hours, and I mean, he's such. You see, Frank, he almost looks like what I would call your archetypical accountant. He's such a normal-looking man, but in a race car, wow, what a legacy he has had, particularly at Nürburgring.
Interesting. Few drivers just getting the heat in their tyres, getting the feel for things, and backing off a little bit. But certainly Frank, he doesn't need heat. He can just press on. But at the moment, it must be said, he's down 6th out of the 7 cars, but he's got a big improvement coming his way. Second part of the Woodcote corner, the tail kicking out a little bit. Into the chicane, out of the chicane, neat, tidy, trying to get the power down, but not too soon over the painted curbing on the outside. Target time, 1 minute 15 by Phil Keane and the Aston Martin. Where will Stippler move? He moves up a tiny bit, goes up from 6th to 5th, but at the moment he's 3.3 seconds down in that Corvette. But it's only practice building towards the first of the shootouts, which is this afternoon, gone 5 o'clock.
So it is the Aston Martin. Phil Keane now breaking into the 1 minute 14 second lap times, and we've never seen, and these are not even current GT3 cars, we've never seen a current GT3 car lapping here at Silverstone. Listening to what Dario Franchitti was talking about with the track diversion of the GMA 50, getting down to a 1 minute 5 second lap. Well, the speed of these GT3 cars in their period is pretty impressive.
No, it really is, and it keeps on moving. The Chevrolet Corvette, not so well known. It was largely, sorry, that's the Camaro. I beg your pardon. I thought one thing, said the other, but it raced very much at the end of this little period, the first 6-7 years of GT3, the years encapsulated in the new historic series. But listen, that engine load, it rumbles. Of course, this was a car effectively modelled to ape the shape of the one that the initial Camaro in the late 60s, early 70s, and I think it's the better for it, actually. It looks exquisite.
Yeah, the iconic Z28, which was a very, very successful race car, particularly in North America, in Trans Am racing in the 60s and into the early 70s.
Interesting, look at the bodywork at the back, what they'd call the trunk lid, vibrating away under that huge rear wing. Huge rear wing, very much of the essence of a GT3. Look at it vibrating. It's not just my eyes, but
I mean, it is chattering away. That gives you an indication of the way the air is being sucked via, such as they have the diffusers at the back. You can just about see under the car there's a very sort of flattened out diffuser, and that in conjunction with the rear wing is what's causing the downforce, giving the car that additional grip at the rear.
So I just want to clarify, earlier I was talking about Frank Stipper in the Corvette. Frank Stipper's in this one, he's in the Camaro. It's Andrew Jordan, who's second fastest, who was in that white Corvette. Apologies to all concerned, we'll get it right when he gets to the shootout. But right, 2 cars in 1 minute 14 category. It's number 1, it's the Aston Martin V12 Vantage GT3 with Phil Keane on board. The other driver, 4/10 of a second, effectively down in second place, is Andrew Jordan. He's the driver of this white, red and blue flash German-based Corvette, and again you can see John, he's pushing really hard, trying to find the front end grip that's not necessarily there, but he presses on.
But Andrew again is such a talented driver in whatever he jumps into, so literally we're giving the Corvette a workout. I mean, the fundamental balance of a Corvette extremely good, but here at Goodwood, a circuit that we're not familiar to see a Corvette race, it's all a little bit of learning and going through the process. Backed off a little bit now, coming down, 11 straight.
What we've seen in a couple of shots is the Audi not going quite at full speed, but that's Tom Christensen. Maybe there's an issue with his Audi R8. LMS, because we know if there's a chance to be quick in the car, Tom grabs it with both hands. He knows Goodwood well, but we'll see if that picks up. He might be learning something he can use for later, but really you'd have to say you need to be closer to the front to go into this afternoon's shootout number 1 with real confidence. But right now it's Phil Keane in the Aston Martin, top of the table. Andrew Jordan in the Chevrolet Corvette Z06.R, as they always call it. Haven't seen too much of the Porsche. This is very much your sort of background. Lee Maxted Page's car with Andre Lotter on board, and he's a driver who certainly knows how to pedal, one of the reigning World Endurance Champions of 2024.
Yeah, Andre Lotter staying offline to let the Audi go through unimpeded. So probably Andre Lotter will feel, well, I did my lap time best is a 1:15.6. I mean, I'm within a thousandth of a second of Jake Hill in third place, so there's a little bit more there, possibly. There he is. Is that Tom Christensen?
Yeah, this is Christensen. Yeah, this is an early R8 LMS Ultra, as it was, Marcus Owenheisen's car. Now he's going for it. Now he's starting to put some colour on his screen, pick up the pace.
So he's now got just under a minute. He can complete this lap, do one further lap. Tom Christensen, I mean, what a driver, what a talent. 9 Le Mans victories, and just so good at understanding how you bring a car home after a long endurance event.
Yeah, he understood the shape of the battle at Le Mans, and just extraordinary success. He does improve, but he can do another flying lap because the checkered flag has yet to be shown. This is the practice session. Get your sighter laps in for the shootouts, which this afternoon, just after 5 o'clock, and tomorrow as well. But at the moment he's down 4 and a bit seconds off the pace, but he can wrap this up, bring it home. Doesn't look as though anyone else, with the exception perhaps of Andy Prio in the white BMW, will be able to improve any further. But at the moment it's Phil Keane, top of the charts, 1 minute 14.4 seconds. He may well stay there in the Aston Martin.
Just got a glimpse of Andre Lotterer coming out of Adric, and he is on still there. He is just going past. You can see, so he's looking to make up time. So into the first part of St Mary's, then the cut back to the left, and easy to run too wide, just clip the white line, and then of course it's grass thereafter. So looking, this is, I would say, Andre Lotterer, potentially this is going to be his best lap of all that he's completed already. He's done this 7th timed lap for Andre Lotterer, and I think this is going to be quicker than his previous best.
He's going to be very close, but he's 1 1/4 seconds down. As you said, he's in 4th place, a whisker behind Jake Hill's Ferrari, but certainly pushing on the front, weaving around there under braking.
But he's got personal bests in 2 sectors, so I think, well, let's wait and see how he manages this final sector through the chicane. Gets so close to the barriers now. The drive across start-finish line, the timing line, there it is. So has he improved?
No, slightly slower.
No, that's a shame. So he didn't improve, but wasn't for the lack of effort.
No, well, like all top racing drivers, he'll bank the data from each of those laps, his different approaches to different points. The tyres were coming up to temperature, but that's wetted my whistle. But when it's quick fire and we can follow a car the whole way around the lap and really see what these tip-top drivers are doing, it's going to be absolutely fantastic later this afternoon. But just, John, so good to see these early day GT3 cars sort of back out on the circuit. It was a blink of an eye ago we were commentating on them in period, but they're back, and you just realise the evolution, how it's moved on from 2012, which was the youngest of these cars.
Well, what's happened is with these cars sitting, as I say, in workshops or people's garages, it was an opportunity to develop another race series for GT3 cars. Not for the current models, but for the models that are sitting doing nothing. They're perfectly good cars, they're perfectly raceable, there's all the backup availability for parts for them. Sean Lynn has grabbed the opportunity and he's going to run this series, and there is a great deal of support from owners of cars, and people are now running around looking for GT3 cars of that era.
It's always the way. It normally comes a little longer after they've been parked up and been superseded, but certainly the popularity has been extraordinary, and also just continues to spread around the globe. So the Aston Martin with Phil Keane in the practice for the GT3 Shootout, clear by just under 4/10 of a second in his Aston Martin from Andrew Jordan's Chevrolet Corvette, then almost 8/10 of a second back to Jake Hill in the Ferrari 458 Italia, a whisker ahead of the Porsche of Andre Lotterer. Andy Prio down in 5th place. They're really pretty close, those top few crews. It'll be tighter when we get to the shootout. Then Frank Stippler and Tom Christensen, Chevrolet Camaro and Audi complete the 7. Those times will be coming down. And let's take a look at the highlights. Following hot on the heels, and the GT3 demonstration became the drivers going out to practice for the two-part GT3 Shoot-Out, and Jake Hill set the early pace in his Ferrari 458 Italia. Andy Prio pressing on. Well, it had to be in BMW, but it was the Aston Martin that rose to the front, with Phil Keane absolutely getting his approach right. Andre Lotterer giving attack, particularly just before the checkered flag fell, pushing right to the edge in his Porsche. But Andrew Jordan in the Corvette was neat, tidy, and ran very, very close to the front. In second place at the end. Chevrolet Camaro, not seen on these tracks for quite some time, but that was going well too. So it was the very, very top drivers seeing what they can do. They're learning how the cars will behave, what their tyres will do for them. But the GT3 Shootout is coming up, and these top drivers really honed their form, and we can't wait to see what they can deliver. So let's go down and join David.
We're at the IWC Apex GP Garage, and it's dedicated to one of the most exciting projects in movie making, F1 the movie. And we get to see this Apex GP F1 car that was made for the film, and right next door we've got the IWC pop-up where guests can come along and look at the watches that were made, inspired by that movie.
That's right, David, and we are delighted to be here with IWC Schaffhausen, the official engineering partner for Mercedes-AMG Petronas Formula One team, the proud sponsors of Apex GP, which is the 11th fictional team in F1 the movie. And today we have stunt driver Elliot Cole, who will take this car used in the film, the Mercedes-AMG GT63, out onto the track.
Yeah, great to see you both, and a huge thank you to both IWC and Goodwood for having us here at the members meeting. Really looking forward to getting started later on.
Well, we are so excited to see what's going to go on the track later. Let's talk about the stunt a little bit. What's the key to making such a high-speed action sequence seem real for the audience?
So obviously a huge part of it is precision and accuracy, and the really nice and unique thing about what we're going to do this afternoon is, as a viewer of the movie, you normally only get to see the point of view of the tracking vehicle onto the hero car, whereas today we're going to have the tracking vehicle out there with the hero car, and you'll get first glance chance to see the car in really close proximity at that same time and just see how close the cars are getting and the speed that's involved.
And Elliot will be quite happy about the sun shining today.
Absolutely, yeah. More grip is always a welcome thing, that's for sure.
And as well as your excellent driving, we'll have to rely on a lot of precision and timing for this stunt. I mean, what timepiece you got on there?
Yeah, so very, very lucky today. I've got the Pilot's Watch chronograph Apex GP on my wrist, inspired by the colours, as Emma said, of the fictional film within the team. And it's quite a unique opportunity today to see it alongside the colour scheme on both the cars that we have on display.
I feel a bit left out because you both got
matching.
one.
Sorry.
So for people watching this stunt, what can they expect today?
So we've got a shot list that we've rehearsed, so we'll be out there for 5 laps, and we're going to do a couple of laps where the tracking vehicle will be in front, which we call pulling, so I'll be behind in the hero car. We're going to do a little bit of drifting, some nice close proximity stuff, and then we're going to switch positions, so the tracking vehicle will then be behind me, pushing me along, and I'll also have a very special guest in the passenger seat with me, so be sure to keep an eye out for that.
Well, we are excited to see the action, Elliot, and I could say firsthand, I have actually been a passenger in the seat in a car with Elliot, and you are the man for the job, so have a lot of fun out there.
Thank you so much, looking forward to it.
Enjoy.
Well, it's time for a change of scenery, John, and we're moving from the large and the loud to the small and the nippy Formula Junior, a formula that blossomed in the late 50s, and very soon, if you squinted, you were looking at baby Formula One cars.
Bruce, you took the very thought out of my mind, because just looking at these cars, really from 1959, when Formula Junior began to get underway meaningfully, when you're the Italian brands who were fundamentally the backbone of Formula Junior, front engine cars, De Sanctis, Stangalini, and other brands, sort of almost only one manufacturer producing one car, all based around a Fiat 1100 motor. But then all of a sudden, the British manufacturers, Cooper, Lotus, Lola became involved, rear engine Formula Junior cars, and these are the cars we're watching here, all rear engine. Lotus with the Lotus 18, Cooper with their variety car. You can see just in the background one of the Coopers with the familiar factory stripes up the side of the bodywork. Lola also, and they just produced such a competitive racing cars. The Lotus 18 just changed the whole Formula Junior world, and then the Lotus 20, the 22, and all the other brands, Cooper followed as well. Primarily with the Ford Cosworth 1100cc motor, but the BMC A series engine also was prominent, and it was one of those engines that in 1964, in a Formula Junior Formula 3, when Jackie Stewart made his debut here at Goodwood and won that event.
Yeah, and it just kept on moving, kept on changing. But you're quite right. Towards the end, it was the Lotuses, the Coopers, the Brabhams that were playing. But look how small they look on the track. So plenty of space for racing. And also worth pointing out, this field is split to those that have drum brakes and those that have the superior disc brakes. It was another element within the changing pattern. And the cars could run super close to each other. A gaggle of Lotuses there, still waiting for the first flying lap to go on the board. It looks like Alex Ames may be the driver who's going to be setting the very early pace in this. He's in a Brabham Ford BT6, and Lucas Halusa in the green, well, the period green Lotus Works Lotus colours. He is second fastest at the moment, but no flying laps on the board. We're just looking at those early splits. Small, nimble, and it really was a fearsome fighting ground for these young drivers.
The other word I'd use to describe these cars is they're pure. There are no aerodynamics whatsoever. You've just got the fundamental body shape, front-mounted radiators, and just a very small, tight little metal chassis, tubular chassis. Simple, clean, absolutely. You could look at that and think, well, is that really a Formula Junior, or is that a 1.5 litre Coventry Climax engine Formula One car?
Yeah, never in the history of the sport have the junior formulas looked as close in body shape to the World Championship cars of their time. But for the very best drivers in this category, it was a hop, a skip and a jump, and you could land hopefully a drive with a privateer Formula One team and work your way up. And some drivers who know these cars very well. Quickest time on the board so far is indeed Alex Ames in number 22, the Brabham. Sam Wilson now gets very close to him, just a third of a second down, but it's only one effective flying lap. We'll see traffic will be a factor here as well, and the clock is not their friend. It's already ticking down to just 11 minutes remaining, and certainly it's going to be very tight indeed. But again, you can see the traditional shapes of the Lotuses, the Brabhams, the Coopers, and then others that just have a totally different image as the teams and the manufacturers try to work out how best to make these tiny cars go as well as they possibly could.
Well, the brand that really was most successful, I suppose, was Lotus, with the Lotus 22. Remember Pete Arundel racing, winning at Monaco, I think in 1962, and his Formula Junior Lotus. Cooper were very competitive, but the BMC engine maybe didn't have the ultimate horsepower that the Ford Cosworth engine had. So sometimes Cooper drivers would end up putting a Cosworth engine into a Cooper rather than the more familiar BMC A-Series engine. There is one of those Coopers. I remember watching these cars back in about 1962 or 3. Ken Tyrrell brought his Formula Junior team over to Dunboyne in Ireland, and I never witnessed racing cars so fast. They were just absolutely stunning to watch.
Sam Wilson now setting the pace. Talking of Coopers, he's on board a Cooper Ford engine T59, run successfully by Gerard Racing in period. And of course, you have to remember the teams ran multiple entries back then, racing as many championships they could to get the starting money. But Sam prepares cars, races them, has been supremely successful, a lot of success at Goodwood, so he knows which way this track is pointing. The nose bobbing so close to the surface of the track there in the compression, John.
I'm just watching under braking how much dip or droop there is under, and you don't see that in contemporary motor racing, contemporary single-seaters, but these cars are a completely different era, philosophy and suspension design. You know, that weight transfer to the front would give you a little bit maybe additional grip when you make your turn, and again the bottom of the nose cone almost rubbing on the racetrack.
Yeah, it's really showing the dynamics, and again you can see Sam balancing on the throttle there, just getting the tail happy. Another driver going very well is Chris Goodwin. Need to look out for him. Car number 175, one of the Lotuses in the field, one of the sort of later ones, a Lotus Ford 22. Car 140 just at the front of the shot, ahead of 52. We're looking at the earlier models. You see they're a bit taller, don't quite look as modern as those they're competing against. But as I said, this field is split into drum brake and disc brake. Drum have less performance, but here is Chris Goodwin, always been running that bright orange helmet since he followed in the steps of his father Tony. He used to race all around the world. And Chris, what a career he's had, but he's just the right driver for this sort of car, I feel.
Yes, and he just loves driving his little Lotus 22. When he was out on a Lotus 23, I think, earlier in the day. But this car is absolutely, you just pick it up, put it in the trailer, bring it to a racetrack, fire it up. You don't have to worry about all the complexities of modern motor racing. Just get the engine up to temperature, go out, drive it, drive the wheels off it, and just love it to bits.
Yeah, and the car that's just running just in front of him is the red and yellow Merlin, Callum Grant. That's the ex-Denich Welsh car that he raced for years and years. So something a little bit different, as you said, early days of Formula Junior. It was all Italian manufacturers, and the Brits came on board, and so many different makes. And we've got one car in the field which is described as built in a shed in Australia, which is the Donford Ford, which Richard Ferris is driving. So again, some cars may never have been seen racing in Europe, but we're getting them here to the members' meeting.
Well, if you go back to the earlier days, I mean, when Cooper were manufacturing their race cars, not so much with Formula Junior, that they had moved on in those days, but in the early days of Cooper, you know, Charles Cooper, the father of John Cooper, and they would design their cars, they would draw it out with chalk on the floor of the workshop. There was no such thing as putting a metal frame, a jig, and then building the car in the jig.
So looking at cars coming into or going past the chicane, car number 65 just locks. That's the Donford Ford of which I spoke, the built in a shed in Australia, but delight to have it here. And at that point, John, I think you bail out if you don't think you're going to get the chicane right. That's why the escape road is there.
Yeah,
don't upset the daffodils.
That was heart-mouth moment. Lotus 18 coming into view, and that's one of the drum brake cars in this race. We've got disc brake in the Arundel Cup, and then in the Trevor Taylor Cup, both groups are running together. Those are the drum braked Formula Junior cars. Big change when they went to disc brakes. An escalation on cost. Part of the ethos behind Formula Junior was also competitive racing, but cost cap, keep the costs down, use as much production parts as possible.
Again, bodywork moving around. You know, it doesn't look as though there are bumps on the track at Goodwood, but you can speak to any driver. There's still a massive bump at Madgwick to catch them out, but other points as well. The bodywork there at the Lotus 22, Clive Richards on board. Oh, you can see how dynamic these cars. Just again, having a rear shot in historic racing, you can see the tyres really being put to work.
Yeah, they just look lovely. They're quite light. They don't have a huge amount of grip from the Dunlop R7 race tyres, but the balance of the cars, and they don't have a lot of horsepower either, probably about 115, maybe 120 with modern day engineering. But just look at the way the cars drift and slide, and very controllable, but both with the steering wheel and with the throttle.
Right, a little bit of a mistake there from the driver in second place in that grouping. These are the two fastest drivers. Car 53, the Cooper of Sam Wilson, and tucked it behind Alex Ames. Maybe got a little bit close going into Madgwick, had to adjust his lines a little bit. Traffic is up ahead of them. The clock continues to count down. 5.5 minutes remain, picking their way through on the way to St Mary's, where the drivers are also quite involved in their own times.
But I tell you, that was commitment coming into the first part of St Mary's, because you're not always aware that the driver that you're going to dive bomb knows that you're about to make that move. So that was commitment, but it all worked well. So still 53 is the quickest car out there. Sammy Wilson with just over 5 minutes remaining for this session, free practice session. So into the chicane, just a gentle acceleration off the chicane.
That Stuart Monument talked about the sort of boxier, more slab-sided Lotus 18 against the sleeker 20 and 22 models that followed. There's car 143, that's Stuart in the Stuart Monument. Car 39, Keith Ford. Yeah. We haven't really talked about the Keith, but again, so many constructors came to play, hoped to sell cars, but if yours wasn't the quickest, it's not going to be chosen by the customers for the following year.
I think it was at Cyril or Cecil. Cyril Keith, when they manufactured somewhere around Birmingham.
That's about right.
Memory vaguely. But they were better known, Keith, I think, for their Formula 3 cars, with the Formula 3 racing in the early 50s, where they ran sort of 500cc, either Norton or Jap engines. And Sterling Moss had great success in those early days with the Keith, very different to all the other cars that raced in that championship at that time.
Still experimentation, the very nature of motor racing. Experimentation you hope leads to speed. It doesn't always prove to be the case, but also sometimes you can have a bit of mimicry as well, and the car that catches my eye is the number 10. It's the Wayne Ford. Looks very like, with its sharp nose, that certain Ferraris that did incredibly well in 1961 when Formula 1 went to the 1.5 litre formula, but didn't actually lead to great success on the track, because certainly at this point, as we moved into the 60s, it was the Coopers, it was the Lotuses, it was the Brabhams that were cleaning up at the front end.
Yes, once the manufacturing process got underway, producing 10s, 20s, 30s of cars during a season, eventually it was inevitable that they were going to be the dominant brands. And Lotus, who made the Lotus 22 such a success and winning so many races, so many championships, that probably ultimately became the most successful of all the Formula Junior manufacturers.
And it was, don't forget that a lot of these drivers, in fact almost none of them would ever have driven a car like today's racers do from the age of 8 upwards. Their first step may well have been in a Formula Junior car, and then in years to come Formula 4 slotted in underneath as Formula 3 took over, etc, etc. But these weren't drivers who came armed with a lot of experience.
Yeah, I mean karting, which is the de facto area where a young driver will start these days, was just about in its infancy. So the majority of drivers that would compete in Formula Junior were probably in their middle 20s, and they were considered young.
Yes, I mean how it has all changed, but I guess you have to start somewhere, and it was a brilliant training ground, proving ground. You could go racing all around Europe whenever you get a uniform formula. I mean, over years that followed, decades that followed, Formula 3 was that. Since then it's been a bit more fragmented. The junior categories you can up in different elements.
We just got a glimpse of the rear of the Britannia Ford, another sort of small niche Formula Junior manufacturer from that period, and well, basically 1960. So I don't know how many ultimately were produced by the Britannia company, but we've got one here.
Yeah, again, diversity is great. The little red and yellow Merlin still in the pack. Callum Grant's now fallen down to 6th place because Lucas Alusa has moved up to 5th. And a driver we haven't talked about too much, we saw him circulating Lotus 22. Clive Richards has moved up the order into 3rd. Top 3 cars covered by 0.171 of a second. Nothing. Top 4 cars, including Chris Goodwin, 0.6 of a second. So any driver who gets a clear lap, but they're going to have to do it soon. We have fewer than 2 minutes remaining.
Well, we're not seeing a lot of improvements in terms of purple sector times, but in that midfield, a lot of improvements going on. Green, all the way through, about maybe 5 or 6 competitors. So I would anticipate seeing a challenge to Sammy Wilson's present provisionally quickest lap, 1:24.8.
Yeah, it's absolutely nothing. 69 thousandths of a second. So it's really going to boil down to traffic. The drivers aren't going to find a huge amount more time, particularly the drivers at the very front of the field who are completely accustomed to their cars. It might be those with less experience who are gaining with each lap, but it's certainly very, very competitive, which is historically accurate as it was in period. Little links there. Pierre Guichard driving that. There he is, car number 87, and again some fantastic liveries that mimic the Formula 1 teams of the time.
But look how tiny the car is, and you're sitting almost on the car rather than in it. So that's Peter. I can't see the Peter
Guichard.
Guichard, yes.
Designed by Ron Toranak, who of course did rather well after that, didn't he, with Brabham?
Absolutely.
For decades. I talked about the Wayner with little Ferrari Dino nose, the shark nose, but mimicry, flattery, I suppose, is what it is. But again, look at it bouncing as the car goes down, brakes a little bit, just dab of the brake as it approaches Madgwick, a 2-part corner. And was that Chris Goodwin's? No, it's another white car going around the outside. That's a Hibbard-mobile. Again, it's the job of the faster driver to know precisely where their rival is and let them stay where they are. You adapt your line accordingly. Andrew Hibbard, 1961 Lotus 20. Number 20 on the nose. That helps us commentators, John.
Yeah, so almost like an American sort of colour scheme, the white with the sort of black or blue flash going all the way down the car, so Lotus 20.
And this is one of the cars that raced in Ireland. That was Reg Armstrong's Lotus back in the day.
Well, I mean, Reggie Armstrong, I mean, a well-known, a famous Irish racing motorcyclist, and then turned to car racing in the late 50s. And there was actually another car, there's an Elva, competing, which was a car owned by Paddy Hopcock, who obviously was famous for his rallying exploits. And so Paddy had the Elva, but he transferred over to the Lotus because he realised that Lotus were that little bit further down the road, so the Elvas were parked and he got himself a Lotus 18.
Yeah, drivers do notice these things. Got to have the best sort of car. So a few drivers still trying to finish off their final lap, and alas for the shark-nosed Wayner, car number 10, bottom of the time charts. For car number 10, 30th in the charts, but it's Sam Wilson who looks predominant from Alex Ames at the top of the field. Cooper ahead of Brabham in the bragging rights. There may be Sam Wilson, no, just looking for any lake improvements. In fact, the faster cars coming through are getting faced with a whole gaggle of traffic, which should probably preclude a change. The little Merlin coming through, Callum Grant at the moment in 7th place. He's lost another position because car number 91, driven by Richard Wilson, has moved past the Brabham, but no late improvement from Callum Grant. Close to his best, but no improvement. Hands up, there's the car with the Dennis Welch tribute above its racing rondelle. It's been a while since alas Dennis moved on. bragging rights to Sam Wilson. Alex Ames certainly set the early pace, but I just want to reiterate, just 0.07 of a second, in fact a margin below that between first and second, super tight, and I'm sure we're going to have a cracking race. And the top 10 cars covered by 2 and a bit seconds, but actually the top 9 cars by 1.4 seconds. That's super close.
Got a Cooper and a Brabham on that provisional pole. Didn't maybe expect that. You'd have thought with the number of Lotus that were in the field that they may have been the dominant brands, but it's not. There's a Cooper with the Ford engine, not the normal BMC engine, and the Brabham in second place.
And a Lotus outside of the front row with Clive Richards coming good later on, car number 194. There's the Wayner, just bringing its unique way home. Last 2 cars coming in, Lotus 18 among them, and a chance for these drivers to analyse. But of course, these little Formula Juniors just have so much space to play on these tracks. Certainly it gives them a far bigger auditorium in which to produce their craft. And don't forget, some of these cars have disc brakes, others have drums, and that makes quite a difference too. But you can be sure more modern ones like this, car number 53, the Cooper that's taken pole for Sam Wilson, he's got the disc brakes to help with the retardation. So in they come. Their race, I'm sure, will be an absolute cracker. Sam Wilson, Alex Ames and Clive Richards form the front row. Chris Goodwin and Lucas Halosa will be on row number 2. Super competitive, all covered by 1 second, the top 5 runners. But Sam Wilson, time and time again, he just shows he really loves these cars and loves this circuit. It works for him.
Yeah, that was a pretty impressive run, albeit he's only 69 thousandths of a second ahead of the Brabham in second place, but it doesn't matter. So Alexander Ames, second place, you can see the gap, just it's minuscule, and then the rest of the field.
So Cooper, Brabham, Ford, driven by Sam Wilson, Alex Ames and Clive Richards, fill the front row. Chris Goodwin tucked in behind the second of the Lotus Ford 22s, and the similar car of Lucas Halusa qualified in 5th. 1 second covers them. Then Richard Wilson, the second of the Brabhams, in 6th. Callum Grant, good run for him in the Little Merlin, to 7th. Lee Mole, formerly a GT3 racer, of course, now a Lotus Formula Junior driver, in 8th. Danny Baker, another Lotus, in 9th place. And Stuart Roach seemed to have a bit of a car problem early on. Expect more from him. Andrew Hibbert just outside the top 10. He won't be satisfied with that in his Lotus. Expect fireworks from him. And Katsuka Bota, so many cars, almost always Lotuses in all categories. He's 12th in his Formula Junior Bash, just ahead of Nick Carlton-Smith in the Keith Ford, the BMC. That's not British Motor Company, it's something completely different. Peter De La Roche, and then John Chisholm in a Gemini, a car from West London, and so on down the order, with the final car on the grid, the shark-nosed Wayner Ford of Emanuele Giglio-Minetti, just behind Tim Metcalfe. So everyone's got something to work towards, but the front handful of cars very, very competitive in Formula Junior, and I'm sure it's going to be an absolute firecracker of a race when we get to that. The cars are neat, they're small, they're nimble, and there's plenty of space to go racing. Let's take a look back at the highlights of the Arundel Cup. So it was busy, like a race already as soon as the cars went on the track. The Little Merlin of Callum Grant going very nicely indeed. But early pace, Lucas Halusa, the number 1 Lotus, and most notably the number 2 Brabham, also in the mix, with Alexander Ames going very well. But it was Sam Wilson with the sort of wonderful flowing helmet, blue and green design, going to the top of the charts in his Cooper. Chris Goodwin absolutely flying, but Alex Ames, the number 2 Brabham, starting to go better and better. Neat as you had to be and precise as you have to be as he went around, trying to get the speed out of these Formula Junior cars. Short of horsepower, but plenty of handling. It's all about keeping the momentum flowing. They certainly went out and gave it their very best shot. Clive Richards, the Lotus 22, going very nicely, and he'd end up on the outside of the front row in his Lotus. Second place went to Alex Ames, but it was Sam Wilson, number 53 Cooper, that came out at the very top. The ex-Gerard Racing Cooper, he will be on pole position for the Arundel Cup. It's going to be a humdinger.
Goodwood is the ultimate experience.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Wow, just wow.
Goodwood for me is entertainment, right? And it's already one event where I get to really express my style and personality.
Unlike anything else in the world, and the nostalgia here, and the
commitment of all the fans year after year, and the drivers and the teams, second to none.
Come to Goodwood and you experience 100 years within an afternoon.
It's a way of bringing alive history of motorsport. It's a chemistry, it's a magic that it's difficult to explain.
And that was the most exceptional collection of moving automobiles I've ever seen.
The greatest drivers ever are here.
You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year with more things to see, more things to do.
MotoGP is in the house.
Rally cars? Okay, now you're talking.
And we've got the future here, happening right now.
There are some people who think it's just about cars going up a hill.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of people and familiar faces.
Well, I've seen the future, and it's the Goodwood Festival of Speed. So buckle up, folks, because you're in for one hell of a ride.
The greatest show on earth.
Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing, and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect. That is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
And we have another set of cars out on track right now. This is the qualifying for the Whitmore Cup, a 20-minute race that's going to take place for saloon cars of up to 2 litres. So some engines are 2 litres and some are a lot less than that, depending on what's out there. They would have raced between 1960 and 1966, and as you can see, there are plenty of Minis out there, and Lotus Cortinas, some lovely machinery, Alfa Romeos as well, and a couple of BMWs. So lots to look forward to. The Mini racing is always spectacular, isn't it, Alice? We always really enjoy it.
It is, and we can see on our screen already a whole host of Minis jostling for position in this early stages of this qualifying practice. A one driver 20-minute race that is due to be on later on today, and already you can see them hustling their machines through the number 77.
Mike Jordan.
On your screen there, yeah. Mike Jordan. Very experienced, working in touring cars, historics, obviously father as well of Andrew Jordan too. So a very great pedigree, history, racing history for this family, as well as this little Mini that Mike is hustling around this fantastic Goodwood circuit.
Yeah, lovely to see. But as you see, we also got some different cars. The BMW 1800 TISA. Tim Lazel is at the wheel of this one. A car that apparently that car originally began in Finland. But Tim himself, who's racing it, he's a painter producing work at Goodwood since he was a young man. Oh, there's a lot of something coming out the back. So let's hope it's running okay.
But Tim's grandfather was actually stationed here at Goodwood during World War II, so a great history for the Lazel family, stretching way back, and it's lovely to see him out here in his BMW from 1965.
But it's Max Chilton who's already setting the pace, and of course Max Chilton with F1 experience, in all sorts of cars over the years. The man from Reigate originally, and Max is currently fastest with the number 6 Ford Cortina, Lotus Cortina. It's a Mark 1 Lotus Cortina. But there's Amy Watts, daughter of Patrick Watts, another star of British touring cars at some point some years ago. And Patrick, of course, is also racing here this weekend, but it's a real family thing, and she is going to be competing in this little Mini Cooper.
It's really great to see Amy out behind the wheel, that Alex Brundle owned car, which has been built by Swift-Tune. But hands-on assistance, as always, from Alex, who not only likes to get stuck in driving a car, whether it's the Mini or he's out as well in other races over this weekend, but also getting under the bonnet, underneath the race car.
Absolutely. It's lovely to see the Mini Cooper S. I mean, the original Minis, of course, created in 1959 by the famous designer Alec Nisigonis, and the Cooper S developed in 1963 and then went racing so competitively. Lovely to see. But there is the fastest car so far, number 6, the Lotus Cortina of Max Chilton, and the man who set the new record at the Festival of Speed a few years ago, back in 2022, and thoroughly enjoying, by the look of it, the Ford Lotus Cortina.
A very popular car, wasn't it, back in its day, on and off track. The 1.5 litre engine produces around about 135 brake horsepower, and he's just 0.4 of a second clear of Guy Smith. That's the number 711, who's also in a Lotus Cortina, so a battle of those that we'll see, and they often produce fantastic racing, whether it's here at Goodwood Members Meeting or at the Revival.
Yeah, Max is certainly slipping and sliding around, isn't he? But it's lovely to watch. A lot of confidence. But as you say, competing against Guy Smith, of course, who's a Le Mans winner, won with Bentley back in 2003 with Tom Christensen, who's also racing here this weekend. And Guy has had various successes here at Goodwood in the past as well. Certainly some good performances, and we'll see how that goes. So they are battling, as you say, for times at the moment, just 0.3 of a second between them. Currently in third place, another regular competitor here, Nick Padmore, the number 56 in his Mini, and he's actually bought his own Mini, which is lovely, because usually he's been driving guest cars. Look at that slide from Max.
Just chuckling away to myself as I saw him enter the final chicane, really crossing the hands, and he's actually lost top spot to Guy Smith, who's just set a 132.3. There he is. He's just come through the first corner. Only 8 minutes of this practice session remaining, so he goes through the pretty much flat Ford water, dips slightly downhill, and then you'll see it will start to rise once again as they go up to St Mary's, which will always get brilliant shots as you hook it into the right, then throw it into the left, and a good workout being taken place behind the 711 of Guy Smith.
Yeah, it's lovely to watch. The Lotus Cortina, the Mark 1s that were first created in 1963, and because Ford wanted to get into motorsport, they made the connection with Lotus, and of course the Ford Lotus connection would come along even more strongly in later on. So, but it's wonderful. A debut on track in September '63 by Jack Sears and Trevor Taylor at Alton, and they were often driven by stars back in the days. Jackie Stewart, Graham Hill, for example, they raced these Lotus Cortinas. That was a time, Alice, wasn't it, when Formula One drivers didn't just race Formula One, they raced all sorts of things.
And that's what I say, go back in time, and it's much better. I mean, they're so limited of what they can do, Formula One drivers these days, in their contracts. Wouldn't it have been nice to have seen some of them, maybe not this weekend, it's the Bahrain Grand Prix, of course, but dip in and move across to trying other things, as Smith again extends his lead at the top of the time to 131.5 now, 1.3, nearly 1.4 seconds clear of Max Chilton. Padmore, he's set an impressive time. He's just shy of Max Chilton's time, so lots of personal bests, as expected, flying up on our timing screen with a whole host, 28 cars out here this weekend, including 10 of those little minis that we've just seen flash through our screen there, and 9 Ford Lotus Cortinas as well.
Yeah, it's great to see. Currently in 4th place at the moment is the number 70 of Justin Law. That's another of the Ford Lotus Cortinas. And also going well is one of the Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GTAs. Lucas Halusa is the fastest of those at the moment in 5th position. So we shall see how that goes. But it is a great, bit more for Max getting onto the grass. Let's have a look at into the chicane. This was a moment ago when Max was coming through and we saw the exit.
Look at that. And I love it that the drivers are driving around with their visors up. You can see the concentration, but also Max looked very chilled, very relaxed, heading down up into Woodcote now, a corner where we often see them get very sideways, and a perfect demo there, drifting pretty much all the way around Woodcote, hopping on the brakes into the chicane, and again sideways. It seems like a nature of driving these Cortinas, and often the fastest way.
Well, let's see, any changes? Well, he stays a second at the moment, Shelton. The gap is 0.8 of a second, so it's a really good lap by Guy Smith that has been done so far. Now, here are some of the Alfa Romeos I was mentioning. So you're looking at number 15, the white one there. That's Lucas Halusa, as I mentioned, who's quite well up on the order. It's just been pushed down to 6th place now, being chased by another one of them, so they're almost working together. Matthew Holm, another of the Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GTAs, and these were cars that raced, of course, back in the period. Very impressive. If GTA model came along from 1965 through to 69, using aluminium panels to replace the steel, and lightened the cars quite a lot. 1600cc engines and various engine parts made from lightweight magnesium alloy rather than heavier aluminium alloy as standard in those days. So lots of success in the European Touring Car Championships in the late 1960s, and it's lovely to see them competing here today up against the likes of the Ford Lotus Cortinas and, of course, some of the Minis. I wonder who is the fastest Mini so far. We'll have to have a look at that.
I think that's the number 76, Nick Swift.
Okay.
He's up in 3rd place at the moment,
yes.
1.2 seconds off. He's in a Ford Lotus Cortina sandwich, pretty much, stuck right up there. And then Halusa is the fastest Alfa in 6th. And you were saying how popular those Alfas were and how successful they were. They had over 200 victories across the world alone in 1966. I mean, that's some stat, and just shows how popular and how successful they were.
Let's have another little look at some of the fun with the Alfa. In fact, I was to initially then understeer and then having to go to the grass. Oh dear. But thankfully it got sorted out, and Lucas Halusa was able to get back on without causing any problems.
I don't think he lifted there. Kept it flat. That shows commitment. A little check of the mirror as they pulled on. Right, so Smith at the top of the times, the fastest of anybody in the first sector. 3 minutes of the session remaining, Ben, so his gap has actually been cut down slightly from Max Chilton, who's in 2nd place, but an impressive first sector, so we'll keep an eye on the lap time, see if Guy Smith can extend his lead ever more. We've got another host of little Minis there, the number 55 out there.
Yeah, 56, in fact, Nick Padmore. He's doing a good job at this stage. As you say, Swift is still the fastest of the Minis, but Nick Padmore is currently in 5th position, and he's being chased by another one of the Minis as well. In fact, that is Adam Morgan. So Adam Morgan is actually getting past him now. Adam Morgan, the touring car racer, who has been racing touring cars for many, many years, and he is enjoying being out in the Mini by the looks of this at this stage. Let's see if he can go a little bit quicker.
Using all the road possible. Down in 7th place at the moment. He's had a little bit of experience.
Yeah, look, he's jumped up 3rd.
Great lap, fantastic lap from him. He's had a bit of experience competing in the Mini, but not too much. It's Sicily Motorsport is a family-run team. It's competed in this car in the likes of races across the UK, historic races, Croft as well, support race to when Adam was racing in the touring cars. But he's being chased down. It's not a race yet, guys. Come on, that's later on today. But trying to duck in the toe is the number 56 of Nicholas Padmore.
Yeah, they're both incredibly competitive drivers, and it's rather lovely. Although in qualifying, as you say, you really want to be battling like that, because okay, you can get a tow, but sometimes it just costs you a little bit of time as well through the corners, so it's not always ideal to be battling away in qualifying. So looking at one of the BMWs here, the number 134, this is Wesley Butcher in one of the BMW 1800 TSAs, and these were they first appeared in the early 1960s as well, about the same year that the Coopers came along. Just looking at number 128, another of the Minis, this is Rick Turner, 1963 car, and he's a little bit further down the order, I think. It's Morgan who's still the fastest of the Minis, and it's still currently Guy Smith, who has set the pace, still got that little advantage over Max Chilton, just 0.2 of a second. Oh, no, I wondered if he was going to lose it then, but just about held it.
Yeah, Max is eking the gap back down again. 0.2 of a second. They've both got a comfortable gap from Adam Morgan in the little 33 Mini.
It's Justin Law right behind him, actually, and Justin is only a couple of places down, so these two could end up really battling in the race as well. Whoa. Fantastic car control from both of them so far. Max Chilton throwing it into St Mary's, using a bit of curve. You've got to be a bit cautious because that obviously throws the car a little bit more. Down into Lavant. He's got a Mini just up ahead of him, so he's got to be a little wary of the number 2 car. That's Martin Overington.
Oh, gets all out of shape on the exit there, but the checkered flag is out, and I'm just looking at the timing screens. Not too many people making big improvements, certainly in the top 6 as they have to navigate through the traffic. So it's flown by this qualifying practice for the Whitmore Cup, and of course this race honours Sir John Whitmore, a big name back in the day for the Minis, European racing, European Touring Car Championship as well in the Alan Mann Ford Lotus Cortina, and there's one of them that looks like could potentially be qualifying on the top spot. Smith has taken the checkered flag, Chilton peels into the pits, and I don't think the order's going to change a great deal.
No, I think you're right. I think everybody has put in together some quick laps. There's a bit of traffic around now as well, so that's obviously slowed things down a little bit, but that was fabulous. I'm really looking forward to this race, a 20-minute race between all of these drivers. There's no driver changes or anything. It's just a single driver race for 20 minutes, and I think that's going to be highly interesting, especially as we've got this mix of different cars involved. But it is pole position for the Ford Lotus Cortina of Guy Smith. There it is, number 711. That is the car that's owned by his dad, and Peter, his father, of course, has had this for many, many years, and it's lovely to see Guy doing such a great job with it. Such experience from Guy, from all the sports car racing he's done over the years, but he's very quick in this as well. So he's taken pole position. Alongside him on the front row of the grid will be the other Ford Lotus Cortina Mark 1 of Max Chilton, and then we'll have the first of the Minis, and that's going to be Adam Morgan, who's outstanding as well. So he's qualified 3rd in the Mini, just a second off pole position, with another Mini alongside. Okay, so that's fun. We've got the 2 Ford Lotus Cortinas on the front row, 2 Minis on the second row, because Nick Swift is on that second row as well. And then we've got another Ford Lotus Cortina, Justin Law, and alongside him is Padmore as well, so in another Mini. So we've really got quite a mixture of the Lotus Cortinas versus the Minis when this all gets underway. And of course, the Lotus Cortina will have a bit more straight line speed, but the Minis can be dramatic through the corners, so it's a hard one to predict.
They can, so you've got to make the most of it when you're going through the corners in the Minis. The Lotus Cortinas can sit back a little bit, trust the power that they've got when they go charging down the straight.
So here we go, let's have a quick look at the order. Guy Smith on that pole from Max Chilton, Adam Morgan and Nick Swift, then Justin Law ahead of Nick Padmore. Matthew Holmes in 7th place in the Alpha, so he's top Alpha qualifier, ahead of Lucas Halusa in the end. Mike Jordan in 9th place in his Mini, and Nick Jarvis was 10th in the Ford Lotus Cortina. Ian Thompson ahead of Neil McFadden, and then Michael Cullen, Sean Lynn, Tim Lazel, down to Rick Turner in 20th position. And then the final qualifiers down towards the back. We do have Wesley Butcher with the BMW. I don't know if they had any problems with that, but yeah, starting down at the back of the field. So it was a great session, as we thought, but some entertaining driving. Max Chilton was really sideways quite a lot of the time, and thankfully we didn't actually have any contact between some of the top players. You're looking at who ended up 2nd and 3rd there. This is the car that ended up fastest, though, as Guy Smith managed to do a superb job. And he will be starting on that pole position. But so much fun to see these cars, and the little mini wheels are always unique, aren't they?
They are, they certainly are, but Max Chilton's Lotus Cortina was being put through its paces, the number 15 Alpha skating across the grass, and a really nice job by Adam Morgan, the fastest Mini out there on the grid.
Oh, well, it was great stuff to watch. Very, very enjoyable. And lots to look forward to in the race coming up to later. Let's go to an interview regarding the IWC F1.
Ladies and gents, good afternoon and welcome to the IWC Schaffhausen pop-up here at Goodwood. It is a glorious day. My name is Justin Hast. I'm joined by Christian Knoop, Creative Director at IWC Schaffhausen. Christian, how are you?
Very good. How are you, Justin?
Good to see you. Thank you very much for joining me. So give us an overview. We've got the F1 movie coming out very soon. There are a number of exciting watches that you've equipped the cast with. Tell us what they are.
No, IWC has a long history in motorsports, and we are now partner of this new production, which is an Apple Warner Brothers production, F1 the movie. And so we're not only partner of the movie, but we also have equipped the entire cast of this fictional Formula One team in the movie with IWC watches.
What are we going to see? What can we expect to see? And they're going to be on show here as well, by the way.
Definitely. I mean, so we have created a capsule collection inspired by the looks and design codes of this fictional team, which is a very interesting code visually with gold, with black, with white, that gave great inspiration to us as creatives. And we have created a lead piece that fits actually one of the key characters in the movie, Joshua Pierce, played by Damson Idris, as a young rookie driver in that movie. And so he's wearing that talking piece watch, which is a performance chronograph in full gold, beautiful execution. And this is a lead piece of a 5-piece capsule collection we are displaying here.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but he will be here later on today as well.
Yes, absolutely. They're going to perform a stunt at 2:30 this afternoon here at Goodwood Members Meeting. And we have the cars here on display in front of our pop-up, but we also have the capsule collection here with us. And so we created a very, very fascinating visual link between the story of the film and the matching watch collection.
Thank you, Christian. And not only that, there is the actual watch that Brad Pitt's character wears in the movie here on show, with a number of other different props that are from the movie. So whatever you do this weekend, make sure you get over here and check it all out.
Now, they say herding cats is difficult. That's because you've never tried herding the house captains. Dario, let's start with you. You've won IndyCar championships, there's a few Touring Car championships, a few Le Mans, but this is what it really all boils down to, all of you in 1275 minis.
Yeah, pretty much. This is what it's about. Last year it was big V8s. This year, 1275 GT minis. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. First front-wheel drive experience in really any racing car. So, as long as I beat these guys, though, I'll be quite happy.
Well, look, we've actually got some footage of when you were all in big Camaros last year. So, Gordon, why don't you take that mic? Because I think you star in some of this footage. Here we go. So, Gordon, talk us through it.
I think the race with the Camaros last year was epic. I think we all agreed afterwards, we had massive smiles on our face, and I think we're getting some of the angles. Camaro's not supposed to go that sideways.
Who did you just pass there?
I think that was Andy. Was that Andy? I think Andy was letting me pass there. He tells me he was letting me pass. But I think that was just a precursor for this move, which was epic, Dario. I mean, it was a great move, wasn't it?
It really was. I was actually laughing in the car. I was giggling. And it's only the second time in my life I've been overtaken. I found it amusing. That was so much fun. Those cars were just nuts.
Well, look, let's come to you, Andy, very quickly. Who's your money on today with you guys?
In the minis, nobody. I think we're all going to be quite scared. It's a hard car to drive around here. But if it's anything like last year with these guys, it was so much fun. I mean, we were giggling all the way around the lap, and we just had a good time. So whether we're fighting for P10 or whatever it is, we're going to have fun, aren't we, Tom?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you promise?
Yeah, it's first time I'm in the Mini and I look forward. And I've been told so many shocking things, so I look forward really to be in it. And just learn to drive a car with the front axle, and it's going to be interesting.
Well, look, the cars are on circuit now. You guys need to go and get prepared. Thank you so much. Best of luck. Let's go back to the commentary team.
Thanks, Ed. And it's lovely to see the cars out. And it's really interesting, for example, that Tom Christensen has never competed in a Mini before. And we've got all these house captains racing against each other in the Mini 1275 GTs. And they are different cars to drive. They're wonderful, but they are different.
I think Tom's from the school of racing drivers that he believes that God didn't design racing cars to be front-wheel drive. he's accustomed to rear-wheel drive, maybe four-wheel drive in some of the Le Mans cars. But the other thing with minis, and I don't know whether any of these minis run them or not, but in period they used to run a limited slip diff. And there was the thing would pull, it was really difficult to drive. It gave more traction, but it was a difficult car to drive, as Andy Prieur was just explaining.
Yeah, well, we're seeing plenty of the minis out there, but of course it's not just the minis. There's plenty of other cars to concentrate on as well, and you're looking at the Opel Commodore here, number 30. That's one of the rarer cars that we've got out. It's the Opel Commodore 2.8 GCSE. Pete Fisk and Julian Draper are sharing this car. It was raced actually by Pete Hall in the British Saloon Car Championship many years. Had a couple of wins, this car, at the Snetterton 24-hour race as well back in 1980 and 1981, and now it's regularly raced by Pete Fisk, the entrance of this car, which is lovely to see because, as I say, we don't have many of these playing the game. Also, just ahead is the VW Golf. That one is Jochen Weiss and Christopher Haas. So you're seeing a good little selection of cars, and you've got a Triumph Dolomite Sprint just joining in.
Yeah, there's Dolomites all over the place, but just on that Opel Commodore, used to be a very popular brand raced in touring cars at this time. And a very successful brand at that, with a nice straight 2.8 litre engine. But look at the Dolomites and the Vauxhall friends are coming up, just about to overtake the Commodore. The Dolomite Sprint's 4-cylinder with a 4-valve, very unusual valve operation, but a great car, an unlikely car. If you think about a Triumph Dolomite, you'd have brought the sort of thing your mum and dad would have bought as a daily drive, but the Dolomite Sprint with that 4-valve cylinder engine, and it really lifted the brand, and it transformed the brand with the success that the Triumph Dolomite Sprint enjoyed on the circuit in British touring cars.
Yep, there you are. There's another of the Triumph Dolomite Sprints. That's the number 38 car, and that one's being driven by Tim Morley this weekend. And yeah, they are absolutely lovely cars. This one was built actually for Jerry Marshall Racing back in the day. Now, another of the VW Golfs, and in fact, we've got this one is the fastest so far. So, early stages in this qualifying. We've got a slightly longer qualifying. We've got 25 minutes to go. But this car is currently fastest, having set a lap of 1:31.964. And we will see how this goes throughout the rest of the session. Plenty of time to come. This one's being shared by Jim Morris and Andre Lotterer. And this could be a very potential race winner. We shall have to see how it goes. A VW Golf, of course, one of the great cars in the 1980s. So heading around, let's just see what the gap's behind to see if they're changing at all. Yes, we've had a little bit of a change already. So going fastest now is the number 20 car. That's the Mazda RX-7. That has just gone quickest, and you can see it in the background there. Isn't that lovely to see? Because they are very rare to still see nowadays.
Yeah, they came into racing and touring car racing. A touring car, a Mazda RX-7. That's a GT car by anybody's book. I had one of those as a road car many, many years ago, and there were two little tiny seats behind the front and driver's seats. So they managed to somehow or other get classified as a touring car. Remember that Mazda twin rotary Mazda engine? Screams of it, it sounded unbelievable, but it was a great race car. It was evolved. Tom Wolfenshaw had a lot to do with the evolution of the MX-7s, and they became a very dominant brand, and Wyn Percy was one of those drivers who raced them.
Absolutely, and took the title a couple of times with the RX-7. He then went on to take a third title with Toyota Corolla. But yeah, this is the Wyn Percy Trophy, and it's rather lovely to see a Mazda RX-7 going so quickly. Is Emanuele Pirro in the car at the moment, or because he is sharing the car this weekend with Alex Taylor, son of Trevor, who built this car. So yeah, lovely to see, doing some good lap times. 1:30, just being pushed down. Let's see if this next lap pushes them back up across the line. No, not quite so good. So they've been pushed down to second place as the VW Golf has just gone faster again. The number 44 car we were looking at, there it is. But the Mazda RX-7 is certainly flying along. And this car was actually, that RX-7 was actually built as a tribute to Wyn Percy. And it's lovely that we've got this event this weekend in celebration of Wyn Percy and his great success that he had in touring cars.
Oh yeah, I mean, Wyn was one of those unique personalities. Again, a very self-effacing, quiet person. You'd see him standing in the paddock, and he wasn't there sort of hosting the world to come and speak to me. Just a very low-key, but what a race driver he proved to be, and especially in touring cars, and in particular that long association of friendship with Tom Walkinshaw, with Mazdas, with Jaguars, and whatever else Tom produced. There you are, win. Get in and drive it.
Now, this car has now gone quickest. So we've got a Ford Escort Mark II RS2000 that we were looking at there, number 10, and it's Jake Hill who is driving that this weekend along with Kerry Michael, and that has just set the pace by a tiny fraction faster. So another one to watch out for, no doubt about it. We saw some of the earlier Escorts, but now we're seeing some of the RS2000s in this competition. Let's just see if this is another quick lap across the line, and no, not quite going quickest, stays in second place for the VW.
And the little Gulf is impressive. You know, it's the thing that, whoa, and that's what happens when it goes all wrong. You can see there's the international driver's indication saying not an ideal situation. That was a moment when you could have found yourself in all sorts of trouble. That was coming out of St Mary's on the run up to 11th.
I think it's Rupert Death in there, because he's sharing that with Gordon Shedden. I think it was Rupert who was in the car, and he was a bit worried there that it was going to go wrong, but he's still there, so that's good news. Now, some driver changes are obviously going on down in the pit lane, because both drivers need to do qualifying session, of course, to make sure they make the grid. And some of the rapid drivers are getting in, and there's Dario Franchitti about to drive the Mini.
Very versatile man this weekend, as our Dario. He's not demonstrating one of Gordon Murray's amazing GT cars. He's now back into a touring car, and I mean, how do you make the adaptation, Ben? That's what a professional driver has to do immediately. You go from one form, single-seater, touring car, GT car, as we look at the Mazda yet again, just powering its way down the straight, overtaking and coming up to the little Fiesta, coming down into Woodcut. So yeah, the Fiesta is at this part of the track, that's where it's going to be at its most nimble. Maybe it doesn't have the straight line performance of others around it, but certainly really super little chassis and a lot of grip.
Let's just see if there are any changes right here at the moment. Currently it is still the Jake Hill Escort that is the fastest car out on track. No change there from the Mazda on this particular lap. That's currently running third fastest, but it's definitely one of the most competitive cars, and we're going to see plenty of action from it. And as you mentioned, the rotary engine is really quite unique with the RX-7s, but it produced a lot of success. It was 1980 and 1981 that when Percy won the titles. Let's go right on board with Dario now. Talk us through this, John. What's his driving looking like?
I think you've got a pass for this. Look, Dario's such an accomplished and talented race driver. He can make the change from single-seaters, front engine, rear engine, GT cars, or whatever. And I mean, he's been down here testing with the Gordon Murray, the sort of the track day version of that road car. Just getting accustomed to a front-wheel drive again, whether it's got limited slip diff or not. He's not getting that huge amount of pull or tug on the steering that you normally expect from a Mini if it's got a limited slip diff in it, but that's getting a bit too technical. Dario Franchitti's out there driving the wheels off the car. He's now got the Mazda closing down on him, so it'll be interesting to see how much is left in the tank of the Mini in terms of it, again, in these parts of the circuit where the handling strength of the Mini will maybe be slightly better than that of the Mazda, following down into second gear into the chicane, right then left, don't run the curve too aggressively. Well, yeah, that's okay. I think he got away with that. He didn't lose any particular time, but his eyes will be in the mirror. Where is the Mazda? It's gone into the pits, that's where it's gone.
Yeah, he's got some clear space, so you never know. He might be able to put together a half sensible lap now. We'll have to wait and see where this puts him. At the moment, his teammate has set the car in 19th place. Let's see whether he's going to be able to move it up the order somewhat in this particular lap. Now, he's got a bit of clear space bar around him. Absolutely flat out through this section, no problem there.
Yes, I mean, all the way out of Madrick, running through Ford Water. From here on, it starts to get a little bit trickier. Watching the Toyota coming up the inside, that might be Anthony Reid just sliding through. And, of course, Anthony Reid, when you see him on the racetrack, I mean, what a great touring car driver he's been, but I tell you what, he doesn't take a prisoner. Even if there's no prisoners there, he still doesn't take one.
Absolutely. No, that's right. But, yeah, now he might actually get a little bit of a benefit almost by following down the straight, because he might be able to get a little bit more straight line speed. You never know. we shall see how that works. And on board the other Mini now as well. Let's just see how this is going. This one currently in 10th position. And still a bit of time to go. 17 and a half minutes of qualifying still to go for these guys. And we're on board with the Gordon Shedden car. And we'll see whether this is going to improve. He's just gone out, I think, Gordon, yeah. So only just building up the pace now. And we'll see whether this can move up the order somewhat. Right now, it's still Jake Hill who has set the pace for that potential pole position. But there's plenty of time to go, and track conditions are staying pretty consistent. Number 25, you're looking at just behind there as well, and that is the Alfa Romeo GT3 Again, that's there's not many of those. Chris Snowden and Tiffany Dell are sharing that Alfa Romeo GT3 and car is original as there is number 25 just behind, as raced by John Dooley in 1982. That's the original livery that it was in as well.
Yeah, I remember John Dooley in period racing Alfa Romeos, and in my time with Alfa Romeo also had an Alfa Romeo GTV as a road car, a lovely car it is too, and a great, we didn't see a lot of Alfa Romeos racing in the 70s, but it's great to see them coming back, and very much in the livery of the Napolitani or Napoli as it now makes its way into the pits.
Absolutely. Well, let's see if there's going to be any more changes amongst this little group of cars. And there's one of the BMWs out right now. Actually, this is the number 4. This is the Darren Fielding Alex Brundle, and this is an ex-Martin Brundle car. And he actually won the county championship representing Norfolk in this car in his early career, 1980. And it's rather lovely that Alex, his son, is going to be driving it this weekend.
Yeah, and again, the Brundle family, particularly through Martin, had that link through to Tom Walkinshaw. Tom Walkinshaw had a very major role in the guiding of what Martin did, and it was through Walkinshaw, I believe, that Martin got the drive in the Norfolk entered in that sort of counties championship the BMW underwrote in the early 80s.
Yeah, and it was a good step for him because things started to come together after that. Got him his opportunities to get to Formula One a little bit later on, of course. So this is lovely to see him. That's coming back into the pits now. So we've got quite a few changes of drivers going on. Right now it's still the number 10 car, the Ford Escort Mark II RS 2000 of Kerry Michael and Jake Hill that has taken the top spot so far. We're just looking at the number 60 car there, and that is another of the Mini 1275s. Andrew Jordan and Nick Swift are sharing this one.
They're in 4th place.
Yeah.
They're in the pit, so it's going to be another potential driver change or maybe a small adjustment. I don't know what they can gain out of these cars as we go back and watch the 44. Second place now, or second place has been, and it was initially quickest. Andre Lotterer was behind the wheel. Oh, and look how close he exits coming out of the chicane. They couldn't have got a cigarette paper between the car and the barrier.
Absolutely. We'll see if that changes at all, but under a bit of pressure from the Ford just behind. And yeah, now it's all about trying to keep that balance and control at high speed as they come through Madrick. Tricky, that double apex corner, isn't it, Madrick?
Yes.
You can actually go in much quicker than you think when you first drive it, as it were.
It's a corner that then requires enormous commitment, and if you get it wrong, you get it wrong.
Absolutely.
But if you get it right and you get that good exit off, and it is almost a 2-part corner, but some drivers almost ignore the first part. If you can hang it out, a bit like Paddock Hill Bend, going into Paddock Hill Bend at Brands Hatch, you have to hang it out as late as possible before you make that late apex, and that's a little bit like that in Madrick as well.
Okay, we're back on board with Dario Franchitti here, so as he's just trying to build up a bit more with the Mini. Currently in 13th place, so he has gained some time. He has moved them up a little bit, and we are seeing a few other of the quicker drivers now getting back out. Andy Priaulx has moved up to 12th position now. Franchitti currently in 14th position. Tom Christensen is currently down in 16th position. So let's just see how this all develops as we go on. Gordon Shedden of the captains of the houses he's top at the moment. I think he's up in 10th position with their car. Number 72, just keeping a little bit of an eye on here. Another of the Minis, but there is the VW Golf just coming over the line. See if we can get any more time on this lap. That doesn't seem to make too much difference. No, about a second down on what the best lap so far has been in this car.
Yeah, there's a bit of a comfort zone between fastest overall, which is the Escort Jake Hill with a 1 minute 30.2, and then second up is Andre Lotterer in the 44 Gulf, and there is one of the minis off.
Yeah, unfortunately.
64.
Yeah, it's the Larry Watt Andy Prio car, actually.
Well,
so that's a little bit unfortunate. That car is currently running 13th overall.
That car's coming to a stop then.
Yeah, yeah. So it's obviously a technical problem with the car by the looks of things. So that's making life. You're just seeing that we've got a good lap going on at the moment with that VW Golf that was quickest at one point, number 44. That's just done a very good first sector, but in the meantime, let's hope they can get this car out of the way. He's already moved actually into a fairly safe place. There's the VW Golf that you're seeing is already going quickly here.
Yeah, he's got traffic ahead of him. That's going to maybe forestall any improvements. He got the Celica and one of the Dolomite Sprints, so he goes away to the right onto the dirtier part of the road, but gets through. That's the key. He goes through in relatively unimpeded terms, so down into this double hand. This is probably maybe the favourite corner of all here at Goodwood, and the tight chicane, and all the time as long as the Polo creeping through. Now Christopher Haas, I think, was going to be driving that car, but I don't think that was Christopher behind the wheel. So that all the good yards done by Andre Lotterer and that final sector were lost, and the lap time is no change in first and second positions.
No, that's right. In the end, that lap time was about 8/10 down on what they had already achieved with this car, but clearly it's still very rapid. I think this is potentially it's going to be a major contender in the race itself. It's just a question, are they going to be able to contest with that number 10 Ford Escort that Jake Hill and Kerry Michael are sharing? I think Kerry's out in the car at the moment, and he's lapping us certainly a little bit slower than Jake was doing when he did his 1 minute 30.2 earlier on. Michael's just done a 1:34.7. So that is all part and parcel of these two-driver races, of course. See, you can get some very quick drivers in, but sometimes it's getting the mix right, and that mix of Jordan and Swift, they're currently fourth fastest. I think that's pretty impressive in the Mini.
Yes, I mean, that's the leading Mini. And you have a fairly balanced. I mean, Andrew Jordan, we know as a current race driver, is exceptionally quick, and Swift likewise. He knows his way around the Mini better than probably anybody this weekend.
Yeah.
But of course, what do you do at the start of the race? Do you plump for your driver who is quickest overall, and then hand the car over just around halfway, or maybe a little over halfway, to your teammate, or do you put the teammate in first and then leave the rest to the star driver?
I think they've changed that. I think they've changed that a little bit. I think they've actually set who's going to be starters. I think, from what I've gathered, that might already be set rather than after qualifying, but we'll see. So the Ford Escort now, Rob Huff is currently in the number 65 Ford Escort. So let's see how this goes for Rob, because they are currently fifth fastest already. And we know how quick Rob can be around here at Goodwood. We've already seen that today. Let's see whether he can do it in the RS2000.
Well, he needs to clear the traffic around him, and he's going to be catching up to the tail of the VW Golf, which is not a slow car. But Rob Huff knows his way around, as you mentioned, Ben. He's had great success here, and one of the outstanding touring car drivers, both on a national and a world platform. But there's the trouble coming into St. Mary's, and he's just going to have to be patient, maybe try and find a way past the Gulf. Under braking into Lavender, he's too far back, so just hold back and now get the drive, try and maximise your acceleration off the corner. Don't slide too much in the second part of the exit of Lavender, and then hopefully get a good run down the straight. But the Gulf is so strong off Lavender that it almost pulled marginally ahead of the Escort.
Yeah, but this is interesting, as you say, with that, the Golf that is being so rapid as up there as well. Let's just see what kind of a lap this is going to be for Rob Huff. He's certainly done a very good first sector. Second sector hasn't gone quite so well for him, and he's definitely going to lose out a little bit here, isn't he?
Yes, again, he's going to find himself caught up coming into the chicane, and he's going to have to be patient. Any momentum he's built, he's going to have to reset. Now, he's got an opportunity coming off the chicane, but the straight line performance of the Gulf and the Escort are virtually identical. In fact, again, if anything, the Gulf has managed to stretch it maybe a few yards coming into Madrick, and there is Rob Huff, powerless at this point, but there's a lot more racetrack, and the bit from here, Celica has gone off, and there's a lot of steam coming out from that. Is that an engine failure, or there's something seriously gone wrong?
That's a bit of a shame. That's the Mark Bevington, Anthony Reid Toyota Celica that has definitely got some sort of mechanical issue there. That's a great shame. That was a car raced by some very famous people over the years. Mike Wilde, Alec Poole, Martin Brundle raced this one as well.
I can't believe it. My mate Alec Poole raced a Toyota Celica. But anything is possible, one has to think.
Yeah, you were too busy with Formula One by then, weren't you, when these guys were racing the touring cars? Did you ever do any racing in touring cars?
I did a couple of races. I did one at Donington Park in Gordon Spice's Ford Capri.
Okay.
But it was at the point when the Rover SD1s were coming on strong, and there was Alan Jones, who was a guest driver in the Rover, who actually won the race. It was a damp to dry race, and the Rover just had the legs of everybody.
Lovely. No, well, that's often the way.
And by the way, Gordon Spice was quicker than I was.
Gordon Spice is one of the all-time greats, wasn't he? And of course, he's part of the weekend's names because his trophy is a very key part of the weekend. Big slides once again from the Golf, but are we going to see any changes in lap times? Doesn't look like it. Oh, actually, yes, we have seen a change there. They've gone slightly quicker, a 1:30.2, and gone fastest by 0.014. That's how close it is.
I mean, amazing. And he picked up fractions of seconds in the second and third sectors, enough to take him from second overall up to fastest currently. And we've just got 6 minutes of the session remaining. So there, the challenge has been now thrown down to the number 10 Ford Escort to see whether they can come back. And, I mean, being in the front row is ideal, whether you're on pole position or not. It's all about really getting off the line when the flag drops. And, of course, you've got to be on your toes. The flag drops pretty quickly here. If you're not ready for it, you'll lose out. And the little Polo also in trouble.
Oh, we've seen quite a few cars getting into trouble, haven't we, in this session? That's a bit unfortunate. So, yeah, this is the VW Polo Mark 1, celebrating 50 years of Polos this year, apparently. Success in racing. They had some good results at Donington and Silverstone in the European touring car races. They weren't the front runners because they were a slightly different class, but the Polos were racing back in that period in the early 1980s. So, one of the...
I just wonder, we saw the Celica pulling off, and I just wonder, had something gone down on the racetrack that's catching drivers out? It may not be, but we've seen two cars pull off. One was the VW Polo, now one of the Dolomite Sprints. That's the 23 car.
Oh dear. And the Alpha off
soon as well.
Yeah, that's a real shame. The Alpha Sur TI, this is the Phil Bullen Brown and Oliver Jarvis car. This is another one that was raced in period in the early 80s. Let's see if we've got some footage of something going on here.
Well, that's the Faenza going around the Alpha GTV. Oh, look at, there's a load of rubbish now been kicked up onto the circuit. So whether that is...
Or is there oil down anywhere, I wonder?
Well, where the Celica pulled off, I think that was round about St Mary's. But if it has been an oil issue, dropping oil, it could have been much earlier on the lap.
Okay. Well, it does seem as though there's been a few cars with a bit of trouble. We've still got a few minutes left, but obviously if you've got a yellow flag around where a car has pulled over, you do have to just back off a little bit and be seen to do that. And so it's a harder time to try and set a faster lap, right? Right now the VW Golf is apparently fastest. We shall see if that gets confirmed. Second place is that Ford Escort of Jake Hill, which did the lap earlier on. Kerry Michael out in the car at the moment.
Well, just we're not quite sure whether it's not maybe that the VW is quickest overall, is the fact that it's gained almost 7/10 of a second over the Ford. When it went quickest, it was like about a tenth of or something, maybe less than a tenth of a second. Now it's giving us over half a second advance, so we're not quite sure whether that's an accurate time or not. Whatever it is, this car on picture is the quickest car overall, and we've just got 3.5 minutes of the session remaining.
Yeah, so there won't be too many other changes by the look of it, particularly with the various problems. We've got quite a few cars into the pits now. I think we've got at least half a dozen cars into the pits. The VW Golf's coming into the pits now as well. And maybe, we've got that oil sign.
Yes, and I think...
So that's a little bit tricky, that, isn't it? And we do wonder, how could they have done a faster lap if there was oil down?
It depends if you drive over the oil or you avoid the oil. So
or you do a shortcut and miss a corner completely.
I don't think you're going to... No, you wouldn't find that length of time in a shortcut. But where the oil might be, you may not have gone over it. But certainly there's a number of cars around the racetrack which all have come to a standstill. Just shortly after we saw the Celica pull off, and there's a lot of steam coming from that car. We didn't know what the cause of that was, but it may be the factor that's seen many more cars stop at the side of the racetrack. And as you can just see another car, an Escort, at the exit of Patrick. There it is.
Oh, yeah.
Is that Rob Huff's car or not?
No, I
might see the
so.
number
The
on it.
27 car.
27. No,
That
it's
is.
not.
So yeah, no, that's
Papa's.
yeah,
Papa's.
Yeah, that's right. That's Theo Profitis, who's just getting back on once again. Another one of the RS2000s. And let's see, we can find out what happened. Oh, it's just a spin on the exit.
Yes, I think that was just down to a lack of grip.
Does seem as though quite a few people are getting involved in some incidents out there at the moment and trying to be a little bit more cautious. There we are then. Yeah, Theoprofotis and Pantelis Christoforou are sharing this car. Car raced in the European Group 1 Series, and it has raced in the members meeting, although they were a bit unlucky last year. They had an all finish in the first race and didn't manage to start the second race, so let's hope that they get a bit of racing going on this year without too many problems.
So I think it's really 1.5 minutes to the checkered flag comes out, and most people have probably conceded they're not going to make any significant improvements, and we've still got that significant advantage between the VW and the Ford Escort. Have been battling all the way through this qualifying session for pole position.
Looking at another of the RS2000s, Bo Parry and Josh Cook are sharing this one, and both experienced racers. Of course, Josh Cook, very rapid in British touring cars in recent years, and Bo Parry has raced MX-5 races over the years as well, and now doing some Goodwood events quite often. And that lovely Jägermeister livery, that raced and did hill climbs in Germany in the early 1980s, apparently. So yeah, but it's been here at Goodwood several times before, and I think it's about the 5th time they'll be racing it here around this track.
Well, I'll tell you, Ben, if you put a good slug of Jägermeister into the fuel tank, it actually might give it a few more horsepower.
Absolutely. So a lot of action going on in the pit lane at the moment, but hopefully everybody will have cars that run okay. The Mazda RX-7 that we were looking at a little bit earlier on, that's just sitting down in the pits, but that has ended up 3rd fastest. My goodness, we haven't seen many cars go off as often as we're watching right now.
No, just the tail end of this session, for some reason, whether it's to do with one car going off, wave yellow flag there, you can see in the background, whether cars going off have kicked up, you put some of the dust and the gravel at the side of the racetrack onto the racetrack, or whether there is something that we're not aware of, such as oil on one corner, and that's sort of triggering all these unexpected incidents coming to the conclusion of this session.
Absolutely, yeah. It's all a bit strange, but we're just looking at the Vauxhall Forenza Magnum DTB. So this is, we mentioned, Jerry Marshall car. You can see Jerry Marshall's name is on the side of the car. This one being contested by James Alexander and Frank Stippler this weekend. And of course, in its Jerry Marshall day, it would have been a very successful car. Actually, Jerry raced it at Spa with Peter Brock, this particular car. So some great heritage to it. The checker flag is out now. Nobody else is improving, as we've seen. It's been too slippery out there in the last 10 minutes, really. Nobody's really been able to improve in that time, because there has obviously been some oil down. There have been some slight problems with the cars, and lots of people running wide onto the grass, etc. But this car will take pole position for the race. So for the Win Percy Trophy, we will see the VW Golf on pole position, and it'll be Jim Morris and Andre Lotterer who will have that pole position, having set the fastest lap, apparently, although we will get that checked out again, because it did seem to happen at a rather strange time during the session. But for now, that does seem to be the car that has taken pole position. 2nd place going to Jake Hill in the Ford Escort with Kerry Michael. 3rd place, Emanuele Pirro will be part of that Mazda RX-7 team that will be going out in 3rd place. So let's have a look at this. You've got the Golf potentially on pole position by 0.6 of a second over the Escort, with the Mazda RX-7 in 3rd place, and then another of the Escort RS2000s of Devine and Huff, that's in 4th place. The Jordan Swift Mini, the fastest of the Minis, in 5th place, ahead of the Fielding Brundle BMW 323, which is one of the few BMWs actually in this one. Goodliff and Soper in the Ford Fiesta. Tom Christensen has got up to 8th place in that Mini, So that's good news. Looking further down the list, Shedden of the house captains, he's in 12th place. Franchitti in 14th place, and Prio down in 18th place. So whether we're going to get a battle of racing between those house captains, we shall have to wait and see when we get into the race itself. But it will be fascinating, and this lovely mix of Triumph Dolomite Sprints, VW Golfs, Minis, Ford Escort RS2000s, and let's just hope that they get these cars all back on for the race, because there's certainly been a few that have had some technical problems and a few early retirements just from qualifying. So fingers crossed we'll get them all back out for the race. So let's just have a look at some of the highlights. And that VW Golf was particularly strong throughout the session. Dario Franchitti was enjoying the Mini as well, but the Escort, when Jake Hill was in the Escort, that was going very, very rapidly indeed. Lots of fun and games. Dario getting used to driving front-wheel drive, and indeed several of his colleagues also getting into the habit of it. Thankfully, no major errors were made by the look of things. They all kept it pretty clean, but we shall see how it goes. That is the Andrew Jordan Nick Swift Mini, the fastest of the Minis in the end in terms of qualifying, that has very good potential of battling with some more powerful cars, but also can be very, very rapid through the corners. So we'll see how it all goes. Second fastest, the Ford Escort. There were one or two little issues late in the session where people were going off rather often with some oil down on track, but the Morris Lotterer VW Golf has ended up on pole.
Welcome to the Apex GP Club, the perfect setting to talk about making F1 the movie. And here to help us understand just what it takes to bring the speed and precision of F1 to the silver screen, we have Kerry Condon here today, who plays the team technical director of Apex GP. Kerry, welcome to Goodwood.
Thank you so much. My first time here.
What do you think?
It's beautiful, beautiful day. So many people. I love the old cars. My favorite.
Nice and loud around the track, aren't they? Now, you have traveled the world with this movie filming. You must have been to some amazing race circuits. What's it like coming back to track today?
It still seems kind of foreign to me, like the noise and the energy. Like it doesn't feel like I'm natural to be here. I'm still like in awe of everything. We got to go to Vegas, wow. Abu Dhabi.
Yeah.
It was amazing. Yeah, Monza. So many. It was all over the world. It was incredible. Yeah.
Fantastic. Now you play a really important role in the movie, team technical director, and the first ever female technical director, which is amazing. Now you didn't exactly get into the cars on track, but you were surrounded by all the action and the stunts. What was that like?
There was so much organising involved in it because we were shooting on actual race weekends. So it would be like 15 minutes before a qualifying session they were allowed out on the track, or I would film the pit wall stuff during the actual Grand Prix. So the real cars were flying past. It was just wild. It was amazing. Yeah.
I mean, you had a front row seat to all the action. It must have been very, very cool.
Yeah.
Now lurking behind us is the tracking
camera
vehicle.
car.
I know. And this is cool. Did you get to see this in action at all?
I did. Now, a lot of my stuff was the technical director, so I wasn't doing any of the stunts, but I would watch it with the director and the DP at the Video Village, is where all the producers and everybody watches it. But it was nerve-wracking because it was just, I don't know, it was just so fast, and I had no control. So when I have no control over something and it's nerve-wracking, I just was like, I watched it twice and then I got a bit nervous for everybody. I left him to it. Yeah.
It's very cool though. Now, being team technical director, that's all about performance, precision, and of course timing. So what watch are you wearing today?
I am wearing the IWC pilot sweater. You've got it too.
The same.
Look, it says it on the strap. That's Apex GP, so that's the name of our team,
that's
right?
Very cool.
And the colours of our team were black, gold and white, which is on the watch.
Yep.
And it has I like these straps.
The rubber straps, nice,
yeah,
isn't it?
Yeah, it is. If you do like water sports or washing horses or whatever,
racing,
I like yes,
like.
There you go.
Very sporty, very sporty. Kerry, thank you so much for joining us today here at Goodwood and for giving us a behind the scenes. We can't wait for the movie. I think I speak for everyone here. And we also can't wait to see the stunt unfold here today at Members Meeting.
Thank you so much. I really hope you like the movie. I think you will.
We're going to love it. Stay tuned, everybody. You're not going to want to miss this one.
Well, we've got plenty more in store where that came from, and later we'll have a demo out on the circuit. We've heard some of the words. We'll see the action coming up later this afternoon in the IWC demo.
This was the first Easter handicap for sports cars, and Duke, driving car number 70, soon showed he was as much at home in the seat as in the saddle.
That was the most exceptional collection of moving automobiles I've ever seen.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars.
You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year. Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Here in the Tyrrell shed, I'm surrounded by tools, parts and memorabilia here in the Goodwood grounds. And I actually wanted to draw your attention to a piece of artwork over here that we've got that commemorates Jackie Stewart winning the 1969 Italian Grand Prix at Monza. Now, this piece of artwork is up for sale and all the proceeds go to charity. But the reason I'm drawing your attention is that that exact car was built in this little shed here, and it celebrates the Tyrrell racing legacy. So this shed was actually moved from Oxfordshire to the Goodwood grounds and is now open to the public. And here at Members Meeting, it's a very special place because it's somewhere that people can get stuck in with some racing simulators. So follow me over here and we'll see if we can speak to some of the instructors and maybe get a little go myself. So here you can see the several simulators that are set up for people to have a go at, and they look absolutely fantastic. So we'll try and grab a few words from Finn here and try not to disturb his lap too much, Finn. It looks like you're doing a fantastic job. So tell us a bit about what's happening here in the Tyrrell shed.
Yeah, so we've got our full motion racing simulators that we have at the circuit year round, and thought it would be a fantastic opportunity for people to drive the Tyrrell 001 on Goodwood. Not many people can say they've done that. We've got a version of the circuit, which is
It's a fantastic opportunity, like you say, for people to ride the circuit and then go and watch the racing afterwards. So what's so special about these rigs? Because I can see that it's moving around, you're getting to change gears. What makes this setup so good?
Yeah, they're almost motorsport grade setup. The hardware's all market leading, used by racing drivers to help them prep for race weekends. But software that we've got, which allows us to get Goodwood in period in revival form. get the Tyrrell 001 handling that you could go and practice at home.
Yeah, well, you can see that you're hanging onto the steering wheel there. It's a really good opportunity for people to get involved in and get on the leaderboard. So I think I'd really love to have a go if I can hop on the simulator next to you.
I think that's a good idea.
Thank you.
Part of the competition aspect at the Goodwood Members Meeting is to split the drivers and attendees into 4 separate groups to battle for the honour of what is known as the House Shield. Just like Hogwarts in Harry Potter's youth, there are 4 houses, and it's even more random as to who ends up where. Each house is named after titles belonging to His Grace the Duke of Richmond, and there are house captains from famous racing backgrounds. 3-time World Touring Car Champion Andy Priaulx is captain of House Aubigny, which is represented on the shield by the Fleur de Lis. 9 times Le Mans winner Tom Christensen is the frontman for House Darnley, for which the crest is the Boar's Head. Triple British Touring Car Champion Gordon Shedden is captain of House Methuen, represented by the Lion's Head. And 4 times winner of the IndyCar Series Championship Dario Franchitti is head of House Torbolton, which is celebrated by the harp. Every driver at the event can score points by finishing races in the top 10. 250 points are awarded for a win, 180 for a second place, 150 for third, all the way down to 10 points for a 10th place finish. In 2 driver races, each driver scores full points, which are split equally if competing for different houses. 50 points are awarded for pole position and for fastest lap, whilst house captains do score double points. But it's not just about track action. Anybody who attends the event can dive into some fantastic challenges and also score points. Fancy some laser clay shooting? Or what about axe throwing? Perhaps croquet is more suitable, or even duck herding amongst plenty of options. There's also the important house group tug-of-war where the house captains take a grip. As usual, there's no I in team. The House Shield is about everyone at Goodwood.
So let's take a look at the house scores. You've heard all about it, and we'll pop those up on the screen. Of course, it's a moving target because all through today and tomorrow, not just the drivers can score, as you've heard, but also you can help out. And look at that, Torbolton out at the front of the pack by quite some margin from Aubigny, and then it's very, very close with Methuen and Darnley, but that is a big lead for Torbolton. But we've got a day and a half still to go at this 82nd members meeting. Those scores are going to definitely go on up, but it's a question of can you put your house, can you propel it up to the top of the order? But let's go down to hear from Ed in the collection area with Pat Blakeney-Edwards, who knows all things about cars of a certain age.
Patrick, you're used to upsetting a few grids in Fraser-Nash's. Is this going to be one of those days?
Do you know, I don't think so. I think Goodwood have put together a really good, solid collection of English sports racing cars. And so as such, I think a lot of the quicker machinery, like my other cars, have been left behind. So I've bought my 1935 TT Rep, which isn't slow, but it's not. It's going to be, I'm guessing, qualifying in the top 6 or 7. But a lot of the cars at the front, I think, are going to be of a similar pace. So hopefully that's going to turn into a cracking race tomorrow, a close race.
And what are these things like to drive? Because you hear so many stories about Fraser-Nash's.
I think, listen, I love driving all pre-war cars. They're so fun, so engaging. But Fraser-Nash's particularly, they were sort of giant killers in period. So they've not got big engines. There's only 1.5 litre engines, where the Bentleys have got 4.5 and whatnot. But they managed to convert the small size of the engine into power at the back wheels by the use of chain drive transmission, which loses probably half the amount of energy that a normal conventional gearbox and differential car would. So although they're relatively small engine size, they're quick because a lot of the power gets to the back wheels, and they handle beautifully. They're like a little go-kart.
And just finally, you must be taking it seriously, because I can spot a lap chart, a Blakeney Motorsport branded lap chart on your bonnet.
Well, look, it's even, lots of these people, we all race different cars and much faster cars. But as long as it's got a steering wheel and four wheels and it's on a racetrack, then you need to be taking it seriously. It is a race car. It's a race environment. And none of these people are going to be, wobbling around. They're all going to be pushing their cars hard, and we all want to know where we can improve. I'll be looking at the splits later on and seeing where I'm losing and where I can gain. As I say, just because they're vintage and they're old, it doesn't mean to say it's not racing.
Well said. Good luck.
Thanks very much.
Well, always look for Pat Blakeney Edwards. He's ever spectacular, but a great explanation about chain drive. And of course, these are cars from 90 years ago to celebrate Lagonda when it toppled Alfa Romeo that dominated at Le Mans with Johnny Hyde-Marsh and Luis Fontes taking victory. And that really, got the show back on the road for British Marks down there. But it's cars that just look glorious, and Aston Martin fans, you've got plenty to entertain you in this coming event, which is the official practice for the Earl Howe Trophy. Earl Howe himself did an awful lot of great racing, the Mille Miglia and other events, but great sights and sounds. We'll see them out on the track, but these are the sort of second oldest group of cars after the SF Edge Trophy cars, which are having their first of two races later this afternoon. But the spectacle is upon us, just waiting for the cars to go out. But there might be a little bit of a delay because we certainly had oil on the track dropped towards the end of the last practice session. And the drivers would have been aware, they'll have been told, they'd already been in the collection area, Alice, so they wouldn't have been looking at it on screens, but the message would have been sent into their ears that red and yellow flag, that means oil on track.
Exactly, and I was looking out my commentary box window to the right-hand side to see the marshals working away, all doing a brilliant job. Perfect weather for them as well, those out track side, but also in the paddock as well. But really looking forward to this Earl Howe session. 15 minutes, it will be the qualifying practice. It will be a 20-minute one-driver race. And as you said, Bruce, we've got big engine beasts racing here, like the 1929 4.5-litre Bentley. We've got a quartet of Lagonda models, as well as two of the famous Go Talbot AV105 team cars. So a beautiful mixture of cars, and they'll be making great sounds as well.
They will, and also I really like the fact we've got a pair of Invictas, their low chassis model, very, very elegant indeed. But right now the drivers are in the cockpits of their cars, but just waiting for signal that they can go out. Wind blowing from the southeast corner across the circuit. It's fairly limpid though, it's nothing too much, but so hopefully the drought will go on. But people, doesn't matter if the car's on track or not for a few minutes, all enjoying themselves and doing what we can't do, Alice, having a pint of beer while standing in the spring sunshine. You take it with both hands when it offers such glory.
You do, and there's plenty to see down in the paddock as well that's open for people to go around and have a look, but we're underway.
Aston Martin team car number 37 with Jonathan Lupton on board, 1930 works car. This is one of the cars that would have been racing the double 12s at Brooklands up on the banking, and then going somewhere completely diverse, and in fact then in the hands of Sammy Davis, taking a class win in the Irish GP, the Irish Grand Prix at Phoenix Park in Dublin, a circuit that is still used today, albeit in slightly safer and curtailed form. But right now it's the open spaces, the Goodwood Motor Circuit. For these cars from 90 years ago, the cars between the wars, all British by the way. And again, if you see dust, that's because the oil has been cleaned up and the quick dry put down. In fact, we had a great sight earlier, didn't we, Alice, in the Gordon Murray Automobiles display when Dario Franchitti was in the fan car, and he went around and was the first car with enough downforce, 1.2 tons worth, to suck it off the circuit and blow it away. Fresh oil, though, has been cleaned up.
I think if he was out there now in the T50, you wouldn't see it. You wouldn't see him because it'd be sucking up all the dust. But we've got our first set of cars coming through St Mary's, just getting things up to temperature. But this 15-minute qualifying practice is going to go pretty quickly because they don't, of course, lap as fast as the Win Percy that we've just seen and other cars out there, but all trying to find their own bit of space, their own bit of time. And of course, this year marks the 90th anniversary of British Lagonda taking victories at Le Mans 24 hours back in 1935, which broke the run of 4 consecutive Alfa Romeo victories. So a nice bit of history that's being applauded here this weekend at Goodwood.
Yes, and so much of this development came to halt just a few years later with the start of the Second World War. And then it took a few years after the hostilities had ceased before everything really found its legs again, including this circuit. 1948 it was opened, and then as we moved into the 50s everything blossomed. But these are the cars from the late 20s and running through the 30s, from Bentleys, look, the little low Aston Martins going through, Fraser Nash tucked in behind, small, tiny. We heard from Pat Blakely Edwards explaining it's a bit like a cart. Carts hadn't been invented back then, but in some ways these are the forerunners. Bentleys too, and you can see how the tail wags the dog a little bit. The Vauxhall 3098, that's car number 1, with Christoph Cowens at the wheel, just charging in the back of that pack down towards the first of the management corners.
It is, and they'll make their way through. Of course, we're going to have some tough competition, and I also like that sometimes the numbers are on the front. Helps us commentators as well spot the cars. You can see all that dust. That's going to be continued to kick up throughout the session. They're keeping a much tighter line to avoid that oil on the outside. You can see the number 12 there, one of our V12 Lagondas, Lee Searle behind the wheel.
Yeah, it's great. That sort of brought V12s really to the fore in racing. But right now, it's all about just feeling how slippery is it on the circuit. Only 15 minutes to play. We've very nearly dispensed of 3 of those minutes. But far better to have not 1 but 2 sighter laps before you start to let loose. And of course, every car that runs a little bit wide is probably cleaning up the oil a little bit more. But the quick dry dust was put down to do the very job of drying it up. Car number 77 just came out of shot. Was a Fraser Nash Nürburgring model with Eddie Williams on board. If I say it's a dark green one, that would be the predominant colour, so I won't say that. But car number 1, easy to spot, bright silver flanks of the Vauxhall 3098. And again, you can see drivers' arms, shoulders, head moving around as the drivers work their corner.
They're leaning all the way, and actually, the number 1 Vauxhall was a 2019 Goodwood Revival Trophy winner. So has had success around Goodwood, and I'm sure that Christoph will be hoping it has even more success this weekend.
Looking at the pea green, well, two-tone green car coming at the, just going around the Bentley, or just being cautious about diving up the inside. Car number 10, it's one of the 2 Talbot AV105s, came 3rd at Le Mans in 1931, so getting on towards a century ago. That was Tim Rose-Richards and AC Saunders-Davis, but Christopher Lunn is the driver at the wheel of that one. Expect that to be towards the top, but right now we've got 3 times on the board, and guess what? Pat Blakely Edwards, top of the lot. He always adapts so well. Fraser Nash TT replica, 1 minute 48.8 seconds. He's clear by 1 second so far.
Well, we'll tell him his splits. He's not fastest in the first, second or last sector at the moment. He was, but that's been taken away certainly in the middle sector by the number 70, and then Fidgen in this number 16 has just snatched away the final sector. We've got the number 27 on our screens at the moment. That's one of the Aston Martins.
Yeah, that's Chloe Mason, one of 2 entered by 10 tenths. So far the stable, Nick Mason, but at the moment it's the 2 Fraser Nash TT replicas at the top of the charts. Pat Blakely Edwards in number 19, and car 16 with Clive Fidgen on board, which is the car that raced at Brooklands in 1933. But these low Aston Martins, of course, Batelli at the time, who was involved with the team, decided green was unlucky, so British Racing green was dispensed with the Italian Racing red, and they still look great in it today.
They do. Nice to see Chloe behind the wheel. Going to catch a little bit of a replay. So the number 12, the save, just going across the grass. That was a great save from Lee Searle in the Lagonda there. Just maybe went a little bit too far out on that oil, Bruce.
It certainly did, and you talk about the tail wagging a dog. That Lagonda is a very, very big dog indeed. You can see that next to a Fraser Nash TT replica, and it really is a bit like a, how should we compare? Not quite a Dachshund with a mid-sized dog, it's more like a mid-sized dog with a very large dog, but a beautiful save there. It certainly would have raised the old tempo, the heartbeat would have been up just more than a little bit for Lee Searle there.
Yeah, so hopefully calming that dog down as it makes its way further round. We've got the number 11 there, one of our Bentley Super Sports, which is actually one of the rarest Bentley models. 3-litre engine underneath the bonnet of that car. Look at this sight. You only get this kind of sight. I know we've seen the SF Edge Trophy, but of course you don't get sights like this anywhere else in the world, and that's what makes Goodwood so special.
Well, I'm delighted we've just moved across to number 70. I was about to suggest that we ought to look and see what Gareth Burnett's getting up to. The little Alta 2-seater sports car. So one of the newest cars in the field. It was 1938, so just before the Second World War, and this pre-war period came to an end, but the Alta, great little car, and it really is small in comparison. When you walk around the paddock, it sort of disappears until you come across it next to Invictas and Lagondas and Bentleys. But Gareth Burnett, very, very quick driver.
Top of the times.
Top of the times. He just moved to the top, and top by 4 seconds. So what I was going to say, the drivers fully at home with their cars. The drivers like Pat Blake and the Edwards are all going to be quick early on because they needed one sight a lap, not two as the others got used to where the oil was lying. But Gareth Burnett, again, would be among the number of those who are prepared to press on. But 4 seconds clear. But I've got to just point out the fact that, of course, the TT replicas that Pat Blake and the Edwards, Clive Fidgen are driving are much older cars. They're the start of the 30s. This is little Alta decided, small might just be that little bit better, get rid of some of that weight, and certainly an Alta in his hands is always going to be quick, but 4 seconds clear, that's fantastic.
That's really impressive. Fastest across the whole board in the sectors, and actually this is one of only 6 Alta Sports produced and the only unsupercharged version. So heads down into Woodcote, fighting ever so slightly at the wheel. Got a little bit of traffic. Is that potentially the number 5 Aston Martin, another one of the 10/10ths Motorsport? Holly Mason and Frank Kitty at the wheel of that, but Burnett will come across the line once again.
He certainly will, and it's also just about not just the calibre of the driver, it's how accustomed they are to their cars. Fantastic shot there, little number 23, little Squire Skimpy, just absolutely dwarfed by the Bentley as it's flashed its way by. So car number 23, that's the Squire driven by Richard Wilson. He's quick too, so that's a very good combination. Again, the head-on shot, look how small the car in front is. It looks like perspective has gone crazy. Should be the one in front should look larger, the one behind smaller, but in this case, that little Straker Squire is considerably smaller.
The Bentley towering over, and another brilliant shot. You can see the 99 Bentley in the background. Anna Getley driving that, driven by actually the owner's daughter. Has smoke coming out there of the 23. That's not good.
That's the Skimpy that was going so well, and just to get a face of smoke pouring up through the cockpit, blinding as you arrive at, good grief, Woodcote Corner. So that would have been a moment that was very well saved. Luckily, as he came off the power and presumably was starting to press that brake pedal as hard as he possibly could, damage undone in terms of car experience. Take a look, we've just seen a head-on shot coming through the Lavant kink, coming down now, just considering where is my braking line, and something locked as well, you can see. Maybe
something
it's just
underneath, yeah.
So scary moment, beautifully saved there, very well done indeed by Richard Wilson, a driver very much on top of his game. So I'm afraid that's going to have to be pushed away. The Squire Skimpy, raced by the Duke of Grafton in Donington back in the 1930s, when Alfa Romeo, also Union and Mercedes came over and put the British cars not just in the shade, on another planet.
Yes, they did. Marshall's doing a great job, as always, all weekend. I think that is locked there, isn't it? They're struggling to move that car. Just looking out of the commentary box window, that's going to be a yellow flag, probably, for the remainder of the session, with 5 minutes left to go, if they can't, of course, move that car, Bruce.
Yeah, well, quite possibly. Keep an eye on that. But Gareth Burnett still 4 and a bit seconds clear of Pat Blakeney Edwards. So Alsa ahead of Fraser Nash. And a new car in 3rd place because Clive Fidgen's car has been dropped down to 4th place because the driver on the moon, car number 42, Louis Frankel, in how fitting, an ex-Earl Howe car, the Howe Trophy. It's an MG K3 Magnet. Hadn't quite got round to the MGs at this point. Beautiful white car, is one of the low chassis Invicta S types. We've got one in white and one in green. The white one, car number 71, with Alan Brown at the wheel.
And I love the story of the number 71. This car was actually bought by the India Rubber Company to demonstrate its tyres, and it had success racing at Brookland, at Skegness and the Chelsea Walsh Hill climb. But I mean, a beautiful car to demonstrate your tyres on, I would say.
Well, entirely, as performance of all cars, road cars, racing cars increased year on year. If you could boast yours were the most competitive tyres, as now, but even I would suggest more so. You had more players in the park in so many ways. But the Indian Rubber, Indian tyres, and with Invictus. Now Gareth Burnett may feel he's done enough. There it is, parked up. Gareth Burnett, not quite out of the car yet, but helmet off, suggests with 4 minutes remaining he has fired his best shot. But the fact he's 4.2 seconds clear, really, I think he's quite safe in that assumption that he should end up on pole.
I would say so. You could feel pretty confident, couldn't you, with that gap? So I can see it's fairly warm down in the pit lane, in the shade there, but of course it's a bit of a workout fighting these cars around this track.
Absolutely so. And Bentley's, all the power, supercharged and non-supercharged. This is a supercharged one with the roots blur up the front. They are big physical cars, and Anna Getley, really pressing on very nicely. But like Sir Gareth Burnett, they've set their time. Here's the other Invicta. on your screens. He knows there's oil on track. He knows there's a bit of a risk to press on too much, so he's just doing the sensible thing. But he clearly had his focus, as Rupert Wood, just taking that second Invicta through the Madgwicks. Anybody else starting to set quicker times is towards the end of the top 10. Car number 23 was the one we saw go off, and he was about to improve. That was Richard Wilson, so he will not improve. His car's parked to the side of the circuit. Car number 7 pressing on, and this is a car that has been driven up from Wales to the event. We do like people who drive their cars to events, and that's Gareth Graham. Oh, no time at all. You know what modern roads are like, Alice. You know, you can't exactly go too fast. But it's, you know, there is this element, the link between road cars and racing cars was so much closer in the 20s and 30s. But you can see Gareth Graham, you can just see how dynamic the car is and how he's leaning with it as he goes through St Mary's, now into the first part of Lavant. And again, that large steering wheel, having to... that's a fairly short wheelbase Bentley, of course. And... you know, they came in many shapes and sizes, but that looking very, very nimble indeed, because it was their speed model, and that's sort of what made it stand out, that shorter wheelbase, and just the fact it had so much more handling.
I wonder if he takes that style to the road, through those Welsh hills. Brooklands trophy winner was this Bentley, and he says it also takes it on holiday, which is nice. So a real part of the family, almost taking your dog everywhere you go. He takes his 1925 Bentley wherever he goes.
I was in an event early this year with cars on the frozen lake, fortunately frozen this year in St Moritz, and there was a Bentley there that one person used to just pile his children into, drive down from Zambia to Cape Town and back again. You can just imagine 3 children in the back, bouncing through, looking at game, probably getting quite close. There was a bit more of it back then, but I love those sort of stories, cars being used for multiple purposes.
Yeah, it is brilliant. So he's in 8th place at the moment. You see pit walls being flung over the wall just to give the drivers a little bit more information. Some trying to tuck in the toe, a wave to the pit wall, that can signal maybe time to come in. The number 1 Vauxhall flies through shot, currently in 5th place at the moment.
We are getting a flurry of much quicker times. Gareth Burnett surely is safe. We've got 1 minute on the clock, and he's 4.2 seconds clear of Pat Blakeney-Edwards, who is also in the pit. Don't know if there was a mechanical problem, or Pat presumably just knew what he could get, knew how oily it was and stayed out. But behind car number 16, which is the Fraser-Nash TT rep of Clive Fidgeon, people are on the move. That number 1 Bentley we saw the Vauxhall, very, very early on. That's in 5th place, that's improving, and pretty much the bottom half of the top 10. So we could have some place changes, but I think we know the identity of our pole starter. It's the Alsa driver, Gareth Burnett.
We could. The number 71 actually is set. Not bad first sector. That's the Invicta that we saw previous of that was the demonstrator of the Indian Rubber Company tyres. We could just see it on the screen there. I mean, if he continues to scoop this lap together, I expect he'll maybe make 1 or 2 places more. So we'll keep an eye on that on our timings.
Well, he might, but the driver behind is actually faster. It's Nicholas Pellet, one of our governors. His Talbot AV105, again with that two-tone green livery, was looking slightly quicker. Now he's backed off. He was looking as though he's being delayed, but bear in mind, Nicholas Pellet must be about to improve. He's down in 15th place, harrying the car that is good for about 8 places further up the grid. So here's Nicholas. The tonneau cover at the back flapping around a little bit. That shouldn't distract him for too much more, because the checkered flag is out. This will be that car's final flying lap. Surely there'll be an improvement from him, unless he's done something awful towards the end of the lap. We'll wait for the time to come off the board. But he gains 1 position. I thought it'd be more than that. But up front, Gareth Burnett has got it in the bag. Pat Blakeney-Edwards also in the pits. And a change again for 3rd place. We had Clive Fidgeon going back ahead of Louis Frankel. So we've got 2 Fraser-Nash TT reps in 2nd and 3rd, with the Alsa on pole position. Number 10 pressing on, one of those Talbots being driven very well indeed by Christopher Lunn. This is a car that came 3rd at Le Mans, as I mentioned earlier. That was 1931, mere 94 years ago. He's actually got track to himself. He'd have been one of the last cars that came around just before the checkered flag fell. Maybe he'll be able to improve, but at least he shouldn't have traffic as too much of an excuse.
No. Hoping to make his way slightly further up the order than he is at the moment.
It's just outside the top 10 in 11th place. Needs to gain half a second and a bit more to get into the top 10.
What a sight here. These are 2 beautiful Aston Martins. The 10/10 Motorsport number 27, Chloe Mason. You can just see on left screen left of your picture, and then alongside the number 5 of Holly Mason Franchitti. So this is a picture. This is one to put in your photo book at the end of this weekend.
It is, and bear in mind, back in the early 30s, Le Mans was just massive news, much as it has become again. And for Aston Martin, it really did put them on the front covers. A 1-2 in class at Le Mans for them. It certainly helped their sales. I know you're used to seeing them in British racing green, but red was the colour at the time, and that was because their design chief Augustus Bertelli decided dark green was unlucky. So it sort of worked. He was vindicated.
The number 5 actually had triumphed at Le Mans back in 1933, first in class. So lovely bit of history and success back in its day.
Also, they had such diverse circuits to compete on, a lot of road circuits too, and they competed on one of the most fearsome of all, which was the Ards, around the Ards Peninsula in Northern Ireland, when it hosted the TT. In the background, you could, as the Aston Martins came home, you could see it's all but looked so the right front wheel had no air within the tyre anymore after that contact. A little clip by the spinning Fraser Nash TT replica of Clive Fidgen, but both drivers walked away, which is very good news indeed.
Exactly, that's what we want to hear, as that brings a close to the Earl Howe Trophy, and it is Burnett is fastest by a good chunk, 4.2 seconds.
Earl Howe celebrating 90 years of cars from between the wars, but this time, this event, the Earl Howe, for British cars only, and it was the Alta from Gareth Burnett that took pole position by 4 seconds and a bit of small change as well. But he went out on an oily track, got his lap in very quickly, exceeded the initial pace of Pat Blakeney-Edwards in his Fraser Nash TT replica. The driver who had the mishap at the end, Clive Fidgen, just had moved back into third place in his TT replica, ahead of the MG K3 Magnet of Louis Frankel, who shares the second row with Christoph Cowan's Vauxhall. Row number 3, the best of the Aston Martins, the speed model of Robert Blakemore from Alan Brown in the better of the 2 Invictus. Then the Squire Skimpy, that had its own problems, that pulled off with smoke billowing out of the cockpit. And Gareth Graham in the Bentley that was driven up on the road from Wales, his speed model 9th, and Matthew Moore, another Fraser Nash, this time of Super Sports, in 10th place. Going down outside the top 10, Christopher Lund was just outside. His was the car that got collected at the end, but it's parked at the side of the circuit right now. We're celebrating 90 years since the Lagonda victory at Le Mans, and Les Seul was going very nicely indeed, 12th in his V12 Le Mans entry, ahead of a similar car, the Rep of Jeremy Rooster. And Andrew Taylor, another of the K3 Magnet MGs, another Talbot, Nicholas Palette, looks like he's going to be higher than that. Bentley Super Sports, Bentley's all over the place in the second half of the field. William Medcalf in his, Nick Sleep in 18th, Anna Getley, who was going increasingly well, in 19th, and Eddie Williams in the Fraser Nash Nürburg in 20th place. And completing the grid, Josh McKinnon in his Bentley, Chloe Mason in the better of those 2 Aston Martin Ulsters, the number 27 in red, and the sister car of Holly Mason Franchitti a few places further back in 26. Graham Goodwin in between, and all the way down to a Lagonda at the back of the field. It's a Lagonda field, LG45, and it was Mark Faulkner. Let's take a look at the highlights of that session. The Earl Howe Trophy event, the cars bursting out of the paddocks and Aston Martin at the front. This is for British-built pre-war sports cars. They knew there'd been oil down on the tracks. They were a little bit circumspect on their outlap, but the quick drivers very quickly got on. And there was a big, snappy moment out on the circuit on the oil on the exit of Madgwick for the Lagonda V12 Le Mans, but Les Seul got that contained on the right-hand side of the circuit. One can see where the clear-up had carried on. But Gareth Burnett started to fly in his little Alta. This is one of the least old cars in the race, 1938. He was going well, and you can see a lot of work going on. Car number 23 was the Squire of Richard Wilson. That pulled off with a face full of steam just as he was going well. The Bentleys were starting to pick their pace, and but it was all about Gareth Burnett. He knew he'd got the job done. He parked in the pits, felt there'd be no improvement, and he has an enormous margin of 4 seconds when he heads to the Earl Howe Trophy race.
Down the inside, late on the brakes for Wilson in the Maserati. He gets the move done, but did he get on the grass? He does. The rear end steps out.
Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Goodwood is the ultimate experience.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Wow, just wow.
Goodwood for me is entertainment, right? And it's already one event where I get to really express my style and personality.
Unlike anything else in the world, and the nostalgia here, and the commitment of all the fans year after year, and the drivers and the teams, second to none.
You come to Goodwood and you experience 100 years within an afternoon.
It's a way of bringing alive history of motorsport. It's a chemistry, it's a magic that it's difficult to explain.
And that was the most exceptional collection of moving automobiles I've ever seen.
The greatest drivers ever are here.
You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year with more things to see, more things to do.
MotoGP is in the house.
Rally cars? Okay, now you're talking.
And we've got the future here, happening right now.
There are some people who think it's just about cars going up a hill.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of people and familiar faces.
Well, I've seen the future, and it's the Goodwood Festival of Speed. So buckle up, folks, because you're in for one hell of a ride.
The greatest show on earth.
Which way is it going to go in the Harewood Trophy? All three fighting. Atkinson up the inside, number one, but watch out!
Part of the competition aspect at the Goodwood Members Meeting is to split the drivers and attendees into 4 separate groups to battle for the honour of what is known as the House Shield. Just like Hogwarts in Harry Potter's youth, there are 4 houses, and it's even more random as to who ends up where. Each house is named after titles belonging to His Grace the Duke of Richmond, and there are house captains from famous racing backgrounds. 3-time World Touring Car Champion Andy Priaulx is captain of House Aubigny, which is represented on the shield by the Fleur de Lis. 9 times Le Mans winner Tom Christensen is the frontman for House Darnley, for which the crest is the Boar's Head. Triple British Touring Car Champion Gordon Shedden is captain of House Methuen, represented by the Lion's Head. And 4 times winner of the IndyCar Series Championship, Dario Franchitti is head of House Torbolton, which is celebrated by the harp. Every driver at the event can score points by finishing races in the top 10. 250 points are awarded for a win, 180 for a second place, 150 for third, all the way down to 10 points for a 10th place finish. In 2 driver races, each driver scores full points, which are split equally if competing for different houses. 50 points are awarded for pole position and for fastest lap, whilst house captains do score double points. But it's not just about track action. Anybody who attends the event can dive into some fantastic challenges and also score points. Fancy some laser clay shooting? Or what about axe throwing? Perhaps croquet is more suitable, or even duck herding amongst plenty of options. There's also the important house group tug-of-war where the house captains take a grip. As usual, there's no I in team. The house shield is about everyone at Goodwood. Well, everybody looking forward to some special parts of the Goodwood Members Meeting, and at the moment in the Members Meeting, the Battle of the House Challenge. Tobolton are leading from Aubigny, Methuen, with Darnley down in 4th place. So there are still many, many points to come. The drivers who are the captains of each team do get double points when they deliver in a race. And funnily enough, I was just watching Andy Prio and Tom Christensen trying to pull each other over or out on the grass earlier on. And it was a good battle that was going on between them, but we shall see how it all goes. Of course, it's all part of the House Shield prize. There are so many ways of earning some points for each and every one of these, and we shall see how it goes throughout the course of the weekend, with the prizes to be given on Sunday night. But that's where the points are right now. So let's have a little look at the schedule of what is going on. We are looking forward to the IWC demonstration, which we'll be talking about in just a moment. Then we've got the official practice for the Moss Trophy for the closed cockpit GT cars before 1963. Then the demonstration of the Ayrton Senna Lotus 97T with Bruno Senna driving that. Then the first race is going to be the motorbikes, the Hail the Trophy featuring the Sheen Trophy, and that'll be a very dramatic race. Demonstration for JOTA coming up with their Cadillac that is competing this year, but it's not just that. There's been plenty of JOTA cars out on circuit. Second race, the Gordon Spice Trophy, and then the GT3 Shoot-Out qualifying, which is going to be a very close fought battle. Race 3 will be the SF Edge Trophy Part 1 with the older cars, and then we will finish the evening with the Gurney Cup, the Race 4, which should be a very, very entertaining race to see how that goes. Over 45 minutes with 2 drivers, and lots can happen during that 45-minute race as the sun begins to settle down. So that's what we're looking for.
Today, the weekend has been sensational.
Well, everybody said it's so exciting. I really, really wanted to come.
Goodwood Revival is like going to an art gallery, but the gallery comes past you at 150 miles an hour.
It's the way Goodwood should be, you know, turn up, put on a show, slide around.
It's the biggest event of its kind in the world, with the finest collection of cars who are actually racing.
You arrive here, get into your 1960s lightweight E-Type and head out onto the track, and it's just wonderful.
Jenson Button is in second position.
They drive them like they've stolen, and I love that.
Okay, burn it, burn it, burn it! Everyone's in vintage clothes. There's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The Duke and his team put on a great show. I think the fans enjoy it. That's the main thing, you know, we're just the entertainment act.
The champagne booth is always a favorite spot for me.
Just really an immersive experience.
It's just like being in a movie set. It's absolute fun.
You just couldn't help but feel happy today, could you? I mean, it's just being with the crowd and being a part of it. I love Goodwood.
We don't actually come for the racing. There's so much to see, there's so much to enjoy, there's something for everybody.
Everyone's got big smiles on their face, and you know, it looks incredible, and just what an amazing event.
Goodwood Revival is all about make, do, and mend, vintage style, not vintage values. We had some incredible conversations at the Revive and Thrive Village. People coming together and celebrating the past in the present.
Look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
These cars wouldn't be lasting this long if they weren't taken care of.
The whole atmosphere is amazing, and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
There is that around the outside. That is magnificent. What a super move.
I love vintage shops. For me, the best bit is seeing all the clothes, because I love clothes.
People really turn it out. I am deeply impressed by how everyone has really committed
to the style here.
You know, if you haven't got the thing to finish off your outfit, it's absolutely 100% guaranteed that you'll find it here.
Makes my heart sing. I can't stop smiling. You're a Goodwood Revival Radio. You know, I'm getting high on my own supply of everything that's going on here.
You know, you can be sitting, having a cup of tea, and a barbershop quartet come up and sing.
There's the Earl's Raceway, which is 50s, American rock and roll.
They're jiving, the whole place is rocking.
My favourite place is over the road.
Love the vintage fairground.
Just a unique atmosphere, everybody making an effort. It's the whole combination of the racing, it's of its own kind. I can't think of anything else that even comes close to this.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
Walking around here, it is a vision. Goodwood Revival is the place to be.
Not only is there the show in terms of the entertainment of motor racing, but it's everything else, the shopping, it's the funfair, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Down the inside, late on the brakes for Wilson in the Maserati. He gets the move, dumping it again on the grass. He does, the rear end steps out.
Well, Alice, we've just got the green flag and you're going to give me, I think it's your first ever lap of the Goodwood circuit.
Yeah, so my first ever lap of Goodwood, so into Madwicks now. So a nice braking a straight line and be nice and gentle with the throttle. I'm going to have a little bleed here of the throttle. through Ford Water. And then into St Mary's 1. Again, it's a really tricky one. Get that car straight on the brakes. Carry a little bit more speed through, work to get the car back to the right-hand side. You've got a slick road there as a bit of a reference. And a short run up to Levant, heavy on the brake. Quite, probably I would say one of the tightest in terms of exit on the track here. It's not very wide on the exit there.
So this car, 480 horsepower.
It's marvellous,
193 mile an hour top speed. We're getting quite close to that up this back straight. It's a really long straight here.
Nice braking in a straight line. Trading the brake in, the rear will start to want to move.
Last minute lunge into here. Bit narrow, but only room for one car through this part.
As we get the checkered flag now. What an incredible, incredible circuit.
How did you enjoy it?
Loved it. Can we just stay out? Do we have to stop?
I know, exactly. Thank you very much for that.
No worries, thank you.
So good to see that the cars are being brought back and hopefully all okay after that incident in that last qualifying session. The marshals, of course, doing a fantastic job as ever to get this sorted out, and the track hopefully will be cleared up pretty quickly. Wasn't an ideal finish to that session, but nonetheless, everyone okay. So hopefully we can move on and get everything else out on track and ready to have some fun with some racing coming up in a fairly short space of time. In fact, we've got a couple of races, or several races this evening coming up. The first race will be the motorbikes. Race 1 will be the Halewood Trophy coming up in a little while, but we do have a few other bits and pieces. One more qualifying still to go, and also some other demos, as I say, that will be coming up. Let's have a little look at what happened in last year's, one of last year's major races, the Gordon Spice. Let's look back at that race. This is promising to be a very, very exciting race indeed. And we've got a battle of some of these beautiful saloon cars from racing in the 1970s and the 1980s, from the big American powerful machines such as the Mustangs and the Chevy Camaros that are up near the front.
This is going to be an incredible race.
Yeah, looking at the lineup here, Tino Bernhard and Fred Shepard with that Ford Mustang Boss that's on pole. It was very rapid in qualifying. And then you've got the Chevy Camaros behind, and then some of the Rovers getting in there. The Rover of Whittaker and Tom Ingram are starting in 7th position. Let's look forward to it then. The Gordon Spice Trophy, all set to get underway here at Goodwood. The race is underway, and it's a good start from Timo Bernhard. Excellent getaway. I think he's managed to just about make the start. Not such a brilliant start from Rick Wood in the Capri, but it was a pretty impressive start from James Thorpe in the Chevy Camaro, because started down in 6th place, got up into 2nd position. Fantastic.
Yeah, excellent. Great for them all to avoid. We've got them all heading down now into Ford Water, then into St Mary's, all keeping it nice and clean. It's a 45-minute race, so they need to make sure they stay as close to the leading pack as possible, and everyone seems to be doing that quite nicely at the moment. Cottingham is really trying to chase down the P2 car at the moment.
Yeah, and there's that side-by-side battle once again. This is great to see, no doubt about it. James Cottingham just at the moment managing to hold on to that position. James Thorpe right behind and trying to squeeze past, but yeah, that has been a swap around, so we shall see how this goes. Cottingham into 2nd place now.
This is a great battle further down the pack. Ever so close. Do they make it through without contact? Yes, they do. We've chucked another Mini in there. The Duckham's Mini is trying to try its luck around the outside. Might struggle down the straight, try and get in the slipstream as it can as they head down this very long, slightly uphill Levant straight, and then they'll jump on the brakes into Woodcote. pit window is now open, Ben.
Okay, great. So we will start to see cars heading into the pits for driver swaps coming up now.
We can see on our pictures here, we've got Tom Ingram on the right-hand side there waiting to hop in, and eagerly people rushing across the pit lane. And if everybody comes in at once, this pit lane is not long enough.
Yeah.
So you really have to try and time it right. Ash Sutton, now he's jumping in. He'll certainly be one to watch. So here, at the moment, if we've got our leader currently on track, the number 28 car, the Tetley and Christensen car.
Yeah, no, that's right. This is the actual leader now. So we shall see how this goes. Oh, and we've got a car stopped at the side. One of the Capris. Is that when he was coming out of the pits? Or, yeah.
Like
so
the number 20 car.
The number 20 Capri has got a problem. That's the Stig Blomqvist, Nick Jarvis car. Oh, that's a great shame to see that that's come to a halt on the exit of the pits. Oof, hopefully it can be well avoided. Right, now it looks like the race leader is now in. So Jack Tetley is going to be handing over to Tom Christensen.
We have got the safety car there. You can see the Porsche on track waiting for those to come round, and looks like there was movement from the car that was stopped on the side of the track, but there the marshals are coming out now, doing an incredible job as always.
The race is all set to get back underway once again. We have just over 15 minutes to go. Gordon Shedden is really putting the pressure on in that battle for 5th place, 4th place in fact, and he was very quick through the first sector, so we shall see. In fact, he's got through, hasn't he? So yeah, he is. Let's see, this is the overtake, so this is how Shedden did it. Let's have a look. What do you reckon?
Oh, brave on the brakes, how he managed to save that. Beautiful stuff. High speed there through St Mary's, and good driving as well from behind, and he is fast. He's looking fast, is Gordon. He can see the podium positions right in front of him, just up the road, so he is setting the world alight. Meanwhile, he's setting his personal best of the race, is Dario Franchitti, so Gordon Shedden hounding him from behind, clearly not putting him off. Of course, he's a professional, but still maybe dialing into the use. But here we go, Gordon Shedden down the inside at St Mary's, Ben.
Yeah, fantastic move. That is Gordon Shedden's area. He has done it. He's managed to get past Dario Franchitti in a superb move, and that has put him into a podium finish, in theory, if it all carries on as is at the moment. Shedden up into 3rd place. There is our race leader then. So Ash Sutton still in control, is come down a little bit more. 2.4 seconds last time they came around, so he added about 3 or 4 seconds for a while. It's now down to 2.4 seconds, and Freddie Shepherd is still holding on to that excellent 2nd position for now. But it is all looking very, very good indeed, even with a car off to the side there, as Ash Sutton comes over the line and takes the checker flag. Ash Sutton and Craig Davis take victory in the Gordon Spice Trophy here at Goodwood with a 2.6 second advantage over Freddie Shepherd and Timo Bernhard. Let's go through the result. The victory for the Ford Mustang. In fact, they ran 1st and 2nd in the end, but it was, Craig Davis and Ash Sutton did a fantastic job with that win by 2.6 seconds.
Ash, I mean, Saturday evening, there's no one in front of you. What a lovely drive.
It's glorious, isn't it? Sun going down. What more do you want? It's, thank you for Goodwood, Craig Davis, for letting me come here and have a go in the beast, as we call it. Yeah, phenomenal. Craig did a mega job at the start, like a mega job to get us from P8 on the grid to 3rd and then hand it over to me, and I kind of had to bring it home. Not going to lie, I felt the pressure from the car behind. He's been quick all weekend, obviously sticking it on pole as well, so we had to dig deep for that one.
Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
This was the first Easter handicap for sports cars, and Duke, driving car number 70, soon showed he was as much at home in the seat as in the saddle.
Here at Goodwood, let's now go down to a very special F1 movie moment presented by AWC Schaffhausen.
Thanks, Ben. Yes, we are back here in the IWC Apex GP garage, and we're moments away from seeing how those thrilling action sequences, such as the one in the F1 movie, are made and come to life on the silver screen.
Exactly. Well, IWC have something very special lined up for you right now. The car behind me, the Mercedes AMG GT63, and the tracking car right in front of us, the fastest car arm in the UK, David, if you didn't know. And they're going to be going onto track just to show you how these incredible stunts are made in the movie.
But before that, we have two very special guests, the stars of F1 the movie, Damson Idris and Kerry Condon.
Hi. Thank you so much for having us. Hello, Goodwood. Beautiful day today. So excited to be with you two beautiful people.
That's sweet, isn't
We'll
it?
take
Thank
that.
you. So we'll take that. Thanks, Damson.
That was not
Kerry.
rehearsed, I promise you.
I'll pay you later.
Thank you so much for coming to Goodwood. It's great to have you guys here. Does it feel like you've just come home being back at track?
It does. I'm in my costume, the watch, the jacket. I was kind of looking for the crew when I came into the garage. It's kind of surreal. Yeah. I haven't taken this off since we wrapped in December, so I'm really excited to be here. And yeah, it's beautiful to be around racing again.
Well, Damson, you are just about to go out on the track with Elliot, by the way. You're going to have so much fun.
Yeah, man. Elliot is an amazing stunt driver. Unfortunately, I'm not driving today. But, when we made the movie, we had so many tracking sequences and so many action sequences. And today we're going to show it to everyone. It's a beautiful day. I love my beautiful watch.
Oh, you got the gold.
He did, the special one.
Yeah, you got the special one.
Yes.
That is nice.
Sorry.
That's the racing driver one, yeah?
Yeah, I got the best because he's risking his life, so fair enough.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Well,
bless you. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Well, we'll let you go on. Enjoy. Best of luck. And while Damson's getting into this AMG GT, we're going to take a look at a special trailer featuring F1 the movie and some very special IWC watches.
Some people look at Sonny Hayes. They see a guy who lives in a van, a gambling junkie who missed his shot, the best that never was. But I see possibility.
And if you don't love me now, we'll never.
My Rook is a phenomenal talent, but he's young. You plus him, boom, I got a team.
When was the last time you won a race?
Sunday, Daytona.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant Formula One.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then same as you.
There's this new guy. He's old. He's such a prick. He's quick though.
If you had any constructive criticism for each other, what would it be?
Don't be such an ass dickhead. That was constructive.
Wow.
Did you win something? There's 20 other drivers still out on that track. Do you think any of them respect us?
They're saying Sonny Hayes isn't a has-been. He's a never was.
If the last thing I do is drive that car, I will take that life, man. 1,000 times.
I'm offering you an open seat in Formula One. The only place you could say, if you win, you are the absolute best in the world.
So the summer blockbuster film that will be coming out in late June, that's what this is all about. And I'm very glad to say that I have been joined in the commentary box by Nick Faulkner, one of the great stunt drivers over the years, working with various TV groups and filming groups, worked on Rush and Gran Turismo. And it's lovely to have you with us, Nick. It really is. You're a racer as well. You've raced here at Goodwood, and you're going to be able to tell us a great deal about what's going on, because we're going to see some real action out on track about how you do the filming, how the stunt driver does it, but also how it's filmed, how it's all copied. And there we are, looking at the machine that will actually be doing all that work of the filming.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. And yeah, we've got an exciting show for you now with these two vehicles. So we're going to show you some of the magic of Hollywood here at the Magic of Goodwood. So you're going to see the Ukraine, which is leading with the camera, and then the star car, which is the AMG, will be chasing it down, and you'll see how these shots are created.
Lovely. So talk us through this a little bit. Obviously, the cameras are on the back of the big machine, and look how close they can play to each other. This is a lovely shot because we get to see the camera itself and how it moves around. Who's controlling that?
So there's several people inside the Ukraine, so the camera car. Obviously you've got the driver, so they're positioning the vehicle on the track, and you see he's in the middle of the track there to keep the car to his left-hand side. You have a flight head operator, so that's the person that's controlling the turn of the camera. So you pan to the left there, you can see it rotating. So it's on a gimbal, you can see it's moving, and it's gyroscopic as well. And then on top of that, there's another person in the car that controls the focus. So you can see the car's super close. I mean, they're literally millimeters away from each other, and you have to have a sharp focus. So there's a person in the car doing that. And on top of that, the arm is swinging from left to right as well. So you've got 4 people in the car working in harmony, like a ballet, like a choreographed sort of dance, along with Elliot, who's in the AMG there, chasing up to the back of the camera car to get these incredible shots, which you'll see in the movie.
Lovely. Elliot Cole, as you say, is the stunt driver who did a lot of the work on this film, didn't he? In obviously F1 style cars as well, but obviously we're going out in a slightly different machine here, but it's a great chance for Damson Idris, there he is, to sit alongside. He's one of the great actors. He's going to become a star from this film, isn't he?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. You can see how low the camera gets to the ground as well, just to get those nice shots, and they're thinking about where the sun is positioned, so the shadow across the car and things like that. It's not just literally the car following the camera car. Positioning and the communication between the two drivers and the camera operator and the arm operator is really crucial to making sure you get those really dynamic action shots. And there you go, you've got a slide there. That was all timed to perfection, and you can see, I think Damson's enjoying it.
And it is fascinating to see how close they can go. Here, the chicane is an opportunity at Goodwood to take a slightly different view, isn't it?
Yeah, so now they've switched the arm to the front of the vehicle, and they're going to be chasing the AMG. So this is what they call pushing. So they're pushing onto the back of the car, and now it's down to the camera car to do all of the work behind the star car. So they've got to try and keep up, which with such a big machine is a bit more difficult.
I can imagine, but it is obviously a very powerful big machine chasing after this, which is effectively, the car ahead is effectively a safety car in Formula One, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. And that GLC 63, it's got 503 horsepower, so it's not too slow. It's one of the fastest in the world for doing this kind of business. But you can see there, the two are still working together. So you'll hear that the camera operator and the director are telling where Elliot should be. Damson's still enjoying himself, just so they can get these perfect angles and perfect shots of the back of the car. So hopefully we'll see a bit more sliding in a moment as well.
You've been a stunt driver for many, many years. When you're driving the car that's being filmed, there must be moments, aren't there, when you almost crash into the thing that's doing the filming, because you do all run so close.
Oh yeah, I mean it's super, super close, but it's all about trust and precision, and that's why stunt drivers and precision drivers have these jobs. It's because it's not just driving the car around, it's actually knowing and trusting each other to find those millimeters between you and just keeping it safe. So yeah, you have a few moments that make you hold your breath a little bit, but that's all part of the business, and it brings the excitement and the drama to the audience at home.
Yeah, it's lovely to see, actually. It's really wonderful that we can just enjoy how this is being filmed, how it's all put together live here at Goodwood, just to demonstrate a little bit about what this film is going to be like. It's going to be very different. There's going to be so much more, but it gives us a great idea of the involvement of putting films together like this.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of work that goes into it, and you can see now that that gyro stabilized head on the front of that camera, you can see it's moving and keeping it all steady. Otherwise it would be all shaky and you wouldn't be able to see very much action. But they're getting some fantastic shots for us here today.
Let's have we're just having a little look as they come over the line, but it's all looking very, very exciting.
Well, we're here in the IWC VIP area, and we've got a great view of the action here right at the chicane. And I'm here with Kerry Condon. Kerry, what do you think's going on there? It looks like Damson's having some fun.
Yeah, he's always having fun. We were really encouraged, thank you. We were really encouraged on the movie to have fun, even though it was like a lot of pressure and shooting live at the Grand Prix. Bizarrely, we were just encouraged to have fun.
Doesn't sound too bad, 2 years of fun.
I can't believe I was paid for it, to be honest. Yeah.
There was so much racing going on. Did you ever not want to jump in the car and give a go?
I mean, I would have loved to have beaten their times just to piss them off, but then that would be kind of bad for morale. So, no, I mean, I have horses, and I'm good at horse riding and horse racing.
Different kind of horsepower then.
Very good, yes, yeah. So, no, I think it's better to let the boys in the movie shine at that, and I was the technical director, so that was my forte.
Well, we've got the best seat in the house here. I think if we turn around, we're going to catch the guys coming back up, and we'll send it back up to the thing. And I think if we could just see it, they're coming up.
Wow, look at that.
Straight.
That's insane.
And you can
look
see
at that
there the Ukrainian arm there chasing Elliot.
This is what we did at all the Grand Prix, you know, and so we had these times where before qualifying, you've got 15 minutes to go on the track and do this. So it was timed to a T, everything. So everything had to come together, the camera, the stunts, the sound, like everybody had to do it perfectly. So it's kind of amazing it worked.
Oh, here they come now.
It was fascinating to see that film being played out on actual Grand Prix. So we'll take it back up now to Ben and Nikki and Comms.
Thank you, guys. It really is fascinating. How close they can play together is remarkable to me. It really is. And don't forget, although you've got 2 in this car, you've got 5 people in the other one, haven't you, as we were saying. So doing all of the work to put this together in that, what's called the Ukraine Mercedes AMG GLC, and getting some great shots.
Yeah, I mean, you saw earlier just they were getting shots of the drivers' faces. That's how close they were getting to the camera there. And they do that in the movie, obviously, because the actors did actually drive the cars. They did training. They were driving the real racing cars on the track. And to place the actors inside the car so that you know that they did it, you have to get that shot of their face in there. So you can see these things here. They're getting really nice and close to get shots of the drivers.
Also, one of the things about being a stunt driver, which Elliot is doing, and I'm sure you've done a lot, is the drifting side, because we all love watching cars go sideways. So that's very much part of being a stunt driver, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And not making any mistakes. That's a big key, because everyone can sort of have a go at drifting, but you might not be very precise or consistent with it. While obviously with these guys out here as well, you can position the car so it's in frame, in the shot, it's what the director wants, and without crashing into each other, which is very crucial.
It is very crucial. And that machine behind is a great thing. It was invented by a Ukrainian, by Anatoly Kokush, wasn't it? Who's won awards for creating a machine like this.
Oh, absolutely. And I remember when it very first came out, and it was based on a sort of tank turret, essentially, on the top, so that it could rotate around. And it's been perfected now. I mean, if you look at it now, it's all carbon fibre, it's all lightweight, and it's stabilised a lot more. So it gets you these amazing shots.
Yeah, and it can do 0 to 60 in 3.8 seconds, so it's very rapid.
It doesn't hang around. If you look on the dash on Elliot's screen there in the Mercedes, you'll see a lot of red lights going on, which are sometimes proximity warnings as well.
Yes, I can imagine that nowadays. Lovely drift there, that's perfect. Coming through Woodcote up towards the chicane once again, and just showing us how to put on this display. And there's that lovely view of going straight through the chicane.
Yeah, and those kind of shots really sell the speed as well. So yeah, great action from the guys out there. And there appears to be something extra.
Oh, this is fun to see. This is the Formula One car that they used in the film itself. The APX GP is being brought out, and this is lovely.
And this is the actual car from the film, so they've brought the real thing.
Yeah, that's great. And of course, in the film, when it comes out at the end of June, this is what we will be seeing, an awful lot of action. And we saw just now the little clip there. I have to say, it was lovely hearing the Chain by Fleetwood Mac as part of that, because for us, watching Formula One in our youth, it was often the way we would be listening to it.
There's Damson having the time of his life.
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful. Great shots, guys, great shots. And we can see the watch there.
That's really good. Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Brad Pitt is also a key part of this film. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how it all comes out when it's on show in the summer. So yeah, these pictures, we're getting different views of going around the Goodwood circuit to sometimes to what we had before many times.
Absolutely. And yeah, great detail shots there for the guys at the end. And there's that IWC Mercedes F1 car, which was the 11th car on the grid for the season during the F1 season last year, which most people didn't realise, because if you watch the normal F1 racing, they actually framed out these cars that were on the grid for the start of some of the races. So they were actually at Silverstone, they were actually at Las Vegas and places like that. So they were on the track at the same time as the actual Formula One cars. So it really sells the movie that they were there at the time.
Oh, that's great. And as you say, with IWC Schaffhausen, making the watches, but they've been a part of Goodwood actually for quite a few years now, involved on the timing side of the events here at Goodwood. So this opportunity for us to see IWC at Goodwood and showing us, they've been involved in this film, but they've also been an official engineering partner with Mercedes AMG Formula One team. So the connection between IWC and Formula One has always been a big one, and now of course it's a very big one through this film, which everybody will be very much looking forward to seeing how it is when it comes out.
Yeah, and I think it's from the trailer alone, it looks so amazing, and the way it's filmed, the realism behind it, with the help of the guys that you see going around the track at the moment. I mean, they get these lovely, beautiful shots that show motor racing in its best form, and that's all we want. We want to see great films and great motor racing.
Yeah, it is. That's what matters so much. Look at that lovely shot of looking into the wheels as it heads around. You can get so close to the vehicle and just get those angles, those shots that normally we would never be able to get a camera nearly that close. It just wouldn't be safe when you're following racing.
No, and that's also the art of the precision as well, being able to hold that position. If you look at the frame rate of the camera as well, it looks like the wheels are going backwards. So it just gives it a bit of life, doesn't it? And it shows the car off in a really lovely way. These guys have done a great job today and got some lovely shots of Goodwood, but also of the Mercedes, and Damson having the time of his life.
Absolutely, I can imagine. As a stunt driver, you've worked on various different films, as I mentioned. You must sometimes spend hours and hours on a day just trying to get those perfect shots. It must be quite demanding.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's all very much pre-planned. We do these exciting things like get toy cars out and plan everything out because there's so many moving elements in here. You're effectively trying to solve a Rubik's cube at 120 miles an hour between 20 people, because there's not just the driver and the Ukraine and all those sorts of things, but there's sound and there's other cameras mounted on the cars. So there's so many different elements that you have to work with. So the planning is in the execution, and then if you're lucky, you get quite a few rehearsal days so that you can work it all out and get it all done. So when you come to the filming, all the hard work's done. So actually it's just about making it as special as you can do on the day when you're filming it.
Great stuff. Well, it's lovely to enjoy and watch all of this for ourselves, get these absolutely unique views on camera, and very, very enjoyable as they head back up towards the chicane. And I think they're going to be pulling over up here now as they come up by the AXP F1 car, APX car that is very much part of that film.
So I think we're going to be shooting an extra scene.
So lovely to see all that action. Let's go back down to David.
Wow, what an incredible display of precision and skill from both drivers there on the track. The AMG GT and the tracking vehicle. The choreography was brilliant, the tires screeching. They get so close together, David.
Unbelievable. A real unique first for the members meeting, I think. It's great to see how they do it professionally in the movies. Elliot, great driving there, and especially so from Wayne Howlett in that chase car, in the camera car. Absolutely stunning. Time and precision off the scale.
Absolutely. And now we have something pretty special coming up as Damson is getting into character as he's about to jump into that Apex GP car, and he's going to simulate that post-race scene.
Yeah, some more insights there, and I'm ready to take a look. I'm excited. Go Damson.
So yeah, this is lovely to see. The fact that he's going to be getting in the car, just sort of displaying some of the stuff from the film itself. And I do hope that everybody around can get a few pictures, just get a view of what's going on here, because Damson Idris is going to be the star from this film, and seeing him in an F1 car, this is going to be such a big part of it all. So let's enjoy it. Let's celebrate the fact that he is getting in there. A man who will become a star thanks to this film that's coming out, and I think he had a pretty good experience too, don't you, Nick?
Oh yeah, I mean, who doesn't want to be driving around a track with Brad Pitt as your teammate? I mean, it's going to be incredible. You can see there they've got the clapper board, which gives it that Hollywood magic, and it gives them something to look at. So getting out of an F1 car is not easy, but he's making it look very good.
Give him a cheer, everybody! Yeah. Give him a cheer! Yeah! He could have just won a race, who knows? I don't know what the story of the F1 race is yet, but it could have been.
Definitely seems happy about it.
Lovely to see, lovely to see. And of course we will get to see a great deal more later in June. But what a lovely day for it, and it's been absolutely perfect for giving us an example of this sort of work that goes into making these films. It's never straightforward and easy. It's a massive amount of preparation that has to be done, and the amount of time it takes to make the film. We all watch it for an hour and a half, 2 hours, but there's a number of hours and days and months and years it takes to actually build a film. Is incredible.
Oh yeah, it's months and months and months of work. I mean, it's nothing that happens that quickly, and you've got to remember that these guys here as well, they're acting in the middle of it all, so they're going around in racing cars and doing things, but they're also acting while driving, which is something that us stunt drivers don't have to do.
Well, looks like it's going to be some great shots, and we've really enjoyed seeing them. out on the track. And there will be more opportunities as well. Let's go back down to David.
Well, that was a bit special, wasn't it?
It was incredible. I bet we can't all wait to watch the movie now. So thank you so much to Damson, Elliot and Chris. And of course, congratulations to the whole team. What a day it's been here at Goodwood.
Absolutely fantastic. And don't forget, you can come and visit us down at the IWC Apex GP Garage. Take a closer look at those 3 vehicles and see some very special IWC timepieces.
120, 130.
We're just looking back at some of the highlights of some of the action that was taking place on track when we were doing this special filming example, and really great fun and some unique shots. And Nick Faulkner's been with me just talking it through. It's been great to have you with me, Nick. And even you, I know you've done so many stunt driving over the years and a lot of organisation. You do a lot of the organisation for things like this, but I think you've quite enjoyed what they've come up with, haven't you?
Oh yeah, it's been fantastic to see. And you look at the control there of Elliot just sliding the car around. And
smile on his face.
Yeah, exactly. It's I won't say it's not enjoyable. It is. But again, you look how hard the camera's working as well. When they're going around the corners here, you can see how it's swinging around there. Car drifting in slow motion is always awesome, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a lovely drift, isn't it? Really good. And yeah, so there are other cameras around the track as well, so it's not just the one on the machine.
No, but it's really nice to see this action with the 2 cars working in symmetry with each other. It's really impressive to watch.
Yeah, it's lovely to watch, and we will be looking forward to finding out a lot more about this film later on this year. But for IWC being a part of Goodwood over the years and being a part of this film, it's a lovely connection that has taken place.
Adrian, lovely to see you here. I've been reliably informed that you might have been driving this car.
That was the original plan, but unfortunately I had a health problem, so I couldn't make it.
Now, I've got to ask, is it worse watching Harrison go out in one of these or one of your Grand Prix cars on a Grand Prix weekend?
Different. I mean, this is fun. There's no real pressure. Hopefully Harry enjoys it. So, yeah, just here for the day and enjoy the day. Beautiful weather, so what could we couldn't ask for more, could we?
And you famously driven quite a lot of Grand Prix cars now, notably some of the Red Bulls. What's more fun? I mean, it's such a different experience to an historic like this, but do you have a preference?
No, not really. I mean, I just enjoy being out and driving cars. I did a race in Estoril last October in the old GT2 car that I did Le Mans years ago. Really enjoyed that. A night race and a day race, 1 hour races. Just enjoy the variety.
And how's the new job going?
Very busy at the moment, as you can imagine. So head down, tail up, and trying to get on with it.
Well, look, enjoy the weekends and enjoy the break.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Boom, when it's all happening. Great stuff from the IWC display. We just heard from Adrian Newey. His son Harrison is in one of the 4 Aston Martin DB4 GTs. And what are we talking about? It's the Moss Trophy official practice, the qualifying for tomorrow's race. This is for closed cockpit GT cars of a type that raced up to 1963. As you can see, Austin Healey 3000 Mark 1's very much in the mix. The oldest car in the field is the Jaguar XK120, then the DB4 GTs and E-types, the ones you'd expect to find this. I'm Bruce Jones, Alice Powell alongside me, and the noise is now starting to ramp up all over again.
That was so cool, wasn't it? Being able to see how that Formula 1 movie has been shot. So great stuff from the IWC team. But back to the on-track racing. This is there's 12 minutes remaining, but a 15-minute qualifying practice session for these cars. And we've got a huge array of cars, haven't we, Bruce? We've got Jaguar E-types, the Shelby Cobras, Aston Martins and some Ferraris in the mix there.
But we have something completely different. It's the Lotus, as you've not really seen it very often before. The Lotus 11 bread van, that is with the extended bodywork and the chopped tail there, and being driven very, very hard indeed from the outset by Will Nuttall, who's just such a star in any car he gets into, down into the compression out of St Mary's, chasing the Shelby Cobra up in front. That's car number 98. one of the narrower, earlier Cobras, the prettiest ones to my eyes, I must say. No offence if you like a 427, but give me a 289 anytime, or a 260, as it were, in this early iteration, just as AC and the Shelby crew got together with making those. But that Lotus 11, you normally would find it without the coupe top and the cam tail, but it always goes very nicely indeed.
And I like it. And it's had success at Goodwood as well, back in 1963 and 1964 with huge success winning here, and it's being, as you said, put through its paces as the drivers are starting to come across the line now to set their first times of the session. Times will continue to tumble. That dust that we had down at turn 1, it's starting to clear, but not too much.
It's funny, I just started blinking. I thought it was drifting into the commentary box, but we will work our way around. Of course, the majority of the racing in the early post-war years, between 48 and 66, when this circuit was open for racing, were for cars for single-seaters or open-top sports cars. But gradually, as we went into the 60s, GTs started to become really quite predominant in all degrees of specification. DB4 GT was always a car that went very, very well here. So it's quite fitting. We've got a handful of those waiting for the first laps to come in. It is a DB4 GT. It's this one, car 46, with, you may not have heard of him, there's a young Scottish driver called Dario Franchitti. One of those drivers who sort of gets in and immediately gets on. He had victory in this car here at Goodwood last year with his NASCAR buddy, which of course is Jimmy Johnson, multiple titles. What an illustrious duo. But whenever you saw them, they were just having the time of their lives. And Dario understands racing implicitly, because one of the things that his father George, who used to race himself, passed down to Dario Marino is a love of the history of motor racing. Few contemporary racing drivers even come close, so he understands what he's out in.
It certainly would, and actually Stirling Moss raced this and won here at the Goodwood Easter meeting all the way back in 1960. So fitting, like you said, won the Stirling Moss revival last year, and he'll be hoping to repeat his success in the Moss Trophy this weekend.
Well, first and second for DB4 GTs, 46 on screen, and the car behind is 32. That's Harrison Newey. First and second almost equally matched, but so far with just one flying lap on the board, Dario is the best part of 9/10 of a second clear of the best so far from Harrison Newey, and Harrison hangs the tail out not once but twice in the green Aston Martin, just behind the similar dark blue car of Franchitti. Dario improves at 1 minute 29.4. Harrison improves, but he's now 1.3 seconds further back. That second wag of the tail when you're just trying to get the power down out of the chicane, but just put it a little bit sideways, well, that cost him.
Yeah, and look, Gregoire Fiskin's Shelby Cobra swings into shot. The number 68 being drifted around. Actually, that oil's cleaned up quite nicely. And who's that? He's got chasing him down. Can't quite see. That's the 47.
It's Theo Hunt, and it going very nicely indeed. Runs on wire wheels. This is a car you might notice hasn't actually got any paint. I think that's when you leave your rebuilds to really quite close. But in period, lots of cars race without paint because similar reasons. You can see Theo Hunt is really getting quite loose coming to St Mary's without a mistake in front of him, but certainly he's gone for the gap. Maybe a little bit wide there from Gregor Fiskin. Nope, Gregor's got it back together because he's got the inside line coming into Lavant. And now we've got three Cobras line astern.
I mean, only shots that you get at Goodwood as they're both making use of running and using all the road as they head now down the Lavant Straight. They'll bleed their way out of the slight kink, go back uphill to Woodcote Corner, one of the hardest braking zones on the track in terms of your turning, braking, but I think we get some of the best shots, and we've got it there. Look at that, the drift, the slide of these Cobras all the way through the corner and into the slowest corner on the circuit. Oh, slightly wide by Fiskin there, but he managed to gather it back together and just avoid that tyre wall at the end of the chicane.
But it's the third of those Cobras that looks the quickest. John Spires, who seems to be racing everywhere all the time with Nigel Greenstall often alongside him, and is going very quickly indeed. It's like they've been sent out in tandem. Now let's have a trio of Austin Healey 3000s. It's a great sight. These were the muscle cars at the turn of the 60s, and very, very popular. And a lot of these cars are done rallying as much as racing. Just hearing a whisper that perhaps number 28, the third of those Healeys, its first ever race, brought out of hibernation last year. So there we go. But it's a car that spent its time in the Netherlands, so I'll have to check my Dutch racing record shortly.
And maybe you can teach us some Dutch as well, as they're both. I mean, this must be done on purpose. We're having a 3 set of Cobras, and as you said, 3 set of Healeys that are coming through. Jack Rawls there in the number 28.
Yeah, this is a Mark II, and you know, one of the things I loved about Heelys was the fact they had the hard top, but it was almost always a different colour. It's so much more helpful. Look at the work there. That is metronomic from Jack Rawls. And I mean, like a metronome, going one way then going the other, held it beautifully. But it was the art of keeping the power down and sliding the car at the same time. Not sliding to be spectacular, but just because you think it's the quickest way. Not a lot of tyre contact with the surface here.
There isn't actually too many major differences between the Mark 1 and the Mark 2, apart from improved braking performance, a slight engine improvement.
Well,
number 21.
Alexander van der Lof found himself on the outside going to Matchmeet. I think there was a little bit of nip and tuck perhaps, but certainly maybe in avoidance. He just went slightly to his left, got left-hand wheels on the dirt. You can see the dust on their flanks, but at that point his light, and a little bit of contact perhaps on the rear pushed him around. Yeah, look around the lights. Let's take a look at the replay. Dario Franchitti in the DB4 GT at the front, that's car 46, and it's the number 98 Cobra coming across with Nigel Winster at the wheel. And he claims that space, well, okay, that's the moment at which the drivers should be heading to the right, and unfortunately for Alexander van der Lof, he's suddenly going almost straight on. That would get the heart going, and here is the tiniest bit of contact, the smallest of kisses. That was fortunate.
Get him out in the movie. That was perfect demonstration of just brushing the barrier. So well done, Alexander, there for just about escaping any serious damage. But look at that, it's on its way.
Still going, fourth fastest. In fact, he just set his...
that lap?
No, the one before. Yeah, it's got the rubbing is racing, some people say. This was rubbing on the barrier and the exhaust hanging down a little bit substandard, suboptimal, as we say. So that bracket has loosened and it'll be shaking around.
Yeah, this car has been in the van der Lof family since 1988. So Alexander well equipped with this car. I wonder if he'll peel into the pits. He won't know, of course. He'll know that he made some kind of contact, but he won't know that the exhaust is hanging down. So might be a job for the team on the pit wall.
Yeah, we only have 5 minutes remaining, though. His best place to stay out. Dario Franchitti is still fastest. He's getting the tail of that dark blue number 46 Aston Martin very sideways. Harrison knew his close to within 9/10 of a second now. Here he is, car number 32. Harrison, a fleeting racing career in Europe first, then in Japan. Now he's back in the UK and trying his hand at historics with father Adrian down in the paddock urging him on. One of the best looking cars here, though, is the 300 SL Mercedes, and great to have that out here playing. These are Hans Nyssel's cars, and he just makes them go very well indeed. The 300 SL Gullwing, quite a few of them dotted around the paddock, but it's just wonderful to see. Of course, in period we wouldn't have had too many here. They would have been racing largely at home in Germany, but it was a car that was so super modern at the time.
So beautiful. It gets the name Gullwing from that unique top hinge doors that if you go down at some point in the paddock, they might kindly give you a demonstration, hinging, of course, from the top. The number 17, that's John Pearson in a Jaguar E-Type. Now, has he had a little bit of a spin and hopefully avoided contact, or has that broken down? Marshals are pushing him back, so potentially a bit of mechanical failure. Well, let's see if we're going to catch a replay. This is a separate incident.
Well, that's one of the Austin Healey's going high, wide and handsome. Weight, perhaps in the background of the shot, we see the E-Type coming in. Not at all. Well, in behind me a duo of Lotuses, but that was a save and 3/4. Again, heart in mouth moment, but on it goes. That was Robert Jennings in his car. So again, looking back at the 300 SL Gullwing, making progress, but at the moment it's not at the sharp end of the field. It's in fact right down towards the very tail. The sharp end is still Dario Franchitti from Harrison Newey and John Spires. So it's Aston Martin, and Cobra. And then Alexander van der Lof is still fourth in the Ferrari that went not quite well, semi-around going into Matchmeet. Heart in mouth moment for the Dutch driver. He's just gone up to third. Car's clearly working better with the snap exhaust and exhaust system having snapped, as John Watson just pointed out.
And we saw Joseph Wilmot there in the 81 just on your screens in another one of our Austin Healeys, really getting the tail of that car out through turn one. He goes through the first part of St Mary's and the tail comes out even more through the second part of St Mary's. So he's down in 8th place at the moment. No personal best on this lap for now, but still just under 3 minutes in session remaining, maybe a little bit of traffic in front of him that he's got to navigate.
And one of the things you notice, of course, is these cars drift, and the reason they have to do so, they don't have a lot of tyre contact with the circuit. The tyres are relatively narrow, and it is quicker to keep that tail moving around, but it's a very delicate balance.
Ollie Bryant in the 111, another of our E-types who I expect to be maybe slightly further up the field. He'll be able to try and find a little bit of time. There's no major movements at the moment, but this is a regular, this car at Goodwood, the 2021 members meeting. Again, Ollie Bryant was at the wheel of that P2, and he also came third in the Moss Trophy back in 2023. So he's had a lot of experience behind this car. He is the owner of the car as well. He'll be hoping to try and have a bit more success. But the number 5, Bruce, is going quick.
It's on the move, and it was entered for Tom Alexander, but it's his son James at the wheel, and he's suddenly making progress. Maybe stung by the fact he's got 2 other DB4 GT Aston Martins in the first and second positions. Right now, he's really down the timesheets in 9th place overall. He's 4.6 seconds off, but he's suddenly put in a very, very good end of sector speed trap time. Let's see if that will vault him up the order. You'd have to feel he will be making progress this time. He does go up to 5th place. That was a good job from James Alexander. He's tucked in behind John Spires, but Alexander van der Lof in 3rd in his Ferrari. But that's the 3rd of the Aston Martin DB4 GTs. It's up in 5th place, so it's looking like a good race is coming up for the mark from Newport Pagnell, as it was at the time.
This will be their final lap. So those drivers that are just crossing the line now, this will be their final laps. The number 6, one of our little Reliance out there, Luke Wass, is out there. Only 77 of these Sabre 6 were ever produced, so we're lucky to have one of those here at the moment at Goodwood.
I mean, one of the very essences of these Goodwood members meeting in particular is having the lesser known cars. You could easily fill the grid with Aston Martins and Austin Healey's and Cobras and D-Types, little Lotuses as well. They've always been a fixture, but to see the Reliance Sabre 6, great to have it. A rich, rich taste. Now, a driver very much on the move. You can see the acceleration, the number 3 AC Cobra there. John Spires at the wheel, very close to his best, stays down in 4th place. The clock is not his friend. He's now been a block, so that's this final flying lap for him. Absolutely ruined. It wasn't the fault of the Cobra in front. He had to be somewhere.
Yeah, Andrew Yates just trying to get out the way in the Lotus Elite. So that'll be the lap done for those that are starting to come across the line. The checkered flag will be coming out, the number 68.
Well,
Still trying to move his way up the field.
It is. It's Gregor Fiskin. He had a fairly cautious start. He was up near about the top, and then the 2 DB4 GTs of Dario Franchitti, Harrison Newey, moved the target on. But Gregor's settled into this session, but he is being unseated, perhaps by John Spires in the all-red Cobra tucked in behind. But the good news for both of them, not too much traffic, just immediately up ahead of them. But in terms of up ahead on the time charts is the 47 Cobra. That's the one with Theo Hunt at the wheel, the one with the unpainted livery and the black roof. That's going very nicely indeed in 4th place overall. Just done its best lap, but time is going to be over when he'll come round at the end of the lap. The checkered flag will be hung out. 15 minutes of official practice. Boom. Gone in a second.
Let's keep an eye on Newey, who has set a personal best overall in the middle sector. He's still 0.8 of a second off Franchitti. He'll be coming across the line very shortly, hoping to close that gap down, or even better still for him, jump ahead of Franchitti. Does close that gap down, but it's not quite enough, Bruce. 6.5 tenths from Franchitti. There he is on screen. He's collected the checkered flag, so that'll be session over for Newey.
Yeah, Dario hasn't taken the flag, but he doesn't have to do much. He can back it off because he's not going to be toppled. His nearest challenger is Harrison Newey. Harrison's fired his best and final shot. Alexander van der Lof yet to finish the session. As I say that, he does. He stays in 3rd place. So it's 2 Aston Martins on the front row with the Ferrari on the outside. And of course, Alexander has a story to tell because he had the biggest heart-in-mouth moment going to Magic the Corner when he was rotating across the grass, and how he missed the banding in front of the tyre wall, I do not know.
Harrison taking in the sights. A great crowd here at Goodwood, so waving not just to the crowd but the marshals, of course. But there's no real movement, as pretty much all the drivers now have taken the checkered flag. So it'll be Franchitti starting on pole. It's a front row of 2 Aston Martins.
Yeah, well, it seemed the writing was on the wall from very, very, very early on indeed. And don't forget, in this field, when you have the Lotuses, they're much smaller, lighter cars, but less powerful engines. But, they stayed in the mix. But really, the development of the DB4 GT Aston Martin, they don't just look good, they go well. And they've been very, very strong runners here at Goodwood in period, and particularly on the historic scene as well. The level of preparation looks fantastic. And again, we saw the DB4 GTs go out together. We saw the Cobras go out together. It's orchestration, the Austin Healey 3000s as well. So it's a little bit of a drama, but it works very well.
Yeah. And the DB4 GT is 85 kilos lighter than the DB4, so slightly more high performance version.
Well, let's take a look at the results, and as mentioned, it was to the Aston Martin DB4 GTs. First and second, Dario Franchitti set the pace. Harrison Newey got close, and Dario improved again. Ended up 0.6 of a second clear. Alexander van der Lof had a lot of drama in his Ferrari, but he held it together and then improved in his 250 GT short wheelbase Competizione. And then in fourth place, Theo Hunt, the best of the AC Cobras, just ahead of John Spires in his. And then James Alexander, the third of the DB4 GT Aston Martins. That was the one in white, just ahead of Ollie Bryant in that Jaguar E-Type. Goes very well in that. Gregor Fiskin, another Cobra, in 8th place overall. Joseph Wilmot, the best of the Austin Healey drivers in official practice, from John Pearson, who pulled up fairly early on, so we lost him. And Will Nuttall in that little Lotus 11 bread van. Unusual, light, quick, aerodynamic too, from Nigel Winchester in 12th place. Jack Rawls, he had some moments in his Austin Healey 3000, bouncing across the grass, but was still quicker than Michael Russell, the motorbike racer, who was 14th. Richard Mines, another of the E-Type drivers ahead. The Lotus Elite of Kyle Tilley, who races cars of all ages, some sports prototypes, but he loves his historics. He was 16th, just ahead of Hans Hugenholtz, another of the short wheelbase Ferraris. Nicholas Ditting, another DB4 GT. Oliver Marseille, the XK120 from the early 1950s. He was outgunned, but he did a great job, just ahead of Niall McFadden in 20th place. And then completing the run down to 29 cars, John Davison, Lotus Elite from the similar car of Robin Ellis, Ciprian Nistorica, another Jaguar E-Type, Luke Voss in the little, well, not little, quite large Reliant Sabre 6, Robert Jennings, another Austin Healey, he was 25th, Michael O'Sullivan, the Lotus Elite, ahead of another similar car of Guy Harman, Hans Kleisel in that 300 SL Gullwing, and Andrew Yates in his Lotus Elite. 29 cars, look glorious, driven beautifully. So let's take a look at the highlights for the Moss Trophy official practice. The flag dropped and the cars poured out of the collection area. 15 minutes of practice for the Moss Trophy for closed cockpit GT cars of a type that raced before 1963s. And almost from the very outset, a pair of Aston Martin DB4 GTs of Dario Franchitti and Harrison Newey started to get a move on. The AC Cobras were giving chase, running in a trio, but going faster and faster with the cars from Newport Pagnell. And Dario Franchitti had a margin of 0.9 of a second. It went out to 1.3. Harrison Newey attacked, got it down to 0.6 of a second. And perhaps the biggest spectacle of all was here. The run into Madgwick and the run off the circuit, around and the tiniest of kisses. Exhaust pipe loosened on Alexander van der Lof's car. He came back on, got on the track, ended up in 3rd overall. But the practice for the Moss Trophy belonged to the Aston Martin DB4 GTs.
Bruno, fantastic to see you, as always. It wasn't the easiest of journeys here, was it?
No, bit of a mishap with my flight yesterday morning, but finally all worked out, and it's always a huge pleasure to be here and drive some special cars. So, huge celebration, 40th anniversary of Ayrton's first win. Extremely special car. This is the actual car that he won the race with. So, guys from Lotus, they are being very kind to let me drive it, and I'm just happy to oblige.
Yeah, I mean, you've driven a lot of his cars, but there's no taking away how special the first win is there?
For sure. I mean, Ayrton went on to win 41 races in his fun career, but as much as each race is special, that first one, it's one you like. I made it, and I think the race itself was actually very, very special as well. He regards it as one of his best drives ever. So surely, being in this car is going to be bringing me some cool feelings, and I'm just happy it's not raining though. I think it's better if it's dry for me though.
I mean, you've got better weather. I think, didn't this have 1,400 horsepower in qualifying? Have you asked the guys what you've got today?
I think they're running a bit more conservative, so probably have like 600 or 700 horsepower, which is enough for a demonstration run. But if we ever go to qualify again, then I want full boost.
Excellent. Just finally, you mentioned there the atrocious conditions. I think you lapped every single person apart from Michele. You've been a Formula One driver. To do that in Formula One in the wet, it's amazing. It's the stuff of the history books, isn't it?
It is. I mean, it takes something very special to achieve something like this. And we saw Ayrton's career full of special achievements, of some things that are almost not human. But that first win with such low experience as well. He was only 25 years old when he did it, and he just absolutely took this amazing car and showed everybody how it's done. So, yeah, special win, special talent, and special car.
Bruno, enjoy it. We will.
Thank you. I will do.
40 years ago, Ayrton Senna claimed his first Formula One victory at the Portuguese Grand Prix at Estoril. His exploits in torrential rain, as more experienced rivals like Alain Prost struggled, are among the most remarkable in Formula One history. Driving the Lotus 97T, Senna's speed was relentless, even as the rain continued to pummel the track. With a 30-second lead after 20 laps, the Brazilian could afford to take it easy on his way to his first Grand Prix win. But in his own trademark style, he refused to let up. Senna eventually took the checkered flag more than a minute ahead of Michele Alboreto, having lapped the rest of the field.
Well, people would ask me who's the greatest racing driver of all time, and I would say Ayrton Senna was the greatest racing driver of all time. That race was just, now you see it on the TV and now it's talked about, but when you actually analyse what he did that day, and that just annihilated the opposition. If you did 1985 again and we had as much good luck as we had bad luck, we would have won. That would have been his first title.
As maiden Grand Prix victories go, Senna's was perhaps the most impressive of them all, and his emotional celebrations in the aftermath were typical of the great Brazilian's passion for winning.
And there we are now, getting ready to see Bruno Senna taking this Lotus 97T out onto the circuit. And you were listening right then to John Watson, who's with me to talk about this moment of remembrance, of celebration of the first win that Ayrton Senna took in Formula One. It really was a remarkable performance that he achieved in pouring rain in Portugal to take an absolutely dominant win. And John, when we look back at that weather, such a different day to today. The sort of rain that they had then was the sort of rain that perhaps Formula One now wouldn't even run in.
Well, certainly it was torrential rain, and the nature of the Estoril circuit, you know, there was a lot of puddling around various different parts of the circuit. So apart from it being wet, you're having to deal with the threat of aquaplaning. Everybody was on Goodyear tyres, more or less, a few teams in Pirellis. But it was a race where you started on your wets and you finished in the same set of wets. There was none of this stuff of today. Come in and put on a new set of wets, I can go quicker. So it was a tough race, but what Senna did was just emphasise his natural-born ability and skill, and he just drove everybody into a different place.
Absolutely, and it will be lovely seeing the car out. You were saying just now, I mean, when we look at this Lotus 97T from that period, of course, the rules in Formula One were very different. One of the aspects is how the tyres are much smaller, for example, but also the whole car is that much smaller and lighter too, isn't it, than what the current registration or current rules are.
If you put a current Formula One car alongside the Lotus, you'd think the Lotus was a Formula 2 car, even a Formula 3. It is that much smaller than the current cars. The other big element, a big change, the rule for the weight limits in 1985, where 540 kilograms was the minimum weight. That was without fuel, without fuel and driver, but with oil and water. The current weight limit for a Formula One car is 800 kilograms. They are porkers. To me, these are what Formula One cars should be. They should be nimble, small, light. And I mean, that Lotus 97T, such a pretty car. Gerard Ducarouge was principally responsible for the design. And what he did, he gave Ayrton Senna and Elio De Angelis a superb race car with a very good, stable platform. And in particular with Senna, so that he could really, I mean, I remember watching him in qualifying, and in fact being in one race when he was qualifying. Unbelievable ability and commitment, but confidence in the car. And if a driver hasn't got that confidence to open the throttle, turn the steering wheel, as Senna did so emphatically, then you'll never go quickly.
This is a lovely onboard shot. It's wonderful that we've got this view over the top of Bruno Senna, his nephew, of course, who's out there in the Lotus 97T, a wonderful view. And just to see this car, if you're here at Goodwood, what a moment this is to be able to celebrate that first win that the great Ayrton Senna took in Formula One. That year, he had a remarkable season, but it was only the second race of the season. He had already had a non-finish in the first race, his home race in Brazil. That hadn't quite gone to plan because they had a fuel system problem. But that Portuguese win, he took pole position, despite the fact there were some engine problems in practice. They got it sorted just in time for qualifying. But that dominant force that he had in the race, John, we were thinking about that. You know, the way he was pulling away from everybody else, the way he lapped everybody except Michele Alboreto, who finished in second place. Remarkable.
Yes, I mean, he was 0.4 of a second faster than Alain Prost, who joined him on the front row of the grid for the start of the race. Of course, qualifying was dry. He was just a force that when you came up against it, how do you deal with it? How do you take that force on? Because he raised the bar in terms of driver awareness, fitness, commitment, confidence, courage, so many other different qualities that Senna had, and that's why Chris Dinage, in the comments he was making just a moment ago, says he believes that Ayrton Senna, or Ayrton Senna, depending which way you choose to call his Christian name, was ultimately the GOAT of Formula One, the greatest of all time. And I know that'll split lots of people's opinions, because some people admired him for his skill, his commitment. Others felt he was over-aggressive. But there is no questioning he was unique, and I suspect largely will remain unique in the annals of Formula One history.
It's lovely hearing this 1.5 litre turbocharged engine as well. 800 brake horsepower being produced, and really lovely to see.
Ben,
more than that.
Ben,
in qualifying trim, yes,
these
indeed.
cars were dragsters. In qualifying, that Renault engine probably pushed around about 1,200 horsepower. In race trim, probably nearer to 900, depended very much on the circuit. But they had a qualifying chip for the engine for qualifying. They would run a qualifying aero setup on it as well. So the car was knife edge all the way through, maybe 1 or 2 flying laps. And again, watching at certain events, Senna coming into, for example, the chicane at Imola, his hands up, yes, acknowledging.
There's a little bit of smoke there from behind, I noticed, but it's still running okay. It's still running all right at the moment.
But when these cars accelerated off a chicane, I mean, I even had the chicane at Goodwood, and you gave it the full beans, the car shuddered. It just seemed, it was almost as if there was just too much horsepower for the car to deal with. But you can never have enough horsepower if you're a Formula One driver.
Well, there we are, ladies and gentlemen. I do hope you've enjoyed seeing that. Celebrating 40 years since his first win, since Ayrton Senna's first win. It was only his 16th Grand Prix. He had shone with Toleman a few times the year before. He'd switched from Toleman to Lotus, and it was the first win for Lotus since Colin Chapman had passed away as well. The former boss and creator of Lotus, of course, and it was their first win since then. He went on to win another race that year at Spa. He finished 4th in the championship in total. It was Alain Prost's title, no doubt about it. But he led a lot of races, didn't he, John? And it just didn't quite work out in terms of reliability. That was part of it.
Reliability back in the 80s is nothing compared to where we are presently. So reliability often was the consequence, the results were the consequence of unreliability for many, many teams. I mean, McLaren probably suffered the least amount of unreliability, and that's what helped Alain Prost win the World Championship in 1985. But in terms of out-and-out pace and sheer speed, and just the light from your eyes was just unimaginable, was Ayrton Senna in a Lotus 97T.
Yeah, lovely to see. Let's have a little look back at the highlights there of Bruno Senna taking the Lotus 97T out onto the track. And in fact, this car will be going to Portugal in a month's time or so to again be doing a demonstration at Estoril, the racetrack where he took that very first win in incredibly wet conditions, when some of the greatest drivers, including Alain Prost, who won the championship that year, did actually make a mistake, went off, didn't manage to finish the race as a result of that. And Senna was pretty much perfect throughout. He did admit later that he'd made one little error, but he sorted it out and he kept it going, and he just pulled away from everyone else and went on to, it was a 2-hour maximum distance in that race, and he absolutely took control of it from the early stages and stayed there to win it by a long way from Alboreto and by more than a lap from everybody else, with Patrick Tambay in 3rd and his teammate Elio De Angelis in 4th.
clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing, and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Well, what a day it's been so far, and we've still got this afternoon and all of tomorrow still to come. It's nice to see you, David. I've not seen you much today, but I hear you've been over the other side of the road.
Yeah, we're normally joined at the hip, but I've been away all morning. We had Bonhams this morning, and of course the IWC stunt, which was fantastic to see. Really good fun, actually. Yeah. But we've got our first big race, and I know you're excited about this one.
Yes, I am. The Halewood Trophy, the first race of the day. So this will see the 250cc, 350cc machines. Incredible little two-stroke bikes. You'll hear them before you see them. You need to rev them to 8,000 revs before they get going, and it just makes for such a spectacle, especially mixing with the Formula 750 machines that we'll see in the Sheen Trophy. So you'll probably notice that on the programme, that it's the Halewood Trophy featuring the Sheen Trophy. So a mixture of those machines will make for an absolutely incredible race. So we can see that the bikes are in the assembly area, about to get onto the grid for their Le Mans start. So we're going to go to a handy explainer now that will tell us a bit more about the race coming up.
The Members Meeting motorcycle showpiece is actually two races in one. The Halewood Trophy is named after the 9-time world champion who found success in car racing, and is combined with the Sheen Trophy, which takes its name from another British motorcycle legend, Barry Sheen, himself a 2-time world champion. Halewood was the original dominant force in Grand Prix motorcycle racing. He won 9 world championships in the 1960s and 14 Isle of Man TT races. It's due to his success in that period that he is considered, alongside Giacomo Agostini and Valentino Rossi, as one of the greatest motorcycle racers of all time. The Halewood Trophy was first introduced in 2016. It's a 2-part race that features lightweight and agile 250 and 350 two-stroke Grand Prix motorcycles up against 4-stroke Formula 750 machinery. Those larger, more powerful 4-strokes are the precursors of modern world superbikes, and the first of those to finish is awarded the Sheen Trophy. So here we are, getting all set for the start of the first race of this weekend. It's going to be over 6 laps rather than 7 laps, so it's a slightly shorter race. We are seeing a little restriction on the number of laps in these races, just to make sure that we get through the whole timetable this evening. But wonderful. And James, this is going to be an exciting race, isn't it? Because we saw a pretty close qualifying, except for the man who took pole position. It did by 1.3 seconds. Michael Russell with the RPS Triumph Trident. That was impressive.
Yeah, Michael Russell was really flying earlier, and he was just looked so comfortable. It was slightly unusual, actually, because the last few years we've seen the lighter, the Grand Prix 2-strokes sort of dominate the meeting. So for first and second to be the 4-strokes was a bit of a surprise. But look out for Dan Jackson. He is the first of the TZ350s. He's on the far end of the front row in third, and no doubt he'll be trying to hang on.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be fascinating to see how it goes. So you've got these sort of 2 battles, but of course everybody wants an overall win at the end of the day. Whatever you're riding, whether it's a 250, 350 or a 750 bike, we shall see who comes out on top. It's going to be great fun. And there you are. There's the number 68, Michael Russell then, who set that pace earlier on. Dan Jackson doing a little bit of weaving around, making get those tyres, making sure they're all feeling good. And also a little bit of a view there of Levi Day, who's also had some good success here at Goodwood in the past.
Yeah, very much. Obviously, no tyre warmers. Yeah, they've been waiting, so they're just going to try and force a little bit of temperature into those tyres on the warm-up lap. That's why you see them just weaving around a little bit, hitting those brakes nice and hard, just to bring them up to temperature.
Yeah, so good stuff. We've got plenty others to keep an eye on. Andy Hornby starting back on the 3rd row of the grid, Michael Rutter's back on row 3 as well. Glenn English, who also has some excellent riding here, he's down on the 4th row, and we'll have a full look at the grid in just a few moments' time. Conditions are looking good. We did have a bit of oil on track earlier on. I think it's definitely getting a bit cleaner again now.
Yeah, it looks pretty good out there. Obviously, the cars have gone round and given it a bit of clean. And actually, Michael Russell, the man on pole, he was out in the session before.
That's
just
right.
Qualified 14th in Austin Healey 3000. So he's a busy boy today.
It's lovely to see riders getting into cars and drivers getting on bikes. So, yeah, we do get a bit of a mixture sometimes. So we shall see how this all goes. They're making their way around, just getting a little bit of a feel for how the track is feeling right now. And of course, with the bikes, and it being a 6-lap race, it really is going to be an absolute sprint, isn't it? You're just going to have to go from it, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing there. If you can get a little advantage off the start or get away with it, it's going to make so much difference. Those little flighty 250s and 350s just might be a little bit, they're a little bit more difficult in them. You've got to slip them because they don't have that much low down power, but they're that little bit lighter as well. So it's going to be interesting to see. But that is the man, number 68, the man on pole, on that beautiful RPS, that Richard Peckett special. It's a Triumph Triple 750. It's got about 70 brake horsepower, and he just looks so comfortable on it.
Yeah, with alongside Graham Hicklett with the Triumph T150, both from the early 1970s. But then you've got an early 1980 machine, the Harris Yamaha TZ350, as you say, the different class on the outside of the front row. So the outside of the front row effectively is nearest the pit lane. Number 55 starting effectively in 3rd, but all 3 on that front row together, and it's basically, sometimes it's better to be an advantage on the inside rather than the outside.
Yeah, very much. And so also look out Levi Day behind number 37 on that blue with the red striped TZ350 as well. He's there, and there's the first of the 250s, the TZ250 of Mark Linton just behind him. That's the youngest bike on the grid, coming from 1984.
Yeah, so that's going to be really, really interesting to see how that goes. The rest of the bikes seem to be moving into position, and we are getting ready to go racing here. First proper race of the weekend, which is a lovely way to get all of this underway. And these riders, they've no doubt been getting all stirred up throughout the course of the day. It was a pretty early qualifying session they did this morning, but now it's their opportunity to go full-on racing. Now, do bear in mind, whoever wins today doesn't mean that they're the overall winner for the weekend. We have 2 races, and it's the combination of the 2 races that actually gives the final result.
Yeah, very much. 2-part race, as you say, so really important to finish both, really important to keep yourself in the hunt.
Yeah, so we are hearing them fire up nicely. There's a lot of lovely noise. I think the last few riders are almost in place. Just seeing Alex Sinclair down at the back of the grid is just coming onto position now. Mark Taylor, who didn't actually do a lap at all this morning, is right down at the back. You're looking at Alex Sinclair there, but on the right, it is Mark Taylor who didn't get a lap in with his Norton Seeley Commando. So I do hope that goes a bit better. So it looks like we are getting ready now. The bike's in position. We are set to go racing here at Goodwood. Green flag from the back, green flag from the front, and away we go. And let's see what happens. This is... So we're still on a warm-up lap at the moment, and we will see how it all goes when they get going.
Yeah, really important on this, on your warm-up lap, as you say, to really just get some more heat in those tyres, get it warmed up, get ready. You can see all the boys coming through. And at the moment we've got, it is number 25 there on the Yamaha TZ350G of Glenn English. Glenn was just said he was just a bit out of sorts this morning, wasn't quite feeling it, he was a bit rusty. So he said he was hoping to get in the groove this afternoon. But it is the man, number 68, that has just looked so good, just coming through there on the green and white motorcycle. And here is your starting grid.
So Michael Russell on pole position, with alongside Graham Hicklett and Dan Jackson, with the 2 from the bigger class and then the smaller class on the outside. Then Jeffrey Vermeulen and Levi Day are on the 2nd row. Then Michael Rutter, Andy Hornby and Mark Linton, followed by Glenn English, Tony Perkin and Jamie O'Brien as well on that next grid. So he's in 11th place, followed by Richard Parker and Grant Goodings. and then Cormac Conroy and Patrick Banfield. All the way down, we've got this battle between the 350 Yamahas and the 750s. Maria Costello, she's starting down in 18th place. Let's see whether she can make some progress from there. Luke Hedger, a bit further down than we would have expected. He's down in 17th place. And then just looking further down the list as well, Gordon Russell down in 28th place. Mike Farrell in 30th position. That's right down towards the very back of the grid. And then a couple of cars that, or a couple of bikes rather, that had a bit of a problem earlier on in that qualifying session. So Mark Taylor and Alex Sinclair are starting from the very back. We've got a problem already, sadly, for the number 82. That's a great shame. It's a very early end, isn't it, to the race for them?
Yeah, he had that. He had a problem with it, retired out of qualifying as well. So
yeah.
Whatever it is unfortunately terminal.
Yeah, that's Mark Taylor, who was right at the back of the grid. So he's not even on the back of the grid again, I'm afraid. So we are all set to go racing now. It is ready for the first race of the members' meeting here at Goodwood. The revs are building up, and we are racing all the way down. Away we go, and it's a brilliant start from Dan Jackson. My goodness, Dan Jackson, who was the third fastest qualifier, he's leapt into the lead with a blistering start.
Yeah, Michael Watto also, he got a dreadful start going back. Glenn English there, just going around the outside. But as you say, Dan Jackson got a great start, and Graham Higlett as well. It looks like he might have even slipped up into the lead here.
Yeah, this is good. Graham Higlett, number 50, has managed to sneak through. So Graham Higlett, who was second on the grid initially, and it looked as though Dan Jackson was good, taking the advantage, but he's done really well. Jackson now in second place, and they're being chased by Michael Russell with the green bike that was on pole.
Yeah, Michael Russell just went around the outside there of Levi Day, and he's up to third already.
Yeah, so this is looking like a good battle as we expected. Down into Lavant for the exit of this corner onto the longest straight of this Goodwood circuit. Everybody keeping it all under control so far. And in fact, number 7, Alex Sinclair's made up a lot of time. He started at the back. He's made up a lot of places already, so we'll see how far that goes. But here we are with the battle up front, and nothing to choose between Dan Jackson, who's got back in front, I think. Graham Higlett back down into second place, but under pressure from Jeffrey Vermeulen, number 36, who goes second now.
Yeah, nice. Dan Jackson there just had the inside line, so made it really, really difficult. Obviously, we've got Dan Jackson on the TZ350, the 1980 bike, then we've got those 3-4 strokes in a row.
Yeah, it is all very, very close, but that is making a little bit of a break now for Dan Jackson. The Harris Yamaha TZ350, as you say, is definitely getting away a little bit. Is he going to be able to open it up all the way? Meanwhile, a bit of a battle going on. Glenn English is making up some ground. Glenn qualified down in 9th, number 25, and Glenn is definitely moving up the order a bit here.
Yeah, he is. You just see him in the background there. He just looks like he's getting a slip start. He's just on the back of Higlett. You know, then as we come through, as Andy Hornby, he's been really competitive over the years here as well.
So let's see how this goes. They're going to have a little replay at the start. We wonder, did Dan Jackson go off too quick on the inside flag? Was he moving before the flag actually was waved? Tricky one to know. It was a bit close, wasn't it? Because the flag was just sort of might have still been going up rather than down.
Yeah, it was a bit. It was kind of yeah. So we'll have to wait and see on that.
Yeah, they'll check it out. But look at this, how Glenn English has made so much ground. He's up to second.
That's an incredible job, really. I mean, here comes Vermeulen though, around the outside. So Vermeulen there on that beautiful Norwich Westlake motorcycle. But yeah, Glenn English did a great job. As I say, he just sort of felt a little bit rusty. He said it wasn't really clicking this morning. He said he could have done with a few sessions, but obviously you don't have that here. You just got to get out and get going. Here you go, and now have a little look at that. Michael Russell just going around the outside there, so he's just coming back up. He was the man who was so dominant. Here comes Glenn English. Is he going to get the toe? Can he come down past us on the start-finish straight? Not quite close enough.
Not quite, but it is very, very tight. But the leader, Jackson, is really making a bit of a breakaway right now. This is impressive stuff as the battle is going on for second place for Mullen, holding on to the top ones of the big engined machinery. He is doing a great job at the moment, fending off the others, but getting closer and closer. Glenn English is surely going to go on the attack.
Yeah, 127.7 for Jackson on that last lap, and qualifying for pole was 125.9 for Michael Russell. So, you know, it's I don't know quite. It just doesn't seem quite as comfortable in this session. But it is Vermeulen in second, number 36. Russell is now up into third. And then you've got the two show, you've got English, then you've got Levi Day, and then you've got Higlet.
Absolutely. Michael Russell, who set that very rapid time this morning, number 68 there you're looking at, he is definitely sort of getting it back together again. But up front, Jackson is making the break. He's won this race before, but of course, remember, to win it totally, you've got to get both races today and tomorrow. Look at that.
Russell, so late on the brakes there. He got past a couple of times, but he's really scrubbing. Yes, he's up into second, so he is really going. So it'll be very interesting to see. He's got a bit of clear track now. It'll be interesting to see what he does on this lap. The gap as they cross the line, we'll have a little look. It was 1.9 on the last lap. And what is it on this lap? It's 2.8. The fastest lap of the race goes to Russell. He's got some clear track. Can he hunt him down? That's the question.
Yeah, that's a good question. And we're halfway through the race now. That's 3 laps done, 3 laps to go.
Oh, did you see Russell coming out of there as well? A little bit of movement for the bike as we look back for the battle for third.
Yeah, this is a very tight battle for the podium finishes still, as Jeffrey Vermeulen is still holding on to that third place, but it's getting very, very close behind him as Glenn English, who made up good ground, having qualified down in 9th, and now just being a part of it. But up front, is the race leader going to be coming under more pressure? I have to say, Russell's just done a very good first sector. He is closing that gap a bit.
Yeah, he is, and he's just got that sort of clear track, and he's really been able to use it. It looked like he was just getting held up a little bit with those little 250s. You can already see he's closing down. He's taken nearly 0.8, 0.9 of a second out of him so far on this lap alone through the split. So Michael Russell, he's really getting in the groove now.
Yeah, he's doing a great job, but is he going to be able to close the gap even further? But that battle for third, as you say, that's still very close, isn't it?
Yeah, Levi Day's just moved up, so he's ahead of Vermeulen now into third. And look at that, he's shrunk that by half. Remember, it was 2.8 seconds when they crossed the finish line in the last lap. Then it's Levi Day, then it's Vermeulen. Let's have a look at it now.
Yeah, this is surely going to be coming down that gap just a little bit. Yeah, look at that.
1.8, he was a second quicker, so a 126.4, fastest lap of the race for this man, number 68, Michael Russell. He's on that Richard Peckin special. It's a 750 triple triumph, and he's just the first time he's ridden it this year. Rio Costello's been riding it for the last 2 members meetings, and he says he absolutely loves it.
Well, it's working well.
So, very, very similar. It's a really nice thing. And basically this bike, I don't know whether you know much about Richard Peckin, but he wanted a Rob North chassis, couldn't afford one, so he quit his job as a carpenter, went to work for Dave Deegan, who was famous for putting Triumph engines into Nortons, Tritons, and he built his own one, and it's shorter, it's got a steeper head angle, the swinging pivot point is closer to the engine, so it's got slightly different characteristics, and it's a bit roomier than a Rob North bike, and he is just loving that bike. And he's right, you can see in the free lead there, he is just maybe 3-4 tenths behind Jackson. Jackson's going to have a battle in his hand. Levi Day now just seems to be edging away from Vermeulen as well.
Yeah, no, he's got that third place fairly safe, but look, as you say, it is the battle up front now, because the gap has come right back down again, and surely now, as we go on to lap 5 out of 6, we have definitely got a battle on our hands for the race victory. The 2 different class of bikes will be competing against each other here. Dan Jackson on the 350cc 2-stroke up against the 750cc Triumph Trident, and it's going through. He's going through. Michael Russell has already passed.
He was so planted round there, so compliant. You watched Dan Jackson's 350 just looked a little bit hard, a bit nervous, didn't look like he was taking the bumps, and Russell just cruised round, back marker there as well coming up. That looked like number 67. I think that's Gordon Russell. That's his father coming up. So Michael Russell was about to lap his father, and they've both gone through safely.
Yeah, well, good timing, because he's just taken the lead. So fabulous performance that. Is Dan Jackson going to be able to stay in the hunt? Is he going to be able to put a move on himself? They are, the 2 of them, certainly well away from everyone else now. Levi Day holding on to that 3rd place in the background, and he may still have a bit of pressure, but this isn't over yet. Look at this, because coming back a chance here for Dan Jackson to come back into the lead. He's going late braking into Woodcote, and he goes in front.
Yeah, he's got that slightly lighter motorcycle, so 109 kilos, weighing about 140 kilos, so it's that lighter bike, but obviously it's a 350cc two-stroke compared to the big 750cc four-stroke. So it is at the moment, it is the Helwood Trophy leading the Sheen Trophy, but what can he do?
Checker flag.
Oh, it's what?
Yeah, they gave the checker flag. I thought we were going to see another lap.
I did as well.
But it is 6 laps they've done, so 6 laps, so he's taken it back as they cross the line, and Dan Jackson has taken the victory.
Well, I mean, what a great move in the last lap. We were all, as you say, so scored a sounds like
yeah.
But Jackson just nicks it from Michael Russell. I mean, what a great ride from Russell as well to come back. But I think that he might have thought he had one more lap as well. He looked pretty calm. But Jackson very good on the brakes to that last bit. And Levi Day just grabbed that last spot in third as well.
Absolutely. So that's our podium. And of course, whatever happens in the race tomorrow will actually determine the outright winners, because you do have to combine the two. And obviously the gap makes a big difference, because if for example Russell could win tomorrow and get more than a half-second gap over Jackson, then it would go the other way on total.
Yeah, it's still very much all to play for, as you say, because it's so close. I mean, Levi Day was 5.6 seconds behind, whereas Jackson and Russell just half a second between them. So, and it is a two-part race, so he doesn't have to win this one to win the event.
Absolutely, we will see. But that was great fun and a great battle between them. And I do think that it looked like Russell was going to have a chance to come back at him again, but then the checker flag was out and Dan Jackson has taken the victory. So it is a win for one of the Halewood bikes, 350cc two-stroke. And but the winner, of course, in the Sheen was the man who finished in second place, or Russell finishing in second place. But certainly at one stage it looked like he was going to take the victory. The way he had caught him back up again was remarkable.
Yeah, again, if he gets that sort of clear track, if he can just get out in front, it looks like he just might have the edge, but he couldn't shake off Jackson.
Absolutely not. No, that was great stuff. Further down the list, we had one or two with some problems with their bikes, but actually most of them got through to the finish, I think. We didn't have too many retirements, so that's good news. There'll be work to do on the bikes, I'm sure, overnight to get them all ready again for the races tomorrow.
Yeah, very much. You know, they'll just be going through them. Obviously, Dan Jackson there, he's on that Harris TZ350G 1980 model. Yeah, the pick of the bunch of those TZs. That's the year you want. It was never improved upon. And, you know, obviously he's got it singing, he races it a lot, he's in the groove with it, and it was a lovely move there on the last lap to go up the inside.
Absolutely, so well done. Congratulations to Dan, who has done a fantastic job, the man who did take the overall win here in 2022. We'll see whether he's going to be able to take the overall win again with the race tomorrow, so that's something to really look forward to, and I hope everyone has enjoyed seeing that take place. Our first race of the Goodwood Members Meeting this weekend. We'll have a little chance to have a look at some of the highlights in a moment as well, of course, but it will be interesting to see just what can be done tomorrow. Of course, we are expecting the weather to be in pretty good shape, but you never know, you might get a little sprinkling of rain. That could change everything, who knows? Bikes all heading their way back down, and we will get a chance to speak to them in just a few moments' time. Let's confirm the final result then. Dan Jackson taking the win by half a second from Michael Russell. Levi Day in third place ahead of Glenn English. Jeffrey Vermeulen in fifth. Graham Higlett in sixth. Again, Andy Hornby, Mark Linton, Richard Parker and Ian Bain in 10th place. Then Alex Sinclair, Jamie O'Brien, Michael Rutter, Grant Goodings, Luke Hedger. Tony Perkin was 16th ahead of Cormac Conroy. Maria Costello was 18th ahead of Patrick Banfield and Sebastian Perez. And then Robin Lamb in 21st place ahead of Derek Cripps, Mike Farrell, Dominic Veazey, Daniel Pritchard, Alex Williams, Stuart Tong, Jimmy May and Gordon Russell. And then we had that problem with one of the bikes early on. Let's go down and join Ed.
Well, thank you very much. What a race it was. Let's try and can we get Michael off his bike in a second? We need to get his bike up on a stand. Dan, the winner here. We'll get Michael in. Dan, let's start with you. He didn't make it easy, did he?
No, and especially he's just come off the back of a car race as well, so hats off to him. And I knew I'd have my work cut out today with the four strokes, and Look, fair play to Mike. The bike and the team as well, they prepared an excellent bike. It was hard work. I wasn't going to let him have it that easy. He's won a bit too much around here recently, so yeah, we'll get there. Tomorrow's another day though, it's an aggregate result, so let's see how we go.
Well, look, let's get Michael in. Michael, come on in here, because actually we're going to have some footage for you to watch. I think this is going to be the last lap. Talk us through it, because we thought you had it.
Well, this is where Dan's bike is much quicker, I'm joking. Basically, Dan gave me a little bit glimpse of hope here, and you should ask Dan now, he's following me. It was great to see the two-strokes and the 750s together. And at this point, I just thought I'd start covering, and he was there. I almost drove into him. It was brilliant, really. It was a joy, and me and Dan have raced quite a lot together, so I know he's proper safe, fast. It was great, really enjoyable, yeah.
Dan, you seem to get a cracking exit from Lavan.
Yeah, it's just getting the right... I changed the gearing from this morning, and it's just hooking up nice, but although it's messed me up out of turn one now, so it's, yeah, one of one and half a dozen of the other, but yeah, can't complain. I'm happy enough with that.
Well done, guys. Riders always complaining. Let's find Levi. Levi, God, it was busy at the start, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. And I mean, the mix of the 4-strokes and the 2-strokes makes it interesting. And yeah, don't get me wrong, I had an awesome time. But I think, could I have got in front of him a little bit earlier? Maybe could have gone with Dan, but tomorrow's another day and we'll go and have some more fun.
Yeah, so you think you got a bit more speed in it?
Yeah, I think so. I don't ride this bike very often at all. So the last time I raced it was here 3 years ago. So for me, it's quite, takes a little while to get familiar on it again and that sort of thing. But yeah, that was a great race today. Happy with that, and just see if we can go a little bit better tomorrow.
Great ride. Well done.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
So let's have a little look back at some of the highlights there. It was entertaining, and it was an absolutely brilliant start from Dan Jackson, who was on the left-hand side as we look at the grid off that inside line and had an initial lead. But things were changing. There were battles going on all the way around those first few laps.
Yeah, they were. Then we saw, this is looking back at Michael Russell. Vermeulen was up there as well, and Michael Russell did a great job of just clawing in that gap. It was nearly 3 seconds, and then before we knew it, 2 laps, he was in the lead.
Absolutely. But then the battle between these two was remarkable. He got in front, Russell, but then Jackson just did a great late break.
Yeah, this was it. This was the move that won him the race, and he just slips up the inside, manages to hold it, and he takes the win.
Great stuff. So many congratulations, but he's got to do it again tomorrow to do it overall.
We are about to see one of the most impressive machines ever to drive the Goodwood Motor Circuit. This is the JOTA Cadillac hypercar behind us. Now, it's making its debut on British soil here at the Goodwood Motor Circuit for several high-speed demonstration laps. People are in for a treat with this one, aren't they, David?
Absolutely. You know, in Members Meeting, we get to see classic cars, vintage cars racing, over 100-year-old cars racing. But this is a brand new car built for Le Mans. This gorgeous Cadillac here with this Hertz livery is a fantastic car, and it's probably going to be one of the fastest cars ever to go around the Goodwood circuit. And it's run by a really special team, JOTA Sport. And these guys have been around, privateer team, been involved in LMP2, moved up to hypercar last year, had some very successful campaign in the World Endurance Championship with Porsche, and now they're back now with Cadillac and this fantastic looking car. It looks great, doesn't it?
It does look great, and I bet it's going to sound great. One of the best sounding cars with that 5.5 litre V8 engine, which we'll hear, but also I've heard that it'll possibly do an electric start as well in pit lane. So we've got that to look forward to as well.
Well, of course, these cars are electric and combustion engine. Alex Lynn's getting his helmet on ready there, and we are going to get moved along in a little bit, but now we're going to take you to a feature because JOTA Sport is 25 years old. And here's a little bit about their fantastic history.
JOTA celebrates its 25th anniversary in 2025. In a quarter of a century, this small British team has grown into a powerhouse of endurance racing. The Le Mans 24 Hours has been central to JOTA's success during that time. The team has taken 3 class wins in LMP2, 7 further podiums, and has come within 1 lap of outright victory back in 2017. Having won virtually everything there was to win in the second tier of global endurance racing, 2023 saw JOTA make the bold step up to the hypercar class, claiming its first outright victory in the World Endurance Championship with a privately entered Porsche 963 in 2024. Now, as Hertz Team JOTA, the team took on a new challenge for 2025, becoming the works outfit for Cadillac. Currently, with 2 V-Series R hypercars at its disposal, JOTA has become a force to be reckoned with, and it's no secret that the team's next target is outright victory at Le Mans.
From small acorns, great oak trees grow, and that's been the JOTA story. And this year running the Works Cadillac team at Le Mans in the World Endurance Championship, that's absolutely on a high. It's going to be fantastic in June. They've already got one race under the belt. They didn't come away with the dream result, but there was great speed in the Cadillac this year, John. It's how they develop it through the season.
Well, if you go back just 1 year when they ran the Porsche, to have a factory-based Porsche run under the JOTA banner, and to win a race in Spa last year was outstanding. And to move forward, they had to move forward with a manufacturer, and the manufacturer that came to them and worked out an amazing package is Cadillac. And here is the product of the work that's taken place over the wintertime. And quite a different car to the Porsche, namely it's a naturally aspirated 5.5 litre V8 Cadillac engine. I had a look at this car yesterday. We're talking about Formula One cars being enormous. These cars are enormous. They're just the length of the car particularly. They're just absolutely space, rocket, science race cars.
They really are, and the desire to be in the World Endurance Championship increases. Just this week, McLaren announced they're coming out to play. We've had Aston Martin joining this year. It's really, really tough at the top. But I tell you what, JOTA just 25 years ago running a Group N Honda Integra. Here they are now running the Cadillac's work team. But I think last year's victory for Callum Eilert and Will Stevens, Spa-Francorchamps, everyone wants to win at Spa, but they want to win at Le Mans even more. So we'll find out how they get on. But certainly the pace is coming from the Cadillac, and it's about getting it right through the course of an endurance race. The shortest rounds are 6 hours. We've had a 10-hour opener, but of course the big one is 24.
Yes, but also the big difference from running a customer Porsche last year and being the factory entrant for a manufacturer like Cadillac is there's no information to fall back on. Everything that you do is learned on the hoof. So everything that this team is doing with this car is information that goes into the book, into the computer effectively. But because there are only two Cadillacs in the field, that's a slightly different dynamic to when you were a customer team as they were in 24.
Of course, the Cadillacs did race last year, but run by Chip Ganassi Racing. But it's a real testament to Sam Hignett and the gang, the team that he started with John Stack 25 years ago, is the team with its hands on this works car, and it looks exquisite. John points out it's large, but I must say it's made to look all the slimmer by that fabulous Hertz livery, the gold, the red and the white.
Yes, that's a continuation of what they used last year. It is a spectacular looking. The graphics on the car are fantastic. There's no hesitation to know which car rental company you should be renting your car from when you go on holiday. That's the reason why they're on the Cadillac, and it's going to be at Le Mans, and that's going to be shouted loud and long all over La Sarthe come the middle of June.
And of course, David Clark joined the gang to propel them forward in the sort of commercial world, and really the Hertz deal is part of his magic that he's weaved for this team. But a team on really, really strong, fantastic ground. And the two drivers they've got here this weekend, Alex Lynn and Will Stevens, they will not be hanging around when they get out on the circuit. That's for sure. That's not who they are.
Interestingly, we have been requested not to actually have recorded times going up on the timing, scoring and screen. But hey, folks, like anybody around the racetrack who's got an iPhone, you can get the stopwatch out and you can check it out for yourselves. This is going to be, I think, one of the quickest cars ever to lap this Goodwood racetrack in its history since, 1948 when the circuit was opened. I have no idea how fast the car is capable of going. I don't know how fast either two drivers are prepared to go, but you're looking at the highest end of technology, and you might call that a sports car. It's more like a prototype rather than a sports car. It is going to be a sight to behold.
It absolutely is. Of course, the unofficial record here was set, because it's unofficial because it was set in testing, was Nelson Piquet in a Brabham Formula One car. That is some time ago. But look at the aerodynamics on this car, plus the grunt. You said 5.5 litre V8. Not silent to start. You can hear a little bit of a whir, but wait till it gets on the track.
By the way, there is no starter motor on these cars. Because they're hybrids, you have an electric motor which powers the car up, then the engine fires up and you can hear the rumble of that V8 motor. So this is going to be a tentative outlap You need to get tire temperature. That'll take at least the best part of the lap. I mean, the ambient temperature today probably in the high teens, maybe low 20s, but certainly high teens. But it's going to be circumspection because these cars are so fast. The acceleration is just, give your eyeballs almost hemorrhages.
Yeah, well, that's the whole point of the hybrid on top of the internal combustion unit. You can hear that V8, but it's got lots of assistance. And the JOTA Cadillac, this is very, very much a sort of appetite wetter for the Le Mans 24 Hours. And obviously, it looks like a car from another time. It's a time from now. It's a car contemporary, and it's doing what it's doing. But on a circuit, obviously, that was shaped in 1948, ran through to 66 before being revised. But John, the circuit at Goodwood has this wonderful flow, and Alex Lynn will be enjoying this.
I mean, if there's ever a circuit in the UK designed to run a current LMP1 car, it's going to be here at Goodwood with the high-speed curves, top speed. If you were giving it one in seriousness, you'd be probably tipping about 190 miles an hour coming down into Goodwood. Watch the acceleration now. Hear the engine.
Shifting up the start-finish straight, bouncing, issuing sparks over the bumps on the approach to Madrid. But of course, with all the downforce from this contemporary sports prototype car, it has the downforce that pushes it where historic racing cars do not go. But certainly starting to wind it up, John, and that V8 is basso profondo.
I mean, just the noise coming off the chicane all the way down into Madrid, then accelerating off Madrid down towards Forward. Listen now, coming down Lavant Straight.
Downforce is so great, the suspension is so stiff, it doesn't look as though it's going that fast, but the stopwatch will not lie. Mine isn't on. This is a far faster lap starting. The gear change is very, very different past us, under our commentary tower, into the first part of Madrid, and the second part looking nailed down.
I mean, the level of downforce is just, phenomenal. These cars are extremely high downforce, even in this configuration. I mean, when they go to Le Mans, they'll probably run a little bit less downforce. It'll not be dramatically different because it's all about lap time rather than as on the old Le Mans circuit when you had no chicanes in the Mulsanne Straight. So it's now more of a balance of handling and speed rather than just out and out straight line speed.
Certainly pressing on, but the start of the lap was much faster than the previous lap. Every single corner you can just sense a bit more performance being squeezed from this Cadillac V-Series R. Certainly there'll be competition between the two drivers, Alex Lynn and Will Stevens, both works drivers, both wanting to be, as all racing drivers, quicker than the other. They've got the tools, but who's going to come out on top?
Well, you talk about tools, these cars have got an infinite amount of adjustment within them. And that's something a driver, when they join a team like Cadillac, they get a driver's manual. It's about 100 pages thick. So that's the end of the run, I think. So I'm coming to a standstill just at the exit or end of the pit lane. And is he going to drive back into the assembly area or just coming to a standstill? Anyway, what just for those 4 laps, just to listen and watch. I mean, the ground shook as it went past the commentary booth.
It just gets me all the more excited about Le Mans 24 Hours coming up in the middle of June. It's going to be astonishing. We're riding a very, very high crest of a fabulous wave with all the manufacturers taking part. Door open. We were perhaps going to get an electric start, perhaps not. But anyhow, just waiting, sitting. Something's about to happen, John. We just have to find out what and when.
Well, as the door's open, so either he just wants a breath of fresh air. I mean, this car and this racetrack, the amount of concentration and focus, and it'll be a strange track to Alex Lynn in the Cadillac. He will never have driven it here, to my knowledge, prior to coming to this weekend's event. So it's all a bit of an adventure for him. So every lap he was doing, he was squeezing the throttle a bit more, a bit more, a bit more. Obviously aware that he doesn't want to be too aspirational, because if the car bites, it'll bite big time.
Certainly will, and the last thing JOTA would want in the months that lead up to Le Mans is extra work on their job list. Of course, they're trying to hone this fantastic Cadillac. It did sound absolutely brilliant, but as we heard the car, or more to the point, didn't really hear the car coming out of the collection area. That was the hybrid element, of course, to leave under electric power, and as soon as the car got onto the circuit, pedalled down, that V8 rumble just came roaring through. I loved it.
Oh, by the way, the truck taking the 2 race cars will be leaving Monday to go down to Imola for their 1,000-kilometre event. So the team is actually already in a race mode. This car is, I think, one of 4 that they currently have. So that car will not be attending Imola. The 2 race cars, identical pretty much in every respect, will be on their way within, 48 hours.
And what's also fabulous, celebrating the 25 years of the JOTA team, is their previous sports prototype sitting in the paddock under the awnings from the Zytek from 2004, 2005, right through the Oricas, the Gibsons et al., with which the team has had so much success.
Being a hybrid car, it's a bit like a Formula 1 car. If there's a red light, there'll be somewhere on the car, there'll be a red light or a green light. If it's a red light, you have to step back, don't touch the car, because the car would actually be live.
Yeah, we saw that in the very early years of hybrids coming into the World Endurance Championship, and it was as much, not just the drivers had to learn, the marshals most certainly had to understand not to approach a car until all clear was given.
Or you wear rubber gloves and probably a pair of Wellington boots as well, because the rubber will isolate you from the current.
Great looking car. John is almost a scientist sitting alongside me.
Bruce, what I would like to see, because Cadillac's got a great history at Le Mans, in I think early 50s, they took over 2 of their road-going, I don't think they were the Coupe de Ville, it was maybe another model within the range, and they were just like a stock road car with a few bits and pieces just to give it maybe better braking and a little bit more speed. And then they came back a year or 2 later with something called Le Monster. And that was as aerodynamic as a brick, but it certainly was eye-catching. And I mean, those are 2 great parts of the Cadillac Le Mans history I would love to see.
Indeed, Le Monstre was almost as wide as it was long, but it was block-shaped, and if nothing, it caught the eye and put their name around. But this latest iteration coming to Le Mans, the World Endurance Championship, and of course these cars can race in the States as well, so it's been really something to have the Cadillac name back here. It's not the branch of General Motors that used to do much of the racing, but it has in the past, so it's great that's been rekindled. As the V-Series R is wheeled away, it will be just something special. And just remember how many manufacturers are now in the top class of the World Endurance Championship. It's going to be absolutely magnificent at Le Mans this year. But one thing that was extraordinary the past 2 years is that Ferrari, since their return to the World Endurance Championship after half a century, could only win 1 race a year, and each year they chose to win the Le Mans 24 Hours. Don't know how they managed that, but they won the opening round of this year's World Endurance Championship, the 10-hour race, or 1,812 kilometres, whichever came first, at Lusail circuit in Qatar. Everyone else is going to be playing catch-up, but Cadillac was one of the marks that got closest before a little mishap that punted them down the order.
Yes, and that's a part of motor racing. It shouldn't have happened, but it did happen, and the team moves forward. Lessons learned, drivers learn the lesson likewise. So the car up in the dollies is now pushed back down the pit lane, and I suspect either the car will remain in the pit lane momentarily, or it'll go all the way down. There, at the entrance to the pit lane, there's also the entrance to where you would normally exit the racetrack. So here we go now. Well,
there's a chance for some course vehicles to go around, but let's take a look at the highlights from the JOTA Cadillac display. Anticipation was clear. This is a car that will be racing at Le Mans this year. And Hertz, JOTA, of course, have moved from Porsche last year, a privateer car, to running the works team for 2025. A real accolade from the team from just outside Tunbridge Wells. And World Endurance Championship very much on a high. And under hybrid power, it left the collection area, then boom, that big 5.5-litre V8 chimed in, and Alex Lynn started to do the rest. You could just sense finding the performance, and at the start of his first flying lap really picked up the pace.
And I think an exciting opportunity here at Goodwood with the high-speed corners. This 2.4-mile lap is a challenge, and in a car of this performance, that will focus both Will Stevens and Alex Lynn.
Well, it's a very, very modern car on a track with an older heart, of course, and it made it all the more exciting for Alex Lynn. He pushed, he probed, doesn't want to push too hard, but this is the car to be racing at this year's Le Mans 24 Hours, and he really put on the most fantastic show, kicking up the sparks.
Well, I've dragged Alice Powell out of the commentary box. I've let you out.
I know, thank you, I appreciate that.
And that was a bit of a treat, wasn't it? I know we weren't timing it, but it did look quick.
I mean, it looks super quick, and what an iconic team. Actually, just to our right-hand side there, we can see all the trophies that lined up that JOTA team has won throughout the years, and of course they'll be hoping to add to that this year at Le Mans.
Yeah, and I think the car looks great as well in that Hertz livery. But now we've got something I love, the Gordon Spice Trophy. Always a treat here at Members Meeting. And of course, it's a little bit different this year. We've just got those big, thunderous beasts in the race. All the smaller cars, under 2.8 litres, have been cast aside to the Win Percy, and now we've got the Golden Spice.
We've got those V8 Chevrolets on the front. We've actually got a front row of two Chevrolets and a Ford Jake Hill. 3 touring car champions on the front row. What could possibly go wrong?
What could possibly go wrong? And what I love is all of those other legendary drivers in this race. We got people like Andre Lotra, Tom Christensen. It's unbelievable to see these guys in these Group 1 saloons, isn't it?
And of course, it's not fighting for a touring car championship like most of them have, but they want to win. They're so competitive. I saw Jake Hill down in the paddock when I was let out the commentary box earlier on, and then he said, it's going to be a mess. I can't say his exact words. There's some expletives in there, but he said it's just going to be so much fun. And of course, they're racing drivers. They all want to win.
Well, it's always fun when Jake's in the race. It's always close in the Golden Spice Trophy. And for those who don't know much about the race, let's hear a little bit more about it.
The Gordon Spice Trophy is named after one of the most successful touring car drivers of the 1970s. Gordon Spice started his career in British Saloon Car Championship racing minis in the 1960s, but he's most notable for his mastery of the Ford Capri that saw him claim 24 race victories and win the big-engined class 6 years in a row from 1975 to 1980. It's that era of the BSCC that inspires the grid for the Gordon Spice Trophy, but the format has changed for the 82nd Members Meeting. This year, the 30-car field will be exclusively made up of Group 1 touring cars over 2.8 litres. Expect to see Capris going head-to-head with Chevy Camaros, Rover SD1s, Ford Mustangs and more. As is tradition, the Gordon Spice Trophy will be split into 2 parts. The first 20-minute race on Saturday will see a grid of VIP drivers battling it out on the Goodwood Motor Circuit before a second 20-minute event on Sunday gives the owners of these cars a chance to prove their mettle.
So the cars are out on track as we get ready for the Gordon Spice Trophy Part 1 with the star drivers. So saloon cars over 2.8 litres, but Part 1 is with the star drivers. Part 2 tomorrow will be the entrants and their drivers who will be driving. So we have a remarkable mix ready to go out in this race. Andy Prio on pole position with Jake Hill and Tom Ingram, Rob Huff and Matt Neal up front as well, Romain Dumas, Tom Christensen, Gordon Shedden, Alex Brundle near the front as well. So there's lots to look forward to. Chevy Camaros versus the Ford Capris versus Ford Mustang, Rover, SD1s, and the Volvo, the single Volvo 242. Actually, Gordon Shedden doing a good job in qualifying with that car, has ended up 8th on the grid. So there's lots to look forward to. Alice, I'm really getting ready for this because it's going to be a hard-fought race between some of our top drivers that come here to Goodwood.
It's one of the most exciting races of the weekend, and purely, like you said, not just because of the fantastic cars that we have that are just making their way onto the grid now, but the whole host of professional pro drivers that are out there, touring car champions, whole front row we have touring car champions, and they'll want to win. It's not a touring car championship that they're going out for, but the Gordon Spice Trophy, this Part 1, will add to the result of the Part 2 that we will see tomorrow. So they'll hand over tomorrow to the amateur drivers or the owner drivers. But they will, of course, want to make sure that they, A, win this race, but B, do the best that they possibly can to get those points for the aggregated result tomorrow.
Absolutely right, yeah, so we shall see how it all goes. But it is a lovely mix of machinery, no doubt about it, in this Gordon Spice Trophy. As you can see, up on the front row, we're still waiting for the other front row car to actually go into position. Tom Ingram, just waiting for Tom to come up there. So what you're looking at right now, in the middle, Jake Hill in the blue and white Capri, but on the pole position it is Andy Prio in the Chevy Camaro. And Andy, of course, loves racing. They all love racing here at Goodwood. They all have great experience, great knowledge of the track, coming from great backgrounds in motorsport. And of course, very much both the top three, or all three top threes, are great touring car drivers, champions in various different categories, particularly the British touring cars. Jake Hill last year, Tom Ingram on that front row. If he still hasn't turned up, where is he? No, I'm just trying to see. Is that him heading up now? I think it is, yes. We're on board with him.
Just starting to panic like you were, Ben, and thinking, hang on a second, it looks there should be 3 cars on the front row there. But Tom fighting his way through the busy grid, up past our camera crew down there on the right-hand side, and Marshall waiting for him, lining up alongside with a familiar face to his right-hand side, and Jake Hill, who've battled it out together across numerous touring car seasons and in the lower categories back in Ginetta as well.
Now, what's going to be really interesting, you've got 2 big powered V8 American cars on the inside and outside of the front row, the Chevy Camaro Z28s. They are on pole and on the outside with Tom Ingram, but in between you've got the Ford Capri with a 3-litre engine. So a less powerful car, but it's also a beautifully balanced car. And we were watching Jake there in qualifying. His style, it was a little bit sideways in places, but it was absolutely beautiful to watch. So do you think he can really contest against the slightly more powerful cars that he's up against?
I think he can. Never write him off. We've seen how quick he is around this track, around any circuit. Whatever car you give Jake, he will drive it quickly. He will push the car to the absolute limit, as well his competitors, as Andy Prio pulls away in the Chevy, lights up the rear tyres, leaves 11s on the grid, and do pretty much most of the drivers, and they all seem to get away quite nicely. So getting those tyres up to temperature, maybe sussing out the track. Of course, they are on track this morning, as there have been a few incidents in between. There's been some oil drop down at turn 1, but it looks like pretty much most of the dust that the marshals put down to sort of soak up that oil has disappeared. So weaving left to right, building that tyre temperature. Some fans being moved around the Goodwood circuit in the tractor ride in the background there. Hopefully they'll hop off in time to watch the start of this race, because it's going to be a good one.
It is going to be a good one. It's going to be very entertaining to see. As you can see, there are plenty of Ford Capris, both up at the front of the grid and further down the grid as well. The odd BMWs or 3-litre SI. Steve Soper actually at the wheel there. Let's have a look at the lineup then. Andy Prio on pole with Jake Hill and Tom Ingram with the two Chevrolets with one Capri in between. And then Capri and Chev on the second row. We've got Rob Huff versus Matt Neal. Romain Dumas with the Ford Mustang on 6th place from Tom Christensen in the Rover, and Gordon Shetton in that single Volvo 242. Alex Brundle in another of the Rovers, and Emanuele Pirro in the Chevy Camaro. Then on 11th place, Andre Lotterer, 12th Guy Smith, and 13th Andrew Jordan, ahead of David Brabham and Charlie March. Then Frank Stippler, Jade Edwards and Tiff Needell, and then Max Chilton and Tom Chilton. I think it's rather fun that they're both racing against each other on that row of the grid. And then as we go down towards the back, still some superstars. Steve Soper, Anthony Reid, Neil Yarney, Julian Draper, right down at the back. Not all the cars are as quick as each other, of course, and different history to all of them, but it is fantastic just seeing the level of drivers that we've got in this race and the unpredictability of how it's all going to work out in the Gordon Spice Trophy. So they're on their formation lap. As you say, they've been warming up the tyres a little bit, and now it's just a question of bringing them all to a steady pace, because Andy Prio wants all the cars to arrive on the grid at pretty much the same time. He doesn't want to charge up to the grid and then have to wait for ages for the last few cars to come into place, so he's taking it nice and steady.
He is, just doesn't want to sit there on the grid for too long. The marshals are out, we're waiting for the drivers at the moment, and I got to speak to Jake Hill just as he was on his way to the grid, and I can't say in all the words that he gave me. There's plenty young viewers watching, but he says it's going to get spicy, pardon the pun. It's going to be interesting, it's going to be a battle, it's going to be a fight, but there's going to be battles all the way through the field. It's so close, and the variety of cars, but watch out as well for Romain Dumas. We've just seen him go through there in shot through the chicane. He's in the Mustang, and it was a Ford Mustang that actually won the race last year, the Craig Davies and the Ash Sutton Mustang Boss 302, so that is the most powerful car on the grid. So he'll be hoping to get a lightning start as the number 11. That's, of course, it's Rob Huff for Ford Capri, just showing off for the cameras and adding to the tyre temperature on that rear tyres of that Ford Capri.
Lovely, good to see. Well, let's find out what happens. Jake Hill has won in the past. He did a tremendous win in this car a few years ago. Fantastic Jerry Marshall Trophy 2021. He's won some other events here, of course, at Goodwood. He's on the middle of the front row, but he's up against these powerful Chevy Camaros, Andy Prio, Tom Ingram, and then behind him Rob Huff and Matt Neal. We'll see how they're going to get on as well. As you say, that Ford Mustang starting in 6th place, that's Romain Dumas. We'll have to watch at the start just to see how fast it can be. That's on the inside. We're all set to go then for the Gordon Spice Trophy Part 1. And away we go, and it's a good start from the middle of the front row, and it is a good start from Romain Dumas, as we thought, although he's on the grass now. So Jake Hill is the leader in the Capri as they go up into turn 1, but Romain Dumas, number 17, has moved up, not quite as far as I thought he was going to because he was on the grass, but he's in 3rd place.
Jake Hill making a lightning start. He's dropped back actually as Romain Dumas. He was challenging Andy Prio, but Prio shut the door, but Prio is all over the back of Jake Hill. They go through the kink at Ford Water, lead up to St Mary's. It all looks fairly clean at the moment, but moves still on trying to be made as they head through. And look at this shot, getting sideways, out of shape. Jake shutting the door on Andy Prio as we look back on Prio now. The Chevy chasing Jake down in the Ford Capri. There's the Mustang kicking up a little bit of dust. Is there going to be contact? Touring car style? Of course there is.
Well, let's hope not too much with these lovely classics. Down the inside. What a great move. Don't get on the grass. They don't. That was beautifully done. And for the moment, Andy Prio's just sneaking in front, and he's got the good line when they get down to the next corner at Woodcote, because he's on the inside. But look at the speed of the Capri in a straight line. That's brilliant. If Jake can brake later, yeah, I think he can. He brakes a little later, gets it turned in, and holds on to the lead.
Slightly lighter Capri, more able to brake later down into Woodcote, but he's forming a train behind him. These two battling. The Chevy's going to have the legs on the Capri down the straight. The V6 power compared to the V8 grunt of the Chevy as they roar past the commentary box window. But Jakes is going to be wise to this. He would have had a look at the competitors. He's only really raced Andy though in races like this, so he will have to dig deep into his memory to have a look at how Andy races, but we all know Andy Brio, he's going to go for a gap if there is one, and at the moment Jake's holding it well.
He is holding it very well, and Andy looking for opportunities, but Jake is placing the car middle, which is just making that life a little bit tricky. Oh, a little clip over the curb, but actually no damage done. He just clipped the curb a bit tighter than he might have wanted to. Jake Hill. Now this is the area into Lavant where we saw on exit the move from Andy Brio to get past Jake. Now, well, he's on the outside this time, and he's not trying to go around the outside. He knows that's risky, but of course they're now being caught up from behind as well, aren't they? And so this is all getting a very, very close battle now. It's not just the two of them. It could get even tighter.
Yeah, seconds separating the top four at the moment, and it's going to be a drag race down the back straight here. Jake's being squeezed onto the grass, all out of shape, just manages to hang it. He's going to keep it on the inside. Andy Brio, is he going to copy the move that Jake did earlier on? Yes, he does. Around the outside of Woodcote Corner. Fantastic move.
Really great stuff. So Andy Brio takes the lead. Jake Hill into second place, and Rob Huff now making great progress as well. And so we shall see how this goes. Over the line they come. Rob Huff has moved up into third place, now ahead of Dumas. So we shall see how this goes. We've got more battles further back. Let's just take another look at this move that was made.
So he tried it on the inside the previous lap, but then Andy thought, you know what, I'm going to go on the outside, gave Jake a little squeeze, fairly respectful. Jake was actually lucky not to lose the rear as he was squeezed on the grass, but perfect textbook move round the outside. And you can see Rob Huff was probably praying, please make contact, please can I sail on through, but he's not been able to drop Jake Hill, who's really getting the rear out of the Ford Capri, ducking in the toe of the more powerful, more faster in a straight line Chevy, but unable to close that gap as it looks like at the times that Prio just has the legs on him at the moment.
He does, yeah, but let's see, because Prio is definitely, as you say, just easing away very slightly, making the most of the extra V8 horsepower that he's got with the Chevrolet Camaro. Second place, the Capri of Jake Hill. Rob Huff very close in behind him. Tom Ingram is one of the ones, big slide there from Jake. Tom Ingram is one of the ones who's lost out a little bit here, Alice, hasn't he? Because he's gone down into 7th place, having started from the front row. So, yeah, he's definitely lost a bit of space further down, and we're actually on board with Tom Ingram now. So I'm not quite sure. He's actually, yeah, because he's behind the Volvo that is being driven by Gordon Shedden. He has got past a couple, so yeah, he is gaining some ground. I don't quite know where it all went wrong for him initially, but he may well gain some more ground here.
Yeah, and I love the difference in driving style between him and Jake. Jake's always getting the tail out. Of course, they're two different cars, but different driving style, different approach. Jake was actually under pressure from Rob Huff earlier across the start-finish line, but he looks to have had a good run through the first corner and actually closed that gap down to Prio. It was 0.8 of a second as they went across the line. That looks less than 0.8 of a second now, and actually starting to drop Rob Huff ever so slightly, but a perfect view from Tom Ingram's car as he whacks the lock on. You can hear the tyres screaming, corrections being made, but he's right up the back of Gordon Shedden.
Yeah, this is good stuff as they come onto the straight. So trying to get a little bit of slipstream. Can he move one way or the other to try and make the move? This is Tom Ingram. Now can he go to the inside? Is there space? Not really, because Gordon Shedden has come over to the inside to make sure that it's not that clear, and that's perfectly fair. So good, clean racing, but tough racing as well. You're up against some really top professionals here as he now come into the chicane, trying not to make contact, and out onto complete another lap, and over the line they go. Andy Prio ahead of Jake Hill, with Rob Huff still in 3rd place.
You can tell these are touring cars as well, because they're using just as much as the grass on the inside of each apex, and they are the tarmac, so making good use of using all the road and a little bit more. But Tom Christensen has joined this battle of cars now. He's snuck up in the Rover. You can just see him in the background there, putting the train in front of him of Ingram, Shedden, Dumas under pressure, and Jake Hill is clawing his way back. cars. The gap actually spread slightly, but great car control on display.
Yeah, Gordon Shedden, I thought he might have lost it there, but he held it together beautifully well. That's what's remarkable sometimes these guys can do. The Volvo, the Bastos Volvo, it's a very rare machine, one of the early turbo Volvos that raced. Oh, look at this. Is that actually a bit of touch or not?
I mean, he might as well be in the boot of that Volvo. So he's ducking, you see, looking down at the rev counter, getting those gear shifts absolutely perfect. But the Volvo taking a bit of grass. Gordon Shedden's going to try and have a look down the inside as they head into Goodwood corner. Romain Dumas shuts that door firmly shut, drifting around Woodcote, bouncing over the curbs, maybe a little bit too much inside curve for Gordon Shedden there. Feather it through the chicane. You can see they whack the lock on that final part of the chicane, just in desperation to get the front end to bite. But a very good run from Tom Ingram. Is the Chevy going to have the grunt over the Volvo? Let's have a look. No, not quite enough.
So yeah, absolutely, very, very impressive. Jake Hill just set the fastest lap, but it's only by a tiny margin, so the battle is still on up front, but I have to say Andy Priaulx is doing a great job. He's just opened that up a fraction more, a few car lengths between them, but let's see how this goes. We've still got 12 minutes, just over 12 minutes to go in this session. Rob Huff still in a bit of a lonely third, and then this remarkable battle that's going on for fourth place. You're watching Jake Hill right now. Can he just get that little bit more performance out of the Capri? Actually, that was interesting. A little touch on the grass from our race leader, Andy Priaulx. Slightly wider Camaro, and I think he just went a little bit too wide, but it didn't lose too much time. He wasn't sliding too far, and we shall see how it goes. But this is not over yet. Jake Hill still chasing down Andy Priaulx. And in the background, Rob Huff looking to take advantage of anything, as you say, that might happen between them. He's going to be right there to take advantage of it. Behind Rob, still the battle going on. 3 cars all fighting away behind Dumas and Shedden and Ingram as well. Look at this. So you've got Romain Dumas, the first of those two, then Gordon Shedden, the middle car, and then Tom Ingram, having had an issue on the opening lap, losing a lot of time from the front row, but really trying to get back in. And they're all a kick of dust off the grass.
They were respectful racing going on, which of course is what we like to see across the board. But Tom ducking and diving in the rear mirror of Gordon Shedden, desperately trying to put him off. Gordon using even more grass on the inside, kicking the dust up in the face of Tom Ingram. But Tom's got a good run as they go through the kink. We're riding on board with him now. You can see he's still fighting the car, whacking the lock on as he goes through the kink, and I think he's done it, and he's waving. That's your traditional side. Okay, let's not battle. Let's go. Let's work together. Let's not lose time in battling, and let's chase down and try and hunt Romain Dumas in the Ford Mustang just in front. But
look at Tom Christensen.
Has got his mirrors full once again. So here's a replay, Ben, of the move, and maybe a slight error there from Gordon Shedden, or just pushing it a little bit too hard, and he knew that was it. Move was done by Tom Ingram, who flicks it into the kink at Ford Water, and this is where we'll see we would have seen the signal of him saying, let's go, let's work together. So Dumas under pressure, and I'm pretty sure I just saw a flash of the lights there from Tom Ingram, but I think Romain Dumas is wise to that.
Yeah, Romain Dumas is holding this position quite well at this stage. 4th place. This is the fight for 4th place at this point. There's your battle for the lead. Still Andy Priaulx from Jake Hill, with Rob Huff in 3rd place. Then this fight for 4th place. Romain Dumas, Gordon Shedden, Tom Ingram now ahead of Gordon Shedden, as I say. In fact, Shedden has dropped back a bit, I'm just seeing. So whether there is a problem with the Volvo, I don't know, but yeah, he's still there, he's still in the fight. So yeah, it's just pop back off on our TSL timing. Actually, he disappeared briefly, but he's come back again, and so he is still very much a part of this. But the race leader, Andy Priaulx, is just easing away out in front and giving Jake Hill a bit of a tougher time to try and close up that gap, isn't he?
I just love that shot there. Gordon Shedden is real keen to use all the curb on the inside. I think he had a transponder error in practice, and he still seems to have that now. But Tom Ingram all over the back.
He's got a gear change.
Wide. You see a misshift gear that's forced him onto the dusty part. It's quite dusty offline, as we've seen, but actually worked in his favour. Maybe an error from the Mustang in front. As Tom goes, thank you very much. And a thumbs up.
Oh, we've got a problem.
Andy Prio.
Andy Prio is being passed, and that means that Jake Hill has taken the lead of the race. Andy Prio has a problem with the car. Oh, what a shame for Andy, because he's been doing a great job. It means that Jake Hill is now leading. Rob Huff is up into second place, and now this is, oh my goodness, the Volvo nearly taking out the barrier. I think just managed to avoid it. Gordon Shedden just held it there.
Well, they were slightly distracted by the slowing Chevy of Andy Prio, but he was doing so well. He was stretching the gap out front, pulls into the pits. A dejected team walk over and have an ill look and find out what's wrong. But that was good car control from Gordon Shedden there, who just managed to avoid hitting the tyre barriers at the chicane. But this is fresh air for Jake Hill now. 1.7 is the gap between him and Rob Huff.
Interesting, isn't it, that we've got Ford Capris running first and second now, because the Camaros have, often been the cars to beat in this kind of thing, but we've now got Capris first and second, and Tom Ingram has now got himself back up into that third place where he started originally in the Chevy Camaro. But will he be actually able to close that gap now, do you think?
So I think he was a bit stuck behind the Chevy of Prio that had to peel into the pit, so his first sector wasn't fantastic, so we'll wait and see to when he comes back next time round. But the battle still continues. Romain Dumas is really getting his elbows out and slowing those down that are behind him. Tom Christensen is the next one in line to try and challenge Dumas to take that fourth spot. As you can see, Jake feathering it through. Rob Huff, has that gap come down ever so slightly? It looks like to my eye that it has.
We'll have a little look. It was 1.7 seconds, it's 1.68, so it's not much different. Let's just take a look at the problem there could have been here for Andy Prio.
Yeah.
You can see a little bit of smoke sliding around. A little bit difficult to exactly see what went wrong, but there was some issue with the car, and sadly, Andy, who set the fastest lap earlier on, that has come to an end for him.
Christensen's made his way up past Romain Dumas, so he's up into fourth spot. He'll be chasing down now Tom Ingram. There's only 1 second separating those two drivers. You can see number 11 of Rob Huff charging down. He's gained a 10th on the previous lap to Jake Hill, but now, Ben, we've got traffic, we've got back markers that have come into play, so we've seen this has affected the result in the past, and it looks like it's being hampered by the number 53 car there. That is Robert Reed trying to bleed out the way of the traffic, does so. Huff will be hoping, please get out the way down this back straight to have a clear run, and yeah, he does so.
Yeah, and I don't think he's lost out too much to Rob Huff in second place. There you are with the Bastos-backed Capri from the days. But let's see whether Jake Hill is going to be able to hold on for this race victory. Just over 5 minutes to go, and he's still very much in control after that huge battle with Andy Prio. Then the problem for Andy, and now he's still going for it. So let's have a look as they come over the line, just catch up with the others. Huff in second place. And then it's Tom Ingram in third. Christensen now up into fourth place. Lots going on. Let's go down to Ed.
Andy, what happened?
It just overheating on the last lap for sure, and we've just lost a water pump, which is a shame. The car's been brilliant, it was lovely to qualify so well, and I had a fantastic race with Jake. Really hard, really fair. Nice to be leading again, not bad for an old dog. Yeah, we'll have another go tomorrow. Looking forward to the shootout next. Sad we didn't win for the guys because they worked really hard on the car, but that's what's nice about Goodwood. You go and race hard, and it doesn't matter win or lose, you have a good time.
Well driven.
Thank you. Cheers, guys.
So there's our race leader then. It is Jake Hill, after we lost Andy Prio sadly from this race after such a great battle they had, and then Andy had that lead, but it hasn't worked out for him. And also problem for Gordon Shedden with the Volvo. Oh, that's a shame, isn't it?
Yeah, it was battling it out, doing a good job, and the 31 is out. That is the 31 of Prio, my mistake. But this gap is coming down between Hill and Huff. Maybe the traffic has played a little bit of a part. Maybe Jake has got it too sideways, and those rear tyres are screaming and hanging on for dear life as we head down. Only just under 4 minutes of the race remaining. Looking back in the background, Tom Christensen is closing that gap down slightly as well to Tom Ingram. And Matt Neal, he's done a great job. You can see there in the 130 has pulled his Chevy Camaro up the order. And Dumas, I mean, he was always going to get an electric start, wasn't he? And was fighting up for P2 at one point, but slowly fallen slightly down the order as we could continue to see Jake flick it into the right-hander, flick it into the left-hander, drifting it all the way through St Mary's.
Yeah, he's doing a fabulous job. We've lost 2 of the house captains, of course, because Andy Priaulx and Gordon Shedden, both house captains, Andy Priaulx with Aubigny and Gordon Shedden with Methuen. Unfortunately, they're not scoring any points for their houses, and they would get double points being the captains, but it's not going to happen for those 2. Jake Hill is not the captain of one of the houses, but he's doing a fabulous job at the moment, still holding up ahead of Rob Huff. Tom Ingram in 3rd place. And Tom Christensen, who is a captain, he's running in 4th place and just trying to keep a bit of pressure on Ingram as well. Meanwhile, some other action going on back. It's lovely to see Steve Soper in this number 30. They're down in 13th, 14th places here, but you've got star drivers all the way through this, and it's lovely to see the BMW out there in this race as well. It might not be the fastest, but it's lovely having the mix of machinery.
It is. This car once raced by Jerry Marshall back in the day as well, run by Westbourne Motors. Currently, Steve Soper behind the wheel in that iconic Shell livery, chasing down the number 1 car, Julian Draper. And he's got a good run up the hill as they go through into Lavant Corner, having a little look. They're a little bit further ahead, so the leaders shouldn't catch this battle and shouldn't affect this battle, which would be ideal for these drivers. Oh no, Nancy Reid, he's pulled over, and we saw him earlier on moving out the way from the leaders, but unfortunate retirement for him.
Yeah, that is a great shame. So yeah, there's a few cars that unfortunately are not making it to the end of the race, but we are getting quite close to that end of race because we're only just over a minute still to go, and it is Jake Hill who is in control at this stage with that gap of it's come down to a fraction maybe, but it's still over 1.5 seconds between himself and Rob Huff. Tom Ingram in 3rd. Tom's actually under a bit of pressure from Tom Christensen here, isn't he? Christensen's really showing what he can do with the Rover, and it's putting on a good battle.
I thought he was going to have a look down the inside there going to chicane, but that's pretty brave, but a couple of tenths quicker that previous lap than Tom Ingram, and I can imagine this lap is going to be a couple of tenths quicker as well as they come across the line. 40 seconds remaining, so this will likely be the final lap of the race as go through the first corner. Madwick getting out of shape, drifting the car sideways. Gap has stabilised pretty much at the front. Jake Hill done a stellar job, was there to pick up the pieces after the unfortunate retirement from Andy Priaulx, but has held his own as he always does.
Yeah.
And he just makes it look so effortless, so easy as he drifts through out of St Mary's, up the hill into Lavant Corner, and potentially for the final time.
Yeah, this is a great effort by him. Race time to 0, and Jake Hill, who had that battle early on with Andy Priaulx, but it's just since Andy's been out there, he's been holding that control, but it is looking like it's going to be a Ford Capri 1-2 in the Gordon Spice Trophy this time, which is fun to see, beating the American cars on this occasion. Sometimes the Camaros have that bit more pace. We've still got this lovely battle going on for 3rd place, but I don't think Tom Christensen's going to be able to do too much now to try and take a podium position. Jake Hill coming up towards the chicane then. Everything going absolutely according to plan. A little bit of a trip onto the grass for Rob Huff as they come over the line. The checker flag is out. Jake Hill takes victory from Rob Huff by just over 1 second in the end. Tom Ingram gets the final podium slot with Tom Christensen in 4th place and getting some very useful points for his house, no doubt about it. Matt Neal in 5th place and Romain Dumas finishing in 6th position. But Jake Hill, always a star here at Goodwood. He's won events here before in this car. This is Rick Wood's Capri. They've worked together for many years now, and there's great respect between them. There's still some battles going on though, aren't there, further back? Steve Soper still, he's ahead of the Capri. Is he going to stay ahead of it all the way to the flag?
Yeah, he's managed to sneak his way past somewhere along the previous 2 laps. But Soper passed the Draper for Capri. Soper in that classic BMW. So it looks like he's got this move pretty much done and dusted. The final few cars will go across the line, but Jake Hill takes the honours. You will see these cars racing on track tomorrow. So this is part 1. Part 2 will see the owner drivers, the non-professional drivers, out in their cars tomorrow.
Yeah, well, they're going to make it to the line in a moment, as you say, in a car that was raced by Tony Lanfranchi in 1973. This BMW, but it's Steve Soper in his early 70s now. Great touring car driver who comes over the line. And no, he's not flying up on the podium, but he's still done a great job. Lovely to see him racing. He finishes in 13th place. But there is our race winner. It is Jake Hill, and there's just something dangling down at the front there, but I don't think it's anything too serious. And they have taken that victory. Yes, and we'll see how tomorrow it goes with the man who owns it, Rick Wood, who can also be pretty quick with his car. We shall see how it all goes. You can just see something just dangling down at the front there. Hopefully that isn't a major problem. I don't think it is. The car's all looking good in terms of performance, and he has taken the race victory. Fastest lap actually did stay with Andy Prio, who was leading the race at one stage until he had that problem. And but Jake has taken the top spot. Rob Huff in 2nd place and Tom Ingram in 3rd. So Hill and Ingram, who've been fighting, and Huff, they've all been fighting in the British Touring Car Championship last year, and very much Hill and Ingram will be battling again this year in the British Touring Car Championship. Well, this time Hill has got the advantage. He has taken the win with the Capri. Ingram, who missed out a bit at the beginning of the race, but made up some good ground that he had lost. Had to do some overtaking, but made it work extremely well. Lovely race, and the Gordon Spice Trophy Part 1 has been very enjoyable. And as you say, Part 2 tomorrow with the drivers who own these cars or entered by the entrants themselves, the sort of amateur drivers. They will be also having a fun time out there. We might see some different cars up front, but there is Jake Hill, and you can see what it means. It always means a huge amount to him to win here at Goodwood, to add another one to tick off the list. And Rob Huff just coming over to congratulate him. Rob did a good job too, started in 4th place, has finished in 2nd place. And then Tom Ingram, who did start 3rd, but dropped down to the lower part of the top 10 and had to fight his way back up. Let's go down to Ed.
Well, what a drive there. Jake, there's something about you in this car. It just works. Sorry, let you get a garland. I'll get out of the way. Get a garland and a hat.
Thank you very much. So I'm very trusting.
There we go. Yeah, I mean, what a race.
What a race, yeah. I mean, it was a great battle there with Andy. And I was hunting him back down, I was trying my hardest. And then we came through Lavant and I saw what looked like an aux belt fell off. So I'm assuming the water pump belt has fallen off, because then obviously a lap later it's leaking what I can only assume is water, because it disappeared pretty quickly. So great fight with Andy, gutted it came to an end, and gutted for Andy because to be honest he had the pace to win there. But still a great race, and another win for me in the old Gitane Rick Wood Capri.
It was great to watch, well done.
Thank you.
Right, let's squeeze down, find Rob. Rob, I mean, you kept him honest.
Yeah, I tried, really tried. He didn't put a foot wrong. I didn't put a foot wrong. I got bulked back a bit at the start, and I don't know where Roman came from, but he was on the grass all the way down into the inside of turn 1, so I was like, cool, you can have that. But yeah, great race. Car was fantastic. Valley Motorsport did a great job. Thanks to Richard Mines for letting me drive the car, and hello to Bella at home. Mwah.
Brilliant, great drive from Rob. Let's follow me. We'll go and find Tom, who I think is getting some. Where is he? Here he is. Tom, sorry to interrupt. Well, that was quite a busy race. You want to go back to the Touring Car Championship for a break?
I need to go to the same barber as Rob Huff to help cool me down. I've got all this insulation on my head, which is keeping me a bit warm. Great fun. I'm possibly the sweatiest human on earth right now, but it was great, fantastic. Couldn't hook second up off the start. I don't know if it was the squidgy thing behind the wheel or the gear linkage. But as we know, as racing drivers, it's never the driver's fault. But I think on this occasion, it probably was the squidgy thing behind it.
Well, look, at the start, your race was sort of dominated by a certain Volvo with Gordon Shedden behind the wheel, not getting past. However, I think we've got some footage of you finally getting past him. Just talk us through it.
The Volvo looks really good. Staring at Gordon Shedden's bum for a few laps isn't the most entertaining way to spend a Saturday, I'll be honest. But it was good fun. And look, obviously, we've raced with Gordon in BTCC. I've raced with him in here at Goodwood. So you kind of know the battles to the ones you can pick and the ones you can't. And at this point, you just need a bit of racing room from everyone. But that's the lovely thing about racing here at Goodwood. It's all fierce, hard competition, but at the same time, we're here to have some fun and be respectful as well.
Well, look, I'll let you go and cool down. Well done.
Thank you very much.
So let's have a look at the confirmation of that result. Jake Hill taking the victory in the 4 Capri ahead of Rob Huff, Tom Ingram in 3rd. Tom Christensen was in 4th place ahead of Matt Neal. Romain Dumas in 6th ahead of Andre Lotterer, Emanuele Pirro, Alex Brundle, and Charlie March did a very good job in his Capri 8, finishing in 10th place. Tom Chilton was 11th, so he made up good ground. Jade Edwards, she was in 12th ahead of Steve Soper. We saw him doing well towards the end. Ahead of Julian Draper, Tiffany Dell, Anthony Reid, and it was one of those that had a problem with the car. Gordon Shedden, Guy Smith, Andy Prio and Frank Stippler. There were some reliability issues for some of those, and Andrew Jordan out very, very early on. But a fantastic race and well won by Jake Hill. Let's just have another little look at the highlights here, Alice, and it really was an entertaining race all the way through.
Dumas with that V8 engine underneath the Ford Mustang. He sprinted, even fairly handy on the grass. Maybe he wasn't squeezed there, he would have slotted into 1st place, but a great start by Jake Hill. But it wasn't too long before Andy Prio tried to sneak his way back through as a drag race down the back straight all the way up to Woodcote Corner. Some fair racing, some classic touring car racing as well, using a little bit of the grass. But Jake, he was brave, wasn't he? He was brave around the outside. The more light and nimble Capri was able to hold it round the inside, and Prio had to wait a little bit longer to try and make the move for 1st place.
This really was an awesome battle between the two of them, and as you say, he then made this other move, which was when he got back into the lead, but there was a little brush on the grass from Jake. He had to keep control of it. It was all very, very tight. I have to say, they both did a brilliant job, just about giving each other the space they needed. And at that point, Andy Prio had the advantage, but we could hear from Jake just now. He was never giving up. He was always going to continue the chase. And Andy Prio seemed to have just that little advantage that looked like he was probably going to be able to hold on. There were some great battles further on and some slides and moments as well. And then, of course, we were seeing Ingram making his moves back up the field after things hadn't gone quite well for him on that 1st lap. But then we saw some problems for Andy Prio, and that was the end of the race for him, wasn't it, Alice?
It was, and it was a shame. He'd just set the fastest lap of the race previously. So Jake Hill got some clean hair, and he never looked back then.
No, he didn't. That's right. Once he was back out in front, it was straightforward for Jake, and he has taken the victory. Fantastic stuff. Let's go down and join David and Grace.
So last year we saw a fleet of sidecars take to the grid for the Goodwood Members Meeting Shoot-Out. But this year we see a range of GT3 racers line up on the grid, and they're all based on mass production road cars, and there is such a variety going out in this one, isn't there, David?
Absolutely, and that's really been the success of this GT3 formula. You see cars that you can buy on the street, race modified. We've got Porsches there, Ferraris, BMWs and Aston Martin's just gone out. We've got Mercedes here, Audis, and that's been the success of this championship. And in this shootout format, the drivers only get one shot at glory. An out lap, a hot lap, and then the all-important wait to see how their time's done against their fellow drivers.
Yeah.
So let's hear a bit more about that fantastic 20-year history of the GT3 cars.
At the 82nd Members Meeting, we're celebrating the origins of GT3, a category of motor racing intended to be more affordable and more accessible for manufacturers to compete compared to the more complex GT1 and GT2 classes. GT3 was centred around a simplified homologation that required cars to be based on production models with minimal restrictions on things like engine capacity or chassis layout. The competition was regulated by a new concept called balance of performance, which tuned each car's power-to-weight ratio to ensure close racing. This new class first raced in 2006 in the newly created FIA GT3 European Championship, and it was an immediate success, with Porsche, Dodge, Aston Martin, Ascari, Chevrolet, Ferrari, Lamborghini and Maserati all competing with GT3 machinery. Before the end of the decade, GT3 cars were racing all over the world, and the likes of Ford, Audi, BMW, Mercedes.
So, this is shootout qualifying, and the order at the end of this out-lap, flying lap, in-lap routine with these 7 runners will define in which order they start the shootout tomorrow here Sunday at the Goodwood Members Meeting. Aston Martin was the first one around the circuit, the V12 Vantage GT3. We're looking at the Chevrolet Camaro. This has got Frank Stippler on board. It's black, it's mean, it makes John the most fantastic V8 rumble.
Yes, and I think Frank Stippler is the driver who will extract on that single flying lap the maximum possible out of the Chevy. It's a big car, and of course puts a lot of load into the tyres in particular, so one flying lap is about what the best he can expect.
Yeah, they learnt about the track earlier today, had a little practice run, getting a feel for these cars and also how quickly their tyres come up to temperature. And right now, we didn't get to see the Camaro race a great deal in the UK, but GT3 has grown and grown. And by the way, 58 cars are being homologated to GT3 specification, with the Ford Mustang being the very latest one of those. But these the earlier iteration of GT3 cars, kicked off in 2006 up to 2012 and pushed right to the edge of the track by Frank Stippler.
Yeah, very, very busy hands from Frank as he came through the chicane. It was lock one way, lock back the other way, and then back to the first position. So he completes his run. Frank Stippler at 1:16.7 and 1.3 seconds down from what we've seen from Keane and the Aston Martin.
Yeah, Keane and the Aston Martin. So Stippler presses on. Andy Prio is the next driver out onto the track in a BMW Z4 GT3 from 2012. And of course he has great history with BMW, winning the World Touring Car Championship, European Touring Car Championship. But listen, the engine note of this BMW is absolutely magnificent.
And also the BMW looks really settled here at Goodwood. There are a couple of bumps, one coming into Madgwick, but the BMW of all the cars we have seen in this shootout, to me, looks the one that's giving the driver the easiest time, looks the most comfortable, and allowing Andy Prio to really push hard on the entry into the first part of St Mary's, through the exit, lets the car run out to the very edge. Absolutely perfect.
And look, just about half an hour ago, he was blasting around the circuit in a Chevrolet Camaro Z28, and he quickly adapts to this and is really wringing the neck. The target time, 1 minute 15.4. It'll count for nothing. It's counting for grid position or the running order tomorrow, with the slowest driver going first. The driver has the worst time this afternoon, through to the one who'll go last, will be the quickest of the qualifiers. Will it be Andy Prio? We've got to see. Still 4 runners yet to come out, but he's pressing on all the time.
So we wait just a few more seconds, gets clear of the chicane, hard on it on the exit, kicks up the dust, comes across the entry to the pit lane, and then the line across. Prio goes second.
Down by a quarter of a second, 0.248 of a second to be precise. So Aston Martin of Phil Keane, top of the table. Now it's turn for a second Chevrolet. We've seen the Camaro, now it's the turn of the Corvette, with former British Touring Car Champion Andrew Jordan on board. This is a car that raced mainly in the German series, very popular in the ADAC GT Masters series, and certainly lots of fans for the big rumbling Chevrolet Corvette come the world of Germany.
Look at the way he's preparing to come through the chicane, slow in, but hard on it as early as possible on the exit. Give it one!
He certainly will. Getting the focus down towards the first corner. Andrew Jordan knows this circuit very well indeed. Has had huge success in historic racing, following on from his father Mike. They prepare an amazing array of cars. But you know what these racing drivers like, John, as you would have done in period, just driving different things and giving it maximum attack.
Well, certainly Andrew Jordan, we can expect that from him. He's had so much success here at Goodwood over so many years, either in the revival or the members meeting as we are this weekend. Then down into Ford Water through the first part of St Mary's. Again, it's getting the nose in, just rides the curve that little bit on the entry, slightly deflects the car but manages to pick it up and gets a clean run down into Lavin. A little bit nervy under braking, but again gets the nose in, makes his first part of the apex. Second part, just there as we got out of the corner. Late apex for part 2.
I could be wrong, but I think he's rather blown his lap. His entry to St Mary's, he was very, very deep, which compromised his line through the second part of the corner where the track goes over the crest, then down into the compression. But right now, of course, he's using all the horsepower that the Corvette has to see if he can claw all that back. Target time, 1 minute 15.410 seconds. We won't know for about another 10 seconds how well Andrew Jordan has gone. We haven't got the splits up on the screen, nothing to let us know, but all but scraping the paint off the front of the chicane wall ahead of him. Will Phil Keane still be at the top? Andrew Jordan's time about to flick onto the screens. I don't think he would have done enough, but wait and see.
So there, Andre Lotterer now out in the Lee Maxted Page Porsche. So where did Andrew Jordan went quickest?
He did. Well, there we are, deceptive. Not only quickest by 3/4 of a second, 0.772, so his speed was deceptive. But right now, Andre Lotterer riding high after winning the World Endurance Championship last year for Porsche. This is a Porsche absolutely not like the hybrid he was racing in the World Endurance Championship, but he's super, super adaptable. And let's see what he can manage. Of course, John has Porsche written if you cut him in half.
Oh yeah, and I mean, the level of talent Andre Lotterer has had for many, many years, racing in GT, but racing primarily in prototypes. He is a class act.
Certainly is. Had 3 wins, not in a row, 2011, 2012, 2014, and then that big gap for his next big title, which was, of course, the World Endurance Championship last year.
You can hear the downshift coming into the bit between the first and the second part of St Mary's now, climbs the crest, then hard on the brakes down, gets the nose in a little bit of oversteer from the rear of the car, having to back off the throttle just to get it back in check. Remember, the engine in this car hangs out over the back like an anchor, so the pendulum effect from a Porsche with this particular iteration is always going to be there, and that's one of the requirements in driving these cars, that you respect where the engine is located.
And just remember, so many of these top drivers also have a go in the historic cars as well. He's here with the Ford GT40, could not be more different from this 911 GT3R, but he is squeezing every last ounce of performance out of the car. His target time, 1 minute 14.638 seconds. That was set by Andrew Jordan in the Chevrolet Corvette. And Lotterer goes 4th, 1 minute 16.1. He's 1.5 seconds down. 2 more cars come to play. Jake Hill, he's hopped out of a Ford Capri, having just won the Gordon Spice race, and now he is aboard this black, white, red and green Ferrari run by AF Corsa, a car that the 458 Italia had so much success in GT3 racing, and it had a habit of winning the big ones, which is always good.
So again, Jake Hill lining the car up, coming through the chicane to maximise the straightest line off the chicane, hard on the throttle, down past the start-finish line, coming up into Madrick. What line is he going to take? He's going to stay out on the first part, then bring the car back in. Oh, there is the second. It's one of those corners. There's a myriad of different options you can take, and some of it is conditional on the way your own car handles.
So Jake Hill, the 6th of the 7 runners out on the circuit. The target time, 1 minute 14.6. This is only going to count for the order in which they run tomorrow, with the fastest driver today going last tomorrow, just as you'd have in ski competitions as well. Of course, the World Cup slalom, always great format, I reckon, and we saw it here a few years ago with the sidecar. That was the first shootout, and people were really clamouring all around the circuit. It's something new, something different, and a chance to see these very modern historic racing cars, if you will. Just 12 years ago, these were contemporary, but the world keeps moving on, and the fact they've already got their own historic racing series is something very, very special indeed.
So coming down to the end of Lavin, straight into the double right at Woodcut, again taking that from a slightly wider line to ensure that he gets off the corner as straight as possible into the chicane for the final time in terms of a flying lap, and does a good exit. It's just now all in the hands of the engine, gearbox. Can you get to the finish line any quicker? Well, Jake Hill goes 4th quickest.
There we go, but they're all building, they're all learning, and the one that counts is tomorrow. It's really just working out, John, how to get the most out of their tyres. All these drivers know how to get the most out of themselves. 1 more car still to come. Anyone big? Yep. The man who won Le Mans 9 times, Tom Christensen, Mr. Le Mans, and fittingly, he's in an Audi, of course. That was the manufacturer that gave him the most success. He will be the last one out, we hope. But actually, can I see any sign of his car? Has it made an appearance?
We're not seeing it as yet, but remember, Tom Christensen, his success in Audi came in Le Mans prototypes. He hasn't had a huge amount of experience in a GT3 Audi or any GT3 car for that matter. So again, it's a bit going into the unknown. for the magnificent 9-time Le Mans winner. Still waiting to see when that Audi will take to the circuit as we watch the Ferrari come in on a cool down lap, slow down lap, relative in terms of slow down laps. But Jake Hill, well, he's probably dissatisfied with his 4th best run. Time tomorrow to do better.
It is indeed, and already this year he's got a couple of GT3 races under his belt, running the more modern Ferrari, the 296 GT3 that broke cover in recent years. So he was out at Abu Dhabi on the Yas Marina circuit. He was out in Mugello a few weeks later. So he's getting GT3 experience. He's moved back a little bit in time for this 458 from 2012. But it looks as though Tom Christensen's Audi is not coming out. Maybe that just means he'll have to start first tomorrow. Let's hope so, because Tom is someone who knows this circuit, loves this circuit, and has the most illustrious pedigree. But advantage here to the Chevrolet. Which Chevrolet? Not the Camaro. It was the Corvette, and it was British Touring Car champion. Sorry, beg your pardon, Andrew Jordan, who got that fastest time ahead of Phil Keane, who went out first in the Aston Martin. But they're all building towards tomorrow. This only counts in terms of their starting order tomorrow.
Indeed, Phil Keane, first car out. We sadly didn't get to see his entire lap. Phil Keane, a hugely talented race driver, whether it's in contemporary race cars or whether it's in fact, Andrew Jordan went and slightly quicker, but Phil Keane, talent, modern, old, whatever.
Exactly. So it is a large margin, 7/10 of a second, nearly 8/10 between the Chevrolet Corvette of Andrew Jordan and Phil Keane's Aston Martin. That's the V12 Vantage. Andy Priaulx looked really good, but the time didn't quite come for him in his BMW Z4. He's third fastest, just ahead of Jake Hill, who seems to jump from one car to another. He was the last one out, 6th on the track, but 4th in terms of pace. 1 1/4 seconds covers the top 4 runners. Then Andre Lotterer in the Porsche. He's 5th fastest, a whisker down. Then a bit of a gap back to Frank Stippler in the Chevrolet Camaro. And no show from Tom Christensen. Hopefully he'll be able to go out in the shootout tomorrow. 7 different types of cars, 6 different manufacturers, 7 tip-top drivers. No idea who's going to win, which is just how we like it. So it's quick fire, John. But it was all just building up to what they do tomorrow, just trying to work out how hard they can push the tyres, how much they have to just get the heat up, how much the cars deliver. But these are all quick learners. They didn't gather multiple global titles through their careers so far without having that talent and the ability to jump from one car to another and just really squeeze the maximum out. And this circuit, Goodwood, John, is such a flowing circuit, so easy to make a mistake.
Well, it's a wonderful racetrack. But it's the versatility of all the drivers that we've seen in this shootout, having been in touring cars, some of them have been in GT cars, and then you jump into a contemporary GT3 car.
Well, let's take a look at the qualifying for the GT3 Shootout. This is the highlights, and the first driver out to the track was Frank Stippler, the mean-looking Chevrolet Camaro, made a fantastic rumble. Andy Priaulx started to really get a move on in that BMW Z4 GT3, sitting very low, car making another fabulous sound, and he was taking it right out to the white line on the edge of the circuit, which is what a driver is supposed to do. And then came Andrew Jordan in the Corvette, and he set a quick time. We didn't know if he was going to be beaten, but he suddenly found 7/10 of a second on Phil Keane's Aston Martin, and that was enough to put him at the top of the charts.
Yeah, unfortunately for Andre Lotterer, coming through Lavant, he got a little bit loose the rear of the car, and that's what cost him the time. He ended up 5th quickest, 1.5 seconds. He should have been a little bit closer. That loss of time in Lavant paid a penalty.
Yeah, and Jake Hill made a tiny little error just getting in and out of the chicane, and that cost him, couldn't put the power down. He ended up 4th overall. But Andrew Jordan, he has the bragging rights for today at least, but tomorrow they go again. At least he knows he'll be starting last, and he'll know exactly what target time he has to set. So GT3, a formula, a category that started small and now is enormous, and again, just making things work a little bit differently in the shootout format.
This was the first Easter handicap for sports cars, and Duke, driving car number 70, soon showed he was as much at home in the seat as in the saddle.
Okay, we're about to have the SF Edge race, and let's explain what it's all about.
The SF Edge Trophy is named after Selwyn Francis Edge, a pioneering personality during the seminal years of motorsport in the late 1800s. He made his name primarily as an importer for de Dion-Bouton, and later as a car salesman in partnership with Napier, whose cars he took motor racing in the early 1900s. He remained active in motorsport until 1922, a career characterised by numerous speed records, many achieved with the kinds of cars that race here in the SF Edge Trophy. It's a race for Edwardian cars, and for the first time in 2025 the grid will be made up entirely of pre-First World War machinery. It's likely that this year's race will feature the largest field of Edwardian cars since the First World War, a sight you'll only ever get to see at Goodwood. A distinct showpiece at the members' meeting, the SF Edge Trophy has been a regular feature of the event since 2016, when Duncan Pittaway won the inaugural running in a GN Vitesse. This year, Pittaway will return in the gargantuan Fiat S76, Beast of Turin, doing battle alongside regular front-runners, the Darracq 200 HP and the Sunbeam Indianapolis, and the oldest car in the field, a 1903 Mercedes Simplex, in what has become a signature race on the Goodwood calendar.
So the scene is set, the cars all from 1914 or earlier. They are the most extraordinary machines, some with engines as large as 28.6 litres. And they were sorted out in official practice qualifying, and we end with Cadillac 200 Mark Walker on pole in the Darracq. But one little side story is the fact it's a car with a first gear that's about as long as most cars' top gears, and it's very, very slow to get off the line. But that's the last time it's slow. It'll go sideways. Mark will hurl it around the circuit, but it's an inbuilt story. He normally loses 5 or 6 places off the grid. All he could do in official practice was make sure at least he's falling from the highest point, which is pole position.
Absolutely, and I think I'm right in saying that it's going to be even harder for this race because it's been reduced to 4 laps. So it really is a sprint race. So Mark's really going to have his work cut out for him to, if he does drop back, he's really going to have his work cut out to catch up with Julian.
Charles Goddard sitting alongside me, and he knows, we all know that Mark Walker loves a challenge, but maybe this does mean it's going to fall in the lap of double SF Edge Trophy winner, which is Julian Majoub, his silver Sunbeam Indianapolis that will be starting from the middle of the front row. The outside the front row, Rob Hubbard in another silver car. It's his Vauxhall. But these cars, just every single one does it, puts its performance down on the circuit in a different way. We've got the enormous cars right down to the tiny little voiturettes, and it took a handful of years before the voiturettes really hit their straps, and suddenly a lot of the manufacturers were actually, you know, small is maybe potentially beautiful. We'll look at that for the future. And of course motor racing keeps moving on. First 3 cars all front row going out. 4th car to go out is the white Mercedes of Ben Collins, and then James Collins alongside Collins, that's a bit complicated, in the Hudson from 5th on the grid. And then if you recognise this surname, Van der Straten, think of Team VDS from Belgium, family team, but Francois, a real character who's been known to drive his car on the public road over from Belgium to come and compete at events around the UK.
Yeah, absolutely. He's done 5,000 miles on that car since he bought it, what, 2 years ago maybe?
Epic.
Extraordinary.
Right, so this is the SF Edge Trophy race. We had the explainer. These are the Edwardian cars up to 1914. It says 1918 there, but we've squeaked it forward to 1914. So all before the First World War. And one of the cars just been through the shot, one of the Peugeots there from Neil Dwyer. That's a car that actually takes children to school. It's got 2 rows of seats in it. Not normal in a racing car, but things were done differently back then. What cool kids they must be. So again, it's getting heat into the moving parts of these cars, and a lot of the cars were actually built for land speed records. For example, the pole starting Darracq car number 200, first car to cover 2 miles in a minute. That was back in 1906. We're clocking through the years.
Absolutely. I mean, you've really got 3 classes in this field. You've got these big aero specials with fighter plane engines. You've got the large capacity 4 cylinders. And then you've got these voiturette, sort of smaller 3 and 4 litre cars. It's almost like you've got 3 different classes in the same race.
Well, you do indeed. Well, let's just take a look at the grid. Mark Walker, the Darracq, the car that's slow away, the 200 horsepower car. He's starting car number 200 from pole position. Middle of the front row, 2-time winner in this event, Julian Majoub. in his Sunbeam Indianapolis. Yes, made to race on the banking. The outside of the front row, Rob Hubbard. Car number 30, it's a Vauxhall 3098 with a hydroplane engine, just to be a little bit different. But, you know, we go the whole way down through the field, 11 rows of cars, so much diversity, but they're going to have to be very focused. This is the first of their 2 races, but due to delays earlier in the day, this event has been cut down to just 4 laps. They've got to be incredibly concise to see what they can achieve. But 27 cars coming out to play. It's an epic field of cars, all a century and more old. So that in itself is a massive story, and I just can't wait to see how they deliver. But I've mentioned it before, I'll mention it one more time. Just look out for car 200. It's starting on pole position, but it very seldom gets off the line well. It's not made for that. It's all made for having very high gearing to try and set land speed records back 115 years ago and more. So look really to the car, the middle of the front row, the silver Sunbeam Indianapolis with that long tapered tail. That was a car that made so many of these cars, Charles, had to race on very, very different surfaces and circuits. And of course, racing at Indianapolis, it had banking back then, when it really was the brickyard.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so many of these cars spent most of their lives on dirt roads with huge stones and nails, and they would be driving for thousands and thousands of miles. So our lovely smooth circuit is nothing like they would have experienced in period.
They could only have dreamt of surfaces as smooth as this. Yes, a little bounce up around the circuit. To them, that's nothing. Right, we've got to wait while the other cars try and come around to the grid, because none of these cars particularly like to sit at a standstill, but you can hear them puttering through. These aren't high revving cars, but then again, if you've got a great big aero engine, of course it's all about torque, so that's fine. Ben Collins coming through right now. He's starting from 4th on the grid, and he knows his Mercedes-Benz racers incredibly well. You know, knows how to take them apart, and even better, put them back together, and better still, then go and race them very, very fast indeed. Largest car on the field, just coming through the chicane, that's the Beast of Turin, the Fiat S76 of Duncan Pittaway. And other drivers, as you can see, are really sitting on top of their cars rather than, looks like they're standing on the seats or kneeling, but very, very different driving position, of course. But gradually, these cars, after the first ball, became lower, smaller, lighter. But these were the early days. These were the pioneers.
Absolutely, but if you look at the Peugeot Indianapolis, that really was the end of this period. In that 1913-14, when Peugeot designed the 4-cylinder 16-valve overhead cam, it absolutely transformed. You know, and it's still an engine that is used today. So it was at that point that things really started to change.
It did, and so many bits of technology were tried, didn't quite work then, and sometimes many decades later they were tried again, and there was the technology surrounding them to finally make the idea of the initial inventor, the pioneer, to work for the first time. But it's a fantastic field of cars, and the final row coming in, that's Gillian Carr in the Abbott Detroit, and the little dirty blue, I think they can call it that, the Bugatti, the Brescia, bringing up the rear. That was a change of car for Alex Herndon. But 27 cars, it's a fantastic field. It's 3x2 down the order. The heat haze
coming off all the exhausts.
Who'd have thought?
Probably the S76.
I was going to say, who'd have thought a 28-litre car would put out a little bit of heat? Oh, plus flames as well, of course, when they fire it up. The last car's just rolling into position. 4 laps is going to be quick fire, but the big story, 5-second board is being held up, is how good, or more to the point, how poor will Mark Walker's be? Start from the front row. He's lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 places. He's dropping down to 6 or 7. The Beast of Turin is going to come past, and then the pole starter will have his work cut out. And a brilliant start from Ben Collins, got up into 2nd place. But Julian Majoub, middle of the front row, the Sunbeam Indianapolis, thank you very much. Outside of the front row, Rob Hubbard started 3rd, is still 3rd, but down in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6th position is Mark Walker. He's tucked in not too far behind the Beast of Turin. Very, very different beast. He's making a move on. No, I tell you what, he's even further back.
An incredible sight.
Okay, what you need to look out for is the driver with the yellow leathers and the white helmet with the red stripe down the middle. There he is, car number 200, but he's really going to have to charge, not just to pass the first few cars. He's got to get off after Julian Majoub, who's making his escape at the front of the field.
And he's got to make those passes safely with his open wheels, really heavy cars, very small brakes. I mean, you can see the size of the brakes, and they're only on the back wheels. So whilst everybody wants to have fun and be competitive, you've got to pass so carefully with these cars.
You know, there's so many little bits of information that come in an SF Edge race. You almost need to stand back and go, what do you mean they've only got brakes on the back wheels? Go with it. That's what the drivers have to do.
And banded brakes, you know, they're not big disc brakes. Some of these have got tiny, a bit of a moment from James Collins. A bit of a tank slapper for him.
but just listen to the putt of these low revving engines. But they've got so much torque. Mark Walker is about to pick up a position, or is he? No, he's got to have a little bit of caution. He's seen half a gap and he doesn't normally need that much space. He just picks off three drivers.
Three abreast.
Well, he's a man in a hurry. He's always a man in a hurry. But when your race starts, it's only for 4 laps and you know your car's going backwards. And so he's up to 3rd position. The next target is the Fiat S76 of Duncan Pittaway, the yellow and black helmet, inimitable across the years. But you can just see Mark Walker sort of hunkering down in the car, trying to get low. There's no chance of getting low, but he's trying to just swing with the car. But all along, haven't got to the end of the opening lap, he's going to be looking up the track. How far ahead is Julian Majoub? Julian is already out of the chicane, accelerating beneath our commentary box, while having to be held up by the S76 is Mark Walker. Yes, you cannot see ahead when you're behind an S76 Fiat, but the big question, look at that sheer acceleration, the smaller, lighter, torquier Darragh, job done. No, not job done. 3 laps to go. It's only a 4-lap race. Target is 1.6 seconds up the track. In fact, I don't quite believe that. We've got Ben Collins listed in 2nd place. We'll look at the scoring in a minute. We can see that Mark Walker's in 2nd place. There he is, leaning, pumping, chasing, but it's a small...
Rob Hubbard up
No,
above.
it is. OK, beg your pardon.
So he's still got a few to go.
Well, this was on the opening. OK, we caught just the end of that twitchy moment, and that really was quite a save. Well done.
See just how little space there is on the track for all of the activity.
Yeah, it really is. That was the Hudson Super 612. That was James Collins' car, and he did remarkably well to hold it all together. Right.
There's Ben Collins just holding on more or less to the tail end of Julian Majoub.
OK,
Rob
right.
Hubbard.
Yeah, let's clarify the situation. So it is exactly as that. Hubbard in 3rd. Walker, sorry, I thought he got up into 3rd. He was actually in 5th at the time, then gained another position passing the Fiat. Now he's in 4th. I don't think he can do this. What's the gap to race leader? It's 11 seconds.
It's a lot to do.
It is an awful lot. With a 6-lap race, he has half a chance. But look, Julian Majoub knows his Sunbeam Indianapolis so well. The car with the pointy tail, the car with a lot of success under its belt. And he's smooth, he's precise. Interesting to see. He probably won't be quite as fast this lap as Mark Walker, but it doesn't matter. He's almost at the halfway point in the race.
As such an experienced driver, he knows exactly what he needs to do. He won't overdrive the car. He'll just keep just enough ahead.
Yeah, and he knows, of course, this is a 2-part event because the 2nd race is tomorrow. But again, just seeing Julian coming out of the chicane, all attention, in behind Ben Collins. Looks like he's lost a little bit in 2nd place. He's 1.6 seconds down, he's 4.3 seconds down. But the driver flashing on the outside of the circuit. He's in 4th going over the start-finish line, but easily gets past the silver Vauxhall of Rob Hubbard. He's got half the race to go. He has a gap of 7.5 seconds. So that lap, he managed to take 2.5 seconds. My maths, I think, is good enough to suggest he'll need at least 1 more lap than he's going to be allocated to even get on the tail of Julian.
Well, certainly in previous years, it's always been on the last lap. You know, even in the last few yards that he's managed to pull the space back from Julian.
Well, Mark Walker is never, ever say die, but it's going to be a question of not just when he catches Ben Collins, but where he catches Ben Collins. And Ben will know the story. They've raced together for so many years, and if he thinks he's getting in the way of Mark Walker, he certainly won't interrupt his race. Not that he wants to lose provisional 2nd place in part 1 of the SF Edge Trophy, but, you know, they have respect for each other. They give each other track space.
It's Gillian Carr in the Vanderbilt racer, the Abbott Detroit.
Yeah, well, she's picked up a couple of positions in the race. Oh no, race leader Julian Majoub. We're not trying to build the drama into the race. He's providing a smoky haze for those behind. Now, of course, Julian's raced the Sunbeam Indianapolis for years. He might go, is that overfill? But it wasn't doing that at the start of the race, so that can't be the case. What is he seeing on what little gadgetry he has on board? What can those behind see? Ben Collins will be chasing in the Mercedes, but how much is he seeing? He'll certainly smell it, taste it, and wonder if it's dropping oil.
You can see the oil on the side of the car. I think that is significant. See the oil pouring out of it.
Oh, hand up. There we are. He is going to pull off from this race, no doubt. Well, let's hope he can get it repaired. So this is last year's winner and sliding on his own juices.
There is a lot of oil coming out of the bottom of that car.
OK, into the pits. That means Ben Collins will go into the lead of the race, or will he? He's got very close behind him. No, already ahead of him. Mark Walker goes into the lead of the race, going down into Woodcote. He got the move done around the outside of Ben Collins. So Ben Collins was 2nd and is 2nd. The change of lead, though, is that Julian Majoub has pulled out to the lead, and Mark Walker goes on to this last lap in the Darragh. and he is pulling away. Fastest lap of the race. In fact, he just improved by a mere 2 and a bit seconds on that lap. So 1 minute 53.5, way quicker than anyone else has managed.
He's just enjoying himself now, isn't he? I mean, he absolutely loves this car. He was telling me the other day he was dreaming about, you know, building a car like the Cadillac when he was just a boy. He actually owns the real thing.
Well, that's quite a story, quite a passion. You can see it in everything he does. Julian Majoub sitting in the pits. His was the second quickest car, but he did have a lead. He probably wasn't going to lose, but anyhow, as soon as your cockpit or what you have as a cockpit in the Sunbeam Indianapolis starts filling with smoke, you smell the oil, taste the oil. He knew the number was up. Hopefully it's something they can fix, and he'll take part in part 2 of the SF Edge tomorrow. But today, advantage goes to Mark Walker. He really had to fight. He's already coming up on the tail enders in the field, but he'll know how to pick his way round. We saw him on that opening lap going down the middle of 3 cars and making that work for himself. So he's got this ability, Charles, to place this car where he wants it, which is really quite useful.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no bodywork to get in the way of your vision. You know, you can really see where each wheel is going. And I mean, a lot of these guys say that, you know, the steering on these ones, especially once they get going, is so light. There's very little contact patch on the tyres. Yeah, they're really, some of them are really quite forgiving.
Yeah, I mean, that's really been a feature, but it's the fact that I love with these race for the early boarding cars is you can see precisely what the driver is doing, because they're sitting up so high, so exposed, windy place to be. Don't want your feet touching the rear end of the engine there, but the chicken wire protects Mark Walker's feet. And so part 1 of the SF Edge Trophy, and now he backs off over the line. He'll have built a margin of, it looks like it's a handful of seconds over Ben Collins, waiting for Ben in the Mercedes to come through in the background, but about 5... No, the checkered flag is out after 4 laps as predicted. Margin of victory nearly 7 seconds, so that was an astonishing run. Just coming up behind is Vijay Mallya's car. Vijay taking to VSCC Racing, his little Delage, but it's the Cadillac that wins the day. Part 1 goes to Mark Walker, and Duncan Pittaway did not get to the finish, so he suddenly lost a position or 2. He's running in 50, and now he's falling down the order. 3rd place goes to Rob Hubbard with his Vauxhall behind Ben Collins by about another 8 seconds or so, and he was only just in front of the driver who had the biggest save of the day, James Collins in the red Hudson, who nearly got it wrong at Fordwater on that opening lap, but good job to save it.
Let's hope that Duncan can get back out tomorrow. I don't know what's happened there. Maybe he's run out of fuel.
Yes. Yeah, well, it's hard when your car has buckets that go up and down as pistons, 7 litres apiece. Oh, why not? But the driver with the car from that set the record in 1906, first car ever to cover 2 miles in a minute, and here it is, entertaining us as always. Imagine if, in modern day racing, if you had a car that could qualify in the front row but have such a deficit away from the line. But the rest, it's just pure magic, and Mark Walker loves every second. And also, over the years, everyone else enjoys it too. Big cars, long cars as well. Last few cars coming to the finish.
Big Clement there. We've never seen that car in this SF Edge, in the Open Romano. Julian Grimway.
So they'll have had fun. They'll have got their sighter in for what they're going to do tomorrow and something to build on. But Mark Walker's given himself the easiest ride of all when it comes to tomorrow. But of course, again, he'll start the race with that deficit where his car doesn't want to get off the line. Everyone else wants to get past. But the level of trust between these drivers is they know what's coming. They know it'll be Mark Walker, and they know that he doesn't need much of a gap to go through. He's very, very precise. It's always great to see.
Yeah, they communicate quite well. One of the advantages of being able to see one another quite so easily is they can communicate quite well as to where they're going to be, where they're going to place the car.
Sort of handy, and it's the Peugeot that normally does the school run just coming down to the first corner. Must be the last car to have taken the checkered flag.
Looks like he's off to pick up his kids.
Yeah, well, and this is a car. Could you just phone the spares department? I don't think so. I believe this engine actually came, it was a Fiat engine itself. Oh, God, what's this engine going to be like to crank over?
He was telling me that he actually had to teach the Fiat Museum how to crank their big Fiat not so long ago. They used to use a machine. He said, "What are you doing? You can just do it with your arms." So he showed them how to do it.
Because apparently the original mechanics are no longer with us. Who'd have thought?
Yeah, extraordinary.
A car more than a century old, but Mark Walker is down. Oh dear, the Peugeot, no wonder it was slightly further behind the others. It's conked out, I think that's the technical term.
I don't think Neil's wife's going to be happy about that.
So Mark Walker first part of the job done. Ben Collins parked it behind second place for him in his Mercedes-Benz, but the grubby leathers, but when that helmet comes off, there's always one expression on Mark's face, and it's a beaming grin. But let's go down to Ed Foster, and he will catch up and gain the thoughts of the man who just scored a fantastic victory, Mark Walker.
Well, we were slightly robbed there of maybe a last lap battle. We'll let Mark get his garland of a cap. And so just trying to avoid the exhaust. Mark, I'd say people were saying it was going to be mission impossible with too few laps, but you never know what's going to happen.
But sadly, Julian, I don't know if you're aware, Julian's blown up and pulled off. I don't know, a lot of oil smoke coming out. So we'll never know, would I have caught him or not? I hoped I would have done, but so sadly I didn't, I inherited the lead rather than earning it. But hey, got to finish to win.
Yeah. But I mean, the car was flying.
Yeah, this car's really good, yeah. But my normal nightmare off the line, that was an extremely difficult clutch and extremely tall bottom gear. But that's, you have to deal with that. And then a bit of traffic to deal with. But it's going good, circuit's good, weather's good. Great day.
Well, look, as much as you hate your clutch, we love it. So well done.
Yeah, well, yes, well, thank you for that. Okay, thank you. Right.
All right, let's squeeze around here and find Ben. Ben, it's I guess you sort of spent the first half of those races just keeping an eye out for this guy, but everything seems to go quite well.
Yeah, so I knew Mark would be coming along. I was trying as hard as I could because I knew it's like the coming of the dawn. And then when I saw Julian pull into the pits, I thought, okay, I better try a bit harder here. And then Mark caught me up, and I thought I might have been able to outbrake him going into Lamond, but it's not very gentlemanly, is it, to do that kind of thing? So that was good fun. It was really good fun. It was felt quite fast.
Fantastic. This is the only grid where you'll hear the phrase, it's a bit ungentlemanly to outbrake someone.
Well, yeah, it would have been, it's no fun, is it, really?
Well, look, beautifully driven. Well done.
All right, thanks, Lloyd.
Right, let's go squeeze down here, go and find Rob. Rob, great drive. Well done. Car's going beautifully.
Not bad. We only put the engine back in on Thursday evening. A bit of testing a mile down the road, and we're here. So, yeah, fantastic.
And no doubt a few stairs whilst going down the road.
Lots. Always the way. But it was great fun.
Yeah. And you look as though you're just missing a bit of grunt.
Well, it's only a 4-litre, 4-cylinder engine, but Vauxhall's hydroplane engine from 1913, off-the-shelf racing engine that they made against these 12 and 24-litre machines. So she's not doing badly.
No, it was well driven. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Ed, for those interviews. Really contrasting cars, but just the sheer joy on the face of Mark Walker after taking victory in the end by just under 7 seconds with his charge over 4 laps from about 10th on the opening lap right up to the lead. Of course, we lost Julian Majoub from that lead. It would have been tight, but here we have victory for the Darracq 200 HP. Mark Walker ahead of Ben Collins, who was gentlemanly there, but clearly enjoying the performance of his Mercedes. And Rob Hubbard, much smaller engine, but a brilliant drive from him in his Vauxhall 39 T8. James Collins had a real twitch and a fantastic save and still came through to 4th place in the Hudson Super 6. And Neil Goff completing the top quintet in the CRIT, the KRIT, and then Francois Pontos van der Straten with a car he sometimes drives from Belgium, a car that's won here before, the Theophile Schneider Aero Special in 6th place. Lewis Fox, a late addition to the programme, taking over from Ivan Dutton to take 7th place in another Peugeot Indianapolis. And then Les Searle, good getting used to the Monarch, making that work. John Paulson and Archie Collins, son of Ben, completing the top 10 here in the SF Trophy Race Part 1. More to do tomorrow, so for people further down the order, it's all about seeing how they can improve come Sunday. Luke Roberts going well in the Bianchi, the Benz Hornsted, Philippe Dressel, then Nicholas Pellet, Sunbeam Tourist Trophy, lots of different shapes of cars. The yellow Oakland Romano Special, Julian Grimway just ahead of Ian Barmforth in the 2nd Hudson Super 6. Marcus Black, a driver who had a rodeo moment in official practice, got his Sunbeam back to terra firma, came in 16th, just ahead of Matt Johnson, Andrew Howe Davis, Mike Whiteman Haywood, and Neil Dyer, who just pulled off on that final lap in his Peugeot. Duncan Pittaway was another driver who featured early on at the front of the race, but alas, he too went to the side and didn't make the finish. Vijay Mallya did in his little Delage, a little voiturette, clearly lacking horsepower, but certainly having fun. Graham Rankin, Gillian Carr, Alex Herndon in the Bugatti, and then 2 cars that didn't make the finish at all. Julian Majoub, who led the way, but then oil came billowing out of his Sunbeam Indianapolis, and Luca Chiasol in his Star Gordon Bennett, also 2 laps down at the finish.
It looked like Duncan Pittaway got the S76 going at the end. I saw it just charging through the screen, so let's hope that he's out and about tomorrow for the second race.
Well, let's take a look back at the highlights of part 1 of the SF Trophy race. These are cars all from 1914, and we knew that Mark Walker would have a car that was awful off the line, and first place on the grid ended up in about 10th, but then the fight back. We'll talk about the fight of the day. That was the Hudson going very sideways. James Collins, a great save, but the driver on the charge was Mark Walker. He'd fallen from first to about 10th position, but then it was threading the eye of the needle, and he was chasing after this man, Julian Majoub, in the Sunbeam Indianapolis, who looked as though with a race of just 4 laps he'd had it under control. The concentration on his face as he balanced that car was exquisite to see. Front to the back of the field, everyone pressing on. That's the little Bugatti, but then, oh no, puffs of smoke from the Sunbeam Indianapolis, and as Mark Walker giving chase in 3rd place, in the background, suddenly he saw it, he smelt it. Ben Collins held the lead for a short while, but the attack was coming, and Mark Walker made short work. Fastest driver in the race, hit the front. This is part 1 of the race underway, and of course the Fiat S76, large, loud, proud. It didn't make the end of the race without stopping and being restarted, but really this belonged to Mark Walker from Ben Collins and the Vauxhall of Rob Hubbard. You push, you shove, you make it work. It's rudimentary, but these are cars that entertain, and they've got to do it all over again tomorrow. Do make sure you watch part 2 of SF Edge.
Goodwood is the ultimate experience.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Wow, just wow.
Goodwood for me is entertainment, right? And it's already one event where I get to really express my style and personality.
Unlike anything else in the world, and the nostalgia here, and the commitment of all the fans year after year, and the drivers and the teams, second to none.
You come to Goodwood and you experience 100 years within an afternoon.
It's a way of bringing alive history of motorsport. It's a chemistry, it's a magic that it's difficult to explain.
And that was the most exceptional collection of moving automobiles I've ever seen.
The greatest drivers ever are here.
You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year with more things to see, more things to do.
MotoGP is in the house.
Rally cars? Okay, now you're talking.
And we've got the future here, happening right now.
There are some people who think it's just about cars going up a hill.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of people and familiar faces.
Well, I've seen the future, and it's the Goodwood Festival of Speed. So buckle up, folks, because you're in for one hell of a ride.
The greatest show on earth.
Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing, and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
part of the competition aspect at the Goodwood Members Meeting is to split the drivers and attendees into 4 separate groups to battle for the honour of what is known as the House Shield. Just like Hogwarts in Harry Potter's youth, there are 4 houses, and it's even more random as to who ends up where. Each house is named after titles belonging to His Grace the Duke of Richmond, and there are house captains from famous racing backgrounds. 3-time World Touring Car Champion Andy Priaulx is captain of House Aubigny, which is represented on the shield by the Fleur de Lis. 9 times Le Mans winner Tom Christensen is the frontman for House Darnley, for which the crest is the Boar's Head. Triple British Touring Car Champion Gordon Shedden is captain of House Methuen, represented by the Lion's Head. And 4 times winner of the IndyCar Series Championship, Dario Franchitti, is head of House Torbolton, which is celebrated by the Harp. Every driver at the event can score points by finishing races in the top 10. 250 points are awarded for a win, 180 for a second place, 150 for third, all the way down to 10 points for a 10th place finish. In 2 driver races, each driver scores full points, which are split equally if competing for different houses. 50 points are awarded for pole position and for fastest lap, whilst house captains do score double points. But it's not just about track action. Anybody who attends the event can dive into some fantastic challenges and also score points. Fancy some laser clay shooting? Or what about axe throwing? Perhaps croquet is more suitable, or even duck herding, amongst plenty of options. There's also the important house group tug-of-war, where the house captains take a grip. As usual, there's no I in team. The House Shield is about everyone at Goodwood.
This was the first Easter handicap for sports cars, and Duke, driving car number 70, soon showed he was as much at home in the seat as in the saddle.
Well, a big part of the members meeting weekend is the Bonham sale. Everyone gets very excited about the sale on Sunday. And we're here just taking a look at the cars. And we've got Guy Newton here from Bonham, just to guide us through the process.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Goodwood Members Meeting. Yes, it's lovely to be back here, sunny Goodwood again. And we've got over 80 cars on offer here on Sunday afternoon.
Well, we got the bit of the old and the new right here, haven't we?
Yeah, we do. We thought we'd take a look at this virtually brand new, delivered in, October of last year. So it is just 6 months.
Delivery mileage?
It's 600 miles, just 600 miles from new. These they booked when they were new at £560,000. We've got a very competitive estimate of 300 to 400 on it. So it'll be very interesting. I think this is the first Revolto that's been sold publicly at auction.
Nice subtle colour as well.
Absolutely is.
And over there we've got something that's a little bit more my cup of tea. This Ferrari right-hand drive, it's got a good story behind it.
Yeah, really rare car that. I mean, it's one of 58 ever produced. The 365 Boxer, of course, was the fastest production car in the world when it came out new in 1975. It was the first Ferrari to have the engine behind the driver, the first production car to have the engine behind the driver. And this was delivered new to none other than Eric Clapton.
Not a bad provenance.
Unbelievable. And Eric had it new. Our vendor actually bought it from an advert in Exchange and Mart in 1975 after Eric had had a small accident with it, dare I say it. And he restored the car and has kept it in his kitchen for the last 50 years until we've offered it here this weekend.
What a fantastic story. And you're obviously quite a regular here at Goodwood events and motorsport events. What is it that brings you back here all the time?
It's the love of cars, the atmosphere, members meeting, getting out, seeing familiar faces at the start of the motoring season is fantastic. And there's nothing quite like a Goodwood event.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing it. I'll be back, see what goes on. I'll make sure I don't scratch my nose, but looking forward to see how much these get. Nice. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Always so much to look forward to here at Goodwood, and we are now looking forward to the Gurney Cup, the final race of today, but it's going to be a good race. Let's find out a little bit more about the layout of the Gurney Cup race. The Gurney Cup is named after racing driver, engineer, innovator and friend of Goodwood, Dan Gurney. A winner of 4 Formula One World Championship Grand Prix and the Le Mans 24 Hours, his influence extended far beyond his success behind the wheel. Alongside inventing the Gurney flap in 1971, he co-founded the All-American Racers team alongside Carroll Shelby. Driving his own Eagle Mark I, Gurney took victory at the 1967 Belgian Grand Prix before the team eventually went on to compete in both the IMSA GT Championship and IndyCar. Having raced at Goodwood on several occasions in the 1950s and 60s in both the RACTT and the Glover Trophy, Dan Gurney became a much-loved figure at both the Festival of Speed and Revival in his later years, and the Gurney Cup continues that legacy. It's a 45-minute, 2-driver race that pays homage to Gurney's victory at the 1967 Le Mans 24 Hours. This will be the 5th running of the race, which this year features a grid of sports prototypes from the mid-1960s era. It's a unique race at Goodwood that pits big-engine Ford GT40s against smaller capacity Chevron B6s, Lotus 23Bs and Elva Mark 7s. So there we are, there's the outline for the Gurney Cup, and there are the cars coming out onto the track, and it's going to be a lovely race, 45 minutes with the 2 drivers and an opportunity to see just who can put it all together. Of course, with a pit stop that has to be done for the driver change, different drivers, some very rapid, some perhaps a little less, just loving to race their own car, many of them, but we shall see how it all works out. And up front, we are going to see Rob Huff and Richard Mines' car on the pole position. It's Richard Mines who will be starting from that pole position, and we will see how it all comes together. It's going to be a fun race, this, Alice. I think the mixture, and of course so many of the Ford GT40s. Just looking there at the number 22 car, Richard Bradley had a problem early, didn't he, when he was in it?
He did, and we wondered why he dove into the pits, because he set the fastest first and second sector, but it was a drive shaft issue for Richard when he was behind the wheel of the Lotus Ford. So it's back out. The team have done a brilliant job of sorting it out. So Richard will hop in, and we'll look forward to him storming through the field. Katsu is going to start the race. This is an ex-JCB car raced by Trevor Taylor many years ago. But keep an eye on this bright Lotus Ford, certainly when Richard gets behind the wheel.
Yeah, and Katsu Kubota himself, who owns the car, can be pretty quick. He won the 2024 Monaco F1 96.671 class in his Lotus 72, so he can be pretty competitive. And we know that, as you say, Richard was very fast until he had a problem with the car earlier. So yeah, keep an eye on that one. Starting down at 15th place, number 22, definitely one to watch. But up front, we have 2 Ford GT40s on the front row, but the one and only Ferrari is up there as well, the Ferrari 206S, which is lovely to see. It's a beautiful car, and it will be on the front row as well. So it's going to be an interesting start, of course. There you can see it, number 20 on the right-hand side. That'll be starting on the outside, and yeah, we shall see how this all goes with it. They were putting together some very impressive laps. It was Frank Stippler who was putting some very impressive laps.
That's some impressive drifting.
Yes,
well, may I add.
absolutely. I agree. The way he was controlling it. It is David Franklin who will be starting the race in the car, and Frank Stippler will be taking on later on, won't he?
Yes, he will. Some last words of advice from Frank being passed on there, as they're all being told to clear the grid now, all lining up nicely. But again, we've seen some great battles through all the races that we've seen so far today, and I can guarantee you we're going to have some close battles all the way through this field as well. We've still got the remainder of those towards the tail end of the field coming onto the grid. The marshals doing a brilliant job in directing all the cars, but a great sight, the Ferrari lined up on the front row there.
Yeah, absolutely. So how they get off the line is going to be interesting. Also, the Chevron BMW B8, which lines up on the inside of the second row. Ben Mitchell will be starting that, and he was pretty rapid earlier. So we'll see how that goes. And we have got a few of the Chevrons out there in this race, and some Elvas as well, which is lovely to see. I think the top Elva on the grid is 9th on the grid. Joe Twyman will be starting with that car. And yeah, car's just being pushed back into correct position, even though they've still got a green flag lap to go for this lap before they can actually come back onto the grid for their 45-minute race. So here we are, looking forward to seeing the cars heading out there. And this will be one of the longer races, 2 drivers and plenty that can happen. And you may find that we have an early leader who will lead for quite a while, but it may be very different by the time we get to the end of the race.
And it's a narrow pit lane, isn't it? We've seen some close calls down in the pit lane, a minimum pit stop time of 50 seconds. So you want to get that change quick, you want to get that change smooth, but at the same time you want to time it right, don't you, Ben? Because you don't want everyone diving into the pits all at once. You want to try and make it in there when it's not as busy, but particularly if you've got a much faster driver, a second driver, that maybe not be starting the race, you also want to try and get them in the car as soon as possible. So it's a tough decision to make. Of course, we can add in safety cars and yellow flags into the mix as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris Goodwin is right down at the back, actually, in his Lotus. They had a problem with the car. They didn't do any laps in qualifying, so he's starting right down at the back. He's sharing it with Jarrett Venables, but I think it is Chris Goodwin who is starting the race in that car, so hopefully he can make some ground. So let's have a look at the grid lineup then. So the 2 GT40s and the Ferrari on the front row, as we were seeing. Then the Chevron B8 of the Mitchell brothers and the Ford GT40 of Albrecht and Perez lines up 5th. The Cottingham brothers also starting in 6th place, and then the GT40 of Brundle in 7th with the boss of Ford, his teammate, and then the Chevron of Newland Ward in 8th place. The Twyman Littlejohn Elva in 9th place, and then in 10th place we've got the Andrew Smith Ollie Bryant GT40. And then behind them we've got the next little group, 11th place, Dan Engling and John Davison. John Davison starting. Nicholas Ditting is starting in the GT40, and Nick Fennell in the Lotus. Then we've got Hans Hugenholz in the GT40 starting that one, and as I say, Katsu Kubota is starting the Lotus 430. And as we go down through the list, down into 20th position there, it'll be Andrew Hibbard who is starting that one. Clive Richards will be taking over a little bit later on. And then as we get down to the latter part of the group, down towards the back, as I mentioned, Chris Goodwin is starting in the last place because they didn't manage to get a lap in at all. So they're in the number 59 Lotus Ford. Let's see whether that's going to be able to make some progress. But there are some obviously very rapid machines up at the front end, particularly, of course, the wonderful GT40s, the cars that were so successful in the late 60s in particular, because it all failed when they first put it all together. Ford with the GT40, 1964 didn't go too well. That was a Ferrari 1, 2, 3, and 1965 didn't go quite so well either, but it all started to come together after that, and there were many victories at Le Mans in GT40s, and of course it became one of the great supercars of all time, really.
It certainly did. Mid-engine V8 will be screaming off the start line, and Richard Myers will hope that he gets a great start, a comfortable gap from those behind to then pass over to Rob Huff. Of course, we've seen out racing already today in the Gordon Spice Trophy Part 1, finished second to Jake Kill. So he's had a taste of what the circuit conditions are like, but of course the sun's going down slightly, the cloud cover has increased, temperatures dropped, Ben. So track will be changing from when he was out earlier on, but you can see headlights ablaze on pretty much majority of all those cars stacked through the grid as the final few drivers pull up at the rear end of the field.
Right, here we go. You've got Richard Mines on the left-hand side, Max Lynn in the middle, and David Franklin. The flag flies. We've got the race underway, and it's a good start from Richard Mines from that pole position in the GT40. What's the Ferrari going to do up on the outside? Can it dive in? No, it can't. Oh, and he actually gets squeezed out of the way. So it's not a good start for David Franklin from the outside of the front row. He's losing more and more places as they go through Madgewick Corner, but it was an excellent start by Richard Mines, and we've now got a separate battle going on for second place. Max Lynn, number 6, has dropped back just a few places. It's been a great start for Christian Albrecht, number 24. That GT40 has moved up into second place.
Has great start. Also Joe Twyman in the Elva has started on 9th on the grid, and he's already moved his way slightly further up the field. So a great launch from the lightweight Elva, mixing it up with the slightly bigger beast. There's a lock up further back in the field as they head up the hill now. There is the number 75 Elva of Twyman having a look down the inside. He's got one of the Fords right up behind him as well. That's the number 21 of Andrew Smith. But a great start from one of our Fords. And yes, sorry, Ben.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, look at this. This is a good performance from Ben Mitchell in that little Chevron B8. A lovely little car. It hasn't quite got the straight line speed, but it is very rapid around the corners. And Ben was very quick in qualifying. Let's see how he gets on here as well, because it could be very, very close in these early stages of the race. But some battles going on. We saw Andy Newell, number 16. He's also having a little look up the inside and has made a place there, actually. So Andy Newell in the Chevron B6, just managing to squeeze past Jeremy Cottingham in the GT40. So leaders over the line, and it's gone extremely well. It is actually the number 6 car, sorry. So yeah, I was calling it a little bit long. So it's Max Lynn who is currently out there in front, isn't it?
It is. So great start by them, but the number 21 car slides its way through up into 3rd place now. So past Ben Mitchell, and I thought he was going to brave it down the inside into St Mary's. That would have been very brave from the 21 of Smith, but he's held his position. He's waited slightly down, further on down the racetrack.
Oh, look at this. This is a move for Ben Mitchell, getting past the GT40, and yes, he's made it work. That was a lovely move to nip past, and Mitchell has got himself up into second place. So, but as you can see, the speed down the straight, the big V8 at the back of the GT40, he cannot compete against that in a straight line.
No chance, and that's why he's got to try and make as much as he can through the corners. We got a drag race of 2 Ford GTs heading down into Woodcote as they jump on the brakes. You can go around the outside there. We've seen it happen in previous races here this weekend, but not able to do so. So on the brakes, try once again, the 21 of Smith, and tuck in the toe, moves to the left, moves to the right, trying to distract the number 9, and you're going to be very brave if you're going to hold it round the outside of Madrid corners. He's going to give it a go.
Yeah, he's having a go at it, but Richard Mines is trying to defend. Richard, who started from pole, but it was Rob Huff who had earned that pole. Oh my goodness, Andy Newell did a good job. Sorry, not Andy, no, Christian, trying to do a good job there of, it's actually Andrew Smith. He's got the line. Andrew Smith has gained the place. So Andrew Smith has found a way through the car that he's sharing with Ollie Bryant, and they started that down in 10th place. But look at this, you still got the battle going on for second position right now between the GT40 and the Chevron B8, and Ben Mitchell is fighting hard in the corners. He's got the speed, but in a straight line is more difficult.
He is. He's going to try and tuck in the toe of the Ford in front of him, but will still be left in the dust, unfortunately, not able to keep up with that much more powerful Ford mid-engined V8 Screamer. But look at the gap that they've got to those behind. plenty of breathing space for Ben Mitchell, so he doesn't have to keep too much time on looking in his mirrors as still moves being made further back. There's the 22, and a little bit of smoke, maybe bodywork rubbing on the inside, but Katsu, he's firing on through, making gains. This car looks so good in qualifying. Drive shaft failure stopped it from doing any substantial running, but he'll be looking forward to moving through the order and eventually handing the car over to Richard Bradley.
You're absolutely right. He's made some good ground already, Kubota. So, he's getting up there, having started down in 15th. He's in 9th place now, but this is a wonderful little battle as well that's going on between the chevrons. Absolutely nothing to choose between them, and right now at this stage, let's see whether they're going to be able to hold on at quite this level. This is good stuff. John Davison in the number 63, but further we've got that battle, the second still going on, and now he's got back in front again, hasn't he?
He was. I mean, if he can hold it, so this is a long swoop round Lavant corner. He's actually got a decent gap now down the Lavant straight. But I feel that the Ford will be right on the tail of Ben Mitchell. Oh, he's going to have to hold the inside line, make the Ford go around the long way. But he's done a good job. He's closed that inside, tried to make him go the long way around, and I think he's done it. Great driving from Ben.
Yeah, that was very, very impressive. And now that he can get through the corners, the bit where the car works so well, the Chevron is so quick, that might just give him enough of a break to make it much, much harder for Christian Albrecht to get back past him. We shall see. The race leader still in control at the moment. Max Lynn controlling this. Meanwhile, the Lotus is still trying to make up some more ground here, as you can see. Up against the Cottingham car next is Jeremy Cottingham in the GT40, number 23, that is next one to attack, although you've also got the number 9 car that started on the front row, Richard Mines, who's also trying to defend. So this could get all very, very close. But Katsu Kubota in that bright yellow Lotus 430, doing a great job so far. These other two Chevys are still racing really hard. John Davison just about oh no,
that's the 24. That's the 24 that was in that battle with Ben Mitchell. Has gone round. I'm just trying to see whereabouts he's gone round. He looks like he tried to fire it back up again. He's going to spin it round. Is that the exit of St Mary's? I think it is, Ben. So I wonder if he's touched the grass or a bit too eager on the loud pedal on the exit there. So we're going to have a little look at the replay. Chasing down Ben Mitchell, swings it through.
Ooh, that was a strange one.
Yeah, loses it mid-corner, and around he goes. So good, he's very lucky that no one came flying around and made any contact with him. But that is bad luck for the 24 that was in a very good position. I'm just going to try and see where they've slotted in, so they're near.
Oh, look at this, by the way. This is a good bit of gain going on with the Elva. This is Max Bartel in the number 18 Elva. That started down in 17th place, number 18. And that's making up some really good progress. Fantastic, good stint here. But the pole car, number 9, the GT40, losing more places. Rob Huff is going to have some work to do later on when he does get to take that car later in the race. And here we go, Kubota is getting through as well. So that's another place gained with the Lotus. So Richard Bradley will be very happy about the way this is going for the car so far.
He will. Kubota doing a brilliant job from dragging it back up. So there's the 24. There's the Albrecht and the Perez car that had that spin, lights ablaze, just desperately trying to do anything to distract the cars in front. And Kubota's going to have a little look down the inside, going to St Mary's. No, things better off it. That door is closed by the 23. And he'll have a little look then, going up the hill slightly from St Mary's into Lavant corner. No, thinks better off it. Going to wait for the longer straight. The 23 car, the Cottingham car, Jeremy Cottingham behind the wheel of that. And he'll be looking in his mirrors left and right. You can see just checking the rear view mirror there.
Yeah.
He's got the indicator on, which means usually you'd be quite busy behind that wheel, frantically trying to control the car. And he's not on the indicator. But the Ford has the legs at the moment.
Yeah, it does. And the Lotus, which is also powered by American V8 engine. It was one of the early kind of Lotuses, first Lotus actually with a big American engine, the Ford 4.7 litre V8 as used by the GT40s. So it does have that pace in a straight line, no doubt about it. So is Kubota going to be able to nip through? Let's have a little look. He's having a little look down the inside into Madrick. Not quite there yet.
He's not, but actually out front, Ben Mitchell is reeling in the Lynn Lotterer car. He's just set a second consecutive fastest lap of the race, and he's gone fastest of anybody. There we go, on screen now, right on cue. That gap is coming down. Over 3 seconds it was, no more. 2.2 seconds, and it looks like it's going to be even closer this time round. So Ben really piling on the pressure of the slightly faster, certainly in a straight line, GT40.
Yeah, this is interesting, as you say, so we'll keep an eye on this a little bit as Max Lynn continues to lead, but Ben Mitchell getting closer and closer. So it was 2.2 seconds when they crossed the line last time. Let's just see what it's referred to as now, 0.9. So yeah, he's taken over a second away, and he's putting a lot of pressure on already. Still relatively early stages of this race. We've got 35 minutes still to go, and this is the battle. Kubota, a little lock up there to try and keep out of the way. He's fighting for 7th place up against Jeremy Cottingham in the GT40.
I wonder if that was why he initially spun the first time round. There was a failure beginning to take place.
Yeah, maybe.
And then it's let go a lap later when heading into Woodcote Corner. But lap cars are being allowed to go through. No!
Oh no, is there a problem there?
Looks like it is.
So just having a look in the background. Oh, onto the grass.
Spun.
Oh dear, so the Lotus that we've been talking about, gaining that time, gaining the places, has it, and it's stalled. He's trying to restart it.
Has he got it going? We'll have a look.
No,
he hasn't.
Oh,
that's big disappointment. Oh, he might have got it going. It's trying to fire. We can see puffs of smoke coming out back, so he's got it going, but he's undone all that hard work. He'll sink all the way down. I'm just having a look down 19th, 20th place. So devastation for them, but they're still in the race, still in the fight. And again, that'll queue up nicely. Richard Bradley taking over the car at some point. They can't box to make driver changes under safety car, so that can't take place at any point under safety car throughout the race. So they'll have to wait till the safety car comes in, but he was storming through the field, just doing a good job, and it was right before the safety car as well.
Yeah, what a shame. That was a real pity that Kubota made that little error. He'd been doing such a good job of gaining places from starting in 15th, but now it's dropped, as you say, a long way down the order, so it's all to be done again, but that's all part and parcel of racing a Goodwood. Yeah, it's shown as 21st position now as it's gone over the line, so it's lost a lot of places. So up front, behind the safety car, it is Max Lynn, who will be handing over his GT40 to Andre Lotterer, of course, one of the great talents who will be taking over that car. But this incident really was a bizarre one, really. We didn't see the very beginning of it for Christian Albrecht. Seb Perez was due to take over later on in the race, and it's sad to see some damage to that lovely GT40, but thankfully, as I say, the driver is okay. Here we go, we're getting ready.
Will be raised, Ben, and then we'll be underway.
Race underway once again, and it's a good start. The Chevron on the outside, Chris Ward actually makes a very good start. Number 16 rather, getting a very good start round, but in the end it is the experienced Andre Lotterer with the number 6 GT40 who gets it going enough to take the lead of the race. No great surprise there, but we will be keeping an eye on some of the cars behind, trying to make their way up. See the Lotus in the background, by the way, the yellow Lotus, which we do believe Richard Bradley's going to make up a lot of places with.
Yeah, the cars flicking left, flicking right, the headlights ablaze on majority of the cars. They come over the crest through Ford Water, then they'll go into the first part of St Mary's, but a strong start from the number 16. Couldn't quite get through into the lead, as you see Andre Lotterer snaking under the brakes into Latham Corner, but all keeping it nice and clean. And look how many places Richard Bradley's made up already. He sounded pretty confident when he was down having a chat with Ed, and he's gained places already.
He has, yeah. Well, I wonder how far he's going to be able to get. I also wonder where Rob Huff's going to be able to get with the number 9 GT40. We shall see how that goes as well, a car that he'd originally taken pole position with. So that's going to be all part of the game, and see where we get to. Just looking at the number 66.
Alex Brundle's wheel of that GT40. I think another experienced racer, 2016 LMS champion in LMP3. So across the line, Lotterer has a 6.5-10 gap to Chris Ward in the number 16. But just have a look at some other big movers.
Rob Huff has made a bit of ground, hasn't he? Up into 6th place.
Yeah, and a good start as well from Brundle. Have a look at Bradley, he's up to 11th place. So some moves being made.
Huff.
There's Rob Huff, keep an eye on him. He's been out already in the Gordon Spice today, finishing 2nd, so he'll be trying to desperately make his way further up the field. But the James Cottingham car, fastest of anybody by a nice chunk, actually, in 3rd place at the moment. And there's the number 20 of Frank Stippler. Well, he certainly got tyre temperature into those tyres, didn't he, Ben? He's jumped all the way up to 14th place.
Yeah, Frank Stippler's doing a fantastic job with the Ferrari, isn't he? Really going well with the 206S. And he's gaining more places. He is one to watch, there's no doubt about it. And we'll see how far he can get up into the top 10, and then how much further than that he can go. But also Rob Huff, who is now chasing down after Sam Mitchell. That's the Chevron that was going so well with Ben a little bit earlier on. I think Ben Mitchell, with a bit more experience, is just that little bit more rapid with that car. But actually, Sam's doing a good job here, holding on extremely well. And the Lotus now might have a chance for the Ferrari. I wonder if we're going to end up seeing the Ferrari and the Lotus doing a bit of battle here. Goes Frank Stippler then, gaining some more places as he comes over the line. Where is he now? Yeah, he's up into 11th place, so he's nearly into the top 10.
2 into the first corner there, tickles the grass on the exit of Madwick, and fastest lap of the race as well. So a man on the mission is Frank Stippler in the Ferrari. He'll be charging down, just having a look. There's a close battle, as we saw, between Sam Mitchell and James Cottingham out there as well. Richard Bradley, fastest of anybody in the first sector. He's made his way up now into the top 10. So he's sitting in 9th place, and you can see Stippler all over the back of the Lotus Ford of Fennell and O'Brien, and actually he's made his way past.
Yeah, it's gained another place, so he's still picking them off one by one. He's over that fastest lap. There's still no doubt about our race leader. It is Andre Lotterer who is leading this race, and he may well be able to pull away a touch more. The Lotus, in the meantime, is also gaining more places. So Richard Bradley in that number in the number 22 yellow Lotus, just gaining another position. So well up in the top 10, but I think he is going to come under pressure from the Ferrari pretty soon. Just look at the speed and the challenge that Frank Stippler's putting in. Dives down the inside, gains yet another place. Let's just see where this puts him then as they come over the line. Yeah, he is gaining more all the time. And change up for up to 3rd, because Rob Huff now, as we thought, is gaining more and more. He is up into 3rd. He's just taken that 3rd place from Cottingham. So this is going well for Rob Huff.
Charging through the field, and the drivers know they've only got a short period of time. This is technically a sprint race. It was originally a 45-minute with a pit stop included, so they know they've got to crack on. They can't hang around and lose too much time by those in front. Frank Stippler with the fastest time of the race, over 8/10 faster than that of Lotterer out in front. And there's Richard Bradley and Stippler now. These two fast drivers. Bradley leaves the door open slightly. That allows Stippler to go through. But the 22 of Bradley will hope to hook a line onto the back of that Ferrari and drag him up through the field. He's been making good waves. Don't lose too much time, guys, battling, because you're both two of the fastest drivers out on track, and you can certainly make your way further up the field.
They're lovely livery cars too, aren't they? They're really bright colours, and it shows the speeds that they're doing as well in this race really are remarkable. So the Ferrari and the Lotus making their way up against a lot of these GT40s, but it is very much a GT40 lead at the moment as Lotterer over the line, but only by 0.6 of a second. And as we know, Rob Huff is getting closer and closer, and Rob Huff, who did take that pole position in qualifying, he is certainly on target for a potential victory. We'll see, he's on for a podium already. Right, here you go again. So where's Frank Stippler going to go this time?
I'm astounded by his pace. He's coming through traffic, but he's 2 seconds faster than our race leader. He's on fire. He's going to have a look down the inside into St Mary's. 66 of Alex Brundle sort of gives him the shoulder to make him go the long way round. Now he's behind the Sam Mitchell car, so he's picking. say, picking them up one by one. He's going to get 2 heading into Lavin.
His speed through there is remarkable, isn't it? That Ferrari is working so well here at Goodwood. Oh no, Richard. Oh, what a shame. Richard Bradley, who we were talking about as being a part of that battle. I don't know what's happened with the Lotus. So his teammate Kubota had a spin earlier on. I don't quite know what's happened to Bradley, whether it's a car problem or not, but that is out of the race. But those are the top 3. You just saw how close those top 3 cars are. Can't predict who's going to win this. We've only got just over 13 minutes to go in this final race of day 1 of the members meeting. Here you are then, 1, 2, 3. Going across the line, Andre Lotterer with a gap of only half a second here over Chris Ward in 2nd place in the Chevron B6, and then in 3rd place Rob Huff in the other GT40, and there's some more GT40 battling going on that's all getting a little bit close. The Alex Brundle car joining in once again.
He is trying to get past the number 23 of James Cottingham. Jeremy Cottingham was at the wheel at the start of this race, and the 23 passed over to James. But look at the gap that Stippler has pulled out on these 3 battling for what at the moment will be 5th, 6th, 7th place. And do you know what? I wouldn't be surprised in the next couple of laps that Frank Stippler's going to be on the very back of this battle for 1st place. 1.5 seconds splitting the top 3. I remember Frank started at the back of the grid. I mean, I don't know how he's done it. Absolutely insane. Fighting his way through, kept it very, very clean, and he'll be charging down. He's not setting personal bests at the moment, whereas those in front of him are. And at the moment, Rob Huff is the driver that's a Alex Brundle went slightly wide in that battle with Cottingham, but he manages to gain it together. Only loses 1 place to the Elva. So through goes Sam Mitchell. Sorry, in the Chevron BMW.
Yeah, Sam gaining that place back once again. But up front, it is still Andre Lotterer, but not by very far from Chris Ward, who's doing a fabulous job in 2nd place. But Chris is now under pressure from Rob Huff. Rob Huff in that number 9 Ford GT40 is really now looking for a way past as they come down towards St Mary's. On the way into St Mary's is not a particularly good place. It's out of St Mary's into Lavant that there is sometimes an opportunity, or you wait and go for it down the straight, and that might suit him.
That might suit him a little bit better. He's going to have more grunt than the Chevron in front of him, but actually got all out of shape.
Wow.
I would have Lotterer made a mistake. And Chris Ward's having a look at the inside, but this will be the drag race, and you would put your money on the Ford, and there we go, the drag down, back straight.
Look, Rob Huff.
He's in Rob Huff as well.
Yeah, Rob Huff has got past down the straight, but down the straight the GT40s are so quick. But it's remarkable that Chevron B6 is doing through the corners with Chris Ward at the wheel. He is so quick. Look at the way he's caught right back up with them. We have a 3-way battle for the win in the Gurney Cup here.
Make that 4.
Maybe 4.
Yeah, that's 4 then. As another fast lap from Frank Stippler. That previous lap, and he's within touching distance now. He definitely is. Lights ablaze from that Ferrari. You can see constantly working at the wheel, as are all of these drivers, and Lotte will be looking in his mirrors now and going, no, not Huffy, not Huffy, he's chasing me down, and Ward's slightly dropping off from the back of this battle, but the Fords will have the legs, certainly as we say, on the straight compared to the Chevron of Chris Ward.
Well, let's see how this all goes. Rob Huff not quite so close at this point. Andre Lotterer seems to have just opened up a little bit there, but I think we still got a massive race on our hands. Top 3, top 4, as you say, now with Stippler getting thoroughly involved, and then this little battle going back slightly further for 5th position, and the Mitchell Chevron still joining in the fun and games here, trying to find a way past the GT40, but the Ferrari has gained another place, so the Ferrari is up into 3rd place now, as Frank Stippler has managed to get past the Chevron. So now it's the 2 Ford GT40s and the Ferrari in 3rd.
Now the 2 GT40s, they're not going to want to slow each other down too much. They'll be looking in that mirror and go, hey, this car behind me started last on the grid. How's it got all the way up here? But they're battling. Lotterer slightly on the defensive.
Yeah.
Goes into the first corner. You can just
This could be a chance on exit, couldn't it, for Rob Huff?
You can see the work, the corrections to be made. It's going to be a drag run, Ben.
down into four-water right-hander. They're side by side and Rob Huff goes through. And that was clever stuff if he can hold on to it. Andre Lotterer didn't get Madgwick quite right. He went in a little bit tight to try and defend his position, totally understandable. But Rob Huff was able to take full advantage of that with a really good exit out of Madgwick. And he has taken the lead, but look at the Ferrari. This could still win the race. He's attacking both of the GT40s.
Oh, he nearly sold him the dummy. Has he sold him the dummy? No, Lotterer's wise to it. Shuts the door up into Lavant, and the Ferrari's going to try and duck in the toe, but a slight correction being made by Lotterer, and Frank Stippler says thank you very much, and looks like there's a bit slight damage to the Ferrari, so hopefully that won't hamper his progress too much. Nothing seems to be hampering his progress at the moment. He just set the fastest lap of the race. You can see it's knocked in the front bodywork there slightly, but a bit of breathing space, at least maybe for another 1 or 2 laps for Rob Huff.
There's still a bit of time to go, you know. Look, 7.5 minutes, a bit more. Let's have a look at this then. So there was a wobble and then a touch, wasn't there?
There was a wobble, yeah, you're right, and then a slight touch that knocked Lotter into another wobble.
Yeah.
So there's a good battle slightly further back. You can see those gaps closing, well, not from this point, but certainly for 5th, 6th, 7th place. But that's allowed, this battling has allowed Chris Ward to come back into the fold. But look at this, Ben. That is right on the back of Rob Huff.
Absolutely, but also keep an eye on Chris Ward with that chevron, because he's still doing a massively brilliant job with the V6. It's so good through the corners. And, oh look, he's done it. He's got in front. Stippler has taken the lead in the Ferrari, having been right down at the back when this race got back underway once again. That is remarkable. It's got damage on the front end, but Frank Stippler has taken the lead in the Ferrari 206S. Let's take another look at this.
Opted to take the slightly tighter line through the exit of St Mary's. I mean, it's not been Rob's strongest area of the track, has it? That second part of St Mary's. Not feeling like he's got the car performance behind him, but the slightly lighter, more nimble Ferrari sails on through, and clean air from Frank Stippler. We saw his determination of really trying to generate as much tyre temperature as possible, and he's through. He sails on through. He's got clean air. I'm just trying to see if we might have some lapped cars potentially could join the fold at some point. Yes, so I think the lapped cars may come into play in the next couple of laps, and we know how that can play a little bit down to luck, a little bit down to judgment. So we'll have a look as this race unfolds.
We will, but I'll have to say the speed of that car that Frank is playing with at the moment is so impressive. Bundles gain place back again from Mitchell. So the number 66 GT40, that has come back up into 6th place now. 5th, the Cottingham GT40 just up ahead. Still, this is a very, very close battle between them. Can go any way. Not quite battling for podiums, but not far behind. So let's see if they can all keep it smooth as possible. Sam Mitchell's doing a great job. Ben Mitchell drove the white chevron in the early part of the race and did a stunning job, but Sam's doing another super job with it. They've got this car beautifully set up, and it really is. It's down this straight where, of course, it loses out because it has nothing like the horsepower that the GT40s have, but through the corners it has plenty of speed and a real opportunity to attack. So let's just see if that changes. Meanwhile,
oh, look at the glowing Alex Brundle. Wow, from both of those Ford GT40s, heavy on the brakes into Woodcote, then heavy on the brakes again into the final part of the chicane. Alex Brundle sharing the car with Jim Farley. It is a Alex Brundle owned car, but built by Pearson's Engineering for Alex. Gets the tail out as he goes into the first corner. No room there, no room to overtake James Cottingham, and Alex has got the difficult job of having to look forward and attack, but also look behind with Sam Mitchell chasing him down once again.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree with that. But as the light drops away, as we are going into the evening here at Goodwood, the fact that we get these amazing pictures of the brakes, I think that's a lovely shot of the brake discs now going red. You see it more as the sun drops away. We've still got this battle for second place going on here between the GT40s of Rob Huff and Andre Lotterer. So Andre Lotterer is in the number 6 car behind Rob Huff. There's very little between these two. They're both pushing those cars on, but neither of them. Now, as you said, we could see some lapping going on. That was close. But I think Frank Stippler is just finding a way through. But that can complicate things.
That was the number 18 that was right up the sharp end at the start of the race. Just turned on the lights there. So that has closed the gap down quite a lot compared to what we saw earlier on. So there is more traffic further up the road for these drivers. Just over 3 minutes of the race remaining. They're going to catch up by the looks of it of the number 8 potentially and the number 96. They are fighting for down in 19th and 18th place. So more traffic, possibly more drama yet to come.
Yeah, absolutely. We shall wait and see. There are flags out there to warn some of those back markers. Well, there's a little bit of a wide entry there by Rob Huff, but he's still just about got it. But Andre Lotterer is putting him under more and more pressure. This is a wonderful race to watch. Of course, these are both in they're both in GT40, so they've got the same speed down the straight. They've got that slight challenge through the corners. They don't always have the smooth grip through the corners that you get with some of the others. That Ferrari, for example, which seems to be so quick through the corners as well as fast down the straight. But this is proven to be a good battle between two very, very experienced drivers. And that are close to the camera there. But more back markers for the race leader, Frank Stippler, to cope with.
Yeah, Rob's going to be going, please move out of the way. I'm under so much pressure right now. The number 8 there is keeping to the left-hand side, which is going to free these two drivers, and they've then got to get past the, I think that's the 96, isn't it, just in front. So a Chevron and a Lotus to try and navigate past the Chevron, and then they've got the Lotus. So actually our race leader had a good bite with the traffic, but Rob's going to get boxed, Ben. He's going to get boxed going into secondaries. He's going to dive down the inside as they...
Oh, I'm surprised there wasn't a bit of space left, and this could help Lotterer, couldn't it? Because Lotterer is now trying to go to the outside. Oh, then he has to take avoiding action, because now the number 96 is getting out of the way, but that was all getting a little bit close.
They are in their own battle, the 96 and the 8s, down here, albeit right now for 17th, 18th place. But a little bit of smoke can I see there out the back of Lotterer's Ford.
Yeah, you are seeing a little bit, but let's hope. Oh, he's having a little think about whether to get down the inside. Rob's thinking, no, you do not have the space to do that. I'm holding my line. You're going to have to go on the grass if you want to go past. And so in the end, Andre Lotterer had to give it a little lift to avoid going alongside. But this is wonderful. Top level racing, and you can see the race time is disappearing, and we will be on for a checker flag next time around. Frank Stippler is still the race leader. He's built the lead up to nearly 4 seconds from these two, but who is going to finish second? That is going to be the big question, surely now.
It is. Frank Stippler can have a bit of a chill, bit of a relax out in front now as coming through. I wonder if it's a bit of bodywork that possibly rubbing on the back of Lotterer. Of course, he had that contact with Frank Stippler, but all over the back of Rob Huff as they come into first part of St Mary's. Then they'll swing left into the second part of St Mary's, because you see Rob Huff takes a slightly tighter line, uses some of the inside curve to get that rotation, and then he's on the defensive heading into Lavant, Ben.
Here we go then into the final slipstream battle as they go on to Lavant straight, and this is where Rob Huff is going to have to work hard, and then it'll come down to where you position the car and who's going to be the bravest on late braking into the last section. First of all, the double apex Woodcote corner. There's our race leader, Frank Stippler, going through Woodcote now. All that he's got to do now is get through the chicane. But how's that battle going on for second place? We shall see in just a moment. Here comes the race winner of the Gurney Cup. It is Frank Stippler sharing with David Franklin. They have taken the victory with the Ferrari, and second place does go to Rob Huff and Richard Mines in the GT40, with Andre Lotterer and Max Lynn having to settle for third in their Ford GT40. There are some other good battles going on, but my goodness, what a performance that was by Frank Stippler to make it through so many cars when that race was restarted and to take a victory. That has been one of the most remarkable wins we've seen in quite a long time, but Frank Stippler always mega here. at Goodwood. And there he is. Give him a wave, everybody, because he has done a stunning job.
Wow, Frank Stippler take a bow, and I actually was having a look down into pit lane. His team's celebrating like crazy. They can't believe it. What a drive. Started last at this restart. Within 20 minutes has carved his way all the way through the fields, and another fantastic battle. Just see our drone cam flying through shot there as well. Great battle between Rob Huff, Andre Lotterer. Chris Ward did a great job in our top chevron as Frank having a trip across the grass.
He does it now on a slowdown lap. It's okay. If he'd done that when he was leading the race, that might have been a bit more disastrous, but that was fine. I don't quite know what he was up to, but he's got both hands off the wheel. Maybe that's why. He's so busy celebrating.
He wanted to get extra close to the fans, but a great drive. Our sole Ferrari on the grid. He carved his way, I would say, one by one, but sometimes it was two into one. Great job. Marshall's given applause, as are the fans, and what a race we had just there. And our final race of the day, and I have to say, it's up there with being one of the best.
Indeed. And I think he's giving a big wave to both crowd and marshals. I think that's why he's going onto the grass, actually, just thanking everybody for what has been a tremendous day, and he thoroughly enjoys racing here. And he won last year, as I mentioned, part one of St Mary's in an Alpha from Jake Hill, and now he's taken this victory in this beautiful Ferrari as well. 4 seconds his advantage over Rob Huff, who was in second place in the end, and Andre Lotterer, who was less than half a second behind. That wonderful fight we saw between Huff and Lotterer, but they kept it clean, as you said, and that was lovely, because that's what I enjoy so much about many of the races we get here at Goodwood, because they're one-off races. The drivers know they want to look after the cars and keep them all in one good place, and the way they race against each other, they'll give each other just enough space. It's lovely to watch.
Exactly. There's that respect for each other, but also that respect for the cars, which I think is hugely important, and such a prestigious event as Goodwood. And you can see he's bobbing up and down in the seat. This is probably one of the slowest in laps we've had here in Goodwood, and so he should. He drove an excellent race and actually had the fastest lap of the race by nearly 1 second, the only driver to dip into the 120s, a 120.136, nearly dipped into the 119s, but that's what allowed him to open up that 4.2 second gap from Rob Huff. Eds will be down waiting in pit lane, or in Parc Fermé, should I say, and a big round of applause from everyone in the grandstands to Frank Stippler, who did an excellent job, and a way to round off a fantastic day's racing here at Goodwood. And I'm so excited to say we can do it all again tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite funny, he's done a 120.1. The lap record held in Goodwood in the old days, when it stopped racing in 66. Jim Clark, and tied with Jackie Stewart, was a 120.4 in those days. He did a 120.1, and it's not in an F1 car, but it was very impressive. And of course we do see faster laps these days. But he, as you say, he was a lot quicker. And that final section, you know, after the restart, that red flag period was a long delay. But if you stuck around through that red flag lap to watch the rest of the race, I hope, like us, you thoroughly enjoyed what happened, because it really was impressive how he came from so far back down the grid to take the victory. And he's getting congratulations from pretty much everybody right now. Rob Huff walking over as well.
With the streamlined hairstyle, maybe it helped him to fend off Andre Lotterer, as you can see just the damage on the front of the front bonnet, and you can hear the round of applause from all the fans and teams that are congratulating that stunning drive. And I actually like the fact that he's taped his visor up as well. You can see he's got taping it so it doesn't slide down. But big hugs all round, and round of applause for a fantastic result for Frank Stippler, and where Ed is down there soaking it all up.
Well, thank you very much, Stuart. I'm going to dive straight in. David, let's start with you. I mean, that was quite something to watch, wasn't it?
Fantastic, yeah. Nothing to do with me at all. I just kept the engine warm for him. Outstanding drive. Yeah, one of the best drives I've ever seen at Goodwood. Yeah, just miracle man.
Well, look, let's have a word, Frank, coming in. I think even you realise that we all witnessed something quite special there.
Yeah, I mean, it's always an honour to be here anyway. Then with the Ferrari, then with my best friends Tommy, who was preparing the car with the Eddie Wiss garage in Switzerland. And I apologize so much to the car, to the team. The throttle stuck. And a couple of times upshifting, I was completely in the ref limiter and it sounded so bad. Then it stuck shifting down and in the braking areas, and it was a bit exciting. So yeah, I mean, I'm so happy to be in the finish line, seeing the finish line anyway, and so happy that the engine survived. And I think they have to have a look on it now. It was pretty much on the edge.
Well, look, I think we've actually, with the screen here, we've actually got probably a few clips of your overtakes. You started at the back of that second part, so look, just talk us through some of these.
I mean, obviously the car was very good prepared, and we had a couple of setup issues in the qualifying. I was wondering that the car was line searching like hell, and we tried to fix it as good as we can. I think we worked around the problem a bit, but nevertheless we improved it as good as possible. Made a lot of changes, which was a bit on the edge because we didn't know what to expect. But we went completely into the right direction. The car blends was really nice now. Thanks to the team, thanks to everybody who prepared this piece of art.
Well, look, the amount of fun that we all had watching it, it must have been even better in the car. Top drive, well done.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, it was, sorry to hit Andre. I think he missed a gear. He just told me, and all of a sudden it was a bit close. So I put some scratches on the car. Sorry for that. But anyway, I mean, this is one of my best victories here. It was already good last season with the GTA of Alex Foriani, and maybe it was even top today. I didn't expect it at all against the GT40s.
Frank, well done.
Thanks a lot.
Well, look, let's follow me. We'll see if we can jump in here. Rob, let's start with you. Well, Richard, yeah, come on in. Richard, I mean, there was a lot going on in that race.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, I mean, I got a decent start, and I knew I was in a very, very sort of good field there. So I just wanted to hold my place, try and drop a few places back. But no, it's good. And then the GT40, the wheel came off, I think. I couldn't see it. And that was quite interesting when you're a few yards behind it. But yeah, no, it was great. And luckily I kept enough.
He did amazing.
Yeah, and so yeah, great. And then I've never seen anything like that. Those two together is just unreal. I mean, it just over two GT40s, don't think you'll see better.
Rob, you're like that kid in school that's always fighting. You're always in a scrap, aren't you?
Yeah, that's the way I was brought up. Richard, I'm so proud of Richard. You know, Richard, I've been trying this for 10 years.
Quite a long time.
And I think this is our best ever result at Goodwood, and thoroughly deserved. So Richard made an amazing start. The car's been on form all weekend, and yeah, it's not easy when you on the restart when you're starting ninth, I think we were, and then got through to the front, and I thought, oh, this is reminiscing of Spa last year with me and Andre, and he got us in Spa last year, and to get that one back was magnificent. But I mean, where Stippy came from in that thing, I've got no idea.
Well, look, well done, well driven.
Thank you so much, thank you.
Let's go find our third place car. I'm going to be very rude, squeeze across. Max, Andre, Max. Yes, I mean, you thought you had it sort of hectic. It was a little bit more exciting in the second half.
Yeah, I couldn't believe they were going to go for a second start. And once, I mean, I was then a spectator. I was just loving every moment of it. I mean, the chance to watch all of these great drivers go at it from the start is pretty special.
Andre, these touring car drivers are slightly irritating, aren't they?
A little bit. No, it was a lot of fun. Obviously, would have been nice to win, but was great battle out there. Stieper was very fast in that Dino or whatever it is. But yeah, thanks for having me, Max. And yeah, it's a great event. And yeah, we pushed hard, sweat a lot, so gave it all. But yeah, we try to come back and win it.
It's like a triple stint at Le Mans, isn't it?
Not quite, but I think the sweat level is maybe even more. We don't, you know, at Le Mans we have seat cooling. There's an air con in the car, and here you got to shift and drift. So it's hands-on, and that's what's cool about driving these cars.
Well done, guys. Well driven.
Thank you. Thanks.
Lovely to see. So let's confirm the results then, and that really was a remarkable victory in the end for the combination of David Franklin and Frank Stippler. They took the victory by 4 seconds with the Ferrari ahead of Mainz and Huff, with Lynn and Lotterer finishing in third place. Then the Chevron of Newell and Chris Ward. That was in 4th place. The Cottinghams Ford GT40 in 5th place. Brundle's Ford GT40 in 6th place. Ollie Bryant in 7th. The Mitchells in 8th place. Fennell and O'Brien in the Lotus Ford. They did well. They had the Lotus in 9th place. And Ditting and Keane, they finished in 10th place with their GT40. Further down the list, some of the Elvas and the Ford GT40s in that mix, and the Lotus Fords as well. We saw a tremendous mix of machinery, but it was really up front in those last few laps, the battles that were so fascinating all the way down. So down into 20th place, Malone and Cousins in their Elva BMW. And then at the last finishers, there were a few people that missed out on a few laps, had to make early pit stops. And yeah, Chris Goodwin, again, I think they had some problems with their Lotus Ford, so it's not been a perfect weekend for them. But it was a very entertaining race for all of us, and we have certainly had plenty to enjoy. So let's just take a little look back at the highlights of this race. And right from the start, it was an exciting race with Richard Mines trying to get away from that pole position initially. Actually, he did lose out a little bit, and it was a really good start by Max Lynn, who took the initial control, and there were some wonderful battles behind, weren't there, Alice?
There were some great battles. Ben Mitchell having a real good fight, a real good scrap with the Perez Albrecht car that ended up having a spin on the exits there of St Mary's Part 2, but battles continued to rage all the way through, and the little Chevron was holding its own until the
scary moment. Yeah, that's
lost
right.
its wheel, and lucky for that, ended up landing safely. But then it was a bit of confusion under safety car for a while, and then it was a red flag.
Yeah, so the race was restarted with the other drivers all getting on board, and right towards the back was the Ferrari, right at the back. You could just see it there on the restart, and suddenly it started coming through. The number 20 Ferrari took a huge number of places on that opening lap, but who could have thought he was actually going to win it? And it wasn't a long race, and yet he was just going faster and faster than anybody else. As you said earlier, he did a fastest lap a second quicker than anyone else.
So impressive. Alex Brundle had a little trip off onto the grass, but was able to drag his car back up, finishing in the top 6.
Yeah, but then he was catching up with our battle for the lead between the two GT40s. Rob Huff had managed to take the lead from Andre Lotterer, but then there was that little bit of contact. Frank Stippler managed to get away with it, getting past one of the GT40s, getting past the second one, and going on to take a remarkable victory. Congratulations to Frank Stippler and David Franklin for that brilliant victory. So let's go back down to the paddock now and join David.
Well, what a brilliant way to end the day with that fantastic Gurney Cup. I think there was a bit of everything in that race, and such close racing throughout the field, wasn't there?
Unbelievable racing, great end to a perfect day, and Frank Stippler, you've got to say, what a drive. I mean, that will go down as one of the all-time great members meeting drives, for sure.
It's fantastic, and seeing the lights come on, the brake discs light up with the heat as well, which you can really tell as we get into dusk here at Goodwood Motor Circuit. There's been racing action throughout the day, but also so many other sites at all corners of the event. For example, David, you've been mixing with the movie stars over at the IWC base today. How was that?
Absolutely, yeah. On the other side of the track, I brought a bit of Hollywood to West Sussex. We had F1 the movie, and they were showing us how they filmed those scenes there over at the IWC Apex GT garage, and we had the cars out on the track, that wonderful AMG GT, and that Ukrainian arm, that car chasing it, and then in front of it, and showing us how they shot them really amazing film shots in that movie. And you know, Elliot driving the car, Wayne in the camera car, fantastic stuff. And it was great to see that little bit of movie magic. And then Damson and Kerry, absolutely fantastic, weren't they? Lots of fun today, and you know, they had some fun on the track as well. I think it was absolutely fantastic. And then we saw right at the end, after we'd done all the filming, the actual F1 car that they used in the film, and that got pushed on, and we did a sort of pretend celebratory win as well. Look at that drift by Elliot there. That was fantastic. I was talking to him afterwards. He said he got a little bit more excited on each lap, but I think he did well there. A little bit of smoke is always good.
Those shots are fantastic. And I managed to get a quick word with Damson Idris, and he was saying that he's got the driving bug now. After having a bit of tuition from Lewis Hamilton and taking part in the film, he's got the bug. So you never know. We might see him at a Goodwood meeting in the near future, which I hope so. That would be cool, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. I think they had so much fun making that film, that's for sure.
Yeah. But I have to say, a highlight for me has got to be that JOTA Cadillac hypercar that we saw go around the Goodwood Motor Circuit. So they have been on their class podium 12 times out of the last 13 outings at Le Mans. They are a leading world endurance team. So to have their 2025 Challenger here at the Goodwood Motor Circuit for the first time on British soil is just phenomenal. The noise and the feeling. We were watching from the balcony and it just vibrates your soul as that 5.5 litre V8 storms past, going over the start-finish straight. But it's actually a hybrid, so it does have an electric motor in there as well. So it does make a whine when it pulls off. It's just got all the senses for that hypercar. So we've enjoyed the demonstrations, but there've been plenty of activities for the guests as well as the racing that has all contributed to the house scores. So let's take a look at the standings as it is after the first day. So Team Tor Bolton is in the lead. They are storming ahead with those numbers, followed by Aubigny, then Methuen, and closing up the standings is Darnley. So all of those activities and racing has contributed to those scores. But we have got another full day of racing and activities that will keep adding to those numbers. So let's take a look at what's on the cards for tomorrow. We start our day at 9 a.m. with a practice for the Part 2 of the Gordon Spice Trophy, and then we move into the later morning with the first few races. We've got the Arundel Cup and the Halewood Trophy as well.
And in the afternoon at 12:10, we've got that shootout for the GT, the practice one there, before moving on at 1:45 to another Gordon Murray demonstration, that wonderful T33 and T50.
Then we've got the Win Percy Trophy at 2:15, the inaugural race here at Members Meeting. We look forward to that one before another demonstration by that Lotus 97T at 3:50.
And then finally, taking us out, the last race of the weekend at 6:20, it's the Salvadori Cup.
Well, we've certainly had a fantastic day at the 82nd Goodwood Members Meeting. Well, I certainly have for my first one, and I dare say, David, it's not been too bad for you either.
I've loved it. The weather, everything, it's been fantastic.
It's all come together.
I'm looking forward to tomorrow, that's for sure.
Definitely. We've got a full-on schedule, as we've just seen, so we'll be back here live, bringing you all the action from 8:50 a.m. tomorrow morning. So make sure you tune in for all of the racing action. We'll be right here, so we'll see you then.